generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wiretap. Dead backs. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the new sphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I want to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots, and I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. Don't really destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurk, and who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this work. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, jiggler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the upstream green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master tactics full of advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory be brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within construction. Nano-nets filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With insight such disease, praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent military legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem a bad sign. Vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. The hidden cages you can't unstage cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the record.
Hearts, enough
is enough. Enough is enough. Let's go with the flow. Yeah, here we go. Really, she's let's go with the flow. Yeah, ho. Go with the flow. Yo, I like to check this microphone before I start right quick. Microphone check 2 2 1 2 1 2. Alright, yeah. Big up all the Monster Allen Master, and beware before I triple tell you like the last kid who asked me what we don't got that you got, son. For one flow that's elementary, my dear watch, son. Secondly, ever since I was little, not so much a riddle, least rhyme to the syllable. Keep tracks and make an A-rap beat clap with no hands. I shot the drums off truly yours, G-rap. Actual fact, relax. In this land of lyrical lost black, I'm not the cool sleep stack, the one who might stop and talk to you, poison to few. Niggas who be biting styles I'm like pork too. Boom, what you got to lose? Let mud fly. When I got blues, I true whole crews that's blood dry. So I ask why the stars from the set simply fucking with my eye as I pull it to the chest. A super motherfucking villain with the mic with an iron hand, throwing them seeds to the fire from out the frying pan. It ain't no use in trying, man. Son, stop crying, frontin' like you deaf to find. Need to stop lying. Speak your piece, only once you're spoken to first. Now let me hear your verse while I'm choking you with probably fine rhymes like an editor. Throw them to my collections of skulls and spines like Predator. Fuck around. The only niggas who can hear the same sound was Jet Jaguar and James Brown. Yeah, only them. I'm glad I took the time to write their names down just to pick them up. I like to say hi, it's Sci-Fly, the Art Merlin. That's quick to whip up a script like Broad Serling. Who I on bad bitch who used to whip the Sterling. Who see God Cobra, never see God Erling. My man Grimm had his little monkey like Space Ghost. Me, myself, I got flavors I'll taste most. With numb gums, some mamas is late toast. Back to you, MF Doom, you late show, what? S to the U to the B-E-R-A. Who chronicle these times in a 3D horror. Thriller, porno, co-starrer in a real drama. Who break bread with stingy kinman, Indian borrower. Lone gunman who candidly flip-flop flows single-handedly with one eye closed. In a fly pose, no shirt, LAA, May. See me stack the $250,000 cash pay, that's the inner smash way. How we did it, motherfucking probably couldn't be past a minute. It's the exquisite scripts, the quick shit, go with the flow. That's how we do it though. Yeah, yo, I'd like to give a special shout out. Rock Emerson L, Rock Yale, to the depths of hell, pure mathematics, holding stacks like mathematics, two juggies, Spring Level Law, Prince Level Law, so I'm in Master Sword. Yeah, here we shot on law, and Lord got hope. Let's go with the face. Yo, come out. VS, shout out, Cole, shout out for Flame, the magician. Yeah, God, you now. Yeah, here we go. Sim, yeah. GM. Yeah, here we go. Home. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Let's go with the flow.
Level page 2. Your concurrence in the above is assumed.
Yo, Chiba, if I ever see that cat again, cousin, he ain't gon' make it. Yeah, that's my word, cousin, he ain't gon' make it. Ja Mercury, I just finished putting heat in this mercury. With heat with speech and my aim wasn't accurate. Off 2 degrees, bubbling from over the toe, skating on ice slippery, smothered in absolute.
Was you drink?
Absolutely, motion melodic, I got it. Carving the suede parading with crooks that would trade diamonds. My high velocity fades, my digital doctor, breathing with sunny Chiba, flaming off vodka in the submarine. Landscaping the next
Listen to the super fly, bumping black seas on high, melt inside my jig and fly. Tone to the black belt jump, saying sucky sucky now. Come on, sugar, f that dude. dude. It's the Casanova brand. Baby caress up on it. Let me in a centerfold. Sugar smoking Sunny Chiba. Name Sheba, baby Shane. Listen to my game of death. Sugar shacking right to left. Sapping in a fly trap. And your lady Scarface hand over that merchandise. Nice ice.
Killing them soft leaves, making them cop leaves, blessing the black leaf, sticking with 40 D's. Killing them soft leaves, making them cop leaves, blessing the black leaf, sticking with 40 D's.
Now I got the crystals, bruh, cola, rise blackula. If cubic zirconia convince the test them bastards. Money on the wood, make the betting good. Sister girl of Madam Zenobia is running all them bras and chicks. Why is she directing flicks, whistling a henchman? Guess I gotta feed these cats, got them Andre crouching. Don't they know I'm Diamond Crook, Satin Struthers production? Now you gotta go my mind shit and try to screw the cats.
Up in SOs with expressos, reflecting ice, familiar face. About to get stoned there off for his life, but not in the sight. Prefer to play the shade the after hours. Besides, meanies Chinese is taking Henny, don't shower, so I bless another glass. Pass the link to Joe Ching. Don't talk, don't think, just start the flashing and make a cinema. Limit the choices. Her voice is coming from the rear, but those ain't my campus. I'ma see them again. Yeah. Killing them soft leaves, making them cop leaves, blessing the black leaf, sticking with 40 D's. Killing them soft leaves, making them cop leaves, blessing the black leaf, sticking with 40 D's. Ain't no motions without my baby Quicksilver, yeah that's my lady. Before this holocaust on the concourse starts on my latry. In the vigor, cessation, seductive, I let my guard down. Blindfolded by the reefers in the back of my building uptown. Run yours, I pause, turned around, too deep delays. God bless my twin soul, Sunny Chiba to save the day.
Gotta set him free one more time, touching from behind in the midst of play, trying to 3 out. PG Sway, not a levitate, right inside the outdoors paradise, never blinking twice, just through the fellas how it is.
Yeah, how it is how it was, cousin listen to lower rules. The connection is waiting, Sheba, Karachi, blazing Fabu. In the igloo, cooling the coolest ones and never clashes. Sprinkle my ashes, diamond crooks and we cashes.
Yo, bruh, and dude, definitely set that cat free, bruh.
Killing them soft leaves, making them cop leaves, blessing the black leaf, sticking with 40 D's. Killing them soft leaves, making them cop leaves, blessing the black leaf, sticking with 40 D's. Killing them soft leaves, making them cop leaves, cop leaves.
Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, blessings. I like to have my outfit match the background here. So if I fade into the background, all right, sorry about that, folks. But yeah, blessings to all the people. I appreciate you guys. There's no green screen. There's no production team here, right? It's just me, Muhammad, right? So yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. Let me go on and address some of the chat, some of the chatter here, right? We'll say blessings to the chat, and then we'll go ahead and proceed with lots of topics and material, right? If you guys happen to make it to the Wednesday stream, man, it was action-packed, last Wednesday, right? I gave over a 3-hour presentation on tons of valuable issues, right? Moving from, Neo-Pythagoreanism to the Kabbalah to Rosicrucianism, right? We gave tons of valuable connections between philosophers and mystics, right? And we continue to provide some of that yesterday, right? As I was talking with one of my friends, Pinoid News, right before the show, we're talking about how it's important to explore ideas within a political and historical context, right? And not just, and also in a historical context, right? And not just look at them in purely a sort of theological or ideological terms, right? Or metaphysical terms, right? Or whatever, right? So we're talking about the importance of grounding the philosophy, so to speak, right? So I'll give different expressions about man as it relates to nature and God and technology. This is a huge, I'm talking about huge, right, sort of rendition of ideas that I put together that is basically tying together a history of transhumanism. That is coming up actually in a little while, right? We're going to be getting a Machine Lies clip channel put together, right? Not a channel. I mean, I'll start releasing the clips here, right? Eventually, I'll make a channel to upload the clips to as well, right? Maybe I'll just upload them to Cyber Caliphate for now, right? But yeah, we're going to get a clip channel. We do have an alternative channel here. Or if you guys want to see right here, right? We got an alt channel. There's lots of videos on the alt channel. Right? Lots of original content on the alt channel. Right? So let me actually hold that down. Alt channel. Oh, whoops. Yeah, let me hold that down for you guys. And maybe pin that to some shit that's going on. All right? So that I can then continue to promote this. Right? But yeah, we're going to have a TML Clips channel where I'll put together the little 10-minute breakdowns, little 15-minute breakdowns, little hour-long breakdowns of any given topic that I've done. Right? Okay, let's see where our people are at. There's certain people that are missing, right? Haven't seen Lizard Tree for a minute. Blessings to Lizard Tree, wherever you might be, madam. I think it might be the holidays or whatever. You know, people might be checking out for a little while. Just Frank, I appreciate you. Blessings, brother. Is that link even accessible? Which link? Which link are you talking about? You still gonna go live? Shirtless Laundry. I thought his name was Landry. Like, yeah, but listening to his scrappy AI music, crappy, right? Yeah, man, tough competition. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on in people's heads. You know, I don't judge what people watch, but yeah, I mean, it's getting literally like weird out there. I appreciate you guys. Zephyr, I appreciate you. Calix, thank you for being here. Greetings, Earthlings. It's a blessing to have one of my good friends, Moontan, out here. Always great to see you. Zephyr Avoxel. Time for another one. Good magic. Exactly. Frank Monday. Blessing, sir. And I appreciate you. Zephyr out here for us. We got Namaste the fuck away. Namaste the fuck away. Yeah, blessings to you, madam. I hope you're doing swell today. Yeah, always good to see this dude. Golden Renaissance Productions, right? Blessings, homie. You know, yeah, feel free to click the link for the people that are here for obviously the homie, you know, Namaste will not be most likely clicking, but obviously it'd be a pleasure to talk to her anytime. Especially my homie Truther Cop. It's always good to have him. I mean, you know, even given his his silly you know, silliness. I mean, but yeah, blessings. You know, Moontan. Yeah, that is a beautiful, like, whatever that is. Very artistic. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Zephyr, blessings. Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, the time is now. Exactly. The time is now, right? We may be looking at different theories of time, right? I've came up with some of that as well, right? Once again, the Finnegan's Wake, Moontan, exactly, right, resonates. The eye outside of the triangle, right? That's deep. I mean, yeah, it's 2 a.m. here. Yeah, we got the Netherlands in the house. You know, we got Taiwan in the house. Blessings to the homie. Technology is power made up of instruments of power. Yeah, from the Technological System by Jacques Ellul. Some of the things we're going over here, right? Yeah, blessings, Gabe. Greetings to Bearju. I appreciate you. Right. We got people from all over here: China, Taiwan, Netherlands. Right. Blessings to all the people. Obviously Detroit and Ohio. All right. We got it out here. You mean? So yeah, blessings to all the people. You mean? Now only exists for 2 to 3 seconds, according to neuroscience. Our brain turns it into a smooth stitch stream. Without it, time would feel disjointed. Yeah, Zeno's paradox, right? Right, between time and movement, right? Every moment, something that moves is in another place, right? But it's stuck there, as Zeno says, right? At each moment, it's here. Right? An arrow, you shoot it. Each moment it's here, then it's here, then it's here, right? How does it get to where it's going, right? Because there's infinite moments within a closed loop, as they say, right? Actually, they don't. Nobody says that. I may have just invented that, right? Statement, right? But yeah, blessings. Consider posting TML's link. I appreciate you, brother. One of the OGs, Browns boy. Browns boy is getting a lot of hatred recently. This video is popping up about Browns boy, and him pissing off the people in different chats. He doesn't even have a channel, and he's able to get the attention of some of these larger groups. Interesting, just by commenting. Strange. I think they're triggered by some of his ideas, right, or some of his expectations. All right, blessings. Okay, we got Joe Cool in the house. Blessings, sir. How you doing today?
Pepe, good to see you.
Yeah, how you doing today? Yeah,
Doing
thank you
well.
for joining.
Never joined us early, so I'm gonna try and be a little bit quiet and let you and feel around a little bit.
Yeah, just cut in any time. I'll try to proceed, bring you into the conversation. It's no worries, right? No, it's open for a reason.
I'm pacing. I just ate. I got smoke and drink. I will be hanging out with you for a while. There's no hurry.
Cool. We got also Reddington. Blessings. We got people pouring in here. I appreciate you guys.
Yo,
what's up? I'm sure we'll have Avian at some point, although he may be too tired from work. So yeah, blessings to Avian Buddha. He's been holding it down with us as well. Also, Neuro Jack showed up last time. Dark Lorp, man. If Lorp's out there, man, holla back. Obviously. All right, let's get it popping up here. I appreciate you guys. Freedom Growers out here. Excellent. Dude. Yeah, that's a really smart dude. Freedom Grower. I always appreciate talking to him. Yeah. He agrees with a lot of the Uncle Teddy stuff too about technology. He's a funny dude. So I appreciate get him, Browns boy. Yeah, Browns boy pissing off the LARPers already. Yeah, already just by chatting. It's fucking incredible. All right, but you know what I mean. That's the same thing with my homie Rant. Rant gets under a lot of people's skin by just talking and pointing out, giving his opinion on things. But it's like he's not really, he doesn't even have to be commenting on anybody for people to get pissed off at him. It's very interesting how they operate, right? So yeah, they got a similar vibe. Browns boy and Rant.
I miss Rant, bro. Rant got the greatest conspiracy theories. Not only that, everybody's an agent to him. There's nothing funnier. Everybody's a Fed. Everybody's an agent.
That's what I like. That's what I like, that level of concentration, right? Because especially with Browns boy, or because it's true. Like how I like to put it is that, right, usually it's innocent till proven guilty, but here it's guilty till proven innocent, because it's high risk and low reward for getting to know somebody, right? That could possibly be a Fed, right? So this is the thing, is like, as I like to say, once the question who benefits arises, then all questions of practicality have to go out. Because there's a question right there of, sort of other causes, right? Other explanations,
causes, more.
Yeah, more exactly. Yeah, exactly, right. So yeah, so that's kind of what we're talking about here is sort of see, we don't deal with conspiracy stuff, right? We don't deal with all of that nonsense, right? We don't say there's a hidden hand or group of people. We don't use the term they, right? That's not how we operate around here, right? We talk about the objective factors of power in our age, which is technological, right? And that is basically complexification of means to a particular end, right? You don't have to
get my
hide.
man over here for this shit, Tim, man. Man gonna love this. I got a text on my buddies. Go ahead.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, bring as many people as you like. But yeah, this whole thing, about the hidden hand. There's already a hidden hand when there's complexification of means to a particular end. Right. And that's all the way that we're defining the technological scope, right? Complexification of means to a particular end, right? Technology conceals its means to a particular end through complexification of means, through compartmentalization of knowledge, and through the rule of experts, right? So all of these are various ways in which to direct or organize information, right? So that's what cybernetics is about. It's about organizing information, right? You could look at you could look at an ecological system in terms of inputs and outputs. You could look at a city in terms of inputs and outputs. You could look at a given a corporation is in terms of inputs and outputs. You could look at
a person, an individual, all the shit that he's typing into Google and so. Yes, a person, everything about him, what he likes to eat, where he likes to go, who his friends are. All you have to do is be on the other end of that digital footprint.
Right.
Shit I don't even know. His best friend and mother won't even know about him. Google knows.
Yeah. And
even if knows.
Yeah, and even if they're concealing their purpose or ends, you could force a situation to get them to admit to what they really want. Like, for example, Solomon did this, right? When he had two women arguing over a baby, right? He said, all right, we'll just cut the baby in half and split it in two parts, and each of you could get a piece. And the real mother said, no, she could have the baby. Right. So the idea there is you create a fake problem to elicit a reaction to create a solution. Right. So this idea, right, that we were talking about in terms of Heinrich Moritz Kalibas. Right. Let me pull this up again. Right. We're talking about the Hegelian dialectic, as he phrased it. Right. Problem, reaction, solution. Right. Or thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Right. So this is a basic formula within chaos magic, right? Right. So we're expanding on this, and we were doing so in Hegel and the Hermetic tradition. Right now, the major idea in Hermeticism, right? Strangely enough, right, as I was talking about with Reddington and a few other people, maybe yesterday, right? I think Neurojack came up too at some point, and we had some deep conversations. We also had Untrackable come through here. All right. Total Zen mode. Yeah, total Zen mode with Untrackable. He's like a Zen master.
Yeah,
right?
he's
like,
heavy,
yeah, he represents the spirit of the working man straight up. Right. But yeah.
He's kind of a mysterious guy.
Yeah, for real. He's very mysterious. Like, but yeah, he's a triple OG. I can already tell. Right. But yeah, so yeah, we had some good conversations yesterday on a bunch of matters in Hermeticism. But strangely enough, this concept, that the two are all that come to be, what is and what creates it, right? So sorry, what comes to be and what creates it. So there's two aspects of that. One is this idea of becoming, right? And the notion of things coming to be. The other is this notion of creativity as the essence of as the essence of like as a basic ontological feature, right? I guess, which means that creation functions on the level of being, right? So things don't have to come to be for there to be creativity, right? And what that means is that creativity is already limited by what is, right?
I hear where you're going so far. Yeah.
As Parmenides said, right? He said there is no difference between the actual and the possible, right? Just as Solomon said, he said, there's nothing new under the sun, right? So this idea, right, about all of the knowledge existing as a collective unit, right? And the idea that nothing new comes into existence, right? It only comes to be from what is already there, right? This was a huge notion for really the first like 1100 years of philosophy. It was like this idea between being and becoming, right?
Yeah.
And God and mankind and nature all had to endure different levels through this, through this extrapolation, right? Through the vision of this idea, right? Where nature was in a state of becoming, right? Okay, that there's already ideas that exist prior to the existence of the world, right? And that these ideas have set limitations or boundaries that are used to create the existing world, right?
Whoa. Whose ideas created the existing world?
Well, I would point to two guys in particular, and I was sort of going to get to this, right? Is two guys I would say is Aristotle and Pythagoras. These are two guys that we've been going over recently, right? And I can explain how, their ideas really led to the, to the creation of the modern world, right?
Okay.
First of all, Aristotle came up with a unique insight, right, that sustained for many different years throughout the centuries, right? Like, for example, Einstein believed, right, following Aristotle, right, that the universe was eternal, right? So this whole idea that the universe is eternal,
I didn't know that.
Right?
Aristotle held that belief. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's Aristotle and Plato, right? And the Platonic philosophers, they sort of held the belief that the universe is eternal, right? Okay. So God had to be immaterial, right, for the universe to be eternal, right? So this whole idea of God molding the world through ideas, as I previously stated, right? This notion that was really coming from Hermeticism, right? Hermeticism says that God needs the world in order to create but also God creates the world in order to get to know himself, right? So the creative process is a sort of expansion of God's purpose and his knowledge, right? So God doesn't start. So God starts off in an incomplete state of knowledge,
according to this philosophy. Yeah.
Oh yeah. According to deism, right? And a lot of the founding fathers, they were deists because they believed that the God who created the world had to be limited, right?
Yeah.
Why? Because you can only create based on preset laws, right? This is what they said, right? Because they said nature functions according to laws, right? Okay, God can't create something out of nothing. Right. So they said there's got to be matter there. Right. And there also has to be a sort of space there. Right. So God can't take up all of existence. Right. He's got to be somewhere here. Right. And then there's got to be like a space here. And then there's got to be like stuff. Right. And then God could maybe take the stuff, put it in the space and organize it through his mind. Right. But
that sounds like humans to me. That sounds like regular people.
Exactly. That is how they came up sort of with it, because they're comparing nature to man's creations, right? So it's kind of like a
man has become God under them. It sounds like. Sounds like man is he can, because all these things, concepts, God needed the shit to create his miracles. He needed matter. We need matter to do everything that we do. He can't bend the rules. We can't bend the rules. And there was a third one too, which is not coming to me, that man does. I can't remember it, but yes, all these things sound like what men do. And if suddenly all these things are attributed to these are God's limitations, and we can do the same thing, assuming that we do creating our thoughts. For instance, you have a thought, I bet you I can make a moving vehicle. If you roll downhill, you can come up with a wheel and all of this type of stuff. It looks like you're existing on the same rules God do. We take what exists already and he molds it into something. Sound like he's nothing special under these guys.
Right. So they came up with different things, right? So Plato said, well, the ideas have to exist in an external realm, right? To nature, right? A realm that's beyond nature, right?
Yeah.
So that God only creates through ideas. So he said that God only affects universals and not particulars, right? Because
Hold
it's
on.
like, yeah.
Not you.
Yeah, because yeah, it's okay. Yeah, because God creates through these ideas, right? So these preformed ideas, right? Rational concepts, right? These have to exist primary to the world, right? So Plato expanded this notion to not only just matter existing. See, Aristotle thought that it's just matter that exists, and God sort of molds it through his mind, right? But what he turns it into is not based on anything, right? Now for Plato, right, God has to mold things according to what is reasonable and what is good, right? So the good, the beautiful, and the true, right? Now Aristotle sort of compartmentalized knowledge, right? He took knowledge, divided it into separate categories, right? And he dismissed that ideas come from some ethereal realm, right? So he said that these ideas have to come out of potentialities that exist within the world. So he sort of came up with this notion of the telos, or the final cause, right? Which is the thing, which is what things strive towards, right? So that's the first guy I would say, Aristotle, right? So Aristotle created the notion of the telos, right? Which they're extrapolating. It's a notion that God, you know, again, extrapolating from Plato's concept that God has to use these laws in order to create the world. These laws that are based on reason, right? Now, what does Pythagoras say? Right? Pythagoras extrapolates on the mathematical nature of this pre-existing order, right? So he was somebody who was a teacher of Plato and some of the pre-Socratic philosophers, right? So as we begin our inquiry, we're starting with the pre-Socratic philosophers, right? And so the guys that became philosophers before Plato, right? And see, Plato anthropomorphized the idea of God, right? He made God closer to a human extrapolation of God, right? And this is because, he had rejected Homer, right? Now, Homer obviously had anthropomorphic deities, right? He had gods that appeared to look like humans and stuff, right? Half animal, half human sometimes, right? And so on and so forth. There's sometimes monsters and all that type of stuff, right? So Homer had a sort of anthropomorphized idea of God already, right? Okay, now Heraclitus rejected this concept. He was a pre-Socratic philosopher, right? And he said God is like a thunderbolt that steers all things, but that thunderbolt is imbued with rationality and an ordering principle called the logos, right? And he said this force courses through all of matter, right? The same way Thales had described, right? So these guys were sort of seen as a philosopher's sages, right? And Plato, extrapolating from their ideas, sort of said that actually it's a reason or a rational principle that exists beyond nature that is the ordering principle for how nature is organized, right? Okay, and this notion, this rational principle was called the logos, right? Okay, this is a term they stole from the sophists, right? Sophists like Gorgias had extrapolated that logos was the essence of speech, and speech and politics and rhetoric was the basis for human society, right? So so they claim that, that basically nothing exists on its own terms. It exists as a subjective inference based on human speech, right? And so they came up with different principles, right? They said its words are primary to ideas, right? This was the basic concept that they came up with, right? And they're sort of pre-Socratic philosophers, right? And they thought that politics and especially rhetoric, right, was the sort of the highest form of knowledge, right? Plato challenged them, and he challenged Homer, right? He said, not only is God not living on Mount Olympus, there's probably only one God, right? And it exists as an immaterial mind that organizes the cosmos according to preset laws, as I said, right? So this God, which Plato called the demiurge, right, was combined with the God of the Bible, right, by some of the Alexandrian Jews. And they extrapolated into these concepts of the demiurge that Yahweh and the demiurge were actually the same guy, or something like that, right? Right?
Jeez.
And that their goal was to imprison spirit in matter, right? So the best way to fight this God would be antinomianism, right? It would be a rejection of the flesh, right? So in the Nag Hammadi Gnostic library, right, you actually see a mention of Plato's Republic, right? And in that, you see the tripartite soul, right? It depicts a man, right, similar to how Abraxas is shown in the Gnostic depictions, as a lion with snake tentacles, right? There's pictures of Abraxas as a lion's head with snake tentacles, right? And what the lion represents is the passion. And what the tentacles, the many tentacles represent is the hedonistic desires. So balancing passion and desire through reason, right? Which is represented by the sun, right? It's usually depicted with a sun, right? The head is like in the sun, all right? So this depiction of Abraxas may actually be a reference to Book 10 of Plato's Republic, where you see the tripartite soul is depicted as a man that has a lion pulling him forward and a many-tentacled monster protruding from his backside, right? So multifarious desires, right? And the passion of the lion driving him, right? And the man, okay, the rational principle sandwiched in between these two, right? Right. So, in the various thinkers, right, that were sort of Neo-Pythagoreans, right, they extrapolated on the compartmentalization of knowledge, right, and they took from both Pythagoras and Aristotle to accomplish this, right? The idea of natural law and the idea of a hidden purpose or, within nature, right? Hidden order within nature, right? That's based on rational principles, right?
Right.
So, yeah, let me come down off of that. But, yeah, go ahead, Joe. Cool. Blessings.
No, I'm back. I'm just saying what I just
Yeah, it's cool.
Yes, we're in agreement with. Yes. They took, I believe that as well, that there are certain laws which, if you built within nature and if you follow them, you will be healthy. That's a word that new guru uses. Is if you follow the laws and go with nature, you're healthy. If you resist them, it's unhealthy in every freaking way. So it does appear, it's almost certain that there are laws in nature, and the wise man will follow those laws. And that's just beginning. I imagine there's also more to those laws. Personally, I think they were written by the same guy who created matter. I'm gonna let you go through all this, but I don't believe that all of these things existed and blah 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 beforehand, and all of that intelligence and nature came from nowhere. It just existed or whatever. There's intelligence there. But go ahead, Tim. And if TML's gone, I'll be happy to fill it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Oh.
Yeah, but if you want to say something else on top of that, yeah, go ahead, because I'm actually curious to know where where you're going on that point, because let me cue you in on something. I've actually been arguing against natural law from the principle that nature is intelligent. So that is actually what I've been doing a lot, right? So I'm curious to see where you'll go with that.
Yes. Okay, cool, groovy. The nature has always been. Something's always been. Not sure it's nature. Not sure it's nature in the terms that we see it and talk about it. I'm not sure that's always existed. Those laws, they got a better chance of existing longer than nature did. But the fact that all of these things make sense, and they benefit people that are good, positive, loving. All of these laws seem to have certain attributes and be in a certain direction. None of nature's laws saying it's wise to just hurt people, which would seem to line up with immorality. Nature's laws tell you, it's better to be moral, and that can come from whatever it is, to the animals, to the land, and to your neighbors. It's better to when wintertime comes, you might want your neighbor to come over and help you move a thing, help you build a thing. So you might want to help him. Nature tells you both benefit. It's more beneficial to cooperate and be positive and love. I don't think that happened by mistake. I think that also points to divine intelligence, not just an intelligence, a divine intelligence.
I totally agree.
Wolf, you still here? You got an opinion on that?
He's a negator on that one, and so is this guy. Right here. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, Avian Buddha.
It just depends on.
I've actually have. Well, it depends on presuppositions, but I know I'm going to sound crazy saying this now, but sometimes it feels like only human beings are intelligent. Nature is not intelligent sometimes. Because you see, the animals and the nature
that separates us from nature.
They don't have symbolic reference. They cannot ask like the Epicurean paradox.
Is that pizza?
The Epicurean paradox.
No, it's za'atar bread. It's Arab food. Yeah.
Interesting.
Avian.
Continue.
Avian, so say that again, Avian, because
he's saying the symbolic reference frame that humans possess gives us separates us from the natural world in such an extreme degree that
Thank you. I got it.
That we can't recuperate the intelligence that already exists within nature. Yeah.
Very good. And Avian, you're saying this is exclusive to humans as opposed to other beasts.
Yeah.
I got to tell you that other beasts show signs of intelligence, not just the obvious, the raven, right? The blackbird, your little so-and-so up there. These things use tools and use intelligence, right? And some of them can talk and mimic sounds. Pretty smart.
This argument. Yeah, that's why he's saying he's going to sound crazy now.
But
wait. But that's just the obvious. It even goes down to the ants. I was looking at a video where they gave a bunch of humans an odd-shaped thing to carry through these two openings, and they gave the ants this thing on the same scale. Humans figured it out exactly the way the ants do. They tried it this way, that way, and this way. Ants did the same thing that humans did and figured out the puzzle the same way. It doesn't look like that intelligence is exclusive to humans unless it's more refined, unless you refine it more.
Yeah, actually, that was my area of focus for my past channel. And the thing is, like New Caledonian crows, they do craft tools, they use the tools, and even ants can be highly intelligent, like leafcutter ants. They can pick leaves and feed the fungi and like farm. But the thing about human beings is that, you see, all of that is like, iconical and indexical reference. This is from Terence Deacon, his book Symbolic Species, and Jesper Hoffmeyer talk about it too. But symbolic reference is in a discontinuity with these two. Only human beings have that. And to get an idea of it, let's just look at some example. See, let's say you see a roadside arrow physically placed to point at a detour ahead. Okay, animals can probably understand that too. But symbolic would be an arrow icon and a button meaning next, even when nothing is physically over there. Or smoke. I'm just gonna give one more example. Smelling smoke points, the correlation that there is fire nearby. It's a causal link. But symbolic is when the word smoke on a sign means no smoking, even with no smoke present. So you see there's a big jump from
I
indexical
think I
reference
hear where
to
you're going.
symbolic reference.
Thank you, and I thank you for taking time to explain that. It'll be a little harder
Yeah.
to, since you made the distinction, it'll be a little harder to disprove or to rebut. The symbol, I get it, right? For instance, an animal can smell a dead carcass and he knows to go there, but can someone leave out a sign or a rock or a leaf, and now he knows that means go there? Is that a thing? Well, we know that some animals leave a scent, and they can pick up on that. Like mice and ants and shit.
Yeah,
We know that
yeah.
bees do a little dance. It's really symbolic, right? They go to the crib, they do a little dance, and it tells them how far to go, turn left. Apparently, they observe this dance, and there could be other things going on, and it tells them distance and direction. That's highly like the second thing you're talking about. Someone can see a symbol and know what to do.
Yeah, that's all good points. I've been studying animal cognition a lot. That was actually my focus for a while. It's called Umwelt, UMWELT, Umwelt. But there is a problem. What you're describing with the animals and those points, all of that is indexical reference. It's like correlation, contiguity. If
Even
one
the
thing
bees
points
dancing.
yeah, that's indexical reference. One thing points
How
to
is
another.
that gonna indexically let them know where a location is? It's more like a street sign. It's more like symbolic.
More like symbolic. You're talking, it's called waddle dance. I think it's called waddle.
Yes, it's more like giving them a set of written directions.
It's
Right? It's
symbolic.
more of that.
Yeah, but first you have to understand what I mean by symbolic. It's only when the convention within a system. You see what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to point to anything outside of reality. Like, you can a story, for example, or a symbol. It's like a
Like
shared code. Yeah.
Like a street sign
Relations
that
among
says straight ahead and to the left is the national monument. Would that be symbolic enough to separate the two distinctions? A symbol, would that work under your symbolic?
No, it has to. It has to. Even when it's not present, it has to be like you see the pointing hand. You can point a finger at a stain on your shirt. A dog can understand it. You're pointing to your shirt, there's a stain. But symbolic is when the same pointing hand icon in an app means click here, regardless of where it's printed. Does that make sense? So regardless of where it's printed, it's like symbols are relations among relations. A symbol's value lies in how it contrasts and combines with other symbols, not in resemblance or raw co-occurrence. Does that make sense? Only human beings have that capacity. And it doesn't, actually the guy I read, he's a biologist. His name is Jesper Hoffmeyer. He calls it a discontinuous and an anomaly in nature.
Yeah, it's more like when when Bernays has the women smoking, right? And then he has the sign up Torches of Freedom, and you're supposed to relate that to the Statue of Liberty. Right? So it's like Torches of Freedom, women liberating themselves, Statue of Liberty. Right? So it's like the Statue of Liberty would be like a symbolic reference that's hidden meaning within that.
100%, but this goes even deeper. Okay, I'm looking into this very deeply, man, and it's possible evolution itself is a lie, and it's possible involution is true. Involution, you can look that up.
Right. That's what I've said since the beginning of the show. Definitely.
Yeah.
But
if that's true, that means all of science is synarchic, and that Hyperborean is right. That's why I took deep interest in Hyperborean.
Yeah, I agree with him on that part. Because it's like Mr. Kali Yuga, right? So yeah, definitely the involution or whatever it
How
works with that.
how does involution discount evolution?
Because
It's inverted.
Yeah, inverted.
No. How would it discount it? Human beings evolve, animals evolve, meaning my let's say I'm an athlete, and my genes pass on to that next one, and he's athletic. Or the way that you do with dogs, you make his nose short over the years. We'll call that evolution. They still involute. If they get old and die and their hearts and shit fall apart, it doesn't disprove or make an it doesn't even make a comment towards evolution. Not sure why one would disprove the other.
Yeah.
If involution is right, and it's just you getting old and dying when your shit decays, that has nothing to do with evolution.
Yeah. Well, I actually have a good thing to explain about it. Kind of hard to get at first, but involution would mean the primates we see, like gorillas or chimps, they're involuted forms from a more higher state. You see what I mean?
No. You can't use the same word in the definition. It helps me not. You got to use different words. Involution. What does it mean? You can't say it means primates involute. You got to give me more. Something different.
It's like the degeneration, shrinkage. You see what I mean? That's the kind of stuff it means. Let me
shrinkage. My cock shrinks after I, can you be more specific? It's me atrophying, right? It's me becoming old and my bones getting weaker. Yeah.
Well, let me explain though. I had my notes. See, I have some trouble explaining stuff when I don't have my notes, but let me get I'm still working through this stuff, but wait a second.
I understand, man. I'm not giving you shit.
Devolution. Devolution is the term that I've used. But he's saying
so involution is better to use, but let's say it basically the question is whether or not biology generated the symbolic, or it became complex enough to host it. Okay, that's the first thing to know. And with involution,
what? Oh, that was dope. I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, with involution, basically you have biology as a receiver or translator, not the generator. Okay, so that means that life forms, you can see it the opposite of this. Maybe they start off as symbolic, and they kind of basically involve, degenerate to indexical and iconical, something like that.
I don't understand.
DNA is a fractal antenna.
Yeah.
I go
so
for
that
that
might substantiate what you're talking about, it being as a receiver.
Yeah, it's getting very complex stuff. It's possible they're hiding a lot of stuff. I'm just gonna show a different thing now. Because you got this point, so I'll just show something else.
Still disagree with it.
Huh? It's fine if you disagree. I'm working this stuff out. I don't know. 100%.
A wild neurojack has appeared.
What up, neurojack?
Yeah, blessings.
But the thing is, involution is compatible with Christianity or even most world traditions, Taoism, stuff like that. That's what most old traditions believe in. They believe in involution, and that's like my area of focus. I'm gonna bring up my
let me Google involution. Damn it.
Yeah, they don't actually. Evola talks about Julius Evola and stuff like that. I'm gonna share it here. On Discord. I actually talked about it on the Discord.
The shrinking of an organ in old age. Example: the uterus after childbirth.
No, that's not the right one. The esoteric understanding of it. Esoteric understanding of it. So I'm gonna share this now.
Transformation, a function, transformation, or operator that is equal to its inverse. Example: which gives the identity when applied to itself.
No, it's involution, traditionalism. Like Gwenon, and Evola, and those people talk about involution.
Can you tell me what involution is without me having to read Evelyn's book? I don't know.
Yeah, I actually have that written somewhere. Actually, let me double check. Let me see here. Let me just remove this from stage and let me double check. Because
Be patient with me. Sometimes I'm like rude and snotty. Even I think I'm rude and snotty. So
after you get to this, after you get to this point, I'll play some music for the people, and then we'll move on with the discussion. But yeah, blessings, Buddha. You want this up or what is?
No, don't put it out. I wanted to find something and I'll read it.
Well, can we know what the definition of that is? Because I've never heard that term before.
I'll give it definition for it. So, so basically, see, involution, at least in the way Evola and Nimrod argue it, involution is the primordial downward descent of spirit into matter, multiplicity, and material conditioning.
I like it.
The metaphysical fall from a higher unconditioned state into dense existence. Evolution, by contrast, is the idea that life rises upward from lower biological forms to higher ones through purely spiritual and or natural processes. Evola rejects evolution as an ultimate explanation and instead holds that true ascent is spiritual reascent against the current involution, not biological progress.
All right, that's a better explanation of what he's saying.
So,
go ahead.
Oh, so does that mean that you guys reject the Big Bang and stuff like that, or?
Yeah, but the thing is, John Lash Lamb, that guy Twilight Locks, he supports spiritual evolution. I'm reading the book right now. So yeah, I used to believe similar things as John Lash Lamb, but there are problems with it when you go.
Wait. You understand? He is not saying evolution is not real by him saying that. He is saying that even though we call evolution as we know it, ape turning into a man. Maybe that's a bad example. I'm not trying to get a lot of fighting. A shrew turning into a elephant as evolution. He is not saying that is not what happens. He is saying, you call that evolution. True evolution is leaving this decrepit body and moving on to a spiritual realm, becoming a higher individual. He is not saying evolution doesn't happen in what you just read to me.
It's saying that another organismal line, like another species, cannot reach, symbolic capacity.
Meaning dogs don't go to heaven.
Well, it means that the symbols we're using is an anomaly. It didn't come from evolution. The symbols we use. Symbolic.
That's not logical either, by the way. Yeah. Go ahead. Machine wanted to do some music, and we got a couple new guests up here.
So I could talk about it a little bit more, because of the symbolic. Now I can talk about it because I gave you that definition. Sorry about that. It took a while to get it.
Well, can we, if you want to go to break, you can, Machine. But before we do that, I want to make sure I understand. So, just repeat it slower. The definition one more time. If you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, I'll repeat it slower one more time. I had that definition. So basically, yeah, actually, I wrote it in the private chat. So basically, my focus has changed from, that, and so, involution is the primordial downward descent of spirit into matter, multiplicity, and material conditioning. The metaphysical fall from a higher unconditioned state into dense existence. Evolution, by contrast.
I might have had it backwards.
So would you say that are you making a chronological argument though? Like you're saying like first was spirit, then was matter, and then we're just going into matter, like everything's going towards matter, or we have the control to go back towards spirit, or?
I'm saying there's an issue with explaining how symbolic reference emerged from evolution. That's all I'm saying. There's an issue.
No, you dodged this question, pimp. That wasn't fair.
I answered his question. Symbolic reference can only come from involution. So yeah.
No, you're grr. You shut up.
Sorry.
There are no absolutes though. So.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So make sure. So did you understand my question though, or?
Yeah. Repeat again. Sorry, I'm kind of.
Okay. So are you making like a chronological argument? Is like the argument like, well, first was spirit, before there was any matter, and then now spirit became into matter. So now we're like experiencing things as a spiritual being.
Yes.
Through matter. Okay. And then would you say that we have the choice to go back to spirit, or are we just destined to go deeper into material until everything falls apart the way they say the universe is going to like just keep spreading out until we're all nothing essentially.
You can make the choice. Going back to spirit requires a different paxi, but going into the soul or the becoming or the material realm just is more within evolution, basically. But going back to the spirit requires moving backwards. Yes. That's what
Okay, so you are making like so you're saying that time doesn't really exist, but people have been tricked into believing in time, so they're kind of like don't realize what they're a part of or something, or
like Parmenidean being, like maybe the Parmenides, his being, where time is a kind of an illusion, change is an illusion. Yeah, maybe the spirit is changeless. It's not defined by time or becoming. Yes. Symbols have an element of going beyond time. When you use the higher transcendental symbols, and when you do that, you can go beyond the material plane of existence.
So are you saying
that
are you saying that symbols have like existence beyond how we interact with them? Like, are you saying that whether a human is there or not, symbols live on forever like a goonie?
Yeah, there are like sacred symbols like runes or like the swastika or like the wheel of Dharma. These symbols seem to go beyond the physical realm or something, and they take you back.
Okay, but hold on. If all human beings, let's just say all life on Earth, wiped out tomorrow, and it was just a dead rock, but these symbols still existed, would you say that your argument would still hold?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm working through right now. You know what I mean? I'm looking at these issues, you see, because let me tell you that, I don't have everything figured out. I wanted to share the screen. Can you share it? TML is right there. Share the screen. But anyway, the reason I'm working it out is because these questions are very hard. I'm working it out right now. I'm working it out. Yeah, okay, here we go. These are the things, basically.
Well, no, I get that, but I'm just saying, like, where are you at right now? Would you say that you lean towards the fact that symbols live on forever, or that they kind of like depend upon things to experience symbols in order to continue on? Like a Celine Dion song. Like, will your heart go on or not?
Yeah, here it is. But basically, going through that will take a while, about the symbols. But first, I want to talk about this. In Taoism, it was closer to the involution. Basically, in Taoist thought, humanity was closer to the Tao in earlier times, and then fall occurred. The fall, like Christianity and other traditions, the fall is not just unique to Christianity. Many traditions have a kind of fall in them. It occurred as the mind's power of abstraction turned inward, constructing a self-enclosed world of concepts that gradually pulled us away from direct recognition of the Tao. Yet the Tao itself is never absent. It is always present beneath our abstraction. The infinite, also understood as nothingness, differentiates into yin-yang, blah, 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 and the 10,000 things. We talked about that last night. So the Tao presents a doctrine of involution, rather than progressive evolution. See, progressive evolution is the problem here. I mean, and, I was talking about Terence Deacon and other stuff, and, the question of emanation versus emergence is tied into it. What I was arguing for was emanation of the symbols, not emergence of the symbols. See, if you say symbols emerge, then this problem doesn't exist. Evolution is true. But if you say symbols emanate, you see what I mean? Then this problem exists. And I give 3 possibilities here. The possibility 1 is the scientific consensus. Here, this is the scientific A. The Tao is immanent self-ordering of matter. The symbol, mind, and intelligence truly emerge from biological processes. So they emerge from biological process in A. So Tao is a pre-existent intelligible realm. Tao generated spontaneity of nature, blah, blah. So this would be more like, yes, there is a Tao, but symbolic reference still arises from evolution as one of its higher order products. B is participatory emergence. I give a C. There are only 3 possibilities, mainly. Let's say the Tao is always there, but organisms grow in resonance with it. So symbols are always in resonance with it. I mean, the Tao is prior ordering field, but biological systems must reach certain thresholds to participate in, tune into it. Symbolic capacity is neither created from nothing nor fully preloaded. If I had to guess, Skolomowski is probably closest to B. Skolomowski. I believe Skolomowski.
Would you say that, like...
I'm not done. Let me finish with C. Almost done. Let me finish. So John Lash Lamb, he's B. You see what I mean? It's participatory emergence. Okay. And now I'm almost done. See, a strong involution. This is what we're talking about. Reminiscence. The Tao is fully prior to biology. Symbolic capacity does not emerge. It becomes locally visible through suitable host. Biology is a receiver or translator, not the generator. It is closest to Guanon, Evola, Nimrod style metaphysics, some forms of Neoplatonism and Gnosticism. So that's it. You see, the reason I had to read that is because I'm still working through this stuff. You know what I mean? It's kind of complex stuff, but yeah, that's it. I'm done.
Would you say that those things like impact us in a real life the way like Newtonian physics do, or would you say or would you say it's more like quantum physics where it impacts us but we can't really experience it?
They would be the scaffolding of everything, basically.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's say it was true, okay. It does affect us. Let's say involution is true. Then everything we've been taught in fucking science is a lie. All of it is a lie. All of this world is a synarchy then. You know, Hyperborean is right. If it's true, if it turns out to be false, then it's a synarchy. You cannot go from the simpler to the higher then. You see what I mean? Then that means Guanon, Evola, and Nimrod were right, and that totally destroys the entire edifice of the modern science. That means evolution works to enchain you more to matter. It's not like, you know, the symbols are gonna come in other species or organismal lines. You see what I'm saying?
Sound like it's just semantics, man. It sound like
semantics.
someone who hates evolution is trying to make an enemy, man. I
don't hate evolution. That was my focus. You know,
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the guy who read the book, who wrote the book, or the author, whoever is saying, who was trying to make it to say that his shit is the antithesis of evolution. It is not. It's like evolution is by some biological, even by his definition, it exists on its own. And then he's going on to shit that's everlasting and spiritual. And he's saying those are the really evolved. They named it that wrong. It still sounds like neither here nor there to me. It's not even the same freaking thing. It's just wordplay to me. I like his idea that it's totally feasible and logical that we progress, move on, our thoughts and that shit are everlasting. The flesh is not so. At least that's what I'm breaking it down in my head. I'm trying to get the best understanding I can out of what you're saying too.
Yeah, you know, it's a philosophical and scientific idea. See, like the beginning, I talked, you know, about symbolic reference to make the point that, you know, can another organismal line, you know, like crows or ravens, like let's hypothetically say millions of years, let's say mankind would extinct. Will they develop advanced civilization, religion, tradition? Yes or no? You think so or no? You think it's possible? Yes or no? Is it possible or not?
If man, first of all, man can't do the million-year things, but if he could, would he develop religion and all of that shit? Of course, he's done it already in 300,000 years he's been around. I forgot the other two things you asked. Could he do it? Would he do?
Well, there's a problem there. Let me tell you, because it's possible something divine did mix with human beings, and that's why we have symbolic reference. And then over time, we're becoming more like the animals. Does that make sense?
It does.
That's really what it comes down to.
I'm fucking shocked, but yes, it does.
Yeah, you know, I've been having some crazy dreams, you know, like I don't know, like hyperborea and stuff like that. I don't know if it's just my mind is tricking me or something, but yeah, like that's the thing. I've been having some crazy dreams.
Good.
Like
Keep
Atlantis.
talking about them. Keep bringing them on TML and talking about that shit.
Yeah, I saw some weird shit in my dreams recently too. I definitely saw like huge temples and shit.
Me too. Me too. I saw huge temples and shit. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I've seen that in my dreams for years. So I don't know.
Anybody see a mountain? I've been seeing a mountain in mine for years.
Yeah, a mountain in the distance. Definitely.
Maybe.
I all my life I've been trying to reach, and I only reached it once. The last time I dreamed about it, I actually reached it. But all my life, it's been telling me to go to this mountain and get my family and go to this mountain, and it's always been a distance. My very last time, though, I reached the mountain.
You know, I wrote a very short poem about a mountain.
Okay.
And it's I don't know if you guys like poetry, but can I read it? Like I have it memorized.
I'm down. I don't carry no weight around here, though.
Okay. Well, it's climb one mountain. There's another one there.
Let's do this, and then let's move to music break. So this will be a poem, then a music break. So blessings to all the people, and then we'll come back with the text on Western philosophy. We'll start with Philolas, and then we'll move to Pythagoras.
Yes, I want to hear the Pythagoras part because I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Yeah, I'm interested too. Reading it again. Yeah, but blessings, Zeph. Please go ahead.
It's very short. It's climb one mountain. There's another one there. Tired. You sit, light a fire. It will warm you, but it's not the sun.
Dope. I hear you, girl.
That was short.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. All right. Yeah, let's move to Family by Mobb Deep.
Ooh,
yeah, it's a good song. It's a good song, but yeah, I put a different beat on it, right? And I put like a Mafia 3 video game, right? So we'll see what happens. So let me put this Family by Mobb Deep, and I forget what was the other song I had. Shit. Oh yeah, I know what it is. I know what it is. It's so okay, so let me start this up and we'll be right back in a little bit. Blessings to all the people. So
Done you fam to me, and only family that could get that close to me. Keep it tight, strong, long green, that's keeping us going. Island hopping, getting right on them 747 Boeing. Fam to me, and only family that could get that close to me. Keep it tight, strong, long green, that's keeping us going. Unconditional love showing. Yo, 40 aside, first side ride.
Me and my thuns come from the slums. I can't take the slums out my thuns, and that's how it is. That's how we live. Sometimes I find myself wearing the same shit for days, not caring about what they gon' think and say. I got that I don't give a fuck in me. It's stuck in me. That's our advantage over y'all niggas. Y'all too pretty, we too gritty, like Sanford and Son. Too grimy like Pigpen with jewels on. See, we the top rap niggas, the Q dog. You got a lot of nerve putting out them songs, knowing that my niggas come strong. So let's get it on. We just getting warm. Operation Quiet Storm. Silent wars when we silence the fours. Happy and Nas got it in the smash for sure. Now it's movies and soundtracks. This is where your career stop at.
Hey, yo, I drink to that. I'm like a dictionary. Y'all rappers examine me. You violate, they read your obituary in front your family. Used to idolize Nas in the flesh. Don't wait till I'm dead to say I was the best. No doubt, we shot hoops with coat hangers. Got loot with dope slingers. Sold soap to strangers. Joke with danger. Rob prostitutes. Dodge cops in high pursuit. Bought weight from rosters. Travel hot routes. OT commute back and forth. Tell Shorty get that package off. Fuck being trapped up north. Being told where to eat and shit. Caught a case, then I beat the shit. D's on the block, flash badges. Nylon jackets. Big white boys with guns yelling freeze black kids. Got my niggas in the pen. Eating octopus. Wishing they was on the blocks with us to watch me and P do it. Put the heat to it. Put it out. First day the whole street knew it. Bitches, hold they pussies and bop to the music and think deep to it. Now who the truest?
Done you fam to me, and only family that could get that close to me. Keep it tight, strong, long green, that's keeping us going. Island hopping, getting right on them 747 Boeing. Fam to me, and only family that could get that close to me. Keep it tight, strong, long green, that's keeping us going. Unconditional love showing. Yo, you fam to me, and only family that could get that close to me. Keep it tight, strong, long green, that's keeping us going. Unconditional love showing. Yo, you fam to me, and only fam to me that could get that close to me. Keep it tight, strong.
Dirty fingernails, reaching in my pocket, pulling knots out. I daydream of better days, in different ways out this lifestyle we live. Iced out with the big fifth, that's why the bird level lean to the left. Even though we getting cash off this, I'm trapped on reason band, we ain't on risk. And I'ma be that same nigga for the door, and I'ma still walk the same path. We soon clash, we get stacks, you do the math. We pound niggas out, walk away and laugh, fresh them out the lab. Paying Nostradamus, kid, rap niggas shit they draw.
Yo, they probably did, I air condition y'all niggas. My prediction is you rewind this, your highness. Q Burrow's finest, flick your Tim's 3 times, the wizard is Nas. Grant you a wish, you get rich. rich while listening hard to my thugs in the prison yard. Bitch pressing 200 pounds and up, feeling like you down on your luck. Raise up, I feel your pain. Hit the law library, appeal the game. All eyes on me, restrained from being looked at as uncivilized. We epitomize thug song. Y'all niggas get mad, jealous rappers is puss. Ain't got no style, no heart, and no look. Shook, get stole on. My niggas move right in the moonlight. Y'all niggas get done. I'm peeing them, son. They a small issue. We too official. Blue steel pistols, Teflon vests. It's no contest. We hit you.
Are you fam to me and only family that could get that close to me? Keep it tight, strong. Long greenness, keeping us going. Unconditional love showing. Yo, 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 yo. 40 aside, 41st side ride. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Not for nothing, baby. You know what I'm saying? I want to give a shout out to my peoples. You know what I mean? Yeah, and Bo, Ill Will, Killer Black, my brother. There's never going to be another. Word up. Yeah. You know how we do it, though. Word up. The most thorough of all boroughs, QU. And it's gonna stay like that.
Quit playing. Quit playing. Quit playing.
It's a killer mix, isn't it?
Quit playing.
It's a killer mix, isn't it?
You saying you put that music, that soundtrack to those lyrics?
Yes.
It worked 1000%. I
That
just
was
texted
dope.
one of my buddies and told she loves Mobb Deep. I told her, check this shit out. This nigga done put Mobb Deep to a jazz beat.
She's classy. It's classy as fuck.
Very,
crazy.
very, very nice. Well, I don't even know what the original soundtrack couldn't accompanied it or complimented it more.
It's way whacker than what I put together. And
I bet it was.
Yeah. But it's just like, yeah.
Oh, I was just texting about, oh shit, Mob, and then Nas y'all come in. Oh my God, no. That shit was dope.
Yeah, it's
good
a killer
job,
one.
bro. And the visuals were great too, man. The GTA shit with the explosives and all that shit, it was great too. I think that was GTA.
Yeah, we made over way over 100 of those. I mean, some of them are really, really good. You know, we might start releasing clips and music on the channel soon. So yeah, I appreciate you guys for checking it out. But yeah, so let's move to Pythagoras here. It says Pythagoras was 570 BCE, right? In Asia Minor, right? It said he was dissatisfied with Polycrates, the tyrant whom Persia supported. He left to the eastern Mediterranean in 530, finally settling in Croton on the coast of southern Italy. Right. As we'll see, a number of the philosophers, they're either from Asia Minor, right? Asia Minor is Turkey. Right, so if you guys didn't know, right, that's what that refers to. Also, Anatolia also refers to Turkey. It's an ancient name for Turkey, right?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, so Anatolia, right? Also, there's so in Italy, there's also the Ionian philosophers. I believe that would include Parmenides. Aelia was on the west coast of southern Italy, right? So on the south coast of Italy, that's where Pythagoras is, right? Heraclitus is in Turkey, right? from Ephesus, right? And I believe that there was key thinkers that were also from Ephesus, right? Like I believe the Apostle Paul traveled to Ephesus, right, to write Ephesians, right, the work that's in the New Testament, right. So yeah, so it's all in that same area, right, in the Mediterranean, right. So so it says here that Pythagoras' migration westward had important consequences for Greek philosophy, right, since Plato was a student of Pythagoras, right. It says since
Plato
it
was a
brought
student of Aristotle. I'm not Aristotle, Socrates.
Yeah, but it seemed like if you read the Timaeus, he's more influenced by Pythagoras than he is Socrates, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason for that is that you know, in the Timaeus, right, people like Xenophon sort of said that Timaeus was a guy that Socrates would have gotten ill repute for associating with because he was like a mystic or like a wizard or something like that, right? So so he wasn't purported to have followed the religion of Athens, of Athenian society, right? And that was a problem with a lot of these so-called philosophers, right? They rejected the religion of Athens, right? That was one of the charges that was brought towards Socrates. And indeed, Pythagoras, he was seen as a son of Hermes, right? He formed his own cult, right, in which they worship like or has secret knowledge or like these mathematical shapes that control the universe and shit. Obviously, he thought all his number. So, so Plato could have been part of one of these cults, right, or whatever.
He could have been the cult, but he could have been a student of some dude's teaching. But I just googled the shit of
Philolaus.
He would have been dead by the time Plato was born. Pythagoras would have been dead.
Right. But he quotes Philolaus, right, who we'll see in a little bit, right? That there's another guy. Wait, actually, where did he go? What? Oh, okay. So that's coming up after Pythagoras' writings in this work here. So yeah, okay. So yeah, so we'll get to Philolaus after Pythagoras. Now, there's only fragments that they have of Pythagoras that's based on other thinkers, right? So it says here
he was known for being his own philosopher. So yes, you're right. He'd have been getting credit for everything fucking that came out of his mouth because he was that big. So yes, they wouldn't be attributing a bunch of his shit to other philosophers. Yeah.
Yeah, and I went over a 3-hour presentation on different thinkers in history that all represented the ideas of Pythagoras, right? There's Boethius, right? There's Isidore, right? There's some of the medieval writers who attributed works to followers of Pythagoras, right? Including fathers of the church, right? There's also a bunch of mentions of him by people like Galileo and Copernicus.
Yeah, well,
right? So
Pythagoras was big on spherical Earth shit, so they all would have
exactly
been on that shit. Yeah,
right. He was a ball boy and not a flatty, as they say. Right. So it says here, Pythagoreanism also developed quickly into a religion. Devotees employed rituals, dietary restrictions, contemplation of the divine cosmic order, in hope of purifying their souls, preparing them for future reincarnation. Another key feature of Plato's philosophy is his notion of anamnesis that he describes in the Meno, right? M-E-N-O.
I know everything except anamnesis and what the fuck you were saying.
Yeah, I'm about to explain it. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Googling.
Yeah, you got to give me a minute because these are longer explanations for these things. But yeah, anamnesis is the idea that knowledge, because Plato said that knowledge exists in a pre-ordered realm, as I was explaining at the beginning of the show, right? They basically believe that all knowledge was a sort of remembering or a recalling, right? So this act of memory recall, remembering, that there was nothing that you didn't know already. Right. So because knowledge already exists. Right. And so the contemplation of things that, one already knows. Right. They constituted this as a sort of remembering. They call this anamnesis, exactly the opposite of amnesia. Right. So So here, you know, the idea of this recall was because the soul had been reincarnated, right? So so the spirit realm exists, and all knowledge exists within the spirit realm, right? So since you have a spirit, you can tap into the existing knowledge that's there, right? So so here he says so this idea of reincarnation, right, which as we read, Pythagoras actually applied it to, you know, like animals and different things. He said that animals could reincarnate into humans, similar to how the Hindus configured it. He says, so foreign to the traditional religion of the Greeks, right? Now this was a way that as I explained earlier, Socrates had fell into ill repute, right, for following a religion, you know, that was not taught in Athens, right? Now I explained how from Heraclitus, you know, to Pythagoras to Plato, there was this idea of abstract notion, right, called the logos, right, or the rational principle that's steering matter, right? And I explained a little bit in the beginning, you know, what this notion basically constituted. But it says here that these doctrines of ascetic practices seem to have been influenced by the religions of territories under Persian control. For example, the Indian province of Gandhara, Gandhara, Gandhara. The doctrine of reincarnation had emerged much earlier. And just as Zoroastrianism divided the cosmos between two opposing forces, the good and light against those of evil and darkness, so did the Pythagoreans, who added the mathematical opposites of odd and even to their own dualistic division of the cosmos. Okay, so we learned that earlier.
Okay, I missed that, but that is interesting.
Right, so we learned that earlier, and that ties to the Kabbalah of the Jews, right? Because by the time you have the Alexandrian Jews, they're incorporating some of the ideas of the Pythagoreans, right? So when they're looking at the mystical aspect of different numbers and stuff, right, they're actually looking at certain principles, right, from sacred geometry, from Hermeticism, and yes, from the Neo-Pythagorean ideas, right?
Well, all of that would definitely be following Pythagoras' ideas and philosophies. He thought it all math and symbols and stuff. So yeah, I go for it.
Yeah, and then it goes on to say here, because this is exactly the next point it makes. It says mathematics is the inquiry with which Pythagoras is most commonly associated with nowadays, thanks largely to the theorem that bears his name. In a right triangle, the square and hypotenuse equals the sum of squares of two adjacent sides. Although this theorem had been known already to the Babylonians for a millennium, right? So he didn't invent it, right? The Babylonians already knew.
Of course.
You know, also Plato traveled to Egypt and all this type of stuff. So it says he also participated in the Eleusinian mysteries and writes about it, right? And then he says Pythagoras may have developed the first proof of it, right? Perhaps more important to the Pythagoreans than such arguments, however, were the unusual properties they associated with numbers. Like other Greeks, they did arithmetic with pebbles in the sand, forming shapes by arranging with the help of a carpenter's square or gnomon, Gnomon, right? That's an important thing in Freemasonry, right? You see the carpenter's square.
Carpenter's square.
Yeah. So it says so it says beginning with one pebble, for example, they surrounded it with a gnomon, adding either an odd number of pebbles along its edge, making a square, or an even number, making a rectangle. Since the ratio of square sides is always limited to 1, example 2 to 2, 3 to 3, etc., whereas the ratios of rectangle sides are unlimited in their plurality, 2, 3, 3 or 4, right? The Pythagoreans associated limit with odd and 1, but unlimited with even and plurality.
Interesting.
So that's a huge point, right? The idea of limiteds and unlimiteds, as they say, right?
Right. It looks like they're trying to refine Pythagoras even more. Look like they're trying to refine it even further, which I expect them to do.
Yeah, I think Leucippus actually extrapolated on this too. Let me actually see Leucippus. I think he said something about limiteds and unlimiteds. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not finding it. All I'm seeing is the void. Oh yeah, here we go. He said these atoms, which are separate from one another in an unlimited void, differ in shape and size, position, move in the void.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
I think the
pause,
void.
please.
I think the
Pause.
void might represent the unlimited, and then the stuff represents the limited nature of the world or whatever.
How could he know? He just said these atoms, which are separate and move around in the unlimited void. That is what quantum physics tells us now. You know
Right.
that the matter is not the thing. The atoms, it's the emptiness. It's the interesting shit that makes up most of the space.
Yeah.
And if you took a human cell and you took all the atoms of the matter and compared it to the emptiness around it, it'd be like going into the Sistine Chapel, throwing in a grain of sand. That's how much emptiness exists where the matter exists. The emptiness is where it's at, and it's not truly empty. And it's incredible that they phrased it like that.
Yeah, that was Leucippus and Democritus. They already were saying that there's atoms in the void. Yeah, which is the current position. It's some mixture of Heraclitus and also this notion from Democritus, because Heraclitus basically said everything's like energy, right? And then and then Leucippus and Democritus said, well, it's just atoms in the void. Right. So if you get energy, atoms, and the void, then that basically does almost everything you need to do.
Leucippus, I'm finna Google him.
Yeah, Leucippus and Democritus. Right. So then he goes on to say such contemplation involved the study not only of arithmetic and geometry, but also music and astronomy. So that's another place where it applies to Plato's theories. Right. Because if you look at Plato's idea, even in the Republic, right, or in the Timaeus, right, he's saying, well, music and astronomy, right, so the structure of the cosmos, right, is sort of relates to the notions of metaphysics, right, because God creates through reason, right? So so this whole idea of music, right, and the musical nature being attuned, as well as the gymnastic aspect or whatever, right, and training the guardians, right, they have to be musical, but they also have to be sort of physically fit, right? So so this idea of training the soul through music to attain it to the harmonies of the cosmos, and he had certain musical types, but it also related to sort of as I'm saying, it generally related to to the study of the nature of the cosmos, right? So it's sort of like studying metaphysics along with studying, physical strength training and stuff, right? So
I have a quick question. Can I ask a quick for TML?
Yeah.
Do you think there's a conspiracy to treat Platonism as false? Because I noticed that, and whenever I search like books or whatever, most modern books support a kind of process philosophy or blah blah. I don't really see many Platonists anymore. Do you think there's like a conspiracy to like keep Platonism down? Basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of Skolimowski brings it up, right? Because beauty and beauty and goodness have been taken out of the search for knowledge, right? So I think that is the most comprehensive way to phrase things. In terms of ethics and the whole idea of knowledge is removed from what is good, right? Like that sort of compartmentalization goes to the heart of and it was Aristotle who said man is a political animal, right? So he sided with the sophists and saying, well, you should just deal with society, right? And then extrapolate deal with nature and then extrapolate to the metaphysical ideas, right? So he said your ideas have to be grounded in what's going on in the world, right?
I hear that all the time on
yeah,
fucking
so
panels.
Yeah, so the complete rejection of metaphysics, right? The loss of the sacred, the desacralization of nature, right? The compartmentalization of knowledge, right? The compartmentalization of goodness, beauty, and truth, right? And the removal of aesthetical, considerations and ethical considerations from that framework. Yes, in all of those areas, right? It seems like, Plato has been dealt a bad hand, right? And it's Aristotle that they have chosen, right?
Oh yeah, and also I would say that there's an attempt to like make all spirituality imminent. Like they want to destroy the transcendent. You know, see, they're okay with imminence, but they're not okay with anything transcendent, like modern academia or modern publishing in general. There's trends I noticed. You see what I mean? Like there's a kind of mocking of the transcendent. You see, trying to posit it. You see what I mean? Sorry.
Yeah, and I mean the most obvious aspect of that is just materialism and reductionism, obviously. But yeah, the another idea is the notion of brute emergence, right? Another notion is the notion of knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right? Because if knowledge is removed from either ethical or political, right, or theological or metaphysical or aesthetical considerations, right, then it's just knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right? And that means that knowledge becomes its own thing that's divorced from ethics and human values. And
Is he making a commentary as to whether that's supposed to be good or bad?
I think it's bad.
Okay.
All right, so I'll just go ahead and go out on a limb and say I think it's bad, and I presented several ideas why I think that the capitulation, of knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right, or thinking for the sake of thinking, as Aristotle said, right, and then removed from nature, right, removed from ethical considerations of human values, right, and set to try to dominate or control nature, right? I think all of those are bad. I think that's led to more and more, deterioration of humanity.
What I've noticed is that they're okay with eminent spirituality. Like I see a lot of books that get popular that promote a kind of pure eminence, like Deleuze or like, Whitehead. Those guys tend to lean way more towards eminence. And John Lash Lamb, he also is like purely eminent. Like they don't accept anything transcendent. You know what I mean? Like Plato's forms or like the realm of forms has an element of transcendence. Am I correct? You know what I mean? So, yeah, they're really much against transcendence. That's what I just noticed. Like that's you see what I mean? Like it's a trend. It's a trend. I've noticed. Because they're afraid of anything that could be a little bit dualistic, maybe even a little bit.
Yeah.
Doesn't the Taoists have heaven, earth, and what else was it? Heaven, earth, and there was another part to their thing. Double check. Heaven, earth.
It says man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows what is natural, right? So
yeah.
I like that because, again, nature and God are the same, man. We are that twig, that ant, that dolphin, or whatever the fuck it is. We all make up one, like waves in the ocean. One drop over here thinks it has nothing to do with another. If it could think, has nothing to do with another drop elsewhere. But together, all of them together form waves, and they are all connected, whether they see it or not. That's how it seems like we are to nature. It seems like we're totally connected, could not disconnect. And at some point, we go back there in some dualistic fashion.
No, I don't know. I used to be into non-dualism and monism, like you said, but I don't believe that stuff anymore. No, not anymore.
You don't think that when you die, that's it. It's over, right? You at least think biologically you continue, yeah. Your body goes to the ground, plants eat it. Biologically, you continue on, yeah. Avian.
I have to work it out. But there's a problem with saying it's all one. You know, like you said.
The constitute atoms of that body continuum. If that's what you mean.
That is what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you as yourself is a
exactly
different story.
That's why I was going to take it. If he could agree to the first biological aspect of it, I was going to ask, does that mean it's a possibility that the spiritual, or whatever you want to call it, the other part that he probably has a different name for it, could continue on? Or does he think it's lights out?
Yeah,
I think it's correct to say that there can only be one, right, at the end of the day, but I think it's wrong to say that everything is one, right, in terms of that. That there's no uniqueness to any of it, right? So I think that there is only one unique thing that can emerge. I mean, ultimately, right? I think that reality is, if you take it in its totality, it is unique, right? So I think that it's one in the sense that there's nothing to compare to.
It can be. It would have to be unique because all of us are putting our whatever's into it, creating this, and no way we could do it again at the exact moment in the same fashion. It is always unique, whatever this thing is that we are part of.
Unless it's all right now.
It is all right now. That's a better conversation too.
There's a kind of issue with this. Let me tell you this. And Buddhism, there have been lots of different beliefs in Buddhism throughout time, and some Buddhists argue that, like Theravadins tend to lean in this direction, that enlightenment is decoupling from samsara and nirvana is unconditioned, but is not contaminated by samsara. While Nagarjuna, who was a part of Mahayana, he said that samsara and nirvana are the same. They're two sides of the same coin. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was trolling hard.
You see what I'm trying to tell you here? I have had some experiences. Fajiko Fajin, I read his book, the first part. He had an experience that I had, where light shot out of his eyes, and he became one with the superorganism of the universe. He saw that positively, but I had the same experience. I saw it negatively. It was not pleasant. And during my near-death experience with the synthetic weed, I had the similar experience with the superorganism. It wasn't pleasant then either.
Yeah, it's like our friend. I was watching a Toilet Bowl Earth one day, and he was talking about how he took DMT and he merged into the one, and it was like the worst day he ever had, or whatever. It's pretty funny.
That's a sad trombone.
Happened to me twice. I don't think Nirvana was about merging with a one, or Gnosis or whatever was about merging with a one. Actually, I always shudder when I see it. I feel a little bit of a flashback or negative whenever I see it now, because I saw at least 2 times or 3 times while reading books on biosemiotics, believe it or not, from Jesper Hoffmeyer, and then I saw other time, and then I was talking to Hyperborean. I'm like, dang, maybe he's right, maybe that's better. But yeah, I don't like that.
Maybe it is the Aldebayoff.
Yeah, maybe. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, we need to get that line thing with the snakes. Yeah, man. When that thing starts popping up, it's game over. I'll tell you. But yeah,
I find your characterization of that a little bit awkward, because like I'm a Leo, and also like I've got like in Chinese astrology I'm a snake, and
yeah.
So I'm like, wait a minute, am I the
God on panel?
Yeah, go to book 10 on the Republic, right, and you'll get a special surprise if that's true. It's crazy because he literally describes a human as a lion and a snake with the human in the middle. So it's crazy, right? So it's interesting stuff from Plato there that I described at the beginning of the show. Book 10 of the Republic is where it's founded. Also, as I extrapolated, it's a excerpt from the Nag Hammadi Gnostic Library. That's right, folks. So I don't play. I don't play. All right, let me move on. It goes yeah, exactly. It is fascinating. Such contemplation involved in the study not only of arithmetic and geometry, but also of music and astronomy. That's where we were at. Okay, I'm gonna skip this musical shit. Just like I should have skipped the ratios too. I sound like a dumbass when I explain this math stuff. Honestly, Avian should explain it. But yeah, for harmony was determined not by material composition of strings, but by their order
structure or form, abandoning the Milesian quest for material substrate of the cosmos. Then the Pythagoreans emphasized the cosmic order and structure. In fact, Pythagoras was said to have been the first to use the word cosmos. Bomb drop. Okay, so this is exactly what I was saying so many times. I read this earlier, right? He created the word cosmos, just like Aristotle created the word science and energy. Right? It's like weird. They like created these words. Right? It's
I mean, yeah, he created a word that starts with a C and ends with a S.
That's exactly right. Yeah, the word itself.
Doesn't mean that the generations before him didn't have the same idea, concept, and call it by a different name. He didn't really create it. It would have existed before, and someone may have stumbled upon it.
Yeah, Plato knew about science, but it was attached to metaphysics, right? It was attached to ethics, right? It was attached to mathematics, right? See, Aristotle was the first one to say none of those things matter when you study nature, right? He was the first one to say, well, look, nature is its own thing. You study nature on its own terms, right? Because nature has its own essence. Now, some of the sophists said this too, right? Some of the Chinese philosophers also said the same thing, right? The Chinese philosophers, right? They said, look, the word is the thing. Right. Like, they went into all sorts of, justifications, egoism. Right. There's different, materialist philosophers, right, from China who sort of argued the same thing. Right. So it's an extremely interesting way of, arguing. Right. And it had an effect even on the different schools of Confucianism. Right. That politics and the way we use words and language are primary to all of those things in science or metaphysics, right? This is exactly what the sophists argue.
It's logical if you argue that politics can be replaced with motivation or agenda,
right?
Or so and
right,
so,
but some may say that nobody ever said look, let's study politics on its own terms. Let's not make politics part of science. Let's not make politics part of theology. Let's not make politics part of any other concept. Let's not bring Plato into politics, right? That would be Machiavelli, right? He said politics is a science that you can study on its own terms, right? So this category of thought that he created, this compartmentalization, right, due to the essence of the idea itself. Right, because you could study a thing based on its essence, right? That was something that Aristotle extrapolated from Plato, right, and from Pythagoras, right? So
Do you think maybe in coming upon it at that angle that it came with the flaw of hierarchy, baked into it?
Why?
Yeah, I have a question.
Because it thinks that way politics. Yeah.
Well, Plato thought that hierarchy is built in the structure of society and reality, right? And even even Aristotle thought that he called it the hierarchy of being, right? Plato thought that the masses will never philosophize, so most people that don't know how to rule themselves are naturally going to be ruled by people who can rule themselves, right? One man who masters himself is worth 1,000 men who have no control over themselves. An army of lions led by a donkey will lose to an army of donkeys led by a lion, and so on and so forth.
Is that what you meant when you said hierarchy is built in because the cream rises to the top? I'm just paraphrasing or something.
Well, I think it could be more merit based. I've always liked the idea of meritocracy. Really, I mean, I don't think we've ever really tried it.
Right.
Yeah. Can I ask you something about? Do you think the politics has a spiritual dimension to it? Like when it degenerates, also politics. I think Plato would say it has a spiritual dimension, because you said that the hierarchy is baked into politics and reality. So when he says politics,
Confucius would definitely say politics has something baked in, and he would say it's negative.
Yeah, look at the allegory of the cave, right? He's talking about the degeneration of both metaphysics and society in one go, right? So
yeah. Well, and I tend to like systems and smaller systems. I'm really starting to get into that systems theories.
Give us more.
Well, I'm just throwing the ideas out there because I'm just barely, I
System
don't know enough
theories.
about
What is system theories? Give me
Yeah, you might say that this whole notion that Pythagoras is inventing of the cosmos, KOSMOS, is kind of like systems theory, right? He's kind of saying like there's a theory of everything that exists, right? TOE, right? So it's pretty interesting that him and Plato, right?
Einstein
Obviously,
died trying to find a theory of everything.
yeah, this would go on until Kant and Hegel and all of these guys, they would extrapolate on metaphysics and physics and try to tie them together and say it's comprehensive of both religion and the state, right? And they would put together a literal all-encompassing system, right? So anyways, it says here, the cosmos, also in the movements of the heavenly bodies, his followers even assumed that these movements created harmonies, the so-called music of the spheres. Although they could not hear this music, they believed that the divine Pythagoras could. Similarly, they believed that he alone could remember his past incarnations. The goal of all Pythagoreans was to imitate their master by engaging in philosophy, studying the cosmos, assimilating its order, and thereby purifying the soul. They hoped also to achieve a divinity like his. This program of purification and divination, along with several of his central doctrines, seems to have exercised a considerable influence on Plato. As a result, the Pythagorean synthesis of cosmology, psychology, and religion. Look at that. The synthesis of cosmology, psychology, and religion. It's kind of like the Tao too in that way, right? The Tao sort of synthesizes.
I gotta assume this existed before dude. It sounds like you're trying to give it to credit to him, like he's the first person who came up with the concept that everything could be tied physically, metaphysically, and all of that, even by different words. Surely some Mayan fuck was thinking the same shit. Surely some dude over in an Inuit dude 1,000 years ago had the same thought. We can't give him like he's the guy who, I'm the first nigga who put it together. His students who say he's the only one who knows and can do this, them niggas, I lost respect for him as soon as I heard that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Actually, it says in the Bible that Methuselah received all the books of Enoch on how nature worked. So, according to the Bible, human beings already had this knowledge, but that may work in favor of their theory, right? Because the knowledge already exists.
100%.
So are we just remembering it? You know what I'm saying, right?
That's
so
way more logical, and it seems obvious to me. That's
yeah. You have to understand the notion of reincarnation. So no, he does not think he's the first guy to think of it. He's lived through many reincarnations, right? He's carried the knowledge through many incarnations, right? So yeah. So the knowledge already been there. That's A. B. He's had it for quite a while, right?
Yes, probably previous lifestyles.
Exactly.
You would
have
stumbled upon it already.
Right. So you got to apply it to the theory, right? So it says here the goal of all Pythagoreans was to imitate their master. Okay, I read that part. It says Pythagorean synthesis of cosmology, psychology, and religion would become important just to ancient Greek philosophers from Plato through Plotinus, right? But as I was reading yesterday, right, it's pretty important for Hegel and Kant and Marx too, right? The relationship between nature and human society and our ideas of knowledge and how society should be organized, all these notions, right? So anyways, let's go to this. It says, okay, that's it. So yeah, so let's go to some of the little scraps that we have from Pythagoras, right? On Pythagoras, right? You guys ready?
Yeah.
And we'll go a statement by statement, right? Because these are just fragments, right? So we could pause and reflect on the statement itself, right? And so on and so forth. So we'll do that for 5 minutes or so, right? Next time will be the main thing of this, and I'll move to pre-Christian Jewish Gnosticism, right? After I do another musical thing, right? But let me move to this. It says, once Pythagoras passed by a puppy. Sorry, let me read this again. Once Pythagoras passed by as a puppy was being beaten. Okay, the story goes, and in pity said these words.
quote, "Stop, don't beat him, since it is the soul of a man, a friend of mine, which I recognized when I heard it crying," unquote.
Hold on. Saxon. Say the whole quote again. Just that last part there. I'm sorry.
It says, "Once Pythagoras passed
I was
by."
texting Jack Talcott, believe it or not. He just texted
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, it's no worries.
Yeah.
It says once Pythagoras passed by as a puppy was being beaten, the story goes, and in pity said these words, quote, "Stop, don't beat him, since it is the soul of a man, a friend of mine, which I recognized when I heard it crying."
Wait. All right. Can somebody besides you, TML, tell me what he meant by that? Anybody. He tells the guy he's walking past, beating up a dog. Don't do that. That's my friend. He's just my friend's soul. I could tell. What did he mean?
He could see it. He could hear that in a past life that was his friend or something, and he could hear from the wailing of the dog.
There was a familiarity to his cry, probably. Yeah.
Now, what do you think, Tim?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Avian.
No, they all said what they think. They think what it sounds like.
Yeah, but Avian, you got another little note there or what?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no.
All right, yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's and this is by Xenophanes, right? So Xenophanes is sort of like a commentator on religion. He believes God is one, right? That he hears, sees all things, right? And all this kind of stuff, right? So in terms of Xenophanes, he's making fun of Pythagoras here, right? As we heard in a previous excerpt, right? But also what's going on here is that he's recounting Pythagoras' idea of reincarnation. And what's also important about this that I think is notable is that the animals and the humans share the same sort of spirit or whatever, or nature to be transferred. You know what I mean? So there's that whole aspect of things. So I can move on.
Wait, don't move on yet. I just wanted to agree with you that I would have assumed he's too smart, and he would not have been thinking that it was simply my friend is now a dog. It would have been those things. And you saying the other guys being a little tongue in cheek, that helps me believe what I already believed, that he was trying to make a bigger point by saying my friends and the dog. He didn't literally, he kind of literally did, but he didn't mean it. Is that his friend died and that came back as a dog? Nothing that simplistic.
Yeah. So then, so number 2, it says Pherecydes excelled in both manhood and reverence, and even in death has a delightful life for his soul. If indeed Pythagoras was truly wise about all things, he who truly knew and had learned thoroughly the opinions of men. So that's from Diogenes Laertius, right? So the thing here is saying that basically, right, it's commenting on the sort of complete nature of the knowledge of Pythagoras, right?
Yes.
And how basically, that his teachings go on even after his death.
Right. All things are timeless, including his teaching. Yeah, his teachings. Yeah.
Yeah, and it said also that Pythagoras had learned the opinions of others to sort of solidify his own teaching, right? So there's 3 things we could get from that little fragment there. Okay, let's move to 3. It said there was a certain man among them who knew very holy matters, who possessed the greatest wealth of mind, mastering all sorts of wise deeds. For when he reached out with all his mind, easily he would survey every one of the things that are, yea, within 10 and every 20 generations of humans.
You guys gonna have to kick in. I'm getting texts over here. I can't hear and text at the same time. I just can't hear when I text. It's weird.
Yeah, it's no worries. let's move to this thing. So he's talking about for when so this whole idea about how there's like one born in every like 20 generations, right? That sort of encompasses right the whole thing. It says every one of the things that are, right? He would survey every one of the things that are. And it says
King Solomon, that's what that reminds me of. Right? When
yeah, but they're talking about Pythagoras.
No.
Right?
How can you not draw a parallel between King Solomon, who said that he looked at everything and from an observer's point of view and stepped
right,
back?
exactly,
It
exactly,
sounds
right.
like this, yeah.
Yeah. I did draw some comparisons earlier in the show.
Yeah,
right.
okay.
So it says here, Heraclides of Pontus says that Pythagoras said the following about himself. Once he had been born at ATLANTIS, and was believed to be a son of Hermes. When Hermes told him to choose whatever he wanted except immortality, he has to retain both alive and dead the memory of what happened to him. Afterwards, he entered into Euphorbus and was wounded by Menelaus. Euphorbus said that once he had been born at ATLANTIS, born as ATLANTIS, and received the gift from Hermes and told of the migration of the soul, what plants and animals it belonged to, and all it had expected in Hades. Experienced in Hades. When Euphorbus died, his soul entered Hermotimus, who, wishing to provide evidence, went to Branchidae, entered the sanctuary of Apollo, and showed the shield of Menelaus. Showed the shield Menelaus had dedicated. Man, there's a lot of weird ass Greek names here. He said that when Menelaus was sailing away from Troy, he dedicated the shield to Apollo. The shield had already rotted away, and only the ivory was preserved. When Hermotimus died, the soul became Pyrrhus the Delian fisherman, and again remembered everything. And when Pyrrhus died, it became Pythagoras and remembered all that has been said. So it's talking about how the time of the great wars of Troy, right? This dude Pythagoras existed as a son of Hermes that was not only shown the transmigration of the souls, so he could remember his past lifetimes, right? But also was given a shield of Apollo during the Battle of Troy. So he remembered all of this legendary tale, being a son of Hermes, and he could recount his past lives. And these are legends told by the Pythagoreans, right? So that reaffirms this notion of the transmigration of the souls. Okay, let's move to Aristotle.
I that he had followers like that. I know that he was special and incredible.
He had a whole cult. Yeah, he had a whole cult.
I didn't know he had an absolute cult. Jeez.
You got to go back.
Christ.
Yeah, we've been talking about it for almost 10 episodes. So you got to it's like in the ocean of stuff about Pythagoras that we presented. You mean, right? This is just the tip of the iceberg. I
appreciate it too.
Yeah, this is the tip of the iceberg here. We finally just made it to his fragments after recounting his effect on history and all those thinkers throughout history. So now 5, it says those called Pythagoreans took hold of mathematics as were the first to advance that study. So this is Aristotle, right? Notice he says they were the first to advance the study, right?
I caught it. I'm always listening for that
exactly,
shit.
because you're disagreeing with that, right? So see, Aristotle has a different view on knowledge than the rest of the world, right? Right? He believes that knowledge it can be compartmentalized, that each thing functions as its own subject. Right. So it's a different way of thinking about knowledge. True, the Egyptians and all these, they understood there's different types of knowledge, right? But they thought it functioned as one cohesive unit, meaning they didn't separate ethics and metaphysics and politics and all these types of things, right?
So,
Imhotep, was it? No, I don't know if it was Imhotep or somebody else, who was considered the first architect, the first cat who, the hospital guy. He had all of these first because he thought that he had that put everything together philosophy. This guy was trying to cure something where the mosquitoes was getting everybody sick. But in his thought process, he was wrong. He thought that something was moving from bed to bed. He didn't understand the viruses or whatever, I guess, or whatever the fuck it was. He didn't know what it was. But he put the bedposts, the tips of the bed, in buckets of water, so that whatever this thing is, perhaps it can't cross water. He's the first one who said that sunlight is a thing. He built his hospital with openings so that the patients got sunlight. He was thinking of the whole big concept of shit while trying to heal motherfuckers and do everything else, because he's the same cat who would have designed other buildings and all that shit. Akhenaten, maybe the first architect.
Yeah. Okay, let me think. I think it's Richard Villiers, Marcus Richard Villiers, maybe.
No, I'm talking about this cat. I'm talking about would have been Egyptian. I think it was Imhotep was considered the first, and so first doctor, first hospital, first architect. You know, he had a lot of first contributed to him, which some he deserved perhaps, and some he didn't.
I think it was the Roman, the architect, and I think he did the bed thing.
Yeah.
He put tips of the bedposts and buckets of water. Yeah, Richard Villiers or something.
There was another guy who did that shit during the Black Plague. In fact, they did one during that did work. The water shit didn't work, but fire. The king at the time, they surrounded him with fire 24 hours a day. And sure enough, he never got the plague, but we now know that no rats and no fleas can get through a fucking fire, right? That's what ended up saving him, but they was thinking the same way.
Yeah, Pliny the Elder, maybe he was a doctor. I think so. Yeah, I see. Yeah, he was also Roman. I'm not sure. Pliny the Elder, but yeah, like I don't know.
Plato had an idea. He had a statement above his academy, right? Like there's a statement above the Detroit Library that says knowledge is power, right? The statement is written by Francis Bacon, right? And it's a quote by Francis Bacon. Now, on top of Plato's academy, there was a quote that said, "Let no one enter here who is ignorant of the study of geometry." Right. So geometry you would have seen as basically the same as studying metaphysics. Right. So they thought of geometry as sort of like a high science. Right. In Aristotle's time, that fell sort of to the wayside, right? Because he thought, well, it's more about logic and the study of language and politics and science. Right. Meaning that you study nature to figure out what's going on. You don't study math. Right. So
which now may be changing. At least I hope it is, with the sacred shapes and all of that shit. All of those things are based in mathematics, so maybe it's going to change.
I have a weird question to add. Do you think the pentagrams the so-called magic practitioners draw have powers to them, or no? Like they probably connect to like the platonic.
That's a blue mosque. They blew the they had the pentagram in the design of the blue mosque. Right, because it's like based on the trivium and the quadrivium, right? So it's interesting, right?
Do you believe that they have power when they I'm trying? I might be, if I'm getting you wrong, let me know. Do you believe that a few motherfuckers can go into the forest, draw a pentagram, sacrifice a kid or something, and suddenly have some abilities or influence anything at all? I think it's logical, personally. It won't be the shit I see on TV with The Exorcist, but the same way, if I believe I'm a healthy guy, it could make me healthy. If I believe I'm bad, I could be bad. The placebo effect. It seems like believing a thing is real.
Well, where the attention flow or the attention goes, the energy flows.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
Well
yeah.
said. Well said. That shit. Yeah. I don't mean the motherfucker do black magic, but in what she said. Yeah.
Yeah, you see this here? Here, hold on, let me pull this up. Buddha. Let me show you this.
Ah, a minute. The Queen's Gallery. Wait. The Queen's Gallery is in Egypt, right? Isn't that some on the pyramids? What is this?
No,
What
this
I'm
is the
looking
Blue
at?
Mosque in Istanbul, right?
Okay.
And it was designed by you know, people who studied under Boethius and Isidore.
I see no
And down there it
pentagram
says
there.
Euclid right there, right? So
I see no pentagram there. They
As
just
in the other geometry.
they just drew one there. You know, those ends don't even touch anything. You know, they just pick random ends points for that pentagram. They're not saying it represents the building behind it, I hope.
yeah, you got to watch the video.
Yeah. I'm just saying, just by that one line going
it's
across
about
side to
yeah,
side
it's
at
about
the
the
bottom.
mathematical proportions, how they designed it, right? And how those sacred shapes fit into the design, right, based on the thing.
Yeah, I'd like to see their what they came up with. I don't think it was strictly physical related to that drawing, but I can believe that they're saying that built into there, the pentagram and certain shapes and shit exists. That's
Yeah,
logical.
it's showing how they use the trivium and the quadrivium to build the Blue Mosque, which is a fact, right? And those sacred shapes are based on the Neo-Pythagoreanism, right? And that's how they decided how to build it, right? Right, because those sacred shapes like the dome, the pyramid, right, all those things relate to the pentagram and the triangle. You know, like the triangle and sphere relate to the idea of the pentagram,
That
right?
shit
So
kills me that they think that because it's true, all that it appears to be true. All the shapes can be made through mathematics and all of that shit. And so would seem like you're onto something. These shapes form other shapes, which is the whole thing with the sacred, whatever it's called. God dog, and I fucking smoking a lost. Girl.
you ever seen Mickey Mouse in Math Magic Land?
Yes.
Yeah, see where Donald Duck draws a pentagram on his hands, right? He
I didn't
explains it
notice. I don't remember. It's
as
been
a symbol
years.
of sacred geometry, just like it's doing in that
Sacred geometry. That's what I'm
yeah,
looking
in
for.
that that's derived from the study of geometry from Plato and Pythagoras.
Yes. Oh, this is where I was going. That they want to hide it and keep it to themselves. I got buddies who is Masons and into this shit, and they always get me to join. I be like, nigga, if you love me and you say this knowledge is beneficial, you'd share it. Why the fuck would I want to join a group where I learn something beneficial and I gotta hoard it? It's not logical to me.
The Masons try to recruit you.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and then this didn't help. I'm sorry, I'm making short, but one of my buddies, I was telling him about something, and I was telling him I was lucid dreaming, and I was telling him some shit, and I said I'm gonna do some of your Mason shit that and because at this time, Omni Magazine was offering a prize. Whoever could lucid dream, they had certain questions. They wanted you to go back into your dream and ask Einstein and certain mathematicians certain questions in particular. So I told him I was going to do it with him and go visit some of them niggas. And when he came over that day, I showed him a handshake that I'd seen in my dream. He was like, holy fuck. And he had to take me around his other friends and shit, who are friends of mine as well, all Masons. And he was like, show him what you told him. Show him what you told me. Tell him what you told me. And I showed him the shake. It turned out to be the 3rd-degree lion's paw. And they immediately accused him of teaching me masonry or whatever the words he called. And that just made them want to fucking recruit me harder. They're like, man, it's God trying to tell you, I don't know if they use the word God, you're supposed to do this shit. And their shit was based on the lodge. They called it the Lodge of Ra. They were into that, the pyramids and the shapes and the same shit that you talk about here.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Shit, we getting mad views out here. It's crazy. Motherfuckers are clickety clicking on this video. You can, it's wild. But yeah, so far so good. So far we watched over 100 people, so it's pretty good.
It's all me, Machine Labs, breaking this shit down where the average motherfucker can understand it. You guys, holy wow! No, I'm joking. Of course, it's not the. I don't know. I doubt that it's got anything to do with the audience, but I do think.
No, there's usually this many people here.
And I think
for sure.
Avian too is the other guy that's breaking it down. Not Avian, the other dude, fucking Lone Wolf. I think it is, who was also he's taking the time to encapsulate it in the words where everybody.
Yeah, you need something to break down, though. You get what I'm saying?
Undoubtedly.
You can't just break down. You can't just start talking, right? You need something to work with, something to chew on, all right?
100%.
So this is the thing: is like, it's not going to come from anywhere around here. It's only going to come from the machine lives, all right? So this is the thing: is like, there's one-stop shop for different ideas of metaphysics, religion, politics, spirituality, how it all ties together to the question of technology. TQ. We're not about JQ. We're not about CQ or conspiracy Q or JQ. We're about TQ, the technology question. All right.
If we have time, I would like to toss around some of the ways that we're talking about, how they affect technology. Did they affect it?
All you gotta do is go to Wednesday's show.
Yeah. I don't even know how I made this show. I'd be like lucky, man. I'm fucking busy my days.
Yeah, I mean math. That's how it relates. One fucking word. Like no shit, Sherlock Holmes. Mathinations. Math imagination. You combine the two words. Mathinations.
Mathematicians. I like mathinations. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Mathinations.
Imaginary math.
Math magical.
Yeah, like Newtonian, right? You could use it to build a rocket, but does it describe reality? There's two different propositions. Right?
Is it even reality? I would, that's a long conversation, because if you believe the building blocks are there and they line up a certain way, then that person is manufacturing a certain reality. And I think we define that as a reality. Most people say that car is there, and we call that reality. But that's how we chose to use the building blocks. There are infinite other ways, I'm sure, to use the building blocks. They would equally be considered reality.
Something about when I was doing linear algebra, I think the eigenvectors and the inversion of the matrices, something about that felt weird. It felt profound, because machine learning algorithm or neural networks, they're just linear transformation. So the matrices and linear algebra, most of them. It's pretty crazy stuff, and the way they transform and it's like the steps of like logical connection. I don't know though. Yeah, that is weird. But the reason I mentioned that randomly is because in machine learning models, the math for it come from like 1950s. The math, but the GPUs have to get stronger in order to actually do that. The deep learning models.
That's super strong now. They got some of these quantum computers figuring out quantum entanglements, and the hard part of quantum entanglement is that when you observe it, it collapses the field, the wave function. That's a weird saying of saying weird shit, but the point is that you take a photon, you split it, and whatever you do to one, it happens to the other across any distance. Problem is observing that other one across the distance. That's always been difficult. It was like a 1 in 100,000 chance you'll find out where it is to observe it, because trying to chase for it, you move shit around. Just the mere act of observing it is very difficult to find. They gave that shit to quantum computers, and they got it down to 1 in 10,000. So it stands to reason, unless something changes, that pretty soon they're gonna have this quantum entanglement shit down very soon, because this has been over a small amount of time that they narrowed it that much. And if you there's no reason if you can do quantum entanglement, if there's some way that you could, and I think we could give attributes to the photons. Now we can instantaneously transmit messages across any distance. We can communicate across any distance instantaneously, which is the goal of this shit. And if you're a knucklehead like me, there's no reason if these things are possible that you can't start thinking about shit like time travel.
Yeah, I actually read this creepy article. I can find it for you if you want, but it was on a government website. They were talking about lethal autonomous weapons connected to directed energy weapons. And
Yeah.
if they already have quantum computers, then they could like do stuff like, I don't know, use autonomous weapons and fly you. And
Yes. And they said if they had infinite energy, they could pull off all sorts of shit like 0 point energy and all these futuristic crazy shit. And it's my belief that they do have other forms of energy. You know, that it appears that they do have other forms of energy. They could be totally doing shit that we think they're incapable of just by these two things alone. If what holds true is that what the public sees, they have a version of that's 40 years ahead of time. If that thing is true, yes, they are fucking with our heads, are hacking your eyes, changing what you thought you knew. They all up in your fucking head if these things are true.
Well, good luck with that, because I rewired my shit.
Change the frequency.
it's frightening stuff. Yeah, and it does feel kind of eldritch. It feels eldritch or Lovecraftian. You know what I mean? It feels. I'm not sure if you ever read Lovecraft. Stuff is kind of.
Well, I had no idea who Eldritch is. At least I'm familiar with Lovecraft.
Oh, it's just eldritch is just a fancy word to mean spooky and very
horror.
See, what do I know, right? I thought it was another author you were naming.
No, eldritch is just a fancy word meaning creepy and like cosmic horror stuff like that. That's what I mean.
Yeah, it's like Cthulhu. The elder god. Cthulhu. Yeah, like he's one of those guys.
Okay.
I think that octopuses and cuttlefish are like really awesome, and I think it's a like kind of like bummer that they have been given such a bad rap, kind of like snakes. I like snakes too.
Actually, I think octopus, cuttlefish are making a comeback. People now have to. Yes, I had tacos, but it does look delicious, man. You make me want to go get some grapes. I got it there.
Well, they eat each other as well. They're like, yeah.
There's this game that got popular. It's called Bloodborne. You can view it as anti-transhumanist because in that game, there's this guy named Lawrence, and they find the old blood of eldritch beings, of like cosmic entities, and Lawrence wants to give the blood to Yarnum. Yarnum is the town they live in, and by taking the blood of the old beings, the old blood, you can either turn into a beast or turn into a godly being. And William, who is the teacher of Lawrence, he says, do not give the old blood to them, fear the old blood. But Lawrence doesn't listen to Williams, and he gives the old blood to everyone, and that causes the whole town of Yarnum to go crazy, and they all transform into beasts.
Check that out, yo. It symbolizes something.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's why I mentioned it. It definitely symbolizes what we're heading towards. Yeah, it's called Bloodborne. I did see it as like, transhumanism is dangerous because, it's like they're trying to, make they're playing with fire that even they can't fully predict. You know what I mean? Not even they have full control, in my opinion. You know what I mean? It could go haywire. You know what I mean? Who knows, man?
I was looking at some stuff on. I don't know if you guys remember. I think it was Chernobyl that when it melted, it had this thing called the elephant's foot. A lot of the nuclear waste solidified into a big mass, and it looked like it was shaped like an elephant's foot. And I can remember when I was younger when it first happened, and those guys, it was really crazy. They had to go in there and like put a top on this thing and cover it up, and their bosses told them, listen, it's safe if you're only in there for 10 minutes. They knew it took 10 minutes to get there and back, that type of shit. And all of them gave their lives to put a cap on this thing so other people, blah, blah, blah. But that's irrelevant. The elephant's foot, some of these guys took pictures of it. the radiation was so fucked up. The pictures looked like some Scooby-Doo Ghostbusters shit. It looked so fucking crazy. And now it's died down enough where they got better pictures of the elephant foot. And memorizing that story, I totally forgot why I brought it up and how it related to what you said.
That sounds like that corium sludge.
Yeah, you can actually tour Chernobyl now, and
Yeah.
the wolves are like doing really well there.
Yes, and they did turn out that you got some three-eyed creatures came up out of it too, which everybody always joked about. But yeah, in the waters, the frogs and stuff have they just totally different creatures. You know, looking into that shit. And the lady's right too. You can absolutely tour the facility to outside. There's still a place that you can't get super close, but they won't let you in the facility itself. But the apartments, Prickovich, or whatever.
Didn't the frogs like get darker because they're protecting themselves from the radiation? Like,
this makes sense, right? They were evolving to protect themselves from radiation. And we get darker to protect ourselves from radiation. It's a real thing.
you know, it's really funny. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, that's probably what happened. Something like that, because you know, equatorial, yeah.
All right, let's pull up on some more music in a minute here. As you guys wind down this,
you could not possibly outdo yourself, TML. You shouldn't have started off with the heat. I don't know what to expect next. There's no way you can pull it off again with the music. I'm just saying, bro.
I want to say this one quickly. The elephant's foot, you know, the elephant's foot you were talking about. Now it's gonna become even creepier. So maybe like antimatter crap, or who knows? Maybe it'll get worse. Yeah, like.
Yeah, this song sounds really weird, right? Or whatever, but yeah, shit gets weird, man.
Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, it's like definitely experimental. Way huge improvement on the original version. I mean, the original version straight up whack. I couldn't listen to it.
Damn, it was even unlistenable.
It was unlistenable. Yeah, it was unlistenable.
Okay.
So yeah, and I love these guys, right? I love I love John Robinson. He's from the group Science of Life, legendary group, and but yeah, anyways. Yeah, here we go. So we'll be back in 4 minutes. And let me and then we'll go with pre-Christian Jewish Gnosticism. And we're looking at Friedlander and different guys. But yeah, if anybody has a comment before I play the song, go ahead, please.
I have to go because I work tomorrow, but you know, I wish I could stay longer, but I have to go. But it was nice.
Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, man.
I hope you all have a good night. So cool, Lone Wolf.
I'm glad I ran into
excellent
you
time,
again, bro. And
that
thing you do where you're figuring out shit and presenting it as you figure it out, that's admirable, man. You keep that up.
Thank you. You're also very intelligent, Joko. I hope
Thank you, man. You as well.
Yeah, cool. All right, so let's check this out, and yeah, we'll be back in 4 minutes. We're about to pass it off and see who's next. All right. So yeah. So blessings to the people. We'll be right back. Whoops.
Keep your eyes fixed on
Shining shadows, motherfucker.
Hell, you got next?
Nah, let me pass it off. Quest you up next.
Nah, let me pass it up. Yo, who up next? Jersey never raps off. John Robinson, duplicate, set it off. Hard jurors breaded, don't forget it. Also got the BX and Far Rock in my spirit, don't get it twisted. Tri-state Ryan Grace kicking up ballistics. Tundra like Blizzard, microphone wizard. What is it? Collabo, power pack with mad flows. Out of this world, yo, we go Astro. Revolutionary like Castro by the capsule. Red or blue pill, red or too ill. It's real. We
drop skill, measure the bar. Hip hop on the radio, sounding subpar. Hip hop on TV, looking real weak. B sucker MCs duck down like BDP. I'm from the era where MCs reign terror on your brain if you couldn't bring the fans pleasure. Man, it's another rhyme blitz. What? Don't try to figure the styles, God. We switch it up. L, you got next?
Nah, let me pass it off. Yeah, you up next?
Nah, let me pass it off.
Yo, who up next? Jersey never raps off.
I queue up next, so let me set it off. It's a request, but I'm immortal through this music. Dupe on the board, it's just insane. It's two students, top of the class, but your boy flow so stupid. We walk in, MCs get elusive. Every track exclusive, it reflects bomb on my toes like a next comment. My green so down one. Sorry, I cut the grass to expose the pythons. You can't tell me shit when I'm rocking with icons. So everybody in the game now second nature. David Stern, I don't really fuck with you players. Catch me on the mic, MP or the faders. You ain't from Jersey, then I owe you no favors. Amber Rose Dome, clean off the top, Shack and 9-2. Out of boy beating up the box. Spiritual but residuals to make me say it's gonna take more than dollars to make me change.
What you up next?
Nah, let me pass it off. Hey, you up next?
Nah, let me pass it off.
Yo, who up next?
Jersey never raps off. Yo, I'm up next. L said it. When it comes to all out bravado, we start to learn engage. Marvel out engage, we hard-headed display. Style built in ways and trained to obtain. Flow with propane, so van coming up the post game. All confident team player, we dominant. Fist to save Jersey and every follower sponsor it. Never buy product, we concentrated to filter it. Make a script coded for writers who try to pilfer it. Stick to the gun, stick to the program. Stick to the set, grammar spitting more grams. Tried and true and climbing every obstacle. Niggas wiping out cause their chances are impossible. Constable of rock, chaining down felons. Lie telling it wrong for music that you're selling. Yeah, you are. They quest, they joining up resistance. Duplicate signature and since they got assistance.
L, you got next?
Nah, let me pass it off. What you up next?
Nah, let me pass it off. Jay, you up next?
Nah, let me pass it off.
Duplicates on the beat, set it off.
Who all was on that TML? I don't even want to start guessing, man. Who all was rapping on there?
Elder Sensei, John Robinson, to name two of them. And then I think there was another dude.
I thought I heard.
I'm not too familiar with
Jay-Z. No, Jay wasn't on there. The guy they said IQ was up next. That nigga sounded just like Jay. One of them niggas sound like somebody from the Woo. Right? I'm like,
do you like Roni Size, TML? Like, have you heard?
Familiar. Send me something.
Oh, I will.
Yeah, my hair's starting to get shiny because I get like gray hairs in my hair, so it's starting to get like shiny. Right, as I appear on camera, and I got like red, silver, black. Right
so
now.
let your gray hairs be a crown of wisdom.
I'm just getting silver ones. I got some silver ones now too. I let mine go.
Metallic hair or whatever. So yeah, blessings. I appreciate you guys. But yeah, so let me move to pre-Christian Jewish Gnosticism. Blessings to all the people. There's still 12 people watching. Holy cow.
King Stephen, bow down to Dolphin Jesus.
Thank you so much for listening, guys.
Yeah, blessings. We'll be right back with some thing here. Give me 1 second. Let me just go to the text here and pop this open here. Bunch of comments on Philo and and Gnostic ideas, right? Especially through this notion of antinomianism. Right now, we were talking about this notion. I briefly mentioned this notion of antinomianism, right?
Excuse me. Did we change the topic? Is this
we're
the religion something
yeah.
you were saying? Okay.
Yeah, we changed the topic, right? So antinomianism is the idea that the scripture is allegorized, right? So the way that it's the way that it's allegorized is that the law is pointing to acts of spiritual fulfillment and not to physical necessity of certain like customs or traditions, right? So antinomians, they say the spirit is preferable to the law, right? And they say that actually the fulfillment of the spirit goes beyond the fulfillment of the law, right? So they draw a distinction between the fulfillment of the spirit and the fulfillment of the law, right? So
I'm with him, and I agree with him.
So they take the law as a guide for spiritual ascension. They say the law is sort of metaphorical, right? So
I love it.
They take the law to describe certain metaphorical elements that point to spiritual ascension, right? So this is a characteristic of antinomianism, right? And of course, certain followers of Martin Luther became antinomians, right? As a classic example, right?
Who won that knowledge category? Who besides TML won that shit? I'm just curious. Did the winner grid? Does he know what antinomian is? I'm just saying.
Yeah. McGriddle's Boomer Sports.
Not unless Mossad told him, maybe. I don't know.
He said that the Mossad are great guys. And then he also said that he snitched on a gun he bought from a dude. He snitched on him to the feds because like the gun ended up coming from a airport security locker room. And I was like, what the fuck? That's informant. That's federal informant activities, sir. But all right.
You know what they say, bro. Snitches get stitches.
But so we have the tape of him saying that, by the way. We clipped it. So for all of you,
what the fuck, man?
What if he snitched on himself? Does he give himself stitches? I don't get it.
All you weirdos, we're gonna cover that on Made by Machine Bob 7. We got another iteration thanks to the homie Brown's boy. He's gone Clip City on motherfuckers. So he might call it Panel City. Actors / The Revenge of Brown's Boy. Right, so he's coming after all you fucking actors. Right? So we gonna do the thing and let it be done, and so on and so forth. But antinomianism, as I was describing, is an idea that the spiritual law matters more than the physical law. The physical law is constituted by observance of the flesh. The spiritual law is an allegorical interpretation of that physical law to point to a spiritual form of ascension, right? The Gnostics, this is characteristic of Gnostic theology, right? So let's go to this idea in Philo as it's saying here, right? It says, before I was interrupted, it says, I was talking about Martin Luther, right? Luther, right? He is characteristic of this idea because he gave birth to a sect of libertines who he argued against, right? And these libertines said basically that, Christ had fulfilled the law through his death and rebirth on the cross, right? So there's no need to uphold any laws or statutes. You simply just believe in Jesus. And as Martin Luther said, be a sinner and sin boldly. Even if you commit murder and fornication 1,000 times a day, right? He said, God does not make salvation for fictitious sinners. He said the epistle of James was an epistle of straw, should be burned. He also said that actually, that Paul is above James in, understanding salvation. Right. So all of these ideas culminated in the sect of the libertines, which later Martin Luther argued against. Right. He did not appreciate or like that his ideas gave credence to these theories, similar to the fact that even though Philo used allegorical interpretations of scriptures, right, This same method was used by the antinomians and the Gnostics, which he abhorred, right? Because they rejected the teachings of the law, right? So let's go.
Do you think Shabbatai Zevi took a leaf out of Martin Luther's book because of what
They were the
Martin
same
Luther was saying?
movement. Yeah, they were culminating in the same movement, and this is seen
They were contemporary, sort of.
Yeah. Queen Christina of Sweden, she was the patron of Descartes, right? She was also also the Earl of Shaftesbury supported Locke, right? And this is stuff that we'll go over in a little bit because we're sort of going in a sequential pattern in terms of the historical a progression. But yeah, 1666, right? Queen Christina danced in the streets of Amsterdam, and actually, the antinomianism, right, is a way to characterize Sabbatean Frankism, right? That is how it's characterized, right? That is the religious designation that it falls under, right? It's seen as an antinomian sect, right? Which means that they do stuff like basically like Jacob Frank said, like, yeah, go have orgies on the Sabbath, for example, right? Because it's like, that'll bring the end of times quicker, right? Because it'll cause the day of, it'll cause judgment to come, because sin exists in this world because we need to be merged with the holiness of sin, right? So we need to go beyond sin. We need to transcend sin, right? So he said you should burn the Torah, but keep the Zohar, right? So the burning of the Torah is seen as one of the most egregious events by the rabbis, right? They said Jacob Frank burned the Torah, right? He's an evil son of a bitch, right? And indeed, he was an evil son of a bitch, right? Right. So, right. So,
I see a lot of emotion in this guy at this point, Martin Luther. It's like some guy who I see in the world or on the panel who hates God, and the mere mention of his names causes them to inflame. He seems like he has that energy going on. And the person who has that energy used to belong to a church, probably. He was disappointed in his beliefs and he's blaming the fucking world. I wonder if Martin Luther didn't get disappointed somewhere along the way, and that's how he got so fired
well,
up.
it's funny because it's funny you say that, because
not quite.
Well, it's kind of funny you say that, because he was a monk in the Catholic Church who actually wanted to get married to a lady who was divorced. So this was a huge
bam! I hit on the head.
Oh, his poor heart. Oh, his poor heart.
This caused a huge controversy, right? He wrote about how like he would discipline his wife by like beating her and stuff. But that's a separate thing.
Poor heart, white heart. Oh.
Right, and I'm not looking down on him for that. Let's just call it a mark of the times, right, or whatever. Right.
And I wasn't trying to make any particular.
Me neither. I was just empathizing with him.
Comment about just making that observation about people who've been hurt are that fiery. Whether he's right or wrong, I saw a bit of both in all of the things that he did. I did see it weird that he said these crazy things, and he's shocked that people picked it up and followed it. Who the fuck else he gonna blame? Didn't you say he was saying crazy quotes and shit? Who the fuck else? Of course they're gonna, some zealot is gonna pick up and take it the next step, the same way it happened with Pythagoras, the way we were just talking about.
Yeah, I think he nailed it up on the door because he wanted people to see it. So I think that probably was the
got 95 theses, but the Pope ain't one.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go with Philo here. It says Philo's reference to allegorizers who regard the observance of the law as peripheral, right? This is, of course, true, although antinomianism and esoteric interpretation of scripture are hallmarks of Gnosticism. There are more specific aspects of Gnosticism that distinguish it from non-Gnostic varieties of antinomianism and scripture allegorization. Right, because we must remember that Philo was also an allegorizer of scripture. He famously did not know Hebrew, right? We could look at You know what? Let me pull up some of Henry Abramson's lecture on Philo if it's still available online. Right? Henry Abramson Philo. Let me type this in and see if Henry Abramson is still a thing on YouTube or if he took down all of his videos. Who was Philo of Alexandria? Okay, this is the exact video, right? So he's still rocking and rolling. So let me pull this up. Henry Abramson. Actually, I think he's got a lecture on Shabbatai Zevi and the Khazarians. He had a funny one. Was Christopher Columbus Jewish? And right, that one was pretty interesting.
Sephardic, probably, right?
All right, but yeah. So yeah, let's look at some of this. You know, let's take a break from talking. Maybe people can watch videos. I mean, honestly, it helps give like credence to like shit. But yeah, this is the guy. He says Philo did not know Hebrew. Right. So so where was he coming up with what he knew about scripture? Right. He obviously didn't reject the teachings of Moses and all that stuff. So he didn't fall into the total antinomianism that he was describing was a problem or error. Right. So anyways, let's go on.
Actually learned a lot about myself preparing this lecture. And I'll share with you some of those small insights into my of self-revelation that I had. But I want to start by saying that I have a caveat to make. Actually, two caveats. The first one is I've decided I'm not going to start right away with a joke because I can't get the joke. Second, audience, how would you like to pronounce his name? Philo. Philo, right? Like the dough rhymes with Milo, right? That certainly makes sense, and that's corroborated by all the websites I could find that tell you how to pronounce Philo. In Greek, it's clearly Philo. It's actually philon in Greek with an N sound at the end. So I don't know if I appear horribly pedantic if I say philo, or will I sound regular, you know, sort of like uneducated if I say philo. So I'm just going to go with philo because that is the consensus of the audience. The second caveat is I can't hold back. I'm going to tell you the joke now anyways. It goes like this. So, this is a joke. I realized as I was going through.
It's fucking horrible jokes. Let's skip the joke.
I think we'll find some insights in Philo as well. So the joke goes like this.
Oh.
And they open up the.
If he do it again, you better let it rock.
Okay, so let's go to our topic today.
Okay, here we go. He's starting now. So sorry about that preparation. It took like me 1 minute, one entire minute to set that up, and I'm sure we lost a bunch of audience members. So yeah, blessings to all the people that are still here.
Philo of Alexandria. So who was Philo or Philo? He's often known as Philo Judaeus, meaning Philo the Jew, because he was extremely important, as we shall see, in Christian thought, particularly to the church fathers of the late ancient period. His years are roughly 20 before the Common Era to about 50 of the Common Era. We don't know precisely, but in one of his writings that is dated to roughly the year 42, he describes himself as an older man. And placing it in the context of the various activities, we assume that he probably was corresponding roughly to these years. These are extremely important years in Jewish history. It means that his life overlapped with that of Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. His life overlapped with Jesus.
Yeah, Gamaliel is a rabbi that's mentioned in Acts of the Apostles.
Okay.
Right, so he was a well-known figure at the time. Gamaliel was like the top rabbi, you know. So if you look up Gamaliel here, let me show you guys.
Allegedly, was the mentor of Paul.
Yeah, he was allegedly the mentor of Paul, but Jewish historians will dispute this fact, right? Because they claim that, because they say that Paul was not a traditional Jew or whatever. So it says he was the son of Simeon ben Hillel, right? Another key figure of the time, right? So we went over these guys. This guy, Rabbi Akiva, Yohan ben Zakkai, you know, these are all figures that existed at the time, right? So here he's part of the Sanhedrin, right? As you could see, that's mentioned in the Gospels there. So let's check this out.
Jesus of Nazareth. With Josephus, who we talked about last week, and And of course,
directly linked to Josephus in history, right? He's linked to Josephus because the nephews, I believe, of Josephus, right, including Tiberius Alexander, they were in Flavian's army, right? So imagine being a Jew that was so brainwashed that you helped the Romans destroy the Jewish temple. And then, right, like the other Jews would have considered you like something of an Uncle Tom or whatever. But yeah, that's kind of how they were thought of.
He died shortly before the destruction of the Second Temple and the eradication of the Jewish polity in the Middle East. So what he has to say in this time period should be of extreme importance for us as historians trying to understand what it means in the big picture. Basically, he was a philosopher. One might say philosopher/theologian, because he was very interested in religion. In fact, that was virtually the sole focus of all his writings was on Judaism and on a Jewish morality as he envisioned it. But there's a strange irony about Philo's life. He was extremely important in the Christian intellectual tradition, copied almost verbatim by Eusebius and then by all the other church fathers, and revered as a great Jewish philosopher. But he was totally ignored by the rabbis. And he is completely absent from the Hebrew religious tradition until the 19th century, when people begin to pay attention to him again. So what a strange thing. Very, very well published, well circulated author in the original Greek and also in Latin and Aramean translations.
I needed to hear that.
Aramean translations, Armenian translation, excuse me. And yet the rabbis have nothing to do with him. They can't even argue with him. They don't even disagree with him. They just totally ignore him. He's as
So the majority of Philo's work was copied by non-Jews, and it was written in non-Hebrew, including Aramaic and Greek, as the doctor just pointed out.
They say in Hebrew, chutz lamachaneh, outside of the camp. No one pays attention to Philo. So how is it possible that he evaded all rabbinic attention while receiving tremendous reputation among Christians as really the greatest expression of Jewish philosophy in the ancient period? This, for example, is one of the more fanciful 16th century representations of, as you can see, the Latin on top, Philo Judaeus, Philo the Jew.
He said, how did he evade the attention of theirs? I'm assuming the guy was so popular. I don't know. It's just on the table. It's a small percent chance that they were just avoiding the Streisand effect, knowing that to talk about him would make him bigger, which means he was popular as fuck at the time.
Oh yeah, Philo was the original Barbra Streisand, all right? Because because like it's basically like and especially the South Park version, right?
I remember.
Yeah, because this is the thing is like, if in the 16th century they're drawing him like this, right? In the time period, right? Both his name, Philo of Alexandria, that represents the people, the Alexandrian Jews, right? And it represents the fact that they were that they had imbibed Greek philosophy, right? And then the second note there is that he was roughly writing from 20 BC to 50 CE, right? So that means that he was a contemporary of Jesus, right?
Yes, I thought
according to most resources.
Been, right after, but no, he's been a contemporary.
Yeah. So all of this, pretty much all of this, helps us to historically contextualize that period and the transition from the ancient world to the period of early antiquity, right? I believe, right?
Of course, we have no idea if he looked anything like this, but it's a colorful picture, and I saw it on Wikipedia. So moving forward, what do we know about him? With the exception of one reference in Josephus, which supports the idea that he was, in fact, as important as one would think from Philo's own writings. We have no references to Philo, contemporary references, other than Philo himself. So like our attempt to analyze Josephus last week.
So again, it's important that he's mentioned in Josephus because Josephus was a slave of Flavian, right? So and his and Philo's family, right? As I said, they were also working with Flavian. For example, one of Philo's descendants was a general in Flavian's army, right? So there's a connection between the family of Philo and Josephus, right? Who wrote the Jewish-Roman War and other works. He wrote a work on the history of the Jews, right? Those are the two works that Josephus wrote that are extremely important historical resources, right, at the time. As pointed out by Dr. Skrbina in the Jesus Hoax, in one of the writings of Josephus, it actually mentions something like, that there's a guy that people follow named Christos or something like that, and people thought he was the Messiah, and there's a huge battle over whether Josephus could have actually written this line, right?
Or if it was an interpolation.
Right,
Well,
right. Or if it was an interpolation, right?
They would need Josephus not to write that line because they can't afford to give Philo credibility. So there would be, of course, whatever line that he mentions do, there would have to be pushback, I'd expect.
Yeah, it's interesting. Definitely Jewish scholars don't want to give Philo credit or whatever.
Everything we have to say about Philo is based on his own writings, on literary analysis of what he has to say about both in terms of a frontal depiction of his own life, which he does from time to time, or also by reading between the lines about what he has to say about the world around him, that we can kind of read backwards and learn some things about him. We can figure out, however, quite a bit. This is another 15th century representation. We don't know if this looks anything like him. He's slightly wall-eyed here too, which I'm not sure if that was probably anti-Semitic or something. So what do we know about him? He was a very prominent individual and from a very wealthy family. We know this primarily because of his description of his relations. His brother, Alexander Lysimachus, was titled the Alabarch of Alexandria, which was in a very important city in Egypt, as I will show you shortly. We're not exactly sure what an alabarch is. In Greek, the term arch means like leader, like monarch, single leader, that kind of thing. And it appears he may have been some kind of treasurer, certainly though a very high-level dignitary to be sure. We know that he was a great benefactor of Jewish causes in Alexandria and in Egypt, indicating that he had significant wealth. He did make a trip to Jerusalem to offer sacrifices, although it's interesting, he just mentions it in a passing offhand way, like talking about a totally different subject. He says, by the way, while I was going to Israel to offer sacrifices, this happened to me. And we don't know much else about his relationship to Israel and the temple. We know that he obviously had, based on his writings, an extremely strong Hellenistic education, which was a huge expense at the time. He definitely was educated in the gymnasia, in the traditional male-dominated universities, as it were, of the time. In fact, some scholars believe that he is the father of modern misogyny because he had a rather negative view of women getting higher education, and this view was duly repeated in many of the church fathers after him. But at any rate, clearly a very prominent individual. We'll give you some more evidence of that shortly. Very wealthy individual. His very well connected, and he was able to afford a life of leisure and dedicate himself to philosophical investigations and publications. His nephew also says something about his position in Jewish society. His nephew, Tiberius Julius Alexander, we don't know how to describe his religious affiliation, but he actually fought with the Roman soldiers on the wrong side in Jerusalem in the War of 70, in the Roman-Jewish War, meaning he was alongside Titus when the temple was destroyed, and not like Josephus as a captive, but in an administrative capacity. Some say he even
so you can see what the doctor thinks of that decision, right?
led the charge into Jerusalem, again, based on scanty evidence, but this was his brother's son. And from some of Philo's writings, one author in particular opines that perhaps he directed some of his writings specifically to his nephew to try to bring him back from the brink of completely turning himself over to the Romans. So we get a picture overall, though, of where Philo was in classical Alexandrian society: wealthy, prominent, well-connected, educated, literate, and, as we shall see, politically quite active. Any questions to this point? Yes, please.
Well, it's not so much as a comment. There's a couple of comments. Misogyny is named after
Greek and Latin to say how perhaps.
I noticed
shall we go
in the
weiter?
beginning he said he'd call him Philo, but he just called him Philo, which he said from Philon or something. He can't help himself. He knows how to really pronounce his name. He's trying to make the audience happy. He said, I'll refer to him as Philo because that's what you guys call him. And he's already slipped from calling him Philo.
Yeah, like obviously, like like Socrates was actually Socrates,
that
right?
type of shit.
And then the Arabs called him Sukrat, right?
The painter who chopped off his
rat.
That's the guy who chopped off his ear. The painter,
Van Gogh.
Thank you. They say his name is Van Gogh, right? They pronounce Van Gogh.
Right.
We say Van Gogh.
Right. So yeah. So it's wild.
Let's go right. Okay, so his major work. So he wrote numerous tractates, many of which have been preserved. They are exclusively in Greek, some of which survive, as I mentioned, in Aramaic and in Latin translation. I should say Armenian, not Aramaic. That's an error. Sorry. One of the big debates in among scholars, though, is did Philo actually know Hebrew? I mean, here he is writing exclusively on Jewish topics. He is like the Jewish expert, and it's not at all clear that he knows Hebrew at all. He does make, some references to Hebrew. His writings are chock full of references to the Bible. In fact, that's what he's mainly writing about, is the Bible. And from time to time, he will use Hebrew to explain an allegorical etymology. The problem is that about half of the time he's totally wrong. Half the time he's right, and so he knows a smattering of Hebrew, or perhaps he got this Hebrew information from someone else. And other times, his sort of discussions of like saying something like, yes, the root of this word in Hebrew means X, and it doesn't mean X at all. And you'd have to be an idiot to think it means X. So many scholars think he knew no Hebrew whatsoever, and he had to rely on a more Judaically educated individual to give him these little pointers. And others say that, no, he's trying to make a different point, and maybe his Hebrew wasn't so strong, but he did know some at any rate. Perhaps more importantly, though, and something that he clearly does know very well, is Greek philosophy. He was soaked in Greek philosophy.
Okay, so there it goes. So this is the guy that's talking about antinomianism, as I'm describing here, right? So those are the major points that I was trying to say. He didn't know Hebrew. He's actually applying the wrong words to the wrong concepts, right? And he's using Greek philosophical concepts, quite freely, right? So let's move back to the text here. So it says here, indeed, Friedlander's case could have been strengthened considerably had he referred to yet another class of antinomians in Alexandria, who apparently not only rejected the ritual laws, but did not even bother to resort to allegory in their denunciation of the quote-unquote objectionable portions of Scripture. Such a class of antinomian Jews is clearly referred to by Philo in On the Confusion of Tongues, a passage that was overlooked by Friedlander. those who are disgusted with their ancestral institutions. This is Philo now, right? In a work he's written called On the Confusion of Tongues, right? It says those who are disgusted with their ancestral institutions, right, and are always taking pains to criticize and find faults with the laws, use these similar passages, Genesis 11:1-9, as excuse for their godlessness. These impious people say, do you still regard with solemnity the commandments as though they contain the canons of truth itself?
Damn.
Look, your so-called holy books also contain myths, such as those you ridicule whenever you hear them and recite by others. Indeed, what is the need to collect the numerous examples scattered throughout the law, as we might if we had leisure to press charges, when we need only to remind you of examples that are ready to hand? The text goes on to set forth the comparisons made by scoffers between the story of the Tower of Babel and similar myths found in Homer and the mythographers.
I get that shit on panel all the time. You believe in God? Look at this crazy stuff. You really believe somebody walked on water? You get the same shit. I'm like, wow, this is the same shit going on now. You people use these same arguments now to say why you should not believe in Jesus and stuff like that. The Bible. It's about myths, man. It's all stories. How could you too smart to believe that shit?
Right. Exactly. Right. So these people have always existed, right? People that saying that all there is atoms in the void, those people have always existed, right? So
yes.
Right. So it's crazy. I mean, right.
Yes.
You know, we've been here for a while.
Right? That's crazy, man. And we have these same discussions. I feel worthless, and that why am I putting in time if these niggas was arguing the same shit 1,000 years ago?
There's at least
2,000 years.
Yeah, there's at least 2,000 years of recorded history that seem like this been, you know, they've been arguing about the same. They've been on the same loop. So you know, with the Jews and Greek philosophy and all
smoke to that. That's depressing, Joe. I'm gonna be looping like Jack Nim for fucking forever till I die, and it's gonna continue another 700 years of looping. It sucks.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so then he goes, I think there's oh no wait, that is a passage. So then he says, the point to be made here is that Philo is acquainted not only with allegorizing antinomian Jews, but with impious Jews who had rejected their ancestral traditions outright. Without making a judgment as to whether or not people referred to this passage are Gnostics, I would nevertheless like to point out that there are examples of Gnostic literature wherein the literal sense of the biblical text is taken at face value and no recourse to allegory is necessary for the Gnostic point to be made. The question is, did Philo know of Jewish apostates who could also be identified as Gnostics?
Gnostics, meaning people who believe that you're saved by an act, not by grace. Yeah.
No, it was saved by knowledge. Right.
Knowledge, not by grace. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Of course, the you know, some of the Jews believe that action was required on behalf of the faithful, right? Antinomians said, no, it's just faith, right? And then that could have inspired Gnosticism, is what this is like.
That's logical.
Right, so that's the point that is being made by Pearson Berger, right? I think it's called On Gnosticism and Early Christianity. But yeah, it says in an early Ophite Gnostic midrash embedded in the tractate Codex 9 from the Nag Hammadi, which I have treated extensively elsewhere, the following passage occurs. It says, but of what sort is this God? Question. First, he maliciously refused Adam from eating of the tree of knowledge. And secondly, he said, Adam, where are you? God does not have foreknowledge. Otherwise, would he
sounds
not
like flow, bro?
Yeah. Would he not know from the beginning? No, this is way more intelligent than Flowstein.
This is exactly some of the arguments Flo might give me, and that not strong arguments.
Nah,
Yeah,
Flo would ask for money in order to have Adam and Eve eat of that tree.
yeah, exactly. He'll take anybody's side. He'll take Wilson's side if you give enough money. Right? So this is the thing: is he's totally lost right now.
And I don't believe
for,
that.
for being a serious commentator, right? Well, we unveiled it on Made by Machine Bob 6. He totally cucked to Wilson. He said, "You give me a piece, a bigger piece, I'll say whatever you want me to say."
Bigger scraps.
Yeah, bigger scrap. Yeah. So
saying it and doing it though, I haven't seen it in his accents. I can hear it coming out of his mouth, but I haven't seen it in his accents. I haven't seen people who.
I don't care. This show's not about this dude. This show's about old fight Gnostic midrash and. This show's about Ophite Gnostic Midrash embedded in the third tractate of the Codex 9 from the Nag Hammadi. Get your head out of your ass. But what sort is this God, right? But of what sort is this God, right? Right? Of what sort is this God, right? All right. Of what sort is
wires going across? Oh shit! Oh shit! Fire!
What sort is this God here? All right.
The fire god.
A fire
Probably
god.
not nearly as critical. Wait a minute. Maybe it is because it's a mirror. Oh, shit.
Yeah, but check this out. They say, yeah, I'm going to start again. It says, but what sort is this God? First, he maliciously refused Adam from eating of the tree of knowledge. This actually sounds more like our friend Twilight, son of Lilith. Right, he can very much go with this and explain the philosophy behind it and understand where it came from and quote these various texts and stuff like that. So we're talking about people who actually have knowledge and talk about the knowledge they have, not for any money, but pretty much because it's their life passion to attain that
Please
type of
forget
knowledge.
I brought that nigga name up. I forgot you cats had beef. Yeah,
No, it's not about the beef. It's about paying attention to the topics that we're actually discussing on the show. Right?
Oh, no nonsense. Be nice, motherfucker. I'm allowed to say that a person thinks parallel to this guy. I'm allowed that. I didn't.
Not if they're not here. Not if they're not here. Right? I don't see how it relates. Right? But yeah, and then to devolve the discussion into what that person believes instead of what I'm talking about.
You
right?
niggas ate it. You after I said something, you added on. You ate it, right? You could have just
I'm
let
just
me say, this sounds like.
I'm trying to read one quote for the past like 30 seconds. All right, we could have an emotional breakdown, or we could read the quote. But yeah, let me just read this quote from the Codex. Right? It says here. But of what sort is this God? Question. First, he maliciously refused Adam from eating of the tree of knowledge. And secondly, he said, Adam, where are you? Question. God does not have foreknowledge. Otherwise, would he not know from the beginning? Oh, shit. Problems. And afterwards, he said, let us cast him out of the first place, lest he eat of the tree of life and live forever. Surely he has shown himself to be a malicious grudger. And what kind of God is this? So it's saying God is like pissed off. And it's like, why should God be pissed off if he's got all this power and shit, right?
You know what it seems like to me? Like he wanted like his kids to move out of his house. Like he was like, okay, I'm gonna set them up so they're gonna want to move out, and I'm gonna have good justification for this, and it's gonna be like, letting them off easy, sort of. But why bother telling them about the other tree that they're not supposed to? I mean, like that doesn't make a lot of sense.
So you're on board with this, huh, Zeph?
Not enough
I don't know. I'm just trying to like put myself in there, and I'm like, why bother telling them about the other tree? Unless there's a reason for that.
I am not giving their interpretations there, his interpretation there. I'm not giving it due credence yet. This
right.
is, you're writing something 2,000 years ago for a certain amount of people. We know how these people were. They stoned your mom if she had planted greens on a Sunday or whatever. They were a different type of people. They would have been written to in a different form and fashion. So that when you say God was like, where are you, girl? They did not mean, they weren't trying to get the point across that God was really curious about where it. They were just trying to say he entered and called, or or something else that might be feasible along those lines. I would most of that I just attribute to that type of shit. You're talking to some people from thousands of years ago, you're gonna speak their language. And
Yeah, the first time I heard the Bob Dylan song, I thought the same thing, like about getting stoned. I was so good when
But
I was little. Yeah, everybody
but
must
it's
get stoned.
weird.
I was
Like,
like, yeah, yeah.
yeah, but it's weird because it's like they're writing in Greek, right? They're like not really talking to Jews here, but they're using Jewish concepts, right? So this is the question that Friedlander and all these guys are asking. It's like, how come they're like, who the fuck are they explaining this to, right? About Adam and the tree, right? Like, who
Yeah.
actually cares, right? Because there's like 10 Jews who actually give a fuck about what this actually says. And right, so it's kind of weird. Sort of idea, like, why are they using this terminology in this particular way, right? It is very interesting. They're reinterpreting Genesis, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, why reinterpret Genesis if it's a false book written by evil deity? You know what I'm saying? Right. It's a huge question attached to it, right?
What does it tell me? It tells me it's like all these people who hate Islam. If that's not too strong a word,
right?
Well, why the fuck do you invest so much time in conversing about it and getting to know all their rules and their laws just so you can use them against them? By the way, I would think the same thing here. There was enmity between the two groups.
I hope we don't summon Malzahn now.
Well, some of them say it's the Antichrist, right? Like, I've heard actual Christian commentators say, well, Islam is actually the Antichrist, right? So they fit it in, right? So they need it to be there, in other words, right? Because it's written into the book, right? So this is kind of the thing.
I think it might be a collective shadow. Sorry.
Oh, that sounds dope. Go ahead, expand on that.
Yeah, like a collective shadow or like a shadow self, like that people are unaware of in themselves, because everybody has a shadow, right? And like a lot of people
dig it. Yes.
A lot of people avoid it because they're either afraid of it subconsciously or consciously, or they think it's bad because they've been told that. They're programmed against exploring it.
And that also would explain why they're so emotional about it, because what you see in the other person makes you emotional and all that shit in yourself.
Yeah. It's a reaction instead of a response. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so let's check this out here. There's like one sentence left here. It says oh wait, I lost it. Oh no, here it is. For great is the blindness of those who read. Guess we're out of luck, folks.
Braille?
Wow.
Like Braille people, like people who read in Braille, maybe.
Like people who like read the like they're talking about people who read the Genesis story. Like if you read the Genesis story, like you're fucked. Like you're already
yeah. Like the people that say that, like if you touch the Necronomicon, you're gonna be like possessed or something. Yeah, those.
Yeah, like you already follow Keiko Daemon, right? So you're not thinking clearly because you have to give sacrifices to this false god. So it says, for great is the blindness of those who read.
There's a lot of emotion there, bro. Right? He is mad at these guys.
Right.
How dare you read that? You stupid for reading that book. Like, damn.
Yeah, you should see what happens whenever I talk to people like that on the street, whenever they criticize me for being a witch. It's hilarious.
And this is going to be a huge point because in Hermeticism, right, it really hates the fact that God is a jealous God, because you can ascend to God by having the knowledge. It says like is only understood by like. To become God, to understand God, you must become like him, right? So this whole idea of understanding and becoming like God go one-on-one. So God is not a jealous God in the Gnostic tradition. So it says here, for great is the blindness of those who read what? Read Genesis, right? And they did not know him. And he said, I am the jealous God. I will bring the sins of the father upon the children until thee and 4 generations.
I knew that argument was coming.
Would have mercy for thousands. So
why is God blaming?
Yeah, that should be over now, right? That 4 generations.
So so they're reinterpreting
bipolar God
Genesis. Yeah, exactly. Bongan stuff. Yeah, Bongan stuff says Gnosticism. I think he's talking about Gnosticism, but yeah. Okay, let's see who else is in the chat. We got the homie Blessings, daughter. of Assassins. You know, I appreciate you. I mean, thank you for being here with us. We got Browns boy. Check out the Joe Cool panel actor link. Okay, made by Machine Bow 6. Panel actors and fake debaters exposed. Yeah, but those are his friends. And I don't mean to be rude, sir. I just really wanted to like keep a cohesive thing because I'll have to like edit out if we go on a separate discussion here and for our clips in the future. So I don't mean to be rude. And I apologize for that if you know. So yeah, definitely. Yeah. But yeah, we just want to more focus on some of the text and things here. So let me move on to this here. I only got a little bit of this left, and I'll move on to some music. I got some Pete Rock, right? You know, Pete Rock. He made a tape called Pete's Instrumentals. I believe it was in the 90s or maybe early 2000s. Right? Pete's Instrumentals. Right?
That's some OG shit.
It's great. Yeah, it's great. Pete's Instrumentals, and I forget what other song I have on there. Shit. Yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, definitely. So we'll play that in a minute here. We'll take a little extended break, smoke, and do things. Right. And maybe I'll get some cannabis and grind it up here, and so we'll take a little thing here.
Very good chance I'll be doing that. Very good chance.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. So it says, in this passage, the Gnostic affirmation of the envy of the demiurge revolves around three texts in the scripture: Genesis 2:17, 3:22, and Exodus 25. Does Philo know of the Gnostic interpretation of any of all of these passages in the Torah? Indeed, he may be countering such an interpretation of Genesis 3:22 in questions and answers on Genesis 1:55 when he says of this passage, quote, "There is neither doubt nor envy in God," unquote. Thereupon he enters into a lengthy explanation of the passage in which he demonstrates to his satisfaction that such an idea must be excluded. The Gnostic interpretation of Exodus 20:52 through 7 may be alluded to, and Gnostics are possibly referred to when Philo says in the context of his discussion of First Commandment on the Decalogue 63, and this is another quote by Philo, and maybe we'll end with this quote, right? It says, "Some again seized with a loud mouth frenzy, publish abroad samples of their deep-seated impiety and attempts to blaspheme the Godhead." Wait, did he use the term Godhead? Oh, we need another explanation for why he used that term.
That sounds a little too naughty.
Yeah, it sounds. Yeah, that is filthy, right? That's nasty work. In fact, that's nasty work, Tang. Yeah, so it says here, when they wet the edge of their evil speaking tongues, they do so in the wish to grieve the pious. They wet the edge of their evil speaking tongues. Man, we'll have to use that.
Oh, they're licking their lips like
licking their lips. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to use that on Made by Machine Bob 7. That is a banger of a diss.
It's also a contrast with the scripture where in Revelation where it talks about how Jesus has a sword protruding out of his mouth.
Right. Well, and the other guy said like that it was like soaked in Greek philosophy. Like I was like, what? It must be really moist then.
Sheesh.
Yeah, blessings. And we're reading a bunch of different ideas, and obviously the views of the panelists are not my views. Right? I'm just going through a bunch of ideas really quickly so that we may reflect on and expand on different concepts, right? Yeah. But here is the rest of this quote, and then I'll go ahead and play some music for you guys. It says, they wet the edge of their evil-speaking tongue. They do so in wish to grieve the pious who feel at once the inroad of a indescribable and inconsolable something. Yeah, I don't know. It's like the text is shiddled.
So he wants to make him cry? Is that what he's saying, basically?
Yeah, I don't know. Like on this website page, it's all chopped up, but I'm not gonna go to the actual text that I have just because that happened. So it says, which passing through the ears waste as with fire the whole soul, right? Yeah, and I compared these two texts; they're pretty much same. But yeah, anyways, we'll go back. So he's just talking about these so-called blessings, nude guru.
What up?
Yeah, I appreciate you. So let's move to some music. And give me 1 second. Let me actually go to the other side of my room and get some cannabis. If anybody has any commentary, if anybody would like to come up, we're gonna expand on Maimonides and the Kabbalah and all that stuff. That's an extension of that. So we're gonna keep looking at rabbis and their views for a little while. So this is what we're doing. But yeah, blessings, Joe. Cool. Did you have something to say? Sorry about that.
No. I thought you were gonna say that you had to reach across the room and get something if one of us could fill some time. I was gonna say, yeah, no problem. But that's not what you were saying. Yeah.
Or it was, and now we're doing it. So. Yeah, I love your laugh, man. I love your laugh.
Yeah, you got it, Zeph. Yeah, you got it, Joe. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
Yeah. Sweet.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
So let's get some of our opinions.
So what were your impressions of that, Joe? What?
All I see is emotion. I'm at that age now where I'm trying to stifle my emotions, at least in some aspects, become more stoic. So I'm very aware of emotions. And it makes me very skeptical to anything I hear or see other someone else says. I'm so cynical now.
Yeah, I've avoided that completely. I'm not cynical whatsoever. I'm still skeptical, but totally idealistic.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good.
Need to read some Epictetus then.
Say that again.
Need to read some Epictetus then or something.
Oh no, it doesn't really affect me as that.
For stoicism.
Yeah, I kind of avoid things like that just because I'm more positive energy, but I'm not all love and light, obviously. I like horrorcore too.
You see in these guys though all the fucking emotion, man, right? It's like watching NBC or Fox or something. All that emotion, you scared to hit a message. When someone is going that hard, you gotta,
Are they deadpanning maybe? Because they seem awfully serious to not be funny.
Right.
Maybe that's just the way we gotta interpret it.
Yes.
So
I've heard that tone so many times by other people. I wish I'd have picked a different name, but they all use that same fucking tone. It's like a flat earther. Oh, we just flying through the earth at so and so. That's what they use with the Bible. Oh, we just supposed to believe that he angry and he supposed to know everything, but he didn't know that a baby was gonna die today. His lazy ass, he say he hate evil. Why he hate shit? If he,
you know what I think people do wrong with the flat earthers though is they don't take that their perspective may actually be valid, and that is the wrong position to take if you want to get along with somebody.
Okay,
it's not okay. So what I tell them is I say it's all the shapes at once. So my paradigm in their paradigm fits in my paradigm.
Yeah, but aren't you lying though? I wouldn't lie.
No, I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me. So yeah, I can make it as vast as I want.
What do you mean you don't know? Do you not have a TV?
Well, I don't know because I think about more important things than that. Really,
you don't have to think about anything to see a picture of the globe or see somebody launch a spaceship.
So important that I need to argue with other people about it? No,
I'm not talking about arguing. I am just talking about you said you don't know what shape the Earth is. How is that possible?
No, I think it's all the shapes simultaneously because that's what it appears to be to me because I see all the shapes here.
Okay, you just want to get along with people. I understand that. And in fact, when you first said it, I thought I better do that shit because. I'm probably pretty hard on them. You're right. If I'm so hard that I'm, saying that, I don't even consider your way as dumb, you shouldn't be considered. I am doing them no service. I'm doing myself no service.
Well, and a lot of really cool people believe in flat Earth, and it's there's a lot of people that believe a lot of weird shit. But does it matter to me? No, that's the first question I asked.
Why it should matter to you, right? Because truth matters. I hate to sound like some
Yeah,
people out here on the panel.
that's only a recent thing for humanity. I think it doesn't really play into our survival until we learn science.
Truth?
And then we got really obsessed
Or
with
flat earth?
trying to figure out the truth. Yeah. And we totally went the other direction, some of us, you know?
I'm not sure what you mean about the truth thing, because the
Well,
truth would have
because,
been
like,
essential throughout time. If you're going to have something successful, it has to be
well,
built on
then
truth,
why do
honest,
we
loyalty.
pareidolia? What do we have visual like hallucinations? Like what do they call it? It's optical illusions. That why do we have blind spot in our eyes? If it's like truth is that important, why do we color our vision with our own projections? Like,
I hear where you're going. Wow, you explained that poorly, but I do get where you're
no,
going.
that's fine. Explain it a little more succinctly for me, please. Then
Yes,
you understood it.
yes. Right, you should do that. You could do better.
I'm sure I could. I'm just on the fly here, so.
Yes. Truth is something we cannot grasp. I know I'm changing from the way you said it, but you cannot grasp it. You can only give your perception of it. So how important can it be?
Exactly. That's what I was saying. That's very succinct.
That's
Good
exactly
job.
what I was saying.
Yeah. Good job. That was so much more succinct. I'm sort of I'm a metaphorist, so I like to use a little flowery poetic language. And sometimes the poems are short, but if I'm just like working,
sometimes the poems are short.
Yeah. Well,
it's only funny because you had a short poem earlier.
Yeah, I know. I did that on purpose.
It's funny.
Thank you. I think I'm funny, but looks aren't everything.
Funny will get you laid quicker than looks. Just that's quick shit.
Well, what's really funny is like I think a lot of girls. I was like very attractive when I was like in my 20s. Like I'm like older now, you know, so I could still be hot, but it's like I'm not nearly as hot as I used to be. But I think I always still had a personality because I didn't think I was hot at all.
That would help so much. I've said that out of my own mouth that the best chick, the ones you want to marry, is someone who didn't recognize that they were hot until later, because the ones that recognize they were hot early, their mind went elsewhere. They focused on other things, and they'll be airheads in the places that count, and they'll lack the things that count. Meanwhile, the other one who's just discovering it, now suddenly you get to discover it with her. You get all the fucking benefits of the hot wise woman.
Well, I think it's good to have like multiple perspectives on the world, you know, and it's like I don't know. I think even if I was, because there's some people that stop growing when they're very like still like metamorphosizing or whatever that word is. They should still be growing. Like your whole life, you should be growing. I think.
We're in agreement. I was arguing with somebody the other day. I say arguing, a real argument, but they were saying that I wish I could say it the way they said it, because the way I say it makes them sound bad. But they were saying you shouldn't change. You know, they were saying you don't change.
Oh yeah, I think I know who you're talking about too.
All right, good. Because I can't explain it well, and I was saying your nature is to change. I mean, it's you're driven. At least the moral people, and that just leads me back to the shit TML was talking about. The group of people who thought that you know, you could throw away morals for whichever one of the. I think he gave a couple of reasons that, you know, all that shit was irrelevant, and even go the other way and do super crazy shit, embrace the super what I would call simple shit.
I just said that's unhygienic. That seems like an unhygienic way to speed things up a little bit. You know, why go that way? Why do you think it's better that direction? Just because you're having fun? I mean, I don't know.
Oh, that sounds like about 80% of it, just because it's funner.
Well, I think
It's
that they
easier
do
to
like to
sell.
outlaw fun, so there's going to be natural, like unbalanced push back against that to try and balance
Very
it, you
good,
know?
very good. Yes, it
But
would make you unhealthy. Something
yeah,
else TML was talking about earlier, how it seems like if you do shit in tune with nature, it's healthier. It seems like doing that shit would be unhealthy in many ways besides I don't know what diseases you're gonna catch or whatever, doing weird shit with anybody you want to do. But it could also be healthy, unhealthy, and many other ways. You could ruin your reputation. You can go to jail. You could,
yeah.
you
You get
know,
an
do something.
STD and like
Get an
ruin your
STD.
health, or like
Yeah.
have children when you don't really know what you're doing.
Yes.
You know, there's
Yes.
all sorts of
Lose your job.
consequences.
All of those things.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
suddenly, if the word gets out, type person, yeah, you lose your job, your family, career, all that
And I
bullshit.
think that it's all based, that rebellion against it is sort of also based upon this like false perception of like the piousness that the people that
Yeah.
are criticizing them are. Because
Yes.
I think those people are not really all that clean, you know? 'Cause
Clearly, they're on point. Like the guy who's criticizing them, he knows he's right. That's why he has all the fire and fury.
he sounds pretty convincing. I don't know if he actually knows that he's right, or else why would he be out here convincing? He would just know.
Trying so hard. Very good. Yes. He's
Yeah.
scarred. That's what I'm saying. It's very obvious that he was scarred.
Yeah, that's funny because that's the argument I use against, like, sometimes I have people come up and they say, you know what it says in the Bible about witchcraft, right? And I'm like, yes, I do. And they're like, oh, really? And they say, what is that? And I say, it says never, that you should never suffer a witch to live. And I was
Whoa.
like, so what are you going to do? Are you going to kill me right here? Is this what we're talking about? You know,
Very
and if they don't
good.
walk away with that, I'm like, well, you know, it seems like you don't really believe in God if you're out here doing his job.
That's checkmate. Because if they go the other way, you know, if they can't,
Yeah.
can't kill you, that mean they gotta accept you, and
No,
therefore
what
they
they
don't
ought
have a
to do,
problem being a witch anymore. Everything's
according
fine.
to Jesus, that's what they should be doing.
Yes, so everything's fine that direction as well.
And I love
I'm
Jesus.
good.
I think Jesus is awesome. And I
He's
have a
the
very
man.
personal relationship with God personally, in myself. I found the
My
door inside my heart.
my thought is that whatever your definition of witch, I know some witches, Satanists, people I never thought I would know,
Yeah, I
but
know you
none
go
of
over
them
to.
are
I don't
crazy
think
like
Jeff
I
is
thought.
really a Satanist, though. I think he's starting to realize that.
Yes, I think I'm helping with Jeff with on
I think
him.
he's cool with it though. He'll still be cool with it. He's not going to go like an anti-smoker, you know, against.
Right, it's not
Yeah.
directly anyway. I would agree
Yeah.
with you 100%. Damn, I lost my original
Oh,
train of
sorry.
thought. It
Short-term
happens.
memory loss. Too much pot.
We smoking. I saw TML smoking. I had already been smoking the entire time, but it encouraged me to smoke some more. And
Yeah.
that short
He's like,
term shit is done. It's over with, bro. Short term memory, no, it's done.
yeah. Thank
But
goodness it's on video. We can go back and watch it later.
if necessary, but I like the other thing that it does, man. And here it is. Weed alters you. Why would you want to
It
be
does.
altered? That's what motherfuckers who don't smoke say and shit. But I could tell you the alterations have benefits, like the ability to hyper focus on a thing.
Yeah. Or not
Yes.
to hyper focus. It
Or
helps me
not,
relax.
if that
It
is
helps me
what you want
relax
to do.
because
Yes.
I'm an anxious person and I used to not be able to drive. Like, because I was so anxious, I would like be too tight and I would like, you know, like sharp turns, you know, when you need to be like relaxed when you're driving and kind of like, you know, be one with the car.
It helps.
I couldn't do it until I discovered pot and I was like, wow, this is amazing. And so
That's
I'm
a
not
great
like
story.
stoned,
Yes.
but like I'm a little bit, you know, just a little bit,
I
just to
use
take
it
the edge off.
I use it like in my writing and in my work
That
and shit.
too. Yeah.
If I'm writing, whatever weed does is probably gonna fuck it up. It's just leave it alone, eat a gummy, smoke a little. But then when it comes time to certainly like one idea from the writing, when I have to focus on it and hash it out because I only have a few words of it, now
What do you write?
suddenly everything. In this particular instance, I'm talking about narration for videos.
Oh, nice.
Yes. Let's say I got a concept. The machine is getting paid by the people, and you know I want to hash it out. Why and so. You want that weed? Then Because this is gonna take you places here to see your lives. You don't get that shit sober, right? So it helps
Yeah, it takes
there.
a lot of deep meditation, and it's much easier to get to that point with a little
Yes,
edge
but
taken
you
off
can't
initially.
overdo it because now you can no longer function. Go back to the writing and the editing shit. You can do. It's a balance. It's a tool. Is the way I use it. I can't get high like this until I'm done for the
It
day.
takes certain strains too. Have you noticed? Like, I like white rhino if I'm going to be doing some like communication type creativity stuff,
I don't
because
know what
it's
that
like,
means. I like the white rhino. I like that
yeah,
other one.
it's like very much. It's a hybrid, and so it's an indica sativa blend.
Oh,
And
weed. Okay,
yeah,
okay, okay. I hadn't heard of white rhino.
and
Okay.
white rhino. It's like white widow and
Well,
something
it's
rhino.
indica heavy blend hybrid.
Yeah, it's a indica sativa blend. It's
Yeah.
pretty much 50-50, like,
Yeah. That's the shit
and
I get drive off of because if I get too heavy on the indica side, you'll get sleepy within 20 minutes. You'll have to pull over after just leaving the crib if you get some of that 30-something indica.
oh yeah, no.
It never drive off of that shit.
It
I make
doesn't
sure.
slow down your reflexes physically, like, but it keeps your mind sharp and your reflexes sharp, but it like just kind of takes the edge off of like the anxiety
Mhm.
part of the body. And so
Right.
it's like you takes the inhibitions out. So if you want to be a motor mouth, you could totally do that. And like
Yeah.
people could tell you to shut up and you don't care.
Yeah. Probably like I don't drink, but probably like having a beer or two just loosens you up. I hear everybody say that, but you're not
Yeah.
crazy and you can drive and shit.
Yeah,
Probably
except for
something
it's
like
a
that.
lot harder to gauge how alcohol is going to impact you because it's not so immediately tunable,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah.
And again,
And
I don't even know what drink to order when it's so rare that I fucking drink.
yeah, I don't drink much
So
anymore either. I used to drink a lot more, but now
I'm
we have
not the one
a
to be telling
breathalyzer
you
in the
about
car.
the effects. Them 2 beers, I wouldn't even drive. That's how little I drink. Hey Batman, one of my friends in chat, I sent the link, and I sent Guru the link too.
Cool. Where did
Yeah,
TMO go? He's probably taking a long break, huh?
that is cool, right? He
Yeah,
flowing. That nigga
cool.
would have hopped in and interrupted if he
No,
felt
I'm
it
here.
necessary.
Long
Okay,
time to
cool.
grind that weed.
I was about to say, he was over there planting a plant or doing something, right? He's over there fucking making one of those dishes or something. He's fucking keeping busy.
Get them
Maybe
munchies.
some coffee. We like the coffee.
But yeah,
I love the coffee.
I've been drinking tea lately, but I think
What kind of tea?
black tea and lemon is what
Oh,
I
nice.
drink every
My favorite
morning.
is double bergamot Earl Grey with
Oh,
cream
really?
and cinnamon
Really? I thought
and
Earl
honey.
Grey was a bit boring. You thought honey and stuff in there to
Yeah,
probably
yeah, with a
change the
little.
animal.
But the bergamot, it has to be real bergamot oil, and there's
Right.
only one kind of tea that you can buy in America, pretty much, that has real bergamot oil.
Okay.
That's the stash.
Well, yeah, I've probably never tasted it the way you're getting it,
Yeah,
right?
I
I
would
just
make.
had regular Earl tea. I would tried a bunch of them to see, and most of them I don't like. I just don't.
See what you missed out on whenever you drove straight through, and you didn't stop in Albuquerque, say hi or nothing.
Well, yes, I drive straight through. You had me shook for a minute, but obviously you heard I do.
No, I didn't. I just guessed. I was
Yes,
like, I
I
heard,
drive
and I was
straight
like,
through.
yeah, I should have said something more direct, but I was like, oh
Well, I was
man,
scared me more, but
yeah, I
yes.
probably would have scared you off. Yeah.
My ex-girl, I didn't know the big difference, how it was when I drive with her. She's a chick. She stops every hour to pee and so on. So I'll go, I'll be like, call somebody. I'm gonna come to Colorado and holler at you. I'll be there in 15 hours. I'll stop once
Yeah.
to eat and gas up, and that's it. I'm directly there with my girl. It's 5 stops just midway, and it's beautiful that way too, though. Yeah.
It is, and that's a real test of like whether you can get along with somebody, is if you're going to be locked in a
Yeah.
cab, like driving a long distance. Because I mean,
100%.
Jan and I did that last year. We went to Newport from Albuquerque, driving a moving truck. Like, he drove because it was too big for me. I couldn't drive it. I thought I was going to be able to, but it was like, But I kept him awake and I co-piloted.
Okay.
Yeah. And we drove straight through. We didn't get a hotel until after we moved everything out of the moving truck, and we're headed back to Portland to drop it off.
That's
Yeah.
that says something about the chick, man. You know, most chicks have too much anxiety to pull that off. Right.
Well, and I normally would, but it was like I didn't have much choice, and we had to get there. We did take a
But the
day and a half
fact that
longer,
the
but
fact that you were fluid, you handled that shit first, then you got the hotel. The woman is booking a hotel 3 days early, and as soon as something's out of her control, she's losing her fucking mind. That's what I expect a woman to do. If you got a chick who can hang in there with you and y'all unloading furniture, it's getting dark. All
yeah,
right,
we
babe.
finished the whole thing. Like, yeah. And then
Let's
we
get
had
the
to wait around
hotel.
to get paid. It was like, and then he wanted us to take it right back to Portland right away. And I was like, okay, sure. And then we both left. And I was like, we were like started to drive towards Portland. And I was like, no, let's go back and get a hotel. Cause
Yeah,
like,
fuck
fuck
that.
this.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah. And it was like on the fly, I found a good hotel that was nice for the night, and we could go like we had a downstairs. It was like away from everybody.
Yeah.
Like it was cool.
I'm so stupid that I just went to Florida to the audit palooza. That probably don't mean nothing to you cats. So auditors and
Cool.
cop watchers get together.
That I got into like everything with psychedelics like because of Copwatch, because it was deoxy.org and they had links from there that I found.
Very good.
Yeah. Because I was in the chat. I was a chat moderator there for years.
I love the connection there.
Yeah, and then also the subversive exploring, like the urban explorers. I love those things, and
Yes.
graffiti artists and stuff.
Yeah,
So
me too. Me as well.
Yeah.
I got a buddy who dabble in that a bit. Yeah, I had took my girl to Florida for her birthday 2 years ago about this time. And we got a hotel on the beach and all of that bullshit. I had to go back, and both were in Pensacola. So I was like, let me get a hotel. And my dumb, I mean, it's dumb, but I didn't know I had booked the same exact hotel and everything. You know,
that's cool. I want to go to
yes.
Florida. I have friends there. Eventually, I want to check it out. But I'm kind of like, I don't know, until the solar flares stop. I think I want to hang out in the middle of the country for now.
All right. I don't know. You might never leave now because I expect the natural disaster front to only grow. If the solar flares are a danger, you know, next is gonna be fires, the ozone.
Well,
is gonna
pretty
be
soon then the
something.
coast will be over here, so it'll be fine.
Yeah. You'll have a coastal crib. You're damn right, bro.
Yeah. I could see
but
that happening. That's kind of why I stayed, you know, because it's like, oh, it'd be really nice if I already was established here when
it
that happens.
coastal property. Just waiting for that fault line to fall off.
Yeah, and what's crazy is like nobody's moving to New Mexico like they are the other surrounding states like Texas or Colorado or Utah,
Yes, this is true.
Arizona. It's like
Yeah.
for some reason it's like I think it's the vortex.
Wait. Why is that? First
It's
of
got
all,
like
you're right. I agree with
it's the
you.
land
But
of
why?
entrapment. It's the land of entrapment. You have to know the secret to be able to come and go like from New Mexico as you please,
All
other
right.
than just passing through.
Listen, I hate to
Yeah.
believe in woo shit, but
Yeah, but
I
it's
just ran
true.
through all the people I know there. You're right. All the shop owners and all the people and the
Oh, you know
friends that
people
I
there? That's
know.
so cool. I
Oh
probably
yeah.
know some of those people then, because like I've been here for several decades.
Okay. My buddy has property right there where the mountains border Colorado.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you can hit a golf club to New Mexico from there. We run over there all the time.
That's cool. Yeah, he's not related to like some old West Cowboys, like Wild West Cowboys, is he? Because I
He
might
is
know that
not.
guy.
He bought the land. That's
Okay.
Eric Brent is the buddy I'm talking
Okay.
about. You watch Cop Watchers, you might know him. He's
Oh
super
yeah,
famous
it
in my
sounds
circle.
familiar, but
Yeah,
I don't know
that's
people's names. I used to read the phone book, so everybody's name
yeah.
sounds familiar. I'm a little autistic, in case you didn't notice.
I don't know. I don't know. I like that shit. Oh,
Me
all
too.
women. All women though. I don't give a fuck how optimistic you get. It seems like at some point, even I don't know, man. That crazy come out of all women. I hope I'm wrong with that shit, but
Yeah, that's why I don't hang out with a lot of women, and I like my dude. Like he's real chill. I think you'd get along with him as well. He's like
good.
12 years
I can
older than
believe
me.
it.
It's
Very
like,
good. That's logical. I would have guessed that had you not said it. That's a
yeah,
positive thing.
yeah.
So
Oops.
I
Yeah,
was
there's
just
PML's right back. You're looking good, sir. I like
thank
your.
you,
I
thank
like.
you, thank you.
I was talking to TML, but
My
I can't see you.
I done took all my clothes off. I got the heat too hot, so I can't cam up right now. I'm naked in this motherfucker.
Yeah, I didn't even brush my hair today, so I stayed in. I didn't go anywhere.
I went, and this was sad in the mood. I went to visit my brother in the hospital, and it was emotional. I had to feed him and stuff like that.
Oh,
Man, it was emotional. Yeah, that's what I did earlier. And we got like a lot of snow here, so the streets and the traffic is dismal and gloomy outside, and slush and snow. And it's Chicago, so all the potholes are breaking up because it's getting so
yeah.
cold.
And they're
It's
not
just
taking care of the city because they're like, yeah.
yes. And I'm live in the ghetto. I'm driving to damn near downtown, but most of it's through neighborhoods that love neglecting. It was just sad and somber and all of that stuff, man. And I bet that took all of my day. I think I ate and hopped on here. I think that's how it happened. Unless I hopped on the panel before this.
Seem to be very resilient.
Yeah, this shit boosts me too, right? That's the
Good.
good thing about this shit. That you can pick a channel to go to. Like if there was a channel that I thought was any chance of just niggas yelling over each other, it wouldn't even be an option. I can't even consider going there. It's enough channels where you can go here. And to be honest, I don't have to work here. TML will fucking talk the entire time, right? You can just, there's no threat, there's no worry that I don't know, Steven or somebody's gonna come in here and call me the hard ER, and that shit's just
Yeah.
gonna ruin the evening. So
I just like
this
leave if I
cheers me
see
up.
him in the room. I'm like, I'm just going somewhere else now.
All right, now I think we're gonna do the evil thing, and
Yeah.
it's gonna take me to your witch thing. But first of
Okay,
all, I
let's
meant
not
to
go
ask you
there.
this. We got interrupted.
Oh.
What is a witch?
I just do magic. I believe in magic. I've always
What
been
is
witchy.
magic? I watch a lot of Disney movies, and
It
I
varies.
love Harry Potter and what he does with that wand. Are you telling me you can do that same thing?
Sort of, but we could have a talk about it later. It's a little bit
You
too
know,
much information
okay,
to condense to like 2
okay.
or 3 sentences. But yeah, just hit me up
Yeah.
and we can talk about it later.
Well, no. I don't
That's
do the
what
talk
Lilith
about it
says
later.
too. He goes, he's like, yeah, hit me up on a private message.
No, I'm not like that. No, I
And we
will
can
shut that
discuss the
down.
magic. He's like, we could contact
Right,
Lilith.
he's talking about
He doesn't
that
seem like he's
that
being that
black
suave,
magic.
and I'm just totally ignoring it if he is. So
No, I wasn't trying.
No,
In
it's
fact,
cool.
to,
I get what he's saying. Like you have to like concentrate in a group and all that type of stuff. So,
not
yeah.
even in a group. I do it. I'm a solitary practitioner personally, but yeah, if
I
somebody
was
is
really
curious, I will be more than happy to answer questions.
well, I'll be honest with you and lighten your burden. I really wasn't curious about the magic part. I was just using that to go
Yeah,
over
that's what I'm
to
saying, Guru.
to
That little
believe.
vibe.
Hold on, let me see what Guru said. Let's have some live Harry Potter
I do make
lessons in
magic
this
wands.
bitch.
I do make magic wands, and I do like to dress up like the fairy sometimes, just for
All
fun.
right. All right.
But that isn't what the magic happens from.
All right. I wanted now you made me want to ask another witch question, but since you seem to want to move on,
Yeah, let's move on for
where
now.
does because I think I got an idea. Like I say, I got witches and warlocks or whatever the opposite would be. Satanists, I call them.
Witches, yeah. Or it's an ambiguous term
And
for
guys,
section.
yes, there you go. I got
Yeah.
guys who would consider themselves witches.
Mhm.
And so I think I have a grasp on what it is. It is not what you see on fucking Disney
No,
and all of
it's
that
really
shit.
whatever works. I mean, people have different
Yes.
techniques, and anything can work. It just
Right.
depends on.
And so my real question was, how does that fall in line? And does it fall in line with a creator and a divine
It does.
intelligence?
As a matter of fact, there is a governor to the universe, and your magic will not work if you're not if you're not on the same scaffolding or like following the same track, like it gets either that or it'll work to your detriment in unforeseen consequences.
Okay.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah.
It's kind of
And I
like
know.
the Bible. I had a line from the Bible that said the same thing, which of course I forgot. Just a squirrel, and
Yeah, basically. But I get what you're saying. It's true. That part is definitely true for me, at least my experience.
Yes, I would. Our Christians are the same way, right? They believe that.
Exactly. Except for we don't like role play like cannibalism LARP with our kids every Sunday.
That actually sounds dirty. Zeph dies tater, like she dies like a like she dies her tater. I don't know. I don't know why that sounded dirty, but
What is that? I don't get it.
No, she meant to say tarot. You know.
Oh, I do tarot. Yes, I don't dice taters. I
dies or taters too.
You dying taters over here?
No, I don't dye taters.
Yeah,
I
so
don't
we
like
got
dictators
Harry Potter
either.
in the house.
Taters, precious. What's
Hostile
taters?
Hyperborean. Can you give a live demonstration of magic? In terms of or the basic principles, or something like that.
He's a little more structured magic, I think, than I am.
Yeah, what's up, guys? First and foremost.
Yeah, blessing.
Good evening. Yeah. I just heard Joe Cool talking about the creator, so I thought the final boss should show up.
Yeah, we might. Yeah, I've been waiting to smoke some cannabis, so I might launch into a musical thing here for a minute. If you guys will indulge me for like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
let's do it.
Okay.
Hit us again with that hot music.
Play a few songs here, right? So we'll be back in 5 minutes, and then Hyperborean is gonna ask Joe Cool a question about something. I think, right? Is that where we're at?
I think.
I want to get to understand where he was coming from.
Okay, cool. All right, we'll do that. So that's coming up in a second. Here, we'll go ahead and do this. So we'll play some music here. Blessings to all the people, and we'll indulge in some cannabis. It is what it is. So at this point in the show, it's like,
I gotta grind some more. I guess. Damn it, I know what I'll be done with my 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's 4 hours and 20 minutes into the show, exactly. So it is what it is. So, yeah, blessings to the people.
Yeah, light it up then.
Yeah, so we'll be right back. Blessings to the people, and I think Lindsay Smith is down there. Bongin stuff is down there.
Yay!
I greatly appreciate you guys. Bongin stuff. Thank you for always watching, dude. I've never really shouted you out before, but yeah, man, I appreciate you. And so I was gonna play P Rock, but I'll just play some Sean Price or something instead of. So we'll listen to this and we'll listen to Rick James. Rick James. Right. So yeah. So
get funky with it.
Yeah, we'll be right back. Blessings to the people. Okay. This is a video here.
Let's go.
Good fellas.
What up?
Smoking?
Is that a trick question?
Smoking. Marco, let's go. Listen. The weed smoker, the 3 pulling past your ass is a deep coder. No dig in your mouth though, spliff on the couch flow. Watch Sports Center blow an ounce of their bounce flow. Need weed seedless like grapes, grape flavored rolling paper upset the ape. Listen, take a flight forward, enjoying the light northern. Like touring, but the road trip is tight boring. I smoke weed on some hippie shit. My Cali Connect hooked me up with a trippy stick. Lord knows when I'm burning the kush. Weed talk to me like Moses when I'm burning the bush. Hallelujah, holla back, nigga. A pound of goo, a pound of black, nigga. Yes, when I blaze the L, I get amp, son. No Samson, Dave Chappelle. Listen, I'm so high, you so high. I be smoking weed till the motherfucker die. I'm so high, you so high. I be smoking weed, hope to God I don't die. I'm so high, you so high. I be smoking weed, hope to God I don't die. I'm so high.
but I got a bomb. Eyes low and red, similar to Tommy Chong. Alchemist gave me weed brownies. Ran out the piff, so a nigga ate the weed brownies. Damn, why the fuck I eat them weed brownies? Blur vision, eyes red, can't see around me. Black fist in the air, feel the power, people. Pack spliff in the air, feel the sour diesel. Evil Knievel, ready to do stunts. Detox coming on nothing for 2 months. The 61st day, I had 2 blunts. Celebrity rehab, I'm thinking I need that. Shit, the lesson say zigzag zig. Stressed out, I ran down the zigzags, kid. You look how the bimbos look. Sean Price smoked the Kimbo Kush. Let's get high. Listen, I'm so high. You so high. I be smoking weed till the motherfucker die. I'm so high. You so high. I be smoking weed, hope to God I don't die. I'm so high. You so high. I be smoking weed, hope to God I don't die. I'm so high. Yeah, nigga. I'm high.
This is palm weed, beautiful bud, should look like many palm trees. Ever smoked out a gravity ball? Gee, I guarantee shit'll have you on tweed. Look stupid nigga, you not a smoker, you a joker. Personally, I don't see how you niggas do it sober. Had to go west, now rock legal. I can smoke and carry weed, it's medicinal. Doctor said I need a backiotomy. I smoke it all, Reggie Bush to the Isaac Hayes. Watch the game thinking Stoudemire look like Isaac Hayes. Younger version, nerd nigga, I've been out for days. Too close and look at you, you sweating, nigga, wipe your face. Just had some monster OG, that's really your type of bud. Green crack, sound disrespectful, but fuck it, light it up. I got some mean stink, call it the Colonel Stink. Mean to meet the Regina Steamer, we vacuum cleaner.
Listen, I'm so high, you so high. I be smoking weed till the motherfucker die. I'm so high, you so high. I be smoking weed, hope to God I don't die. I'm so high, you so high. I be smoking weed, hope to God I don't die. I'm so high, I'm high. I'm so high, you so high. I be smoking weed, hope to God I don't die. I'm so high, you so high. I be smoking weed, hope to God I don't die. What's that shit, man? Nigga, I got kush, sour. I got a little Ari in the spliff. I got everything in it. It's like a big gumbo spliff, nigga. Fuckin' with the Ari. I just put the shit in the crusher. 5 different kinds, man. Just roll that shit up, nigga. Gumbo spliff, nigga. Spliff salad, smoke. Nigga, take that zigzag, right? Put some tobacco in it and give it to Marco. He don't smoke weed. That's sick of weed. Fuck with that cigarette. Dressed out, though. Nigga was flying the motherfucker down. Salute. I'm a big fella. Marco Polo, let's do it.
I was into the music, Joe. I never even put the weed in my bowl. What's the new cat name popped up here? Hyperboard is still there. I'm so high. I just want to open my eyes. Yeah, man. What? I can kill the shit, leave it up, over there. I can yak it. Alright, who's here besides me and TML? That's just me. Thank you. I was just thinking. I know mercy, curse me, the world see us worse, see it hurts, see the dirt, see it affects me, the first, the last, this is hell, 12 times. So strap up, cause it's time. Speed, low parables, and rhyme. See where I'm from, is an all brick city. Walls that tumble down, feel so shit. Put that note, blow, imagine that. It ain't no dope skill. Back, this is set up, move to a 50s. You ain't dealing with them docile cash. 60s, niggas make plans, keep yours, keep ours. Never
All right. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Blessings to all the people.
Thought I heard somebody saying encore in the background. All right.
Yeah, this shit
Yeah.
slapped up, boys.
Yeah, we'll throw that on maybe later in the show and figure some things out. But yeah, we got some more music, we got some more things. I got an article I gotta read. Hyperborean's got some questions for Joe Cool and all of that type of thing. So we'll proceed. I'll put myself down here. I'll put Reddington down here, and I'll put Zephyr up there in the first spot. Blessings.
Me and Hyperborean doing our thing, or you playing music?
No, I'm done playing.
Oh, okay. Hyperborean.
Yeah. First and foremost, just a quick rundown. Ceremonial magic is very, very elaborate and complex, and it's subjective. There is an objective formulae for ceremonial magic.
Right.
Like I would recommend Stephen Skinner's work. There's a lot of source documentation in that. There's, I mean, almost, I think he's on like 16 or 17 as far as volumes on ceremonial magical source works. But at the end of the day, what I've found out is that it's very subjective depending on what kind of work you're doing. Stephen Skinner thinks it's a science, that there's a required formulae for ceremonial magic,
that's
which is true. He sees it as like a spiritual technology, which is true only if you're using it for the mundane, for a mundane purpose, which would be like the causal. You're trying to affect the world outside of you. See, but there's an internal and external ceremonial magic. I would say the internal work is more subjective depending on the practitioner himself. But if you want to go deeper on that, we can. But
I do. Okay, go ahead.
My thing was hearing you talk about the creator or whatever. Yeah, you want to elaborate on that? Like, what were you asking?
Yeah. Man, Joe, you said so much shit. That was really interesting. Okay, but I'll ask you then the same thing. God, man, I had so many questions. I still got so many questions. I don't even know which one to fucking choose from. First of all, if you don't mind, I ask you a question. Even though you just told me a lot about yourself, I want to ask you a similar question. Here, when you came in, you said something to the effect of, I heard Joe talking about God. I want him to know the final boss step then. All right. Let me ask you, are you God?
No, there is no God, a singular. No, I would say that me and you are gods, right? But we have to define.
That was the second question. Are we God?
Yeah.
Was the second question. I'll ask it. Are we God?
No, because we're not one, right? Me and you are separate individuals. We are not God, singular. We are plural, God.
Third question. Are all of mankind God?
No, there are animal men.
Very good.
Which is a very loose term, which is like describing a man who lacks spirit.
That was the fourth question. It's crazy.
I think I collect them. I have like so many spirit animals.
Collecting like Pokemon or some shit.
I have Pokemon even. Like,
That was the fourth question. Why are some men more susceptible to, let's say, bad spirits than others?
Yeah, we would say that, and this sounds very incendiary, but you got to remember that this. I'm speaking esoterically here, okay? When I say blood purity, I mean that in an esoteric sense.
Okay,
it isn't necessarily dependent on the actual blood. It's not necessarily dependent on genetics, because somebody who's, it doesn't matter what race or color or creed or whatever. it more so depends on a Gnostic predisposition within the person.
Get to the Gnostic predisposition, I gotta say, you say it does not necessarily depend on blood, meaning it could and sometimes does, perhaps even often does depend on blood.
It can, yeah, but that's not at the end of the day. It's not dependent solely on
I
physical
heard
blood.
that part. I'm
Yeah,
interested in the part where it is dependent on blood. Where's the blood coming to play? And
yeah.
then what?
So,
Wait, because it could be blood relatives, it could be physical blood.
well,
Where?
the mythos says that there's an original man, right?
Mm.
Like the biblical
Uh,
pre-Adamite man.
yeah. Okay.
Okay, so there's this man that doesn't have spirit in him, and he has blood.
Whoa,
He
whoa,
has
whoa,
a
whoa, whoa, whoa,
physical
whoa, whoa,
body.
whoa. Just so I know I'm with you. Are you talking about? See, I immediately went to early man, Lucy, the earliest Australopithecine, whatever people consider early man. That's not what you were talking about, though, right? Or is it?
Well, you could use those as postulates, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, that'll do.
I wouldn't rely on that. I would say that that's theoretical. Like,
Okay. Well, when you said the beginning of man, you were not picturing early man.
Notice the word I used, mythos, right? The mythos that we use as the foundation of this sort of wisdom, spiritual insight.
Okay.
We would claim that there is an original man, whatever you want to call that,
Okay.
right? But intuitively, we know that there's this original man that lacks spirit.
Okay. That lacks spirit. Okay, I
That
can
lacks
go for
spirit,
that.
but he
Yeah.
has a body, so he has blood. We would say that this blood is impure because it lacks the spirit.
Then it's in all of us at the same quantity. Yeah.
No, there's varying degrees. You can purify the blood.
How and what? And yeah, what would distinguish one guy who has more of that blood than the next?
The Gnostic predisposition.
Are you telling me
there's
that
people who intuitively pick up on the idea that that there's something more to life that's going on? They start to dabble in occultism,
and that is
or-
an indicator that their blood is more pure because
well,
they've reached a certain level
because they're seeking things,
and saw a
right?
certain thing.
They're seeking the spirit. They're looking beyond matter.
Okay, I would give you that in the esoteric sense of blood, but this doesn't account for literal blood running through my veins, or does it?
Like I said, to a certain degree, but it isn't dependent solely on.
I got that the not dependent part. I just wanted to know, is it playing in there at all? So you think that these
there
people
are
share
people-
a certain amount of blood, and you can tell that they share that physical blood by the disposition they had toward, I think you put it, Gnosticism.
That would be like a hint, right? There's more that goes
Yes,
into
I
it.
dig it. I
Yeah.
totally understand. Yes, I was just wondering, was it in there at all? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you make? I already know the answer to this question. I'm asking anyway. Do you make shit happen? And be specific, because obviously, if the which
Yeah,
you
like,
do believe
you
you
mean
make
if I
shit
go out
happen.
and I want a job, can I get a job? Yeah,
Yeah,
I can make
and
stuff
that-
happen. Yeah.
Yes. No. This guy's 100% right. Can you? I'm
Can I
trying to
use my
separate.
mind to alter reality?
See, you know how hard it is. Thank you, because it was really hard to separate there.
Yeah, you can. You can.
Yes, but yeah, go ahead.
But I wouldn't recommend it, right? Like, that's not the goal necessarily. You're trying to stay off the radar. But yeah, you can.
Because why would I want to stay off the radar?
Yeah, because I'm kind of skipping ahead here because it has to do with what we think the creator is and what you will owe the creator, and kind of what Zephyr was mentioning. Magic works for people who fall in line with the mind of the
Nature
cosmos
and all of that, right?
Yeah, with nature, exactly. Yeah, if you are playing within the paradigm of the mind of the cosmos, what we call capital God. Then,
I'm about to say, it sounds like you're saying follow God and do good. Everything we groovy. It sounds like
he'll reward you and he'll punish you accordingly. Exactly. Yeah. But I'm saying there's another paradigm.
Yes, which was the one the radar talked about that one. Yeah. I assume the other paradigm is the radar I want to stay off of.
No, there's really there's only one dichotomy, or it's sort of like a dualism. There's either you think that there are gods, plural, like a polytheism, or you think that there's a
Which one do you think?
monotheism.
Which one do you think?
A polytheism for sure.
Okay, all of us and other things make up one.
A unity, right? So that we have to
Yeah.
define our terms. So one means indivisible. It means it's a whole that's indivisible, and
I go
that's
for
not
that.
the case. Yeah, that's not the case.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, because we are parts, right? So you can it does get blurry the further you get into ontological studies. It does get blurry, right? So you have to figure this out for yourself. But at the end of the day, I feel
I
like there's
do. I
there's
have an
only
opinion already, and indivisible, and not being us being indivisible. That doesn't seem like a thing.
yeah, exactly. We are divided into parts. We create unities. Unities are comprised of parts.
Yes.
We are participating in unities.
Yes.
So to say that you are a part of the one would ultimately forfeit your individuality. You're basically saying that you're an illusion, that God is really just this one being, and he's LARPing as you right now, and he's LARPing as me and Zephyr and
And
Reddington.
it's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is that there's this thing called a human being, and God is the heart, and somebody's the left arm or the left finger. It doesn't mean you're LARPing. It's that you're all part of one thing. And the cell in the left finger, by the way, he thinks he's totally separate from whatever he sees up there in the hairline. He thinks that,
Well,
that's flat Earth territory. He
that's
doesn't
a
even believe it's real, but they're
that
still together.
that's a poor analogy, right? Because the body that you're describing is ruled by one mind. I ultimately move my fingers, right? So that still falls into the idea of being a part of the one, which would mean that the finger doesn't have an identity. It's the mind of the body that actually is controlling the finger. I
I'm not.
deny that. I would say
I'm,
that you are a finger separate from the body, which isn't evident in the analogy of the human body. So and that's why the human body is used in mystery traditions or in synarchical teachings,
if
because
I am
it
truly
does represent the
separate,
one.
if I am truly separate, how is it that I can separate myself? As the finger can. The finger can move away from the body since we went that route. Can you move away from we? Is that a thing?
I'm not understanding you. Try to elaborate.
All right. Well, when you're talking about this separate part, but we all part of we, and I took it to the body analogy. We all make up one, and you said you're part of the finger is separate from the body.
Well, no. I'm not agreeing with that. I'm saying
Okay.
that would be like that would be a more correct analogy, but that's not evident. We don't see that, right? And that's why the mystery traditions use the human body as a representation of the microcosm, because they say that the human body is a representation. It's a mirror image of the macrocosm, right? So I'm saying all that's wrong. I'm saying that's not right.
I think it's more like a funhouse mirrors look. If you're looking outwards and inside, you can kind of sort of, especially if you get another person that is very clear, and you can like, your within is like a clear reflection, but it's got beveled edges, and you can kind of peek around the corner. Then maybe you can get a glimpse of the one that was. And if all it is now, then yeah, that's that. But that's just how I see it.
With beveled edges.
Bong and stuff brought up Deleuze. Yeah, he's close for sure because he believes in the differentiation, right? That the ultimate reality is actually a bunch of differences, not this oneness. That I agree with.
Again, I just don't even see how you could separate. It's like one drop in an ocean.
In an ocean, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so like I said, when you study ontology, you got to start from like the very beginning of it, and that's a whole long discussion that if you're willing to go down that road, maybe we can do
No,
it.
I don't want to do the ontology. I
Or
just
backwards
don't
because you're supposed
understand.
to be left-handed.
I
Because
just
that's what
don't
I did.
I just don't
What
understand
I'm
when you
saying
say
is that
separate. I
it
just
boils
don't
down to,
understand that term.
well, me and you are separate. Me and you have different minds. Now it boils down to whether you want to believe that or not. And you need to study ontology to come to that decision. Now you can either think that me and you are actually just an illusion and we're one mind, which is the one, the God, the
It's
all,
logical.
hermeticism.
If I get to know you, we will be.
We can relate, but no, you'll
Yeah,
never
we
be
can
me.
relate.
That violates the law of identity.
It works. You can still be simultaneity is challenging. It's not impossible.
It's
I promise you.
logical that you can be two things at once. It's logical that both are true. You are an individual and you are the whole. It's
So
only
You
like
can't be a married bachelor. It's a contradiction.
exactly. That's called the law of identity or the law of non-contradiction. That you can't do that. You cannot.
But
It's
then
literally
paradox
impossible.
negate
Well,
all the paradoxes. They negate your worldview.
Well, these are actually oxymorons. They're not paradoxes. Paradoxes can be resolved, and that's why they're called that, right? These are things that cannot be resolved.
I'm talking even
that's
mathematical ones.
They're
That's
logical fallacies, is what they are.
I still think it's an opinion. I don't think the logic held yet. I think you're telling me in order to prove
It's
it's a
kind of
logical
so you can
fallacy, it would
either
take me a lot longer.
you can't be one
You're
and
just doing
part.
trust me, bro, at this time.
You can't be one and many.
You're just doing trust me, bro. You're not proving anything. Well,
Well,
if
I'm
it's a
not
logical
trying
fallacy,
to.
prove the logic. You say if there's logic behind it, show me the logic. You're just saying this is how it is.
Yeah,
You
look up the
can't be in
law
two
of
places at the same
non-contradiction.
time.
So you want the logic of it, which
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the ultimate reality is logical, right? What we can get there, but I'm not claiming that logic is the end all be all. But what I'm saying is by logic, which you probably adhere to, what you're claiming violates logic. It's called the law of identity and the law
Really,
of
I'm a fan of quantum
non-contradiction.
physics. It doesn't really violate logic, especially when you find out that the laws that you thought were so real here on this level are not even
These
akin
aren't
to what
okay.
laws really are like.
What we're talking about here are philosophical laws, right? We're not talking about like natural law, like the law of gravity, 9.8
I go
meters
for
per
that.
second
And
squared or whatever. We're not talking about the
yes,
speed of light. We're not talking about
Talking about practice.
I dig it, but I am talking about philosophically the same way you're using the bricks of conventional physics to come up with your philosophical point of view.
Well,
if you understood that there
no,
were
that's
other
not the
bricks
case
with
though.
other rules to build your philosophy on, it would change.
That's not the case though. So like Reddington said, right? Prove this. How can you be a married bachelor? Explain that to me.
I don't know what that. First of all, if I prove married bachelor or disprove it, I'm not sure what it has to do with laws of physics. For instance, here, prove this.
No. I'm not
Yeah,
saying it has. Let's stop. I'm
yeah.
saying it's not physics. This is philosophical laws, not natural laws, right? This isn't
Yes.
anything to do with physics.
You know, I understand that, right?
Okay, so when you say one in the many, it's like to me that's like hearing somebody say I'm a married bachelor, or that's like saying I'm in the parking lot and I'm not in the parking lot at the same time.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I'm saying your mind can't grasp that because you don't understand philosophical
lay it
rules
out
the
for me.
same way you don't understand physical rules.
Well, lay it out for me.
None of the shit's provable, which is why I went to the physical, because that's provable. And if you could understand that what you thought about the physical is way off, then you could
It's a
understand that
metaphysical claim, though.
you could understand that what you believe in metaphysics is much more as possible than you think.
Skrbina's entered the chat.
Especially like starting, like being in two places at once, being two things at once.
Yeah, lay that out for me. So you're using like quantum physics or something like superpositioning or something. That's highly theoretical.
That's great. Yeah, superpositioning with
that's not real. That's virtual, right? That's what we use for like computer programming. That has nothing to do with reality. It's non-Euclidean.
Well, this is great. Then you're about to explain to me what reality is.
Well,
and
I'm saying
nothing material
what you
will fall
experiment
under reality.
What you experience through a computer or a video game or virtually in
Yes.
models
Yes.
isn't reality, is what I'm saying. So
Well, doesn't that
superpositioning is
mean?
out of the
Wait.
question.
Doesn't that mean that me and you are not reality, or does it?
Our becoming isn't, yeah, but your being is.
My
What is
physical
inside
form
of Joe?
is?
Your what?
My physical form is
No.
reality.
No, it's an illusion.
All right. So, tell me what reality is.
Your being. That's the only thing that actually exists.
Give me
And it's
another
the same
word than being.
existence, your awareness, your individual awareness is actually real. It's permanent.
Your
It doesn't cease to exist.
awareness.
Yeah, your awareness, which
My
is separate from mine,
my awareness is
Mhm.
real,
is
which is
absolutely real.
separate from yours.
Yes.
By that philosophy, that means that all these other things that we talked about are real too, because we're talking about perspective. The reason they are real and they are mine, and the reason they are separate
What
is
is they?
because they all emerge from my perspective.
What is they? What are
And
you're using vague terms. They. What is they?
yes, all the ideas that that we had just talked about, which because I get high, I'll never fucking remember. All
What,
right.
like quantum physics is real?
No,
It has
no. You
its own
came up with
awareness?
3 specific shits, which I better let go because I'll never remember them. Yeah, all right. Let me try and start over. Yeah, what were these? You don't remember the 3 rules you were talking about?
A
No
rock
chance.
is a rock real?
Okay, yeah, let's go with that. There you go. Yes. The philosophy that what I think you just said, that the reason I am separate is because of my perspective. It can only be mine. Yeah?
No, I wouldn't say your perspective, your awareness.
My awareness.
Your perspective is an illusion.
My awareness is not perspective dependent.
No, no.
And it's still
The
distinguishable from
perspective comes
everybody else's.
after, right? The perspective is like a consequent of awareness. The awareness precedes perspective. Awareness precedes consciousness.
Okay, I'll give you that. I don't see how I can do awareness without perception, though. I don't see how.
Yeah,
Suddenly,
it's difficult. There's methods for that, like apophatic mysticism. There's certain techniques to try to achieve.
It's a relative term. But perspective is your take on something that you observed.
Boom.
and then my
uses your
perspective
awareness.
comes in. My perspective immediately comes into play when you say awareness.
No,
You just said he did.
it precedes
It's
it.
my awareness is my perspective on things.
So think of it this way: like Platonists would say things emanate, or there are progenitors of things. We would say that awareness is first, and
I
then
understand that.
perception comes out of awareness.
I
right?
understand that. I understand
Hegel
that.
would call them moments.
I understand what you're saying. It's not heavy, but in my terms, it's like me saying something about the 5th dimension, and there
No
would
such
be
thing.
no mental thing that pops in your head, is what I'm saying. Same shit when you say awareness. No mental thing can pop in my head without going to perspective. Nothing, no image pops in my head of awareness absent perspective. But I'm sure I do
Yeah, I'm
understand what
claiming
you're
that there's a
saying.
ground, right? There's this
Yeah.
pure, liberated awareness that isn't necessarily dependent on perception, right? Your perception has to deal with subject object relationships. I'm saying that this transcends that dichotomy.
I dig it, but a minute ago you were standing on it like there is no such thing, like it's fact. And this
Well,
is
yeah,
the
I would
thing.
say
Wait,
it's an
wait.
illusion.
Let me finish the rest of it. But this is the thing, awareness that you can't even explain. How in the world can it be so everybody is so agreed on as fact if it's so difficult to explain?
What is difficult to explain?
Awareness.
I don't think it is. I think it's a simple thing, right? I think the other terms that we use beyond awareness are more complex, like consciousness
So
and
everybody
perspective.
suggests awareness. Take your perception of what that is and just automatically know what it is.
Well, no, I'm saying it
There should
lacks
be no other
perception.
way to phrase it except the word awareness, so that someone else could know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm trying to lay out the definition for it, right? I'm trying to
Please do.
allude to what I mean by awareness. By differentiating it from consciousness and perspective, mindfulness, things like that.
Okay, well, I don't know. These terms seem subjective as fuck. I'm not sure that you know, you can't be bachelor and married or whatever at the same time is an absolute fact. And then you tell me because your awarenesses or your consciousness can't exist, you're using terms you can't even explain. And to
so you
prove,
agree with me that a married bachelor cannot exist?
I hadn't even considered the concept. Let me take 2 seconds to think about it.
But you just said that, right? You
No, I was just
said,
repeating what you said. I wasn't taking a
gotcha,
position on
gotcha,
it.
gotcha,
Yeah. But if you like, can you be married and be a bachelor at the same time? Again, this is
Can you be a male and a female at the same time?
again, these questions get difficult.
That's maybe a can of
instantaneously.
worms.
Yeah.
You stick to the married bachelor one is probably better.
Can you be short and tall at the same time?
Obviously, perspective, yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Let me try to find another one. Can you be white and black at the same time?
I don't know.
Can I be hairy and not hairy at the same time?
Yes, perspective. So probably it would hold true
I
for
have
white and
absolutely
black
no
too.
hair on my body. Can I be hairy?
Of course you can. It depends on the third nigga who walks into the room who shows you what no hair really is like. Right? And suddenly that guy, you go down on the microscopic level.
By definition, we're saying no hair. So there's no hair there, right? It doesn't matter if somebody has there's another person.
If you're zero hair, can you be hairy?
Yeah.
No, not without redefining the
that's
term of the
kind of
word.
like the law of identity. Like the thing is what it is in itself, and it cannot be something else.
Wait. We're not done. We're just beginning because you chose something in the physical realm, which I already explained to you that truth is, yes, you can be hairy and not hairy at the same time. It's been proven through quantum physics. For instance, half spin, quarter spin. Right, I'm just saying. So you can't say this is true. According to your hairy,
Let's see where this goes.
rules. Yes, let's see where it goes. If
Quantum physics.
If I take my face and I'm looking at you, and I do the 360-degree turn, where will I be facing?
Back at the same position.
At
If you did
the
a three,
same position, 100% of the time, a nigga would swear to me, Joe, there's no other possibility. You must be facing, if you truly did a 360 degrees, there is no black and white. And then I would say, wow, have you heard of this new shit, quarter spin, quantum physics, where a thing can turn 360 degrees and you're looking at the side or the rear of the thing? Have you heard that the laws are not what we thought they were? It appears that you can be.
You've completely lost me.
Okay, let me chart. The hair is at 360 degrees. We were just saying that,
the hair is at 360 degrees. Do you know what you're saying right now?
Yes, I'm trying to make an analogy.
Earth to Joe Cool.
Is he aware?
Are you alive?
Are you aware of your analogy, sir? Yeah. Do you understand the same way you affirmed that? And I agree to, because I got this argument behind me, that you can, it looks like you're locked in, that either you have hair, because by definition you don't, you're hairless, or you have hair. Seems logical. 100% of the time, this is what you see. I'm telling you that we know with quantum physics, that is not true. There is such thing as being hairy and hairless at the same time. And I was trying to give you an example that didn't fall well, apparently.
But there's not, though. Right?
Okay.
So, like, virtually, what you're trying to explain is superpositioning, which is a crude analogy to the violation of the law of non-contradiction and the law of identity. It's a very far-reaching analogy, right?
I don't. No. It suits the exact shit you gave me, which was hair. It's 1,000%.
Yeah. That doesn't apply to quantum physics, though. I'm emphatically telling you that does not apply.
What doesn't?
the violation of the law of the law of non-contradiction and
You
the law of
telling me I'm
identity.
emphatic? You telling me is
You're
trust
trying
me,
to
bro.
use the concept, a theory within quantum physics called superpositioning.
I know what superpositioning is.
You're trying to say you're using this idea that in quantum physics that two things can be at the same place at one time.
No. I had switched it to something called quarter spin, half spin. Yeah. You didn't understand it? Take 2 seconds to
No,
listen to it.
I don't understand how that applies to
right.
violation of non-contradiction in the law of identity.
First of all, I am saying that when you're saying that my argument just now was superpositioning, it was quarter spin, half spin. It's quite different thing. It's when something spins 360 degrees, instead of looking at it head on, you now see the side. Even though it's spun 360 degrees, you see the side of it. That's a thing in quantum physics.
But how does that apply to the law of identity?
Because you can see the thing that was the one that split to two.
It's one thing spinning. It's one thing spinning, right? It's not one thing claiming to be two different things in one place at one time spinning.
But if the other thing
we're not
is
even
possible,
we're not even in the realm of law of identity. We're far removed from that.
No. We're saying if this law can be wrong with this law, you can be wrong with the other law. It seems logical.
I've already asked you to explain to me how the law of identity is something that's fallacious. How is that
we
wrong?
couldn't understand. You couldn't explain to me what the law of identity
It's
was.
not. It's neutral.
Remember, you was talking about it all exists in the ethereal realm. You can't say any word
Yeah,
other than
I
aware.
never said ethereal realm. I never.
Yeah,
said
what do you say? What are you saying? Hostile? You saying because he's black he can't follow the law or something? What's wrong with you?
I mean,
was it a crime before the law?
Yeah, I think we've lost the plot.
Undoubtedly, we lost the thread.
But we didn't, according to quantum physics. We didn't.
We the
we
one.
did.
Yes,
We the one will
continue
catch
on
up.
that line. He damn right.
So let's retract. Let's go back a little bit.
Quantum physics becomes carte blanche for it's to say anything.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm
Hey,
like
man,
French fries, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, quantum physics, therefore anything. So back to the topic at hand here about the one and the many, right? You're trying to identify your individuality with someone else's individuality.
I'm not sure. I thought I granted you individuality.
But you didn't. You said
I said there can be two things at once. I'm granting you your individuality and saying they can be both at the same time.
So
you just don't believe it's a thing.
There's a one, which literally means indivisible.
Yes, by your definition again, your lack of understanding.
We have free will. We have free will in one way at least, and that is our ability to make up the story as we want.
When we use the term one in a philosophical sense, it means indivisible.
Okay, all right, bye.
But words,
all right, let me see if I can.
The words.
We're
they're
gonna
flawed.
go by your definition. I don't agree.
Well, I
with
mean,
that.
this is a
true.
problem in philosophy that's existed for, 2,000.
But why is it a problem? But what's the problem with it though? Like,
The
what's the
problem
problem?
is people can't reconcile it, right? It's called the problem of universals. They don't. There are a group of people who cannot see the possibility of a universal.
Yeah, well, and that's fine. They can live
Everybody
within
does.
that
Whoa. Everybody does who speaks. Anybody who speaks automatically has to accept universals.
No, that's not true.
Okay, tell me how that's not true.
Because there's a thing called being that precedes becoming, right? So
Same
there's that
argument.
distinction that
Right,
separates.
but see the
Well,
words that are coming out of your
see?
mouth. I have to have universal meanings that we both agree upon in order to have the conversation, right?
This is like Wittgenstein
It's like a different
or something.
category
This
of
is absurd
universals, or
nihilism
what?
or something.
It is.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with it, right? So like your position,
You don't have to. It's fine.
we're so far removed from each other in positions that it's really inarguable because we're too far removed from the ground.
Actually,
we're like when
For
Neurojack's
you,
talking
yeah,
about
okay,
language, right, being fallacious, and language
well, it's not
being
defined. Definitions are not defined. Like irony contains no iron unless
Yeah,
it's
but if I
actually
say a
irony.
dog, but if I say the word dog, like you can twist it however you want. You still know what a dog is, right?
The idea is just to
but I don't know.
communicate.
But I don't know what type of dog, right? So I don't know the appearance of the dog.
For
I
if
don't,
you're being
Just a
sincere,
category.
for communicative
inferred.
purposes, if you're sincere, dog will do. If you're insincere, you're probably asking, what color is his fur? All dogs don't necessarily have white. 5 words you say is white. When it really, I could give 18 ways to explain what a dog is, and if a motherfucker's sincere on the other side, he'll understand.
if it
You,
comes
you
down
aren't
to
giving me
finding a
18
dog,
ways to
right?
define
When
any
it
of
comes
these
down,
words. You have not given 18 ways to define any of these words that you're laying out, which makes me think you don't even have a grasp of them. Or you're
I
not
think
trying to
you've lost the
communicate it to
plot.
me.
I really don't
I
think
like.
we're on the, I don't know where you're at in the discussion.
But isn't this like a is ought question? Like, isn't that what you're really
I've
saying?
heard that a lot. Yeah.
We're not even close to is odd. Where are you coming from,
It's
bro?
not really, but
It's more like a in and of.
No, it is because it is
We were
odd because
talking
you're
about
saying like
quantum physics
like the
like
is
2
odd
minutes
answer.
ago, 1 minute ago.
no, it is an is ought because you're saying well some people might not understand this word or that word, but like
Well,
the thing
do, be,
is
by,
well,
through.
no, I'm not saying it is. I'm saying these things are inarguable, right? It's not an is ought
We're
question.
arguing about it, so that's
Argue
kinda
it now, and you
ironic.
have one word every now and then. It's you're not. If they're inarguable, do a better job.
But
you saying I can't do it, you can't understand.
So
We
I
just
laid
won't
out. I
agree.
laid out
You
like for
guys, you're
instance.
spending all that time saying that rather than arguing your
For
side without
instance,
using the same exact words.
well, Joe, no, that's not true, right? Like I laid out the law of identity and non-contradiction, and when I asked you to disprove it, you couldn't, right? Like the
Yeah,
married
but you can't
I
prove
don't
it
agree
either.
with none of that shit. No.
like the
Nothing can be proven.
like the married bachelor, right? How do you disprove that? How can
did.
you be
You-
a married bachelor?
By being very convincing. My best guess.
No, there's that. I'm saying it. You can't. You can't be. You're one or the other. This is a either or.
I don't try. I
Right?
just
This
know.
isn't
I just
on the
know.
fence type of ordeal here. There is either one
It's
or
not.
there's many. There's either existence or non-existence. It's
Let me
like
ask you about is time. Is there is
Time.
time linear?
No.
No, it's
So
not. 3-dimensional.
can you prove it's not?
Nope.
Yeah, by the statement, that, like I claim Parmenides' argument that being precedes becoming, and that the only thing that exists
Blah blah
is
blah.
existence.
Give me an English shit. Armenians
That's the
is
answer,
fucking
though. Why
50.
are you
Give me
saying blah
give
blah
it to me in
blah?
English. Give it to me from Europe.
Okay.
Don't give me Armenians.
Okay,
English.
I'll go
Fuck.
slow. I'll go slow. Right? Nothing begets nothing. That's about
Nothing.
as simple as I can say it.
Yes, yes.
That's
But
about as
nothing
simple as I
doesn't.
can say it.
So that
Nothing
proves
doesn't exist since we named it. Then it's something more.
that's
Then
true
nothing.
through the gate.
Come on now. That
Well,
It's
here
the logos.
did this before.
No, it'd
I'll-
still be nothing.
I'll
Just because
prove,
you give something
I'll prove
a concept a name doesn't mean
It's the
nothing
formless.
becomes
It's
something.
the formless from
told
which you
me
can make
nothing.
form.
You told me nothing begats
Formless
nothing.
is still something.
I see a tree outside. I know that tree started
that's
from a
not
little
nothing.
baby seed.
It's not. Because it
Therefore,
doesn't
I know.
exist. I already told you.
Hold on, let me do this argument with this the tree analogy here. The nothing begets nothing. Time is not linear because nothing begets nothing. That is proof of nothing. Those are words. I can go out.
It is proof
I
of
can.
nothing. That's
No,
true.
no. Listen.
So you're saying
No,
ex
no. I'm
nihilo.
saying what I'm saying is.
You're
If you
saying
listen, you'll know
creatio
what
ex
I'm
nihilo.
saying. If you
Wait.
listen,
Let's stop for
go
1
ahead.
second. One
Yes,
second, Joe.
I
Cool.
don't
We
want
have
to
to
lose
stop.
it.
Before
Go
you go
ahead.
into your seed and tree, I'll remember it for
Thank
you.
you.
Okay.
See tree. Thank you.
I
Go.
will remember that.
That'll
for
do
you.
it.
But
I should
before we
remember.
move forward,
Yes,
we have
yes.
to stop right here. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you claiming creatio ex nihilo? Are you
I don't even
saying
know what that is.
Are you saying something can come from nothing?
No, I just want to argue this to show him that he is not so sure. We could argue
As
that
above,
later.
so below.
That is not what I'm arguing.
Or are you claiming quantum physics? It's both.
No.
It could be. It could be. We
No.
just don't understand it.
You could hear my argument if you'd have been quiet. I'd have been done with my argument by now. You'd know what I was claiming.
If you keep talking, I'll listen to both of you.
Yeah, the tree. All right, the tree thing.
Yeah, seed and tree.
You're
I got
saying
you.
because of those words, there is no past, there is no future. I say I go outside, I see a tree. I know
Okay.
it came from a seedling. I know it is not out there as a seedling right now. So I have an indication with my eyes and knowledge and perception that something existed before. I named that the past. Prove me wrong with nothing begats nothing.
Yeah, so what it's the chicken and the egg. How do you get a seed without a tree? And how do you get a tree without a seed? Zeno would say that it's an illusion. It's not real. There is no beginning. You're
The
being
tree is not
duped.
real.
The tree is not real.
The
You're being
cake is a
duped.
lie, son.
The tree is not real.
The tree is not real. You are
So the-
being duped.
Right. So the seed is not real.
The seed is not real. How do you get a seed without a tree?
Very good. Cars are not real. You and me are not
No,
real.
answer my question. Don't
What?
move away from it. How do you get a seed without a tree?
Well, it might be freaking complicated. I think you understand
God.
the
Break it down
answer.
for me, bub.
Yeah, I think you understand the answer.
I don't.
Well,
because there is no answer.
isn't
I'll
God
tell
the
you,
answer?
you don't have to guess. You don't have to guess, you rule fucks.
Well, isn't God the answer though?
Yeah, it is.
It was
but I'm
not
saying
my
he's
answer.
a duper.
It
He
wasn't fixing to
creates
be
an
my
illusion.
answer.
It
My
is the
answer. Okay, it'll be your answer. We'll leave it at
No,
your
no, no,
answer.
wait, no. Neurojack was the one who responded, and he said God would be the answer. And I would agree. There is a creator, but I'm saying he's not the creator of you. He creates the tree. He creates the illusion around you of things that seem like they have a beginning. He creates all the forms within becoming, and you believe them. You think that's reality. But the one thing that he doesn't create is you, your spirit. It's eternal. It
First
comes
of all,
from the
you
eternal.
misunderstand a lot here. First of all, I don't believe these things are real. I'm just using them in an argument. The rest is you. I don't believe they're real. I don't believe time is linear or any of that stuff. Stop making assumptions and just stick with the argument, right? You think you can see me because of the words that come out of my mouth and you get me way wrong.
Well, you
If
sounded passionate about
all
the
I'm
past and the
trying to
future
do,
and the seed and the tree.
all I was trying to do was prove it's easier to argue time than what you gave me. And I still believe I'm right.
Time is more complicated. I literally gave you the easiest explanation and you tried to negate it, which it's unnegatable.
I gave you physical trees outside that I can see that I know wasn't there yesterday.
That's
and you
more
gave
complex
me
than the
words.
Parmenidean statement of
Or
nothing
prove it.
begets nothing.
Now prove it. Nothing
Nothing
begets
begets
nothing.
nothing.
You
That is
proved
the
it,
most provable.
nothing.
That is the most provable statement that I can give you.
Do it now.
Nothing begets. You
Do
cannot
it now.
get some.
Do it
How do
now.
you not understand that?
Diddy
How do
now,
you not
right now.
Right,
How do you
right.
not
See, here is your
understand?
argument. So easy to prove that all you can say is, how do you not understand? You should have 8 different ways to prove it. How many analogies can I come up with to prove
Okay,
time is linear?
I have
Shit.
no apples in a bag, right? I have
You're
no
damn
apples
right. You got nothing
in a bag.
But
right?
Archimedes says everybody knows it's true. You got
Well, no,
nothing.
no, no. Listen, I have no apples in a bag. How am I going to get apples out of it?
Don't answer my
I
shit
have
with
no-
the question. Tell
I
me
have
something.
no-
Teach me something.
I have no.
Yeah, hold
water.
on for a second, guys. Let me see what this dude is. Hey, you got to cam up in the back to get on the show here for the person that's here. You know. Okay, is this our friend Michael?
Yeah, what's up, TML?
Yeah,
How you
blessings,
doing?
brother. Yeah, how's it going? Yeah.
I'm
going, brother?
spectating.
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
getting tense in here, but that's
Yeah, it's all
okay.
good. Yeah, it's all good,
Pressure
brother. Yeah.
makes diamonds. So we've been
Yeah,
listening.
welcome to the show. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Yeah, blessings.
Continue.
I'm going to leave it at this. I think Joe Cool is just a polematic person. I think he just likes to disagree, right? Because literally when I say nothing begets nothing and you're like still arguing that, but not providing a rebuttal for that.
I'm not going to leave it here.
Like,
I'm going to
how do you
again
argue
say,
nothing begets nothing?
Listen,
Explain that to me.
Would you say
words, I don't have
Socrates?
to argue it. I asked for proof, and your proof on your side, on your entire side of proof, which you say the proof is abundant on your side. You say nothing begets nothing. That's it. You should understand everything. Mic drop. I am saying if you really knew what the fuck you was talking about, you have 8 different things you can tell me other than nothing begets
How
nothing.
else do I explain?
You apparently
Stop.
cannot
Joe,
and
Joe,
do not.
slow down.
Because
Okay,
we've been
how do
spending
I
the last
explain?
10 minutes on nothing
Joe,
begets nothing.
Joe, how do I explain in 8 different ways that you can't get something from nothing? How does that? It's so simple. There's literally no other way to explain it. It is the most simple, evident truth that there's literally no other way to explain it by saying.
Well, stop
you
saying
cannot
it's so easy
get
to
something from
explain
nothing.
shit. If it's just if your explanation is this
Are you
just should be.
saying you disagree with?
I am not
nothing
saying I'm disagree. I'm still trying to get you to prove a thing. I'm not giving my opinion. No.
So you're asking me, you're putting the burden of proof on me for a claim, right?
Yes, you took it over there and said my shit is fact, like you had proof. And I have been telling you don't. And as proof, you give me fucking Confucius sayings.
Okay.
Nigga, who thinks that's proof?
Okay, without
Oh,
anybody
dear.
saying it, right? Without bringing up Parmenides, right? Just me. I'm just saying it, okay?
Yes, please, if you say these same 2 fucking phrases, you about to do it
I
again.
can't get something out of nothing, right? So therefore, if you are experiencing a bunch of something,
Here, knucklehead, here. I'll give you a way to get something out of nothing. Just to just
what?
to
Pulls
All
a
right.
quarter from behind your ear.
Make that blunt appear from behind his ear.
All right. So wait.
I'm done.
No, I got a question for you now.
Joe, you're cooked.
No, I'm not. I easily got a
Bro,
another-
you're baked.
Not only do I have something for nothing from you, but it's quantum physics, so it'll troll you to no end and irritate the fuck out of you. But I'd rather ask you a question now because I'm thinking something else now. I'm gonna ask you a couple. So everything that exists now has always existed. Can I assume you believe that?
Bingo.
Okay. And the reason it's always existed is because there is no such thing as time. Yeah.
No.
Then how can you say always existed if there is no time?
That it's the lack of time. It's the negation of time. We call it eternity. Right? Time is
Without
something-
beginning, without end.
It's without beginning or without end. Time is an illusion that you experience within becoming because you think there are beginnings and ends.
Very good. Then you should not use phrases like it's always existed, or maybe you shouldn't agree to my phrases.
No, I
say
should
shit
use
like
that. I should use it's always existed.
But how would you argue? Hold on. But how would you argue that we've always existed? Like, there's no way to prove such a thing other than like you feel that way, right?
No, I think you're misunderstanding, right? So like there's 2 options here. There's no fence. You cannot sit on the fence on this. Either you believe something came from nothing, or you believe that there is always
But
been
what does that
something.
have to do with you being eternal and not created by God? What does that have to
has
do with that?
everything to do with it. Because if there's an eternity, then you, which are experiencing eternity, have to come from eternity, not some other part of eternity.
Well,
right?
how am I experiencing eternity when I'm in a body that's going to grow and die and get put in the ground or burned up or something?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I would lean towards the first law of thermodynamics. If you want a fit, I understand this intuitively, but if you want,
Yeah,
like,
but whoa. Before you
physical-
jump into that, though, like Newton's laws are like theological more than they are like scientific, though, right?
Who brought up Newton?
You're bringing up like thermodynamics, like nothing can be created or
How is
destroyed,
Newton
or
thermodynamics?
are you saying it's not based on Newton?
No, it's not.
Okay, what's it based on?
It comes after Newton, but it's not entirely dependent on Newtonian physics. No.
Okay, but you're
just
saying
saying
that. Go
The
ahead.
law of thermodynamics, nothing
Yeah,
being
the
created
first
nor
law,
destroyed.
right?
He was seeing your argument coming, and he was just commenting on it.
Yeah, but that's but that's a
that.
theological position. That's not a scientific position.
That is an empirical scientific position. What are you talking about?
How could you possibly prove that?
Destroy something. Show me. Record it. Experiment it. Create a hypothesis. Destroy
Well,
something.
it depends on what your definition of is, isn't it?
No, it depends on what my definition of destroy is, right? Destroy
Not really,
means to
because if you
put into
smash two atoms
non-existence.
together, did you destroy the two atoms?
No, that's why we say that you can't destroy anything.
What happened to the atoms?
They transform. They
Into
change
what?
states of matter.
Yes, and sometimes more matter is created. Apparently,
No, you
from
cannot
nowhere.
add anything to it. You can't
You are
add or
wrong.
reduce anything to it.
You
No,
are wrong.
I'm
Listen,
not wrong. This is physics.
sometimes this was the
is
argument
work.
out the quantum physics
Look up
argument
the,
I was
look up
going
the
to use.
definition of work.
Or I
in
could
physics.
just, or I'm not going to look up a definition. If you'd like to knock yourself out,
You
I'd rather
want
tell
proof
you
of
my
things, but you
story.
don't want to look up definitions.
I don't want to look up your shit because your proof is inadequate. It's probably going to say neither is nothing nor there. And you're going to say it's fact, baby. Just suck it up. Listen.
I
Listen,
think
here
that
is one of the
you
things.
will
Listen,
argue with anything.
I will
Anything
argue
that's
with
given to
anything.
you, you
Yes,
will
I
argue.
will, but my shit's still right and it's smarter than yours. I'm giving more evidence. You're saying 3 words and just, yeah, you're acting weird. You're not giving evidence
All
of
he
nothing.
says
But
is
you know
quantum
why?
physics.
Yes,
That's it.
but he's no. What he is
I didn't
saying is
claim
like
that I was
his shit.
smarter than you. I didn't
He
claim
is
that.
saying, I'm
I'm
not
not
claiming you as.
offended by your beliefs. I'm not offended by your knowledge, quote
Okay,
unquote.
I'm not. I don't think I was not intentionally inclining toward you were offended or anything like that. I was trying
Well,
to
I'm
say
saying
you're
you sound
dodging.
defensive, right? You're like, I'm smarter than you.
Oh, I was
What?
probably trolling you at that moment. But you do
Gotcha,
lack here,
gotcha.
which is why I would have been trolling you because you just lack what you're talking about over here.
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to the experiment. Sometimes when you take atoms and you spin them around and you
What
smash
is
them
an atom?
together. God damn it. I told you one nigga want to talk about the color of the hair of the dog and one nigga wants to communicate.
Well, you like quantum physics and atomic particle physics
And
and
you
things
like
like that.
diverting,
Burn a
deflecting, and
log.
not
Let's
trying
make
to
it
find the
simple,
truth.
man. Make it simple. Boil water.
You
Burn
love
a log.
simple. I told you I don't want 3 words. I want 8 explanations. What are you
I'm saying
afraid
the
of?
complexity. Well, I'm saying the complexity has got you lost. You think quantum physics is
I
reality.
get that you
It's
have an
not.
opinion. Can I talk? Or do you have to interrupt me to give your opinion on the thing? Can it wait?
You're right. No, continue.
Thank you. All right. Sometimes when you take these particles and you slam them to each other, odd things happen. One is the one you were just talking about, where they transform shapes when you slam them into each other. They would transfer from what we would call physical matter particles to invisible particles, like, say, I don't know, electric particle or something. They literally disappear. If you look at the Dow physics on the cover, you'll see lines that disappear and reappear. It's to simulate that they're turning to transforming matter. I think you guys believe that, and you're not going to argue that part. But there's
I'm
also
definitely going to argue that a particle. You know what the words you literally just said.
No. This is again the dog hair.
You said invisible. How are you seeing and recording and experimenting with something that's invisible, brother? What are you talking about? That's the problem.
Technically, it's all light, and we can only see some of it with our
Undetectable
eyes.
is probably a better
Yeah,
word.
like how does he stop it? He's just trolling me at this point, man.
I'm not trolling you. I'm
Okay.
literally pointing out the fallaciousness in your thinking. You're believing theories from people who claim to be empiricists.
Who made your
But
sword?
they're not. They're not. They don't even understand science.
You're not gonna let me finish the argument, man. I think I'm
Sure,
sensing
yeah, smash particles.
either
You got it.
fear or disrespect at this point.
Well,
I'm
no,
not
you
sure which
literally
one
said,
it
I
is.
think you guys won't argue that, right?
Yes.
And I'm not going to let you say that I'm agreeing with you and
Well,
say
you-
that I,
well,
right?
you
Like,
say
I don't
say,
agree with it.
I'll argue later or I disagree, but continue. You don't just go off onto your own shit and disrupt me after you done did it 8 times already.
Gotcha.
At some
gotcha.
point, a motherfucker got
We
to be
won't
able to
challenge what you're saying. Gotcha.
You can challenge
Well-
when I'm done. Let me say what I'm saying. Then you'll have the full thing to challenge, bro. What's so
Do we
hard
need
to
a timer?
understand?
A little more structure. Just asking.
This is just weird.
No, let's go.
At this
Invisible
point.
particles, atoms, transforming shapes. Let's go. Continue.
All right. No, I'll start over since you want to be
Start
a dick.
over from the beginning, man.
Yeah, no, I know exactly where to start from, but I'll start over because you're a dick. I'll be a little bit of a dick. All right. Sometimes when you take these particles and you spin them around in opposite directions super fast, 99.99% of the speed of light, and you slam them into each other, they transform the particle itself because it was whatever particle it began. Doesn't mean it's going to end up like that. It changes within milliseconds in a lot shorter period of time, I'm sure, than that. Another thing that happened is sometimes these two particles slam into each other, and the pieces that they produce are the same exact size as the particles. So if you imagine taking a glass and it's shattering onto the ground, having many pieces produced, same size as the original. That is the thing that occurs in the quantum physics world. All right, I'm done. Argue.
Citation needed.
That's it. That's it.
Well, but also like miniature black holes are formed too, right? So
they are for
that
a super short amount of time. Yeah.
Right, but see, this
And
the
they
thing is like
evaporate immediately, allegedly.
the laws of physics break down at that point. So then the laws that you're referring to, hostile, no longer apply, right?
This is what
But he wasn't referring to those. I don't think, if I remember the argument right.
I mean,
yeah, no, I'm saying everything that you just explained about
referring to the
particle
laws
theory
of logic.
is a cool story. Cool, it's like cool story, bro.
Right. Okay, you don't have to believe it.
Do
Maybe,
you know how they even do these experiments and conduct these experiments?
Well, I went to Fermilab because I'm lucky. No, I've never been in the motherfucker, but I'm a fan enough where I read every fucking quantum physics books in my library because I'm old and the internet wasn't even available.
Yeah,
I went out to Fermilab and hung out.
So
I
you're
do this
familiar
type
with
of shit
Richard
as a
Feynman,
hobby.
right? So you're familiar with Richard Feynman in QED? Are you familiar with Richard Feynman?
No idea. I'm just gonna take my word for it. No, I have no idea what you're talking
No,
about.
he ain't gay. He ain't gay, man. He don't think that Dick is fine as a fine man. Okay, come on now.
You just tell me what you want to say.
You've
and
read
I'll
every
stay
book
out
on
of it.
physics
That's
except
not
from
what
the
I
father
said.
of physics.
I'm sorry. Did I say that?
You did say that.
Okay. All right.
But cool.
I've read every book on physics. That was my claim. Please.
Well, no, you were probably trolling, is what you would say.
No. I said in my library.
They would have Feynman.
Gotcha. Cool.
Okay.
And you don't
All right.
got Feynman in it.
No.
Gotcha.
I'm not saying I don't have Feynman. Now I'm telling you, you will have to make your statement.
You're like a
without
moving
me.
target. It's like anything that you sound
I'm
like
not.
you're claiming. When I
Make
say you're
Yes.
claiming it, you're like, nah, bro, I'm not.
Yes, because you tried to twist shit. This time I'm gonna stay out of it. I'm
not
gonna let you
twisting
make
anything.
I'm gonna let you make your statement. Go.
I'm not twisting anything. I'm not saying particles can transform into other
I'll
parts.
comment when you're done.
I'm not claiming particles, atoms. I'm not claiming quantum
Tell me
physics.
what
I'm
you
not
are doing, what
invoking
you're
any
not
of
doing.
that. What I'm saying simply, which doesn't need any further explanation, is
Don't you fucking go ahead. This is
bro,
great.
the bud has got this man cooked. Hold
This
on.
is great. Let me
Look,
hit it again. This
look.
is getting good.
At this point, I think you're so high that you're literally having auditory hallucinations where you're
I
hearing me
could have
say
sworn
shit,
I heard that
and
you were
I'm not
just
saying
about to
shit.
repeat yourself. I already
It's
saw
just
it in the
perspective, bro.
future.
It's just perspective, bro.
It's just perspective, bro. Which everything is.
Okay, man. So with you, I
Go
think
ahead.
it's we just have to concede. I have to concede and agree to disagree with you because I don't think it's possible to actually go further. Right?
I
Like,
don't care about
if I-
that shit, man. Your opinions on shit. Nigga, make a statement. I don't care. Every time you open your mouth, it's fucking opinions and goofy shit.
So nothing begets
Statements
nothing is
are
an
opinions.
opinion. Gotcha.
Hell,
Okay,
make some
so-
to this conversation we're talking about. Here's your opportunity. You just want to use it to tell me how I'll never understand you. Be nice.
Okay. Be nice.
Or be
Well, I
kind.
am. I'm trying to say we have to
Fine.
agree to disagree. I don't think
Okay,
that
well,
we
let's
can-
leave it there. Let's not make it my
Yeah.
shortcoming and you know, right? Let's
I'm
leave
just
it
gonna
there.
say
Then.
that I wish you luck, like with the
I don't
creator.
need your lunch, nigga. Stop it. Fucking wish you luck, condescending prick.
Oh, okay. So
I wish you luck with them dumb ideas you got there, man, with your knowledge. And I hope you learn to articulate better. I hope you learn to articulate your thoughts better and just don't rely on 2 phrases at a time and then make bad comments about a motherfucker. You just don't understand. You guys don't. It's so simple. How can a person? I hope you learn how to communicate better. Good luck. Am I
Thanks,
paying you a
man.
compliment?
No,
Stop it.
I could
No, I'm
use
not.
I could use the advice, man. I appreciate that. Yeah.
If that was a joke, it was
No, but I want to get into this, and I'm sorry to Michael because I know he wants to talk, but I want to get into this hostile. Can you reiterate your point about what what are you trying to say with the whole, like, the one and the many? Like, let's
Yeah,
start
there's no
over.
one, right? So like the idea that we're a part of a one is a deception, and ultimately you're forfeiting your individuality, right? Whether that means actually identifying completely with the thing that we call the one, which you could call it God, you could call it
The
Jesus,
all.
you could call it Allah, you could call it all these different names. We can call it the Gnostic demiurge. There are people who actually achieve identifying with it completely. We call it theosis or henosis.
And
Both sides, you mean? Like of the same thing that it is?
Yeah, you basically are absorbed into it,
Sides?
right? And then you identify what you become an automaton. You think every thought that the one is thinking, right? But the real paradigm, what I'm claiming is that you are an individual and you can actually separate from it and attain absolute individuation. So there's either one or the many. And if you believe in the many,
But why
you
would you
should.
want to do that though?
Everyone
Why
gets through
would you want?
eventually. That's all I know.
Yeah.
Why
So
would you? Why would you want to do that though?
Yeah, so like if you want to still attain
Jax can be
freedom,
the
if you
commander of
want
the Borg.
freedom, right? Then this is something you would want to chase. If you're not cool with freedom, if you're fine with being subjugated and enslaved for all of eternity, then yeah, then by all means, man, all power to you. Go to the one.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how could you know of anything outside of this experience that we're in right now?
Yeah, that's the leap, right? So we're claiming that the thing outside of it that's knowable is apophatic, right? It's incognizable, it's unknowable, it's not logical, it's irrational, it's what's another word that you could use? Logical, rational. It's not intellectual, it's not consciousness, it's not the mind. It's all these things mislead you into thinking about earthly forms, or what we would go further than the earth. We would say the material cosmos, cosmic forms, right? What we call the universe, universal forms. You start to associate with these
Yeah,
so
but aren't
much
you
that you
saying?
think they're reality.
But aren't you? Yeah, but aren't you saying that, like, you need to completely separate from
Yes.
matter and spirituality and all existence?
No. You are spirit. You need to separate from matter. And you become completely
Why though?
spiritual.
Have you
not?
ever experienced? Well, I mean, you could always. Well, I don't want to say what I want to say,
Yeah,
but
I could claim it,
you can
right?
always
Yeah.
put a thing in your mouth and make it all go away, right? So, I mean, the point is, like, is that what you're advocating for? That's what it sounds like.
No, that's not what I'm advocating for, because
Oh,
how
come
to
on,
attain
dude.
it, yeah,
That's like
and that's
low
that's
level.
It's
actually
not low. He's saying that if your idea is to leave this physical body, there is a quick way to do it. He's not trying to be low.
yeah, and that's not the right way, because it takes work. It's not something that you just achieve all of a sudden by doing that, right? It's something you have to deprogram yourself. That's for lack of a better word. You have to practice a sort of apophatic mysticism,
So go to
like
the
a
Scientology
negation.
Center go to the
No,
Scientology Center, put an e-meter on, and get audited, or what?
no, because the Scientology wants you to revert back to forms, right? They want you to think about worldly forms, and they want you to identify with the good.
Is that what I did whenever I dereprogrammed myself?
No, you don't. You negate the forms. You
You've
resign them.
been to this other place. You've separated.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What's on the other side?
I can't describe it. It's incognizable. There's no forms in the world to describe it, right? So I have to keep working until I can get fully there.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. You don't have to answer this question, but you've heard of such things as people taking substances and having experiences that are
Yes.
uncognizable, right?
No, they
So-
are cognizable. They are, and that's why they come back with explanations. They say, "Well, I saw a trippy circus like tapestry, and I saw a clown, and I saw." They give you forms to
Clown
try
town.
to identify their experience. I'm saying these experiences that I have negate that. They're beyond that. They're so
Well, sure. I mean, I can
maybe a
describe what
different
being
way.
in love is, but it's not actually going to convey the feeling, will it?
No, exactly. Yeah, no.
But you could give it a try.
You
What he
could
is
try.
talking about
yeah.
is something a little different. He is saying that I am absolutely right,
The
but if
best
I
way I can
use, hold
explain it.
on, that wasn't your cue. But if I use, I'm absolutely right. But if I use a word to explain it, I am breaking the rules. I say that falls under, you just got to trust me, bro.
The nameless Tao. That's kind of what you do.
Yeah, it's like the Tao. If
But
you want to say the Tao is just trust me, bro, then that's your problem. Like,
You
right?
said
I
that.
can't show
You
you
said
the
that.
Tao.
I
That's
did.
why I said
I
you
said
said
it,
that.
sort of.
I'm not saying just trust me, bro. I'm saying work it out. Do it. Do the work.
Well, I can
But you
trust that
haven't
you'll
even got
catch
there
up
yet.
Well,
at the very least.
I've done that shit. I've in
And
fact
you'll catch
I've
up.
had those experiences. I've done the
You
meditation
don't
and
walk the walk. You don't talk the
I'm
talk.
sorry. Every time I fucking start talking, you think it's your cue. It's weird. And if I point that shit out, you're gonna swear it's in my head and I'm fucked up. I've done a lot of the meditation and shit, and I've been to the other side, and I've seen things, and I've talked about some are more easily describable than others. Some I think are indescribable. I do the best I can. I don't know. I've see if I use words, I'm not supposed to use words. That's the only way I prove I had experience. No, I say I've seen other things, other sides that show that this isn't even real. So I agree with this is not even fucking real. I don't. There is other stuff, and I've been over there and I've tried my best to explain it to a bunch of people.
You know, it's really weird though. As long as you're embodied, you're not an individual.
You are.
You're not. You have a bunch of bacteria that lives in your gut and the things that fuck
That's
on your
not
face.
you.
It
You're
is.
not. You're
It
not the
is part of
bacteria.
you.
You're
It's
not the.
part of you.
No.
It's
You live.
identifying with matter that perishes or just reorganizes, rather.
Yeah. Well, and it has been so many things before, and you have tapped into that memory potentially if you embody it.
No.
Well,
If you're a
just because
majority of
maybe you
India
need to
fungus,
practice
you're just going to be
cognizing more.
hungry all the time, consuming bullshit. So
No,
technically, yeah, if your
I don't
body's
do
filled
that.
with fungus, you're more. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying if someone
Yeah.
were.
If someone were, the fungus actually knows how to reprogram you better than you do.
If you think you're a bacteria, I mean, more power to you.
No, I mean, like I would be the subtil. What is it called? Something subtilis. That one would be my favorite one. And I did get called
If you think you're a
bacteria.
water bear,
Yeah, no, probably not. I might have been one once, and I might have one as a spirit animal. They're really cute in an ugly sort of way. I kind of think they're awesome. They're fascinating. And if you want, we can like trade faces. I'm not that attached to this face. I remember being other faces, even other sexes. Yeah, we could get really twisted. I could tell you some details. It's a mythology to everyone else, but to me, it's my truth. So I don't know. I'm not here to prove it though, but I want to know your story too.
Sad trombone.
It's unprovable. You're right about that.
All of those things over there are unprovable.
Mm-hmm.
bro, you've been
There's no
smoking that. You've
guarantee.
been smoking that quantum weed, bro. That
Oh
shit.
yeah.
Man, it's 4 different strands.
Well,
At least 4.
so I got an answer to the one in the mini. I want to see what Hostile thinks. Okay,
Yeah,
ready?
No, no.
Okay. God as the Trinity, one divine essence shared by 3 distinct persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Their loving relationship shows the perfect unity in diversity, with the Father as the source.
I'm
Next
triggered
part.
for him. I'm
Yeah.
triggered for him.
So
It's gonna be bad.
even you got it, Joe. You got it.
No. I say I'm triggered for you. This is gonna be bad. I'm looking forward to what
Well,
you're
no,
about
it's
to
not
say.
bad. I'm just saying the person who came up with the best argument for the Trinity, Saint Gregory of Palmos, he fell short. Right? He reduced it to a dichotomy, energy and essence distinction. That's so actually the Trinity is a dualism, right? So it's actually negating itself. The argument for the Trinity, the energy essence distinction, it falls short. That's the best explanation we have for the Trinity. But I would say that if you want to go as far to claim that there's a Trinity, then you're claiming there's parts, which Plato did, right? This is what the early church fathers were Platonists. This is undeniable because they use the same language and they are an outgrowth of.
Yeah, but but people use language all. Okay, like here's an example, right? Like
I'm
people say,
working somewhere, right? So I just, and I'll leave it. I just got one more sentence to say. The reason they came up with the Trinity is because the hypostases that Plato got to in his most simples were three, right? Whether that's God, justice, or beauty. The mainstream consensus is God, good, justice, and beauty, right? So
but aren't you just being contrarian just to say that Plato was wrong then?
No, I'm saying that the three is three. It's not one. And Gregory is saying it's a dichotomy. So at best, he's saying it's two. He's not saying it's one.
You have
He's
to
saying
count to go.
energy and essence.
You have to count to get to three, right? So you have the one, you have the essence and energies, and then you have the Trinity, right?
Okay, let me be very, very specific here. And this may sound contrary, it may sound paradoxical, but let me try to explain. And it shouldn't take long. I'm not saying there's not a such thing as one. I'm saying there's not a such thing as one completely, right? There are ones, plural. Every individual is reducible to an indivisible one. This is very, very close to Leibniz's monadology. He claims that there are many monads. There are many
Sure, but isn't that aren't you just
indestructible-
really saying everybody's solipsistic and everybody's like Descartes' little demon or something though?
No,
like a brain
it's
into
the
that.
exact opposite of that. It's the exact opposite of that. How do you get that out of
I think
absolute
Nero is the
freedom?
troll.
Oh yeah, it could be.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not trolling because you're saying, well, like every person is an
It's like
indivisible
putting
one.
words in people's mouths, so maybe
No,
you're
it's not. No.
misunderstanding or-
Okay, it's really not because he's conflating like the spirit. And again, you could make this argument for Christianity too. So I'm not denying that, right? But we actually have like stuff that we try to like explain about it, right? But you're saying, well, Christianity is wrong. So it's like, well, how are you explaining it then, right? So like, for example, right? Like, okay, does an amoeba have like an ontology? Does it have an indivisible oneness as well, or just humans?
I would say no. I would say that the ontology behind the amoeba is actually the plasmation from the mind of the creator, the thing that you call God. The thing
Okay,
that you
right,
want
but
to
you're
call
saying, okay, great, so perfect. Okay, so you're saying the amoeba's of God, but we're not. We're our own God.
Yes,
correct?
your spirit is irreducible. It's indivisible. It's one. It's one. It is a monad. You are eternal. Your spirit is. Spirits are eternal.
Right. Okay, let me complete my Trinity argument here. So God creates the world with harmony. Particulars, many things, connect to universals, whole one, through divine order, like nature's hierarchies. An example is Christ's incarnation unites God and humanity without erasing our differences. It restores a cosmic balance.
Yeah, so that's partially true, right? Like, so there are unities. Unities seemingly exist as long as parts are participating. As soon as the participants move away from that unity, the unity starts to disintegrate. It's like the parts of a car. It looks like a car as long as it's put
Right.
together, but if I spread out
But-
all the
but-
parts of the car individually, miles apart, I would start to call it different things. I would say that's a spark plug. I wouldn't call the spark plug a car.
Sure, but why is an amoeba part of God and why are we not? Like that, there's a big leap between like
Yeah,
amoeba's part of God, we're not. There's a big leap there, right?
Yeah, there are evident things, characteristics, and attributes. Like I don't see an amoeba displaying the type of creative attributes as the spiritual man does.
Sure.
the human
So
being does.
sure, but Christians say that we're created in the image of God, meaning we have the likeness of God, meaning we have
Yeah, I'm
a
saying that's
limited
not
ability to
true.
create.
Not true,
Why?
because you're not created. You are eternal. This boils down to the ontology. The first argument that I had. You got two paths. You either think that you're one
yeah.
or you think that you're many. And if you think that you're many, then you are an eternal part of the eternal, right? You're
Okay.
not part of
I'm
the
starting to
one.
understand now. Okay, so what you're saying is like, I know you don't believe in a Big Bang, but let's just go back to the beginning, right? Okay.
Yeah.
In the Big Bang, there was like God, and then there's like every human ever known, all collapsed in on itself, and then but we were always existed, and then God came into existence, and He has special abilities, and we came into existence, and we just forgot we have special abilities. So we can create our own universes and shit.
It's an enchainment, right? There are men who have no spirit. That's a part of this mythos. Remember what Joe Cool brought up? I don't know if you made it that early, but Joe Cool was talking about men. I brought up the animal man or the Pasu. There are men who have no spirit. There are other men who do have spirit. So the spirit is actually separate from matter, right? The spirit isn't the matter isn't necessarily dependent on the spirit of an individual monad, because
that sounds like some Viking shit to me. That sounds like some Viking shit.
Some Viking shit. It's some hardcore warrior Viking shit.
I
would slap you with my flamingo sword.
Gonads, gonadology. I'm gonna write that. I'm gonna write that book, Gonadology. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Gonads and strife.
It would it be red pilled or would it be golf ball sized?
Say that again.
Red pill sized or golf ball sized? Disco ball size?
Oh,
Yeah.
the gonads.
Yeah.
Well,
mine are inside, so they're not
I,
very big.
I
you know,
invoke
they're
quantum
like
physics. I invoke
Okay,
quantum
so
physics.
if we're eternal, do we have a dick in this eternal realm, or are we genderless and formless?
It's not
No.
real.
We would say
Yeah.
there's
That
like
was not a troll question.
what gender is made of, right? Like the ground, the thing that
duality
supports the thing that supports the differences between genders in the material world also applies in the spiritual. We would say you could use general terms like let me think of a word like God, but they don't apply really. It's a crude analogy, active and passive, I guess, or like
abstract and concrete sort of.
yeah. Those are good words, but they still fall short.
Yeah, they do.
Right?
All
Okay,
words do.
so not to get personal, but I'm going to assume that you've been with a woman before, right?
I'm married. Yeah, I have children.
Right.
Yeah.
So okay. So do you think that? And again, I don't want to get too personal, but let's just say in general terms, right? Like, okay, so when you look at your children and your wife, you're like, well, you know, really, this is just a dirty existence. We're not even really in our body. Like, I'll begrudgingly have sex with you and make children with you, but ultimately,
Come
like,
on, bro.
I'm way above this. I'm way
Like,
above
come
all
on,
this.
bro.
That would suck. I would never want to live like that.
Yeah,
no, thank you.
Yeah, that's
These
not how
gay
it works.
questions, bro.
It's very, very general, but I think the question is necessary because you're trying to apply it to life, right? How you live as a human being who
because you're
experiences the
chasing
human
this
condition.
thing. Yes.
So yeah,
Well,
yeah,
there
no, that is
certainly
that's a
are
very
people
valid
that are like
question.
that, right?
So,
There are
Yeah, I'm
people
putting
that
it
are
in a very crude way, but we
Yeah.
live in a very crude existence according to you. So I think
yeah.
it matches,
So there's an
right? Yeah.
ethos, there's an ethic. It's called nuological ethics, right? It transcends like utilitarianism, pragmatism. All these things fall short. We would say that honor is the first virtue, right? And anything that you think of ethically that is dishonorable is probably not the right path. So that's like
Sure.
the general. So
But-
like if I'm
but-
talking to my
so-
wife about existence, right? I'm not going to tell her that she needs to loathe her body and that she needs to not have sex and not have children or whatever. I would say no, actually,
How you have grown children.
we do. We need to pass on the purified spiritual essence within the blood, right? The spiritual blood, that esoteric content, the Gnostic predisposition, because the end isn't. It hasn't come yet, right? We have a sort of an eschatology, but not so, right? Because it
But
doesn't
outside
come-
of time, though, right?
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
Okay.
We call it, there's a Greek term for this, and it's kairos. So the kairos has not happened yet. So this doesn't mean you need to commit suicide. It
but
doesn't
when
mean
you when you say it hasn't happened yet, doesn't that imply that time is linear and time exists and stuff?
No,
seems
I'm just
that way,
saying
but
that
it's
it's
not.
not causal. It's acausal, and we haven't experienced it yet within the human condition. There's
Not
this
all of it.
acausal nexus, right, where this moment in becoming happens, and we experience it, and we call it kairos. This
I say it
kairos
is-
hasn't happened yet. We call it the end of history. It hasn't
Okay.
come yet. So we're gonna have
So-
children. We're not gonna
Right.
offer
Okay.
itself. We're gonna live life honorably with a warrior
But-
neurological ethos.
But you
But
don't
here's
think
the
you
thing,
can
though.
still know that it's happened still? It's all still happened?
Well, but here's the
No.
only thing I'm getting confused on, right? Like, and this is why I call it solipsism. If ultimately we're just a spiritual being having this experience, and really this is basically like a delusion or whatever I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I'm just trying. Then ultimately, there's no such thing as honor because we are a
Well,
universe in and of
you're
ourselves and God in and of ourselves,
It's like
right?
a
you haven't
nihilistic approach.
you haven't got the full picture yet, right? So this has to do with the self, right?
Mhm.
But it's not self-centered. It's centered
No.
on the race. We call it a spiritual race, right? There are parts to this eternity, and you can split it into two general categories. You could say that there are loyal spirits who all belong together, who share this honorable virtue, this
Virtue,
virtue
right?
of valor, and they all are
Valid.
loyal to each other, and that
Okay.
they belong together as a
So
multiplicity.
so
I'm
we all
loyal
go
to
to
the truth.
Valhalla. So if
Yes,
we're of the race, we all go to Valhalla. But are we going to
bingo.
live in Valhalla alone, or are we going to see like other creatures there and other people
Yeah,
there and
yeah. No,
shit?
you experience it with the fellow members of the race, but you cannot impede on their experience, on their freedom. So
Mm-mm.
they can project
Without
with
consent.
a infinite potentiality of their will. They can project a reality, and it's way more pure, way more good. It's absent of all evil. It is the most perfect rendering of unlimited will.
When we're
So
talking about race, we're
Mm.
talking
But it
about the
has
race to
been and
be
has
good and
experienced
honorable.
evil.
Yes, no other race, just the race to be good and honorable and those
yes,
things.
exactly. The
Yeah.
others will be doomed to perish in a war. Yeah.
Well, and recycled again and again, just like
So basically, in like layman's terms, like everybody else is going to go to Nirvana extinguishment, and we're going to go to like Valhalla
You got
if
it.
we
everybody goes
do the
there
right thing.
eventually.
Okay.
You got it.
I think it-
Yep.
So
We would
wasn't I
say
mean,
that.
but again, like isn't that just like God brings people to heaven and who is good and honorable, and He sends those to non-existence, aka hell, if
Well, it's
they
not
like suck.
non-existence because there is
Mm-mm.
no such thing as non-existence, right?
But it does sound like there's a hierarchy and all of that stuff.
There is. It's called the great chain of being. Within the material cosmos, there's this hierarchy, and the one, what you call God, is at the very top, and He doesn't want you getting out. He doesn't want you going back to the origin,
I
which
don't think
Valhalla
I
would be
think
a step to the origin, right?
I think you're anthropomorphizing God a little too much, actually,
Well,
in that.
no, it's not anthropomorphizing it. I'm not saying he's a man. I'm not
Well,
saying that.
but I mean, like, even implying that there are decisions that are being made, like
Above
individual
us, outside
above
of
us,
us, and
yeah,
above
outside of
us.
us.
Well, there
We
it
are
is.
that.
The material cosmos is completely deterministic. It's causal. He is the prime mover, the
Well, but
very
I
first
think that it was
cause.
So
like the form was set, and then we are navigating it.
well, if that's
No.
the case, then if somebody goes and kills
Step
somebody
by
But it's
step.
also always a
randomly,
flux.
like okay, like should Jeffrey Dahmer get beheaded because he did bad things, or is it just
Apparently,
he
if
was
he did
determined?
he
No,
get
but
No.
beheaded?
Well, according to neological ethics, the honorable thing to do would be to skin him, flay him, burn him alive, drown him, do all that at the same
Do
time.
but
unto
could
him
he
as you
make it?
did unto others. Yeah, I mean,
But could he make it to Valhalla if he
Absolutely
does
not.
something?
I think he's redeemable in a different lifetime.
Well, no, it's like it's it only makes sense that people of an honorable character wouldn't do those things, right?
Wait. I thought you
No, it
just said
doesn't.
you
It
would do
doesn't
the
say
same
that
exact
actually.
shit. I thought you just said that if someone murdered somebody, your solution is to murder them.
Yeah, I'm not saying murder is bad, right? I'm not saying that there's a moral
Or good.
connotation on murder. I'm saying that the ultimate deciding factor on murder is honorability.
Or you
It's the
saying that if
Who
someone
decides
does
that?
something that you think is wrong and dishonorable, we're supposed to attack them
Of course. Yeah,
physically?
I'm not a bitch. If I see a pedophile fucking a kid,
No.
he's getting the ultimate.
I
That's
intentionally
true.
moved it from there because that is easy to
Keyword.
just doing something wrong.
Yeah.
We should attack them.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Now we
Okay,
become
so
I think it
judges.
should be more
catch a
subtle than
pedophile
that.
in the act, you want to just put
No,
him in
no, no.
handcuffs
That's
and have him
easy. That's
give him
easy.
3 hots in
Stop
a
it.
cot.
Stop it. No one's talking about but you because that's easy. Let's talk
Well,
about
well,
this something that's
but you're
doing something
agreeing
that.
with me.
Let's
You're
talk
agreeing
about.
with me. Look, Joe, you do this a lot, right? You agree
No,
with
no,
me,
I don't want to hear
but
that.
then you're
Stay with
like,
the
nah,
subject. Stop making it about
nah.
me. That's weird. Stop
I
making it
think
about
killing is
me.
wrong.
You
God.
just said that it was
Okay,
easy.
okay.
So
Listen,
you
you
It
agree
is,
with
but
or
my
you could just let me
you agree with
fucking
my
talk.
statement.
maybe he
Joe,
doesn't want to
Great.
do the easy thing.
Joe,
Uh,
come on, bro.
listen. No. I don't want to talk about what you want to talk about.
What
I
do you
want to talk
mean that it's
about.
easy?
I
Are
want
you
to talk
saying that you
about.
agree that the guy should get the ultimate execution?
You don't really care because you just be quiet and let me say it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No, you don't, because you say that all the time too. So I'm to assume that you're emotional, right? You
No,
cannot. That wasn't an opening. You cannot control yourself and speak. When I speak, you especially allow the
you're
other
not
people to
gonna
speak.
say and
I'm
claim that
still
I am
talking.
things
When
and
I
then me not
speak,
say something.
you don't know what you don't know the future. All I'm saying is you have no
Hey,
control
Joe
over
Cool
it.
is a
You
pedophile.
You
have
don't know the
no
future either, so
control.
why are you assuming things?
You have no control over
I
yourself.
just say some random shit
It's
about
all
what
I'm
you are
saying.
and what you do.
You have no control over yourself. So why would I believe your logic holds here?
No, I do have
He's
control of
very
myself,
in
but I'm
control
not
of
going to be a
himself.
bitch and let you just say what you want about me and what I am. I'm not going to do that. I'm not a pushover.
That didn't come into play. It's just letting the motherfucker complete his sentence. You had bad form, and you must portray it to be something weird.
Okay,
It's
continue.
just
I'm
only polite to
emotional.
let a
Let's
motherfucker
continue.
speak. Now, I'm following the philosophy of the pedophile. We kill him. That one's obvious. So does that same logic apply if a guy, I'm going to give this example of, I don't know, run a red light. Do we harm him in some fashion?
No, I just gave you the key.
Okay, very good. I don't
need
want
to
the key.
use
Stay with me. I
honor.
don't.
You need to.
Let's stay
I've
with my
already given you
logic.
the answer, though.
Stay
You're like
with my
asking
logic.
questions.
Great. Here you got to do this thing where you have to talk and take it to what you do because you don't want to sincerely follow my train of logic.
No, I do. It's painfully slow, but it's continue. Go.
No, I give. You allow the other people to speak uninterrupted. You don't mind. With me, apparently, it's too painful for you. Can't control yourself, and it doesn't. It's no fun in order to just make a point and have a back and forth to have to go through all this shit. I shouldn't have to do backflips and be called names and shit in order to make a point. So go ahead. You guys do it. I'll smoke or something.
I didn't. Okay, so when I said slow, I didn't mean you're slow, right? I'm saying the thought process I'm picking up on, and I don't really necessarily think it applies because I've given you the answer already. So you're trying to work out these questions when you've already been told how it works. But if you want to elaborate and then me give you the same answer afterwards, do it. But I feel like that's slow. You're dragging it on, right? I've told you honor is the highest virtue. So take any kind of ethical issue and try to see it through the lens of honor, not love, not hate, not care.
Okay,
Honor.
so I know where we're stuck at. Can you give me a definition of honor?
Yeah. So honor is what's right for the collective of the race, right? And I mean collective very loosely. I don't mean it in a mundane way. It transcends imminent time, right? So there's this spiritual race, and what is honorable is for it and its existence.
Like truth, for instance, yeah?
Truth would be honorable, yeah.
Yes. And if someone tells a lie, what do we do to them?
It's conditional on honor, right?
Well,
so if I lie, I can lie.
I'd like an answer to that, please.
Yeah, I can lie.
A few different examples of different level lies and what.
Yeah, I can lie, I can
them?
cheat, I can steal, I can murder, as long as it's honorable. I've given you the key, man. I've told you.
No. Please don't stray. Be nice. 'Cause I'm trying to understand what you're saying. And if I tell a lie, because the other guy, when he did a heavy wrong, we actually laid hands on him, skinned him, and filleted him physically. When I tell a lie, even if it's a small lie or a big lie, I get you fired from your job for telling a lie, all the way to a small lie. Do those come with physical punishments
No.
is my question.
Well, if the lie is grand and it's dishonorable to a certain degree, yeah, it would be.
Okay.
Like if the lie was threatening the existence of our spiritual race, yes, he's got to go.
Well, okay, so we're getting into some strange territory. But first, let me make sure this is clear. So, how can there be honor that is measurable if the physical existence is a lie?
Because there is a physical existence is an illusion. Okay,
That's a better question. Yeah.
It boils down to true existence. So this is why this ethic would seem immoral in some situations, because if you look at it solely physically, materially, you would say, "Oh, that's wrong." You would resort to a utilitarian ethic, or a universal ethic, or a pragmatic ethic. You would look at it that way because you're a materialist. But the spirit transcends that. So I could do something at one moment that would look like it's totally horrible to a mundane person, but the person who's aware of the spiritual true existence, the eternal existence of the spiritual race, what he does for that other member of the race is honorable.
Okay, so let's assume, let's do a thought experiment. Let's assume that Jeffrey Dahmer was a what do you call it? A MK Ultra victim, and he was actually like a Hyperborean person that was grabbed and strapped down to a thing and forced to consume things and given some sort of mental disease or whatever, and then programmed to go and do things. Like you would agree that is possible in this corrupted existence, right?
Yes, it's happened.
So ultimately, why does he have to have the responsibility of going into non-existence or whatever, because that was done to him?
That's his lot. He fell into that causal nexus. He fell into the causal nexus, the determinancy, right? The first degree determinancy of the creator or the demiurge. Now, he will reincarnate, though. Before the Mahamanvantara or the Pralaya, he will reincarnate. He'll have a different lot in a different life, right? So at that moment, he's a traitorous Siddha, right? Or a lost Virya at best. And he would be dealt with accordingly, whatever that situation is that necessitates him being dealt with.
I'm not sure that the
Okay,
guy
well, what
who's,
if I told you that I did
spirit-
horrible things in my past life?
That
But I'm a
doesn't
good
matter.
person
We don't
now.
believe in karma. This has nothing to do with
No,
karma.
I know it doesn't.
No,
Nothing
she
to do
did
with karma.
something bad. You got to put hands on her now.
No, I didn't
Even
say
if
that.
it was in a past life.
No, I already
Are you
paid for
having
it.
trouble
I did.
understanding what I'm saying? So
It
like,
went against
not
honor.
every what you would call a transgression or a bad, right? "Quote unquote" a bad thing morally. Not every one of those requires physical punishment, right?
I understand that. I was assuming
I
something
am
when she said
remediated.
I did something bad. It raised to the level of physical punishment.
Yeah.
But if it occurred in her
I
last
was.
life, and if it occurred in her last life, though,
No.
do we still punish her in this life?
No, I don't
I
know
punished
that. I
myself
don't
in
know.
this life.
How
I'll
would
tell
that,
you
how
that.
would that apply to the current?
Karma
I
is
thought that was
infinite
I thought
regress.
that was her question. I was just trying to articulate a
No,
question.
I didn't
Well,
even know
but
that I was punishing myself
how
about it
many
until I
how many
remembered it.
chances do we get? How many chances do we get to
Until
get
I
it
the
right?
think
end of
as
the
many as it takes. I
until the
think.
end. That's not true. That's not
Yeah,
true.
I
Even
know.
the mystery traditions that you follow,
I don't
right?
know how you can know that.
They don't teach that, right? They
So,
teach that well, they don't. I'm telling you, they don't.
okay.
Right?
Well, how do
No
they know
matter
that?
no matter which one you follow, they all believe in this transcendent
Oh, well,
time.
I don't necessarily, but
Well,
maybe.
yeah, you okay, but the schools of thought that you're adhering to, you believe in an
I'm
astral
not.
realm, you believe in an
That's
ether
true.
body, you believe in past lives. All the
Mhm.
masters in those disciplines, they all agree that this transcendent time of the creator, it has cycles. That he wakes up and
Oh,
he goes
yeah,
to
it does,
sleep.
but it's different a
You
little bit
are
every time.
you are a microcosm,
Hmm.
and he is the macrocosm, and as above, so below. You are mimicking these rhythmic cycles on a
Not
lower,
just that.
smaller
I am
degree.
also a mutation. I am a mutation.
You are. I
Yes.
agree with that. I agree with that. But you cannot stop the cycle of the macro.
I'm not trying to. Dots don't stop.
Yeah, and you
What the
kind of
heck?
stating the obvious there, man. I think everybody understands.
Well, yeah,
you.
she's saying that it doesn't end, that you can just keep on retrying and retrying and retrying. No mystery tradition teaches that.
But can we
But
have
it
honor
seems to be the
without
case
discussing
so
virtue?
far.
Because we didn't even define honor correctly.
Yeah.
We did though.
didn't talk-
Well, when we say
Virtue
honor
was
in an
never
earthly
discussed.
sense, it would be respecting the other, right?
Yeah,
It would
that's
be
what I wrote
doing
in the
what's
back.
good for the other. But I'm not saying that. I'm saying it transcends that. You don't need to respect every other. You only need to respect members that are loyal to the spiritual
Right.
race.
And
I
those
do in order to respect
outside of
myself.
what you think you're
They gotta go.
and
They gotta
those
go.
outside of what you think is the spiritual realm,
You are in a war.
you have to attack them and harm them. I don't think anyone who's actually
Oh, yeah.
achieved some type of spirituality and oneness
This is
with
jihad,
nature,
bro. This is
I'm on the path of unconditional love.
would actually do such a
Ruh-roh.
thing.
Well, that sounds like fun for you. We'll see
It's
how
like
that turns
saying,
out.
"Hey, bro, those
well,
tech
but
bros,
how could
who are
you?
issuing those tech bros who are, bringing in and ushering in technocracy and who are going to take away my individuality. Yeah, man, they're cool. They'll get another try.
They're not cool, but they're not going to learn by you. I mean, like,
oh no, they
Well,
will.
but how do you know they're not? How do you know they're not Hyperboreans that are just kind of misled or
All
something?
spirits are in this
Gnostic
paradigm.
jihad, bro.
you have to
I'm
get
sorry,
to know
Reddington.
them at least. I
Wait,
mean,
so
Wait, Reddington, what did you say?
Gnostic jihad, bro.
Definitely. My bad, Joe.
I'm
Continue.
on the path
Can
of
we
unconditional
assume
love.
that
I'll be over
certain
here.
people are on this list to go? Can I just make some assumptions like I don't know, Trump, Hitler, I don't know. You and put your
Hitler's
tyrant
actually
here.
questionable.
It's okay to knock them off. Yeah.
Those people specifically, like
Yes.
was.
Yes. Those people specifically.
I'm not going to make
yes.
claims about those people, right? What I'm going to say is there are individuals who are traitorous
That doesn't help.
to the spiritual race.
No. I want something specific because
There
I
are
chose
some,
these
but I don't
people
know any.
specifically for a reason, right? I chose the worst of the race because I thought it was obvious that they are traitorous to your cause.
I would
Well,
say
they
that
already
what
told.
you think about history is very subjective, right? History can be revised. It's not a.
Now you're going into Dude's argument that they've had trauma, and you got to
Why
see
do
it
you
from
need
their
to know
point of
that
view.
specific people need to go, right? Like I gave you the outline. There are people who are
Okay,
traitorous to the spiritual race, and
They
if
will
they
Yes, does Hitler
behave,
fall in front of that? Yes, I know you said that. You don't have to
there you
repeat
go.
yourself.
If you think Hitler was that, then
I
yep.
asked you, do
If
you
think
think
Trump is
I
that,
want
then
what
yep.
you very good. So could you name some people who you think
Oh yeah, I can
got
name
to
a
go?
bunch. Yeah, but I'm
Yes.
not going to do it on this public platform.
All
No,
right,
hell
very
no,
good.
I'm
You
gonna
don't
do
have
that.
to give me names.
Okay,
It's
okay.
enough
Well,
knowing that you think that the way to go, because this shows
Head
about
baiting.
how bad you missed your morality judgment of what is honorable. Because if you are the judge of what's honorable, which is the flaw in your whole plan, you get to be the judge of what's honorable and who gets hurt. That is to be avoided at all costs. Honorable person would never assume such a position. But if you do it, now you got cats like you deciding who stays and who goes. You've got a system worse than America I live in now under your shit.
Oh yeah, no, it would be full blown dictatorship. Yeah, authoritarian. Yeah, they wouldn't
See, and
like it.
I
for
would do
sure.
it more subtly. I think that the energy flow of the universe is something that I can navigate. And I have been in contact with like 2 people that went on to like kill other people and then they ended up dying like immediately after that. Like one of
You
them was,
say in contact. I know a lot of people
yeah, like I
like
got
that.
into
You mean
confrontations.
physical? Oh,
Yeah, with them, like
all right.
defending other people,
Well,
Yeah.
like defending people that were my friends, or like they didn't like me and they poured like ice water on me, like while I was blindfolded at a party. Like,
like she say like.
yeah, I'm a girl.
well, let me
I'm a valid.
let me get my question.
Specific for like.
Let me get this question across before I forget. Hyperborean. So, again, I just want to make sure I understand your answer. So, if there is the interest of the race, but it's a spiritual race, how could you make the judgment here in a non-spiritual place of the incursion against the spiritual race that doesn't exist in this place?
You're gonna have to
But
elaborate
your
a little
spirit
more.
is here.
I know
is
that
it not?
answer for me.
Word that differently. I had a hard time understanding that.
Okay, so you're saying that like anybody who goes against the spiritual race here in this existence
Yeah.
has forfeit themselves, and then they need to get hurt or whatever, right? But I'm saying, like,
Whatever.
how can you really define that, since you're commingling like a spiritual thing with a physical thing, and the physical thing is a total
Yeah,
lie,
okay.
and you know.
No, yeah. So these people make themselves evident by their actions, right? There are things that, and I'm not saying to trust history fully, but like if you wanted to use history as an example, you could study the actions, the behaviors of people in history and the decisions that they made, the policies that they laid out. Most, the aristocracy, the politicians, the popes, the imams, the people who are running religions and politics and kingdoms. These people, right? You could
Let's be
make
honest.
you can make a
They're-
determination based on the actions that go against the return to the origin. Right?
There would be just as many people in your real life who you'd have to get rid of too. They don't have the
Those are
power
the
that
main
these
ones,
people, but
right?
they have the same energy.
Well, the main ones would have to be people that we, in our immediate reality, that we can actually interact with. Those are the ones we could judge the best. History could be fallacious.
Wow, I'm a fan of the Bible suddenly. Thou shalt not judge, leave it up to God. I'm more of a fan.
But-
I'm leaning toward Christianity now, man. I'm gonna go to church one of these
But
days.
Neurojack, earlier there was something that I needed to state. When we say the spiritual race, when we say spirit in general, there's only Hyperborean. There is no other spiritual race, right? In this mythos, we claim
Had to
that all
Google
these spirits,
Hyperborean.
we claim that all these spirits come from one place. the
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Definitions after all.
but couldn't you just say that like Christianity is kind of the same thing, where it's like, well, some people are going to forfeit their soul and go into nothingness or hell, and then or they don't have the ability to, or
It's
whatever, and then.
close. Well, yeah, you can, but it does not have the same end goal, and that's why it's so deceptive. And they made Christianity that way for a reason, because it appeals to the Hyperborean spirit. It's so close to the ethos, but then they swap out the honor for love. Then they swap out the individuality for the one. They swap out the origin for heaven and hell dichotomy. There's all these little devices, just very subtle devices that make it not
Technique.
so. Technique, progress, all those things.
I would read that, if I'm just a neutral observer, as two people saw the same thing and just came up with different names, but they sound super similar enough where I wouldn't even argue over the words that you use.
I mean, David Icke says, love is everything, or something like that. I can't remember. So is David Icke right, or what?
Love as the highest virtue is a deception.
I think unconditional love is the greatest thing you could ever achieve.
greatest
That's
is
how
ever-
you achieve that other level and get up out of here and leave this physical, is when you can achieve the unconditional love. Yeah.
Unconditional love is
Oh.
fucking hard. And I can tell you from personal experience, I've been doing this for like 4 years now, and it's fucking so hard.
Well, what Hyperborean's saying is, like, for example, like, you wouldn't
Loving yourself
like
first, too.
you wouldn't hug a
Very
rock and
good,
say you wouldn't hug a rock and say you unconditionally love it. But what he's
I
saying
do
is
love
like a
rocks,
Mexican.
and I lick them. I don't hug them. But yeah.
Yeah, but
But I was gonna
hostile saying that like a Mexican has no soul, so you don't need to unconditionally love them or something.
That is not what he said. I was listening. But
But
you
I
are a
love
troll.
the
You are a very
analogy
good
there.
troll. I
Some
love your
people
trolling.
don't have a soul, and
What did I tell you?
I think he's wrong about that. I disagree. I think everyone has a soul. Some people just are disconnected from
Everybody
their nature.
has a soul.
Yes.
Every animate object has a soul.
I believe that too. I believe
Not
my rocks
all
are my
animate
friend.
Objects have spirit.
Well,
Okay, great. Okay, so what's
That
the
is-
definition of soul and spirit? What's the definition of that?
The soul is the animus. It's the thing that animates forms. It's the
I have
thing
an
that,
axis.
animates an organism, an object, right? Like even the soul moved into tech, right? Like you have a robot.
have a
An
steering
autonomous-
wheel.
You have a automaton is even endowed with soul from the individual.
And the spirit is undefined.
Roro.
The spirit is
I
not
think you build it
undefinable.
constantly.
It is
Yeah.
the ground.
I'm triple fixed. Totally.
The spirit is the ground.
Of existence, yes. It's
The ground,
there are
neutral,
multiple
yeah.
parts of this eternal
Oh, ground,
pool,
neutral.
right? Like this pool.
Stable, fixed.
It's
sort
a
of,
where.
not.
We call it the origin. It's not a who. It's not a person. Person did not make you. You've always been, and you come from a place.
A person did make me because I am a
soul a
person.
collection of memories and identities, and the spirit is more so about your direction and your purpose?
I would say, yeah, it's more it's more attached to purpose. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. You have to have a purpose. See, to be here, you do have a purpose.
Well, it sounds like the soul.
Spirit is
again. It's
synonymous
soul.
with individuality, right? Like the absolute individual.
Does the spirit drive
Well,
the soul?
that is the trap. That is the trap of Christianity, in that it wants to make you think that you're claiming your spirit, aka your individuality, but you're actually dissolving your individuality for being part of a collective hive mind.
Bingo.
But you don't.
No, I
you
disagree.
don't.
I disagree. I disagree with
That's
that.
in the Egyptian mythos too,
Literally
because it
literally
talks
the
about the
mind of
netherworld.
Christ.
But I
It
am not a
talks about the
victim.
netherworld, and I think Jesus is synonymous with Thoth, and
Yes.
like I think every single mystery religion basically just changed out Jesus for other beings, and it's like that being wants basically in Christianity the goal is to be the king of the netherworld.
Well, I mean, I disagree with what you guys are saying, but I understand what you guys are saying. So help me understand this though, because you're basically saying like, okay, you have like the Ka, you have the spirit,
Yeah.
whatever. So help me under. So you believe in a tripartite soul, but you don't believe in a tripartite existence, right? You believe in like like soul, spirit, and what?
No. Well, it's happening, but it's not true existence. There's only the spirit. The soul and the body are illusory. They're temporal.
Okay, great. So a Mexican doesn't have a spirit, so it basically doesn't exist.
I'm not saying that. No, Mexicans are Spaniards.
I mean, just for just for the sake of the argument, right? Like, let's just pick something like let's just say a Mexican. A Mexican doesn't have a spirit, right?
There are some
let's take
people
a
who don't
human
have a
being-
spirit. He is saying that, yes.
Yeah, take a human being that doesn't have spirit. Yep. Which there aren't many of these days. They've all been genocided in the past. They've all been extinct.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I can agree with that to some degree. So what? But what I'm saying is like, what does that have to do with Jesus? What does that have to do with Jesus like not being real though?
Jesus is not a historical person. Now, the Christ is it's a archetype or a motif, and that is very real.
And what's that motif represent?
The return to the origin, which is it opposes the one, which is why they superimpose the story of Jesus, the Jew, onto the Christian concept and motif. They need to mix those two together to water it down so that it's just enough for the Hyperborean to go, oh, you got my attention. And then they bait and switch you and go, well, this is actually Abrahamism and you need to unite with the one. And you're like,
Well,
okay,
but you said it was whoa. You said it was Platoism before. So which one is it?
It is Plato. It is Platonism. He's also an agreement. He thinks.
So wait. You're whoa. So you're saying Plato's a Jew?
Well, they're close. I'm not saying he's necessarily Abrahamic, but I would say that the Jews take Platonism, yeah, and create their own monism out of it.
Okay, so how do you measure spirit in a person?
So that's difficult to do from the outside. Somebody has to do that themselves, right? But I can see by the Gnostic predisposition, people who question reality, people who go, I don't belong here. I actually am something else. I belong somewhere else. Not the world. The world seems kind of imperfect, and there is
like
this
fucking insane.
Yeah. And then there's this perfect thing. I know there's a perfection. I know that there's a place I belong. There's like a nostalgia that's inherent within the person that draws them towards wanting to seek or find that origin. We would say that person has a higher degree of blood purity, spiritual blood purity.
Well, I mean, Peter Thiel, and people like that, they want to take, the blood of the young.
They haven't taken me out yet.
Cut out, Neuro.
That's probably perfect timing, though. He was about to go there.
The ADR
They
Chrome.
probably took him out. They were like, nope.
They took him out, right?
Mossad
they-
got him.
No, he just got
He's
taken out of
about
the
to
Matrix.
spill our secrets. Get him.
He got excited. He shut it off with his
Yeah, he's
mind.
gone. They got him. Yeah.
Damn. Little
That's
Wing said, a
okay.
Mason's state of mind. They think we are all below them, simple peons who they pleasurably pee
I
on.
think anybody who thinks that there's a superior position is wrong because there is no superior.
Yeah,
other
no,
than- yeah.
as much as you would like to think that's the way I think or whatever, and I may come off as that, I may sound too sure of myself. But no, I respect other people. I really do. I really try my best to respect other people.
You respect him, but you didn't say you disagree with her. You do think you're superior, then, in your way is superior. I didn't hear any disagreement there.
I think that was
I'm
Well,
equal with spirits.
projecting.
I think I'm
Well, don't be
spirit.
humble now. You have a spirit, and Zephyr doesn't. She's a Mexican or something, right?
I'm a woman. I'm a woman. I don't have a spirit. Yeah,
Didn't the church teach that a long time ago?
we
or something?
did, and it's so.
That women
like-
didn't have souls or some shit.
I'm just glad I'm not being burned at the stake now. Okay, even though they didn't do that much.
Well, it's just setting you free, though. Come on, think of it like that.
Well, they were just trying to figure out whether I was, and obviously I died, so I wasn't one then. But
Now, women are definitely the Matrix itself, though. Like from a
Well,
from a
it is,
lens
yeah,
of like
but
women
not-
aligning more so with the soul. I definitely have experienced that. Like women,
you have to like
definitely align with the
differentiate.
volitions
No,
and desires of the soul.
you have to differentiate the Matrix, like the pop Matrix, or like the actual Matrix, the Matrix, because the Matrix is like what they call the Matrix now.
The womb, the petri dish that is
Yeah,
all
yeah.
of this
Yeah, I was about to
astral-
say, yeah, womb.
Yeah.
And they got something called the DMT laser experiment. I
Yes.
think you guys would be the perfect people to look at that
I go on
experiment.
that channel. That's
I
Dango.
would love
Yeah.
to get your fucking opinions on that shit.
But ironically, that's like the beautiful reason why men and women we need each other is because if man is in the spirit and he's forging forth in the spirit into
Right.
new unknown lands, the woman grounds him. The woman brings it into the practical, into the application.
I need all of you. Actually, I don't need any of you, but I want all of you. You know, to come along.
Not just grounds, even completes. She has
Might
more
be
of
a song
energies
for
that
that.
we don't have, and she can draw us there faster by having
true.
access to the things that we don't naturally have.
Faster.
Yeah, that's a good point.
My real name is Becky. It was like originally Rivka, like that was the base name for Rebecca, but my mom hated the name Rebecca, but it means enchanting, and I'm from the land of enchantment. It's kind of like all those doubles that keep happening in my life. It's always like these
Is
signs.
it kind of like that song from what's that movie, that Disney movie, Hocus Pocus, come little children, I'll take
No,
thee
that's
away
no.
into a land of enchantment, right?
No. It's more
we
like
got
something
Neuro
Bugs Bunny would
singing
sing,
now.
like the Barber of Seville or something. I'm just kidding. Crickets. I used to be able to whistle like a cricket. I can't anymore. I can crow though, and I can talk turkey. I'm not going to. Don't get excited.
Damn,
I flirt with turkeys.
Yeah, that
It's
turkey
fun.
too.
Have you ever flirted with a turkey?
No, I don't think I've ever even seen one outside. I've been on the other side
They're
of a
weird
gate
creatures.
or a plate.
The males like drag their feathers on the ground, and when they're like trying to flirt back, it's like really funny. I grew up on a ranch in the desert.
That's pretty cool. I just saw my first goats and all of that shit in
Oh, I
real
love
life,
goats.
and cows and all that shit.
I had a goat. His name was Ivan the Terrible.
No, I know so
And-
many people who have a goat now. That's
He's an
what-
Angora Billy Goat. Yeah, he's real cute.
It is great.
Yeah, you liked about my mom when she's pulling weeds in the garden. And that was funny. It was really funny. She didn't think it was funny.
This lady was showing me the goats and stuff in her next door neighbor's yard. They all got a lot of land, but she didn't have any animals outside of dogs and cats and shit. Everybody else there do. The people next to her had goats and pigs, really big pigs, massive pigs. And so we were walking past. I'm like, the goats, they're on the other side of the gate. We get close to the pigs, and the gate run out. All the goats are following us, and the gate ends.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
how it was
just
when we
wide
went camping.
open, man. And
Those
it just
goats were around
scared
the.
me to death, man.
Yeah, we went camping and there was like all these wild, like farm animals that were just like wandering around the property, and they were like a bunch of goats, and they came in and they were like trying to get in our tent and eat our food. It was fun.
TML, look for me in the back, man, because this phone's dying. So there's gonna be a light-skinned Joe Cool in the back right about now.
You're hilarious. That was some feedback.
Oh,
Yeah, I think we're good.
Mostly, yeah. I'm good in a bad way and bad in a good way.
You can kick the dark skinned guy over.
The other one, yeah, I got you.
That's cool. Somebody else pointed out to me that they were
TML,
different
how you been,
icons.
man?
About the time
How
I
was your
didn't even
move,
know.
TML?
Yeah, I've been okay. I still haven't moved. Yeah, there's a lot of complications. A lot of complications in this whole
Physical
thing.
move, you're moving?
Yeah, I'm supposed to be moving at some point to Ohio, but it's physical
Wait,
complications.
my ex is in Ohio, yo. I'm back
Yeah,
and
so
forth. Yeah.
so blessings, Michael, man. You know,
That'd be 5 hours away. I would definitely ride down on you, bro.
I want to get in the RV and like travel that direction eventually.
yeah. Yes, I think that's all we'll
I've been
get
looking
on.
at some farmland over in Georgia. There's this guy offering plots.
Georgia's
A lot of
beautiful.
plots.
Oh, see, and I had a dream about Georgia. If there's a birdhouse that is shaped like a goatfish, or it has a goatfish painted on it, then yeah, I want to go.
Very particular, but interesting. Yeah, he's got like 1/10 of an acre for like $5,000. You get a shipping container.
In Georgia.
And I got batteries and solar
That
panels. If
sounds fair
people
as
want.
fuck,
I know how
bro.
to build shit.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I'm all with the permaculture using my hands, but right now I'm just trying to flip as many batteries and panels as I can and heat pumps, and I'm gonna be on my way down there shortly, next 2 months. So
That's cool. My mom is also doing something very similar in Southern Colorado. Like,
Why
so
Georgia though?
Georgia's
I
cool.
mean, my company offers the heat pumps in Georgia, so they're trying to expand. But the other reason, I just ran into this guy on Facebook. I think his name's like, for lack of better words, Farrakhan. I don't know. I forget his exact name, but I could post a link actually right now. I'll post it in the chat. But yeah, it seems like a successful community. Like he branched out to New Mexico with it and some other state. I think it
That's
was
where I am right
Tennessee.
now, New
Well,
Mexico.
there you go, Zephyr.
There we go. I'll send a link. Like I was like, this is incredibly reasonable prices, and his whole thing is like decentralized land. Like he's not just doing it so he can get a piece of your land too. He's like, no, as long as you're, not fucking up the land and not basically like living in virtue and honor. He's like, I don't want your religious bullshit. I
There's
just
that
I want
honor
your
again.
love. Yeah. I'm gonna post in the chat.
I dig that, man. I love all that, and I think all of that shit is right. I think we're talking about all the same shit. I think the big difference is not so much the oneness of duality. I think that can be worked out easily. I think that the judging thing, which I'm over here kind of quiet because I am thinking I must be judging motherfuckers as well. I'm saying that all the inherent flaws in the judging thing, especially because we're such flawed as humans, is gonna get disgusting and I think, well, then that would mean that I judge in the same fashion, and we can't be that different. So the difference must be in if you judge a motherfucker, are you judging them in your head, or are you actually laying out something? Two definitions of judging. And once you start putting hands on a motherfucker or punishing him in any way, you are taking the superior position.
Yep.
Saying they're
Try
not
to.
directly hurting you, meaning they're not exactly hurting you or your neighbor or something. You're judging it. That's just always been scary to me.
See, and I think sometimes I'm the harbinger of other people's bad karma, but whenever I do act on that, I know like it pings in like 3 ways. And I either act immediately or I hesitate, and I always regret when I hesitate.
What's that tell you?
But I've also regretted whenever I didn't in the wrong way. So enough times to know the difference.
I guess it depends. I try to move my enemy, right? Let's say I go out there and yell at a police, make a big video about him. He might, get assigned to desk duty or have to sit down for a while or some shit like that. So I guess there's an argument there that I am hurting this guy in order to influence with my beliefs. Yeah, there's an argument there
Making
at
sure
least.
he's doing what he's supposed to do. And Albuquerque cops could use a little bit of that. So if you ever come visit, we could
I
go have some.
wonder how there's no way I haven't cop watched there, man. There's no way, but nothing is coming to mind. I've cop watched everywhere, and certainly everywhere around there, and fucking Arizona, Colorado. There's no way I missed New Mexico. I've been on, I'm sure, north and south of there. And I
Well, I've
go
been
to,
here
like
for a long time, and I know people that do like travel around, and they have like there's this guy Bugs Photography. It's like Bugs Bunny, but he's like he has a little electric scooter, and he goes around and he like basically like films the whole time. He goes down in the tunnels where the graffiti is, and stuff.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah. And in my old hood, oh my god, it looks so bad now. But I'm in the South Valley, so it's nice over here. It's a little bit more rural, out of the city limits. So it's bearable. And we own a property, so it's nice. I can climb up on the roof and look around.
Dead air.
Yeah, blessings. I don't think Neuro is actually coming back. I think that's a natural place to end the panel. Right. It's already 6 hours into the show. I do have like 2 replays I want to play. It's
Nice.
like almost like 4 hours of shit or whatever. But I also have to read an article by Pinoid News.
Mhm.
So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Yeah, blessings to Joe Cool. Thank you so much for joining. I greatly appreciate your time. All right. And unless he like accidentally fell out, you know what I mean? But yeah, everybody, if we could get like maybe last words or something like that, right? I'll just ride this one out, right? In terms of the article, I'll just read the article ostensibly, right? It begins with ellul. So next show we have we're gonna go into 11th to 15th century stuff, right? Then we're gonna look at some other stuff, Descartes, right? Obviously Francis von Mercurius, right? Van Helmont, right? Son of John Baptiste Van Helmont, right? I think he knew like Spinoza and Leibniz or whatever. So yeah, and then some other guys. We're gonna take a look at them. Obviously, we're looking at 2 texts on Maimonides' Guide of the Perplexed, Guide for the Perplexed, rather.
He's around. I think he's out.
The 17th century, 18th century stuff, we're doing that on Tuesday. Maybe we'll expand into looking at Rousseau. Right? So we may have Rousseau coming up on Tuesday, but for now we're focusing on Marx and Hegel. Right? So we're gonna focus on different things with Marx and Hegel, and then we'll conclude with maybe looking at Marcuse and Bateson. Right, and we're also looking at the ideas of, well, some of the students of Bateson, right, especially Stuart Brand, right, among others, right. So we'll look at different thinkers, right. Obviously, we're doing expanded study on Ellul and Mumford, right. So Ellul and Mumford will be coming down the pipe on Saturday, and we'll try to sprinkle some Shang Zhu in there. We've been kind of relaxed on that. We do have 2 shows we did on Taoism. Maybe I'll promote those on Saturday. Or on the community posts, right? I've been utilizing the community posts more frequently, and I may utilize some sort of clip thing, generate clips somehow that synthesize the material. There's been lots of different times I've been able to synthesize the material in bite-sized portions, 5 to 10 minutes long. I think those should be obviously clipped out. So, like we'll put like catchy titles to those, Nietzsche explained, Plato exposed, all this crazy shit. Yeah. This. Yeah, Joe Cool's probably asleep. It's like 1 a.m. or whatever where he's at. So, yeah. Anyways, you guys still with us?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what you guys got? You guys want to read this Pinoid news?
Yeah, go ahead and read it, and then because I think I got a few more minutes before I got to go do an errand.
Yeah, let's see what is going on with that, and then I'll play some Mr. Liff, and then we'll get into that here. So we'll
Yay,
be
I
back.
love Mr. Liv.
Yeah, I'm gonna fall into the background.
Yeah, blessings, Hyperborean.
Yeah,
I
always.
appreciate you, man.
Appreciate the
Yeah,
time.
excellent
Yeah.
discussion. Yeah, excellent
And
stuff.
Joe
man.
Cool, man. Joe Cool, if you can hear me, man, I really did appreciate the convo. I know debates can sometimes feel like it's not cool, but it is. I have nothing against you, man. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts and your ideas. Always
Yeah,
do.
I think it was very interesting, guys. For sure.
Yeah.
Quantum weed.
Yes, sir, man. I smoked a couple weeds in my life, man, and back in the day, bro, 1 or 2 weeds, and yeah, it'll get you there for sure. Yeah, Joe, appreciate the dialogue. Reddington, take it easy. I'll see you on Discord. TML.
Yeah,
thank you
blessings,
for
brother.
letting me on here. Zephyr, stay the way you are.
Stay dangerous.
Yes. Yep. Night, guys. I'll be watching from the back.
Yeah, peace, bro.
Metaphorically dangerous.
Be safe and stay dangerous.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Yeah, basically a genius. Hostile Hyperborean. I appreciate his time, and so let's move on to Mr. Liff, and then we'll move to the article by Pinoid, and then so this will cue you guys in. We're kind of getting back into the material right after Saturday's show. Saturday we had an incredible panel. Actually we had one-on-one things, right, that didn't really last very long, right? But we did have Sterling and Joe Cool. We had a cool little conversation that went on, and then we opened up the panel. We had lots of great discussions on Saturday. So there was no presentations or there was no solo talk or anything like that. So it was just like the show was open panel or whatever, right? So that was a pretty fun show. Obviously, there's this show here, made by Machine Bob, right, where we reviewed a lot of the various other shows in the area, right? There's a lot of other shows that happen, right, where people talk, right? They ostensibly just chit chat, right? They turn on the camera, right? They have no plan, right? Supposedly, but it seems like underneath there is lots of coordination, right? So we seek to explore that. You know what I mean? Obviously, what you saw here was almost the most impromptu type of discussion you will get on some very rare topics, indeed, right? It doesn't exist that many places on the internet, right? There's like American Zombie, there's like 2 or 3 other channels. Like it's really not happening, right? So on a grand scale, right? So shout out to the real ones, right? Like American Zombie, other people that are doing it live and doing some real things. I mean, right? I've seen a couple of good shows, not that many, honestly. Right? You know, it's like 2 or 3. But yeah, you know what I mean. So, anyways, yeah, there's not a lot of but anyways, this one, Pinoid. You know, I had a great conversation with him today too. Right, I talk to him all the time about politics, philosophy. Right, we've read a lot of the same stuff, right? Like Machiavelli, de Tocqueville, obviously ellul, right? So, you know, we get into some similar topics. So yeah, I appreciate his outlook, and especially in this article, I think he put together some interesting stats and figures that explain some pretty intense ideas that he's putting forward. So obviously it's his work, right? So we give him full credit. So yeah, blessings to all the people. This is Mr. Liff.
From the intro, the God opens your ears and then yo minded and jacks the government for info. Documents on ghetto occupants. I've been rocking since back in the days. Check the praise lyrically. My mind creates a maze. Once you get locked in, you're missing for days. And then come back pro-black. So scrap with knowledge yourself. You won't chase material wealth. To skip with your stealth bomber to ever cruise the airwaves. When I drop, the earth crack. Niggas want their frankincense and myrrh back. You made a track, yo, I heard that. It didn't sound tight. You put it on the internet, I'm in your sound bite. Glitch, change the pitch, then switch shit with mine. On time, lyrical contact through digital rhyme. Physical sign on your frame is the bruise. You might ooze, you fuck with the guard, you're bound to lose. Everything is calm until I see you at the next show. Electro. My mic technique unorthodox, it's sorta shock, stocks. Niggas at night, I write something hype. Try to bite, I try to snipe your face with the bass. This is just a taste of lyrical dominance from the mentally prominent man that thinks and sinks deep in the thought, only to emerge and surge with words that use forces to knock white men off of horses when trying to add to black losses. My code Morses, putting all people on positive courses, but of course it's only natural for somebody to try to fuck it up, and that's factual. So I use the same flow to put niggas under in the serpent in the rainbow. Go back to Beat Street and resurrect Ramo. Knock the shit out of spit, verbal eclipse. No light when I write, try to turn it on. I turn and bomb your whole damn set. Veteran to cadet, go to the store, buy the cassette. Press play and I just made. Jump out your radio and video with lyrical spray. What? But with the cops, let me slide, no way. Usual suspect like Kaiser Soze. Creeping out the front, gritty your Bose. Took you out in your man San Jose. DT showed up and said no way. Okay, blanket the whole proximity. Looking specifically for liftedly. Yet my whereabouts remain a mystery. You'll never find, cause I'll forever blind anybody who's trying to bind mine. You're checking the time. Armageddon soon come, you're checking the rhyme. Whack MC soon done. Run for cover, hide in fear, what I let go. Electro. Try to jump over my rap synapses soon after your left lung collapses. Look at your watch, no time elapses. Perhaps it's the actual fact, but use the actual whack. Nigga that lost contact with the real boom bap from way back. But I'ma bring it right to your chest unless you can dodge this missile. Homing, following wherever you're roaming. Back up everyone, the God zoning. There's no way to keep track of all the spots I'm blowing. Can't plan to come test, but ain't showing. I'm knowing secret facts about present day and past presidents. Using them as rhyme elements, brought forth with eloquence, uplifting every nigga whether in Jeep, jail or residence. Speaking in past, future or present tense, what I invent will end then, implement, then advance and enhance my stance. B-boy back arch, arms crossed, legs spread. I'm the dread, feds looking for me, but I'm kinda fed. I know your next move, your mind's red, your bumper clot dead. What I said will just shock the spot, rock the spot. Remind you of the days when you popped and locked on ghetto blocks on a cardboard box, but now you dodge straight shots and crooked cops. But never fear, cause what I pump into the air will rapidly increase our strength from year to year, and our progress will leave every wicked mind petrol. Electro. It's at this point, MCs have gone into complete and absolute stasis. Needing braces for the legs and faces. Abducted by Mr. Lift with no traces. Saying electro, electrifying, electrifying,
All right, let me put this up on the screen so you guys can see this. 80 million abortions. 80 million abortions. How do we get to it? What? Oh. All right, there we go. Huh, that was weird. I think it wanted me to buy. All right. So quote by Ellul, right? Right. It says Ellul writes about technique in his book, The Technological Society, right? We've been working through this book here, The Technological Society, right, on the show. Right. He states it's one of three books, as I said, right? There's Technological Society, Technological Bluff, and the Technological System. Right. But of course, he did expand on the topic in other books as well. Right. He wrote a book on the city. He wrote a book on the betrayal of the West. He wrote a book on modernity. Right. Right. He wrote tons of different types of books. Right. So he wrote books on theology and Marxist theory and Christian anarchism, a bunch of other subjects. Right. Crossroads of different, but yeah, he was definitely architectonic. But yeah, Ellul writes about technique in his book, The Technological Society. He states, technique has penetrated the deepest recesses of the human being. The machine tends not only to create a new human environment, but also to modify man's very essence. The milieu in which he lives is no longer his. He must adapt himself, as though the world were new to a universe for which he was not created. He was made to go 6 kilometers an hour And he goes 1,000. He was made to eat when he was hungry and go to sleep when he was sleepy. Instead, he obeys a clock. He was made to have contact with living things, and he lives in a world of stone. He was created with certain essential unity, and he is fragmented by all the forces of the modern world. Yeah, blessings. I appreciate that. From Brown's boy, yeah. So, yeah. So he says, I believe this is true, right? Ellul's statement, right? He says, I feel we must trace, we must not just look at the result. We have to trace it back to its source, right? Trace back to the source, right? So here's a figure right here, right? Put that on the screen, right? In millions per 1,000 births, right? So if you see here, the number is in millions, right? So this top part, right? This is per millions, right? This ratio here, right, is per 1,000 live births, right? The last one is per 1,000 women ages 15 to 44 years. So there's 3 different lines as you'll see this graph, right? And what the graph shows is that they're roughly corresponding, these 3 lines, right? So there's an increase in all 3 of those categories, in other words, right? Per millions of abortions, right? So this is what this graph is showing. This graph is showing stats from 1970 to 1990. Right, so here's the figure again, right? And you'll see it goes from 0.2 million to like, you know, over 1 million, right? Right, and this left is ratio and rate. So this, okay, so anyways. So it says, but in order to go back, you must first see the body as any good detective does. The body starts with one graph. This is a graph showing the number of abortions performed as a percentage of all live births. The number performed in millions and per 1,000 women. To break down this graph, the dashed line says 26 or so percent of all live births ended in abortion in 1990. The dotted line represents the number per 1,000 women. That is 325 per 1,000 women. The solid line is 1.4 million abortions. 4,158,000 children were born in the U.S. in 1990. Now that we understand this graph, we need to see some others. Right? So these are from the CDC. There are percentages by state. West Virginia, as a percentage of pregnancies, had the highest abortion rate at 46%. Utah, the lowest at 10%. Okay, so let's look at them per state. So there's West Virginia at the top. Right, Ohio's pretty high up there, right? Michigan's pretty high up there. Right? New York is pretty high up there. Okay, Hawaii somehow. Right? I didn't even know that many people lived in Hawaii. All right, so anyways, so Utah is the lowest at 10%.
Gotta be them damn Mormons, right?
Yeah, so here's another graph. A look at the changing number of legal abortions in the U.S. since the 1970s. The number of legal induced abortions per year in the U.S. according to 2 different organizations. So Guttmacher Institute and the CDC. So the CDC has recorded less numbers than the Guttmacher Institute. So I don't know what's going on with that, right? And all right, so that's from the Pew Research Center. He says there are lots of stats and graphs for this at the CDC website. If anybody wants to go check them out to see if I'm lying, this is a body we are examining. Well, 80 million bodies we're examining. Right, here's a graph from 1965 to 2020. And this is by race. So most of the babies were white. Oh, I mean black. Whoops. Most of the babies, yeah, there was more black babies than other babies. That's insane. Right. It's crazy how many more black babies died, right? So where's the white ones? The white is the red. So the white is the lowest. And all? What the fuck is all? Oh, I guess that's just to average all of them. Okay, I get it. Hispanic is higher than white, and other is pretty high. So I wonder what that other category is. That's not white people. What is that filled with?
Native Americans and Asians and all the others.
Yeah, this one has Pacific Islander and Asian, and it says Asian's the lowest group here. So, and then it says Hispanic is pretty high, and white is pretty high, and black is yellow. Okay, so this is by race or ethnicity in the United States. So I guess it would go by how many of those people actually live in the United States, right? So that's why in this one there's less black. So these two graphs show breakdown by ethnicity percentages of abortions and actual numbers. White women get fewer abortions as a percentage, but because the population was mostly white, they have more total abortions. Okay, so I was right. So it says, I know Christian nationalists will scream, look at Utah. The Mormons have fewer abortions because they're Christians. Are they? That's cope if you say that Mormons are Christians. I don't know what kind of Christians think that God has a wife in heaven and spare children are born in heaven. Right? That is wild stuff. But yeah, black women are the group in the country who are the most religious, with 82% reporting to be very religious. They invented Holy Ghost. He said, hell, they invented Holy Ghosting. I think we all know the story of how this started. Roe versus Wade found that the 14th Amendment protected a woman's right to have an abortion before a fetus was viable, invalidating state bans on abortion as being unconstitutional. The Supreme Court struck this down a few years back, and there were actually more abortions performed that year. We know there has been a murder or genocide, depending on how you want to put it. We got our body. We know the weapon was an abortion. So we got our smoking gun. What we don't have, though, is motive. For motive, we're going to have to start looking at the problem in a different light. Let's ask some questions. Why would a woman terminate a pregnancy? Why would a woman not want to be a mother? Why would society be okay with women killing their future citizens? Who benefits from women killing their children? Let's start with why women would want to terminate a pregnancy. There are many reasons for this, he says. Yeah, blessings to Red. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, I appreciate the people in the chat out here.
I'm just listening.
Yeah, blessings, Zeph. Zeph The only one left out here. I appreciate you. Yeah, bless.
I appreciate you too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so it says, let's start with the less selfish reasons. Medically, she can't carry a baby or there is something wrong with the fetus. That's the legitimate that's a legitimate reason, right? So let's check and see how many of these there are. There are a few studies on this. The best number is 12%. So 12% of the abortions are for medical purposes, right? Medical reasons, right? And I know I'm saying a lot of trigger words, so I'm losing what
I,
audience I had here.
I'm not triggered at all, and like, yeah, it's very.
Yeah.
I find his articles very interesting. Like, even if I don't agree with everything that he says, he's a very good writer.
Yeah. His what is this called? WordPress? No, Substack is blowing up, right? So
Yeah,
yeah.
Substack, good. I've been following it for a while.
So it says, okay, so that's 10%, which I don't believe that all of a sudden 10% of the babies being made in 1973 were medically unviable. So let's check another unselfish reason. How about how many abortions because the pregnancies were a product of grape? 1%, okay? So that's not the reason. Anyone
Yeah,
got
that's reported though. That's a reported statistic. It seems a little low.
Yeah. Anyone got another unselfish reason? I am out of ideas. Let's go with practical reasons. Was there a reason women could no longer afford to have children? Historically, men supported women through hunting, then herding, then farming. And finally, through work done in industry or office work after the Industrial Revolution. During the first half of the 20th century, immigrants brought to the Anglo world unions that allowed for a middle class to emerge, right? Okay, this standard of living became an expectation that ad executives called the American dream. Okay, in the 1970s, was there a change in the way our society operated? Yes, there was. Women gained economic autonomy through the Civil Rights Act of 1965 under Lyndon Johnson's Great Society Project. Let us dig deeper into this. As we all know, democratic governments lag behind reality. They do not start issues. They end up reacting to them. Social Security is probably the best example of being an old age insurance program, instituted for a problem that had happened long before, stemming from the westward expansion into the interior of the country by young people leaving their towns and villages, leaving their parents unable to support themselves. Now, why would the government free women to go to work? From 1930s to the 1950s, the country had become electrified and the standard of living rose to the point where 75% of the US population had a car, when 30 years earlier it was only 20%. This also applied to appliances. In 1950, 80% of the population had a refrigerator, whereas 30 years earlier, only 10% had one. The drastic standard of living changed the dynamics drastically within households. In 1920s, the average woman spent 50 hours a week on domestic labors, and in 1950, women only spent 15 hours right? So all these household appliances, right? Cars, refrigerators, right? Obviously, there's a lot of other stuff too, right? You can think of washing machines and stuff, right? One of the things in Adam Curtis, right? He says that the Betty Crocker mix, right? It had the women put their egg into the mix, right? So it was like they're making the thing, even though the whole recipe is pre-made from the package, right?
Like
So
it's
they
like
wouldn't.
IKEA furniture.
Yeah, it's like you feel like like it was to give the illusion that like the woman would be contributing by putting her egg into the mix, right? So it's like subliminally they created the feeling that women were making the cake, baking the cake, right? But they really weren't. It was all just pre-made or whatever, right? But the symbolic act of putting your own egg, right, that's not part of the mix, into the mix, all right? Yeah, this is just wild stuff that they did to like subliminally program people into accepting this sort of mechanical existence and thinking like, they were liberating themselves. So he says this excess free time resulted in women being bored and government and economists seeing an untapped labor and consumer market, right? An untapped labor and consumer market, right? Okay, so this is where they started selling a lot of products, right? So how would this cause abortions, right? Well, can women work 40 hours a week and still handle a household and a husband? I mean, it can be done. But the real question is it easier to not have children and a husband and make money? Well, let me ask you a question. Is it easier for you to make money and have a life without women and kids? I think it might be. So the question is, did women join the workforce previously in high numbers? Yes, they did. So here is a stat. Labor force participation rate. And you could tell that women who had at least one child were less likely to go to work, is what this graph is basically showing, right? But it's showing that on the whole, more women started working, right? So he says, so who benefits from the women being in the workforce? Well, companies can swell the labor pool, essentially pushing out the labor curve. This makes men's work, which is more productive, less costly. So less labor costs, a more desperate workforce competing for the same number of jobs equals higher profits and more power. This will drive up single family and single person households, which means more consumer goods and credit needed to buy things as the labor share of productivity shrinks. Does this benefit the government? Yes. The government measures the health of the economy through GDP, trade competitiveness, and strength of the currency. The need for credit internally to pay for goods that become progressively out of reach. As the labor pool swells and productivity goes up, means that the dollar keeps its value. So I think we have a good case of means, motive, and opportunity. The system of industrializing domestic labor led to freeing up of female population to become workers, which gave companies and the government the opportunity to harvest them for profit. This led to the need for women not to have children to remain viable workers for the economy. This led to the killing of 80 million American babies. If I were to treat this like a crime, which it is not, we have no laws against mass murder, I would arrest the stock market and every libertarian in the world and charge them with mass murder. I think we could get a conviction, but I mean, the jury has to be chosen well, and it probably can't be a baby boomer with a 40 with a 401k based. All right, that's the article. 40 million. 80 million abortions. Right. So yeah. Let's see what this says. It's easier if we just kill all the parasites that leech off families, aka church state. Interesting viewpoint. Blessings. Definitely the church and the state. Yeah, I think that was Bakunin, right? Bakunin felt that, right? He was a sort of proponent of, well, he was too radical for Marx, right? So Bakunin is an interesting guy, but yeah, as we read his quote, he said that Marx was ran by Rothschild, right? Right, and so yeah, it's interesting concepts that we've explored here. But yeah, I was thinking of Locke, right? Locke sort of battled Robert Filmer, right, and his whole notion of patriarchy, and he argued that the father was just a sperm donor. There's two equal parts, right, that end up creating the child, and when the child is 18 and can earn his own livelihood, right, it's the mother and the father that both contributed to his, sort of livelihood before that, right? So there's patriarchy from Filmer, right? There's a whole notion of capitalism and private property. Now, we gave a very clear explanation of how that relates to Marxist theory, right? And how man got separated from nature, man got separated from man, right? Of course, we're looking at man's relationship to God. Obviously, man was made in the image of God, right? And we have this quote by Saint Athanasius, right? That in order for God, right, in order for man to become like God, God had to become like man, right? In order for man to become like God, God had to become like man, right? So it's this whole notion, right, that once this was taken out of once the notion of the man God was taken away, right, we have the notion of the collective spirit. And of course, this turned into the notion of the apotheosis of the state, right? And yeah, so we got a lot of interesting ideas there. But yeah, we'll look at how we catalyze some of these ideas. Separation of man from nature, right? The desacralization of nature, the desacralization of man, right? Separation of man from man, right? And of course, the desacralization and compartmentalization of knowledge as well, right? That's another key subject that we're looking at, right? And we're dealing with, philosophy, history, right? Theology, right? There's, as I like to say, right? There's a history of philosophy, right? There's a, religion of science, right? There's a science of history, right? And so we're dealing with the architectonic, right? The art that decides all other arts, right? And of course, man is a symbol-making animal, as I like to say, right? So yeah. So, as I like to say, you can't kill what you can't see, right? The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, right? And, what most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that aren't even real, right? We had a great show today. We'll tie a bunch of stuff into, right, catalyze these ideas. But yeah, are these problems ideological, right, or are they technological? Right, and of course, technology is where the material and immaterial meet, right? It's where creativity and physical processes intersect, right? So we're dealing with, both religion and science, right? Technology and spirituality, right? So that's where we begin and end our discussions. I greatly appreciate you guys. We got also this here alternative channel, right? We got this new show we did, Made by Machine Bob. 6, right? Right. We've done 6 episodes cataloging the various behavior of the people on panels, right? And the various shows in the area. We've got the alternative channel, Cyber Caliphate. We've had lots of good discussions there on Cyber Caliphate, right? So I greatly appreciate you guys, right? So yeah, blessings, my friends. Play some music for you guys. And yeah, we'll be back soon. Definitely, right? We will be back soon. So I greatly appreciate you guys. Okay, yeah, we're going back to a regular schedule. So we are not doing a Friday show, obviously, right? But we will do a music show sometime during the day today, right? Thursday. Okay. And yeah, Saturday will continue from as I said, from 11th century to the modern age. Right? So today we sort of did pre-Socratics to the 11th century or so, right? Then we'll proceed forward looking at different thinkers, right? And we'll start with pre-Christian Jewish Gnosticism, that as a topic, and then we'll proceed to Maimonides, right? And we'll study different topics there, right? So I greatly appreciate you guys. I'll try to put together some interesting material. I want to get back into Skolomowski, get back into the Shangzu, get back into ellul. So we'll have lots of new angles to look at on Saturday, right? So I appreciate you guys, right? So yeah, we'll figure it out together. I appreciate you guys. Blessings. Let me see what to do here. With the music. Blessings. Yeah, talk to you guys soon, all right? Okay.
Hey yo, I slaughter, lion drink some more Sinatra Porters. Distorting every revolutionary lived before that. Modern melee, mainstay in mainstream. We swam up river full steam with no liver, hard to figure. Logistics and logic entangled. Mangled figures and shadows pose no threat. Say yo, the CTUHLU escapes me. Kept my tongue wet, daily variation varies on technique. One speaks dialect, dead verse, no rehearse with to me. Magnetic pose, read like Dead Sea Scrolls. Copper dish got beat like Rick did Lucy. In sky with diamonds, kept an army jacket lining. Sense what that facial structure's hiding. Shift the eye, shift like the sands, the time eternal. Reaching for that dagger in they boot and they burner. Urban turmoil got me coiled like cobra, never sober. My soma thrown off the cliffs of Dover.
Blessed. Before them hit the floor, took the bottle to the chest till the head said no more.
pleasures of a man who's poor, revel in the pain I endure.
Known to other ramblers and winos, off a straight head, young, poor, and hated, a darker shade kid, caught them eyesores, mad jaded, kept my vocals gated, recessive trace emerged while resting on crates, sipping ancient grace, altering my states. This life on crumbled piece of a street poet, kicking gutter poems, at 8 ohms, unbalanced chrome speaks my misery, forgotten history through my degree. These kids don't rock, speaking on what they have not. Swear to God they hot like them weed spots and quick to pull back lock. But where those skills they got, where's my culture?
3 rocks blessed before them hit the floor. Took the bottle to the chest till the head said no more. Pleasures of a man who's poor, revel in the pain I endure.
Transformation from norms to higher apex. Truth got stretched like latex. Their concern I lay on paychecks. Outer lobes got annex. Dramas play like Hamlet on modern stage. The scripture is for vague. Now look, this mess you made caused me to invade. Type Christian on crusade. Should do you in like Cain did Abel. And when did you disable? Should wrap this mic cable round your vertebrae till your vocals rain. Some say I'm deranged. I ate the paint chips off my window pane. Just to dull the pain, must maintain.
What is to be done about pain? It's a question which has compelled man, the state, and the arts for much of their common history. One speaks not of physical pain, whose end is forecast in its beginning, either by cure or death, but rather that psychic pain which is the agony of the soul and the mind. The cry of the tormented is pain's commonest articulation, without words, without any meaning except the existence of pain itself. It pleads for mercy, shrieks in the excess of an inability to endure. The pleadings cease and are overtaken by a rage so shattering that it flails the heavens and draws back the tormentors in appalled bewilderment that what they have so heedlessly done could produce such clamor.
man, flush the royal hands, bust his niggas down, fuck the spoil plans. Hitting up the snag team vans, army suit guns and grams, man, fuck it. If you live this life, you got to love it. Who's the one you trusted? Organized when niggas stay dusted on the low key. If a nigga, oh, we got to see me weekly, fuck a freebie, Land Rover, Jeeps, and TVs. The land see what I see, extortion, plus the larceny, murder niggas constantly. No doubt, end of discussion. Started to bustin'. If you want beef, bring it to Flushing.
With all your weak production. 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 With all your weak production.
I sit and analyze the earth as a twist on its axis. 2 for the cream without the taxes. The Hancock relaxes. I'm bagging grams up in plastics. My moves must be made everlasting. My past changed to present prophecies. No mark of the beast push me to be a revolutionary in the street. I clone hit, holding down 50 G tones a week. Enough for the smash plans. A wise man don't speak. Cause jealousy, envy, for figure trigger niggas bust. Evil bitches hold the key to a man's lust. I rush, trying to touch what I don't got. If I'm incarcerated, royal flush will blow your block, motherfucker.
With all your weak production. With all your weak production. With all your weak production.
Wasteland.
With all your weak production.
Wasteland.
With all your weak production.
Wasteland.
With all your weak production. With all your weak production.
It's like a nuclear reaction. Back down guns, niggas is blasting. Streets are cashing. Late night black assassin. Flush and make it happen. First sticking, I started rapping. Who's the one to blame when you elevating the game? Stress before pleasure. Niggas get bagged, so whatever. Slugs and levers will have your life under pressure. Royal handmade, blowing this world just like grenades. Sex to text to Uzis. Niggas can't do me. Since a young child, living it corrupt, cause I'm foul. That's my style. Nigga did a bullet on the owl. Meanwhile, my little brother's on the street holding heat, busting out whatever creeps all night, cause shit's deep. New York don't sleep, diamond Rolex cars and drinks. Niggas with minks, 5G stones and Cuban links. Eyes chink, fucking with these niggas made a nigga think. Now I gotta get cheddar, let a nigga shine forever. Right. No
With all your weak production. With all your weak production.
Wasteland.
With all your weak production.
Big phenomenal.
With all your
Royal flush. Worldwide. Moving on your weak production. End up the motherfucking discussion. Word up. Mr. Wall. Mr. Wall. Rest in peace to Magic. Top Boogie. No doubt. It's the land. 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 So get your money, God.
Ill Bill, kick it for the non-fiction politicians. Bring on your skill.
Right, word, yo.
Yeah.
Yo, check it. 6 times 6 multiplied by 10. When the circumference of solar energy begin to bend, we descend into fingerprinting. Multiple prisoner cell shitting, shank sticking, stuck in cell block H. The plot thickens, wickedness enters the hemisphere. Keep your weapons near, intensify fear. I appear like apocalypse is here. 2001,
the ghoulish millennium.
not the setting of the sun, survivalist conception. Fuck camouflage suits, we camouflage our troops. Revolution computes, my third eye shoots. War stare, been by the endless sportswear. Guerrilla warfare, extraordinaire. Sporting a pair of black Jordanaires. Jungle militia, recon soldier. My thoughts connect like when Tony Madonna first met Sosa. Blows the throne like nuke missiles. Crystal that they hit your chest plate. Marijuana controls the stress rate. Mr. Ill Bill Verbal, Ayatollah, Emperor, Trans-Global Microphone Controller. Non-fiction mathematician, blast your positions. Sticking victims for methods on prescriptions.
Who up next?
Sabak Red up next. Brooklyn representation. Yes.
So check it out, yo. In my life surroundings, I see heads mentally drowning, never learning how to swim, so it's the same shit again. The rooftops be the cool out spots of many faces. Life is filled with phases, some righteous, some racist. This place is untruthful, corrupted by poo-poo. It's brutal, that's fruitful. Sabak remain neutral, 95% of wealth with the rich, 5% go to the blinded. Strong-minded, I rhyme to help us find it. Reminded of PR where a rebel was born and sworn to join once the revolution was on. So whether sunken ships or iron metals, when I bleed on me fatigues, symbolic for the life that I lead. They say the mind is limitless, but limited is the mind due to social oppression that the government designed. Now I don't blame white and I don't blame black, but the system for the reason why my sister smoke crack. 89 Tech 9, non-fiction representation. Check it out, Cortex Medina represent.
True indeed, hold the BK down like this. Hold the BK down. What? Representing Glenwood Project.
Iceland.
That's Iceland. You know what I'm saying? Live. Coma crew, all the goons, stinky dirtbags, rocking. Check it. Quiet on the west. Big up to all Medina people. My slang's illegal like the 2 keys inside my Buick Regal with the Star of David. Get your squad invaded. Rapping hostile for goons that's incarcerated. No budget like swine from a bodega. There's no Omega when I'm mainline like Vinny Vega. It's the goon in me. Shining like jewels out of Tiffany's. My symphony rules like the Lucchese crime family. Big ZD for calories. Holding cannons like Adderley. This nation's fallacy got me thinking that black's the enemy. Official. Throw out the black mask. Grab the pistol. Plus the box of missiles on a suitcase sitting on Bristol. My 2D stance, blue spots like implants. Dead man dance and move real cool as we advance. Religious slaughter, new world order. Use the corner plus a dead man if you ain't trying to recognize the Torah. Walking the streets, military, necessary. The revolution, world life, searchlight, subsidiary. Pass the mic, we can do it like this.
Check it. Yeah, what you got on there, E? What you got on there, yeah? Bring that
Shout
beat
to
in.
10 up from Shaolin. No doubt in this piece, baby.
Check it out.
PK, Farm
yeah,
Rock.
we're gonna do it like
No
that.
fiction live.
Yeah, for the
Shapeshifter citizens, chain smokers, OBs, Los Angeles MCs, getting over by any means. Shapeshifter citizens, chain smokers, OBs, Los Angeles MCs, getting over by any means. Shapeshifter citizens, chain smokers, OBs, Los Angeles MCs, getting over by any means.
no meter every day to scare on me. I'm like 4-4, so I can tear MCs. They can test me, but they can't best me. It's the 1+3 on the MIC.
METFLY, the place where I dwell parallel to the sky. Put your hands up if you like the shit. Old things rolling, you know we don't quit.
Hypocrite illiterate, more than a little bit. We're rocking the spot and we know that you're feeling it. Concealing it, wheeling and dealing it over a cigarette. Ain't our show, but we're still fucking stealing it.
Pass me the piece, keep it lit. Take a hit, let the smoke settle in. Feel the high, now let it go. Pass the mic and pack a load. Man, I'm serving MCs like popsicles on a Sunday. Jumping over obstacles, rolling down our one way. Fuck gunplay, I'm pistol whipping. Leave the bullets at home with my phone and other equipment. Listen, boy, it's the truth. Listen, ask sub, snub nose TO2, loosen gums, yeah, leave broken ligaments. I don't give a fuck, man. We be killing it.
Witness win, citizens, perform mental fitness with the friends. 4-6 mother beat out on limbs. Watch me do it, dude, you can't come in. Executive, VIP, side entrance, no sobriety. Don't mess with it, you can't fly with me. What's up the vocab, now I'm in the lab. It's my javelin, just go to stab. I'm a bit bright, everybody's just rap. Too inconceivable for you to grab. So unbelievable, it's like crap. I'm Paul Finch, I'm Paul Finch. I'm Paul Finch.
With the homegrown, find my own tone in the toe zone till it's all known, let it get shown. Under A, flickering big, swinging A, hickory stick, cause all the trickery stick. Well, I'm burning both ends of a candle wick, and quickly I have begun to break down my old ways. When I found out I'm an addict, and I thought it was a phase. Praise junkies and cruisers, flunkies and losers, just a bunch of burning bridges, mental abusers.
You won't throw me off, you can't hold it down. With no mic control, you will never move the crowd. Your stage presence sucks, your voice sounds whack. Can't rhyme on beat, fighting other MCs and still rhyming weak. Frontin' like you're dope, thinking you're fresh. Got the nerve to be conceited and act stuck up. It's MCs like you that need to shut the fuck up.
They're never gonna forget.
With One Main Financial,
The great grandkids will go say, wow, wasn't that a bizarre individual?
Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. None of y'all niggas. I don't know how long I need. I don't mind either. Yo. Good night. None of y'all niggas. I don't know how long I need. I don't mind either. Yo, shit on your hood, y'all niggas ain't shit in the hood. Take a dump on your champion and shit on your hood. Leave my boot camp stamp in the hood. Size 12, I beat bass out of your face, you Rozelle. I lift barbells, I spit bars well. That niggas got cream but soft like Carvel. Paul my cartel from Kingston kill shit. My Brownfield monkey face niggas, they steal shit. Yeah, the klepto con, this scat that I'm holding in my hand to kill you, dude, so let go mine. Sean P. bastard rhyme, past my prime. What's life without rap though? Past the 9, right or wrong? I'm right and wrong. Best believe everything that God right is showing.
Voice vibe, Messiah riding the shine. Just some chrome lips sitting higher up on the rim than LeBron's. I touch weight, that Nina got one in the head. I call them clips, John and Kate, cause they +8. I got the booth poppin', don't ask about the album. Come with a mask on action when the next flu drop in. I don't blog, I bury more horsepower than the Murcielago carries. I got bitches that hit niggas for me, and I send them to your crib like Chicago Larry. The internet trying to indict a man. The web changing the world like fucking Spider-Man. The packs and back albino, 24 hours a day. I'm frying them, but I ain't no diner. Y'all niggas can be muscle bound if you want. Y'all pussies. I treat you niggas like the vagina on China.
I don't like nobody. Give a fuck. I know you don't like me. Don't got to. I don't like you neither. Fuck. I don't even like niggas who act like me. I don't give a fuck though. You know what I mean? That's just how I was. Fuck y'all niggas.
Man, listen, right?
It's hocus pocus. Who this kid? No one knows this. The scene in the mist. Stay fly just like a locust. My downfall, you hope this. But I'm staying here like the end of the world of some roaches. My mind is about the holster, ready to approach her. The youngster, closer to $1 million. Born gunner, #1 stunner. Homie, you know what none of her. Justice slugs, no love. 16 days, OT, now I'm rolling with word sound. Skids putting it down. Ain't no way we turning back. Not in each other, only way we turning our backs, motherfucker. Holla back, nigga. Hocus pocus, homie, hope you know this.
It's chunk of us be rolling, now we straight toasting.
Used to be in that hood.
Now we straight coasting, divas wanna please us.
Rub it in like lotion.
I'm gonna do it like this. Always got a swerve in it. Chunk of bliss, label me that. That's sabotaging my persona. Major projects speak for itself, name sensational. With my own way of thinking, my shots keep blinking in sync with bombing hits. Baller status, steam Dutch madness. Grip the microphone in my palms, I zone with it. Flows, I stay awesome with it. World domination, my thoughts ain't no procrastination. My style is visible, trying to hold me down. Fuck you with passion, not sexual, not in that situation. On top of things, my doorbell rings to my mansion in Brooklyn. The living legend, eligible for the good things in life. That's how I like to keep it. I speak it loosely, you can't run with me. I'm flirty, make beats bouncy.
This motherfucking new year right here. New life. Taking over. Nobody stopping us. All them haters, I'm living in the future mentally. While you sharpen the present, my path and my children's lessons. Hard to stay positive in life's aggression, but I know one thing, dog, I'ma stay with my weapon. I'm on 24, and I ain't thinking of dying. No time soon, dog, and I ain't lying. 6 to 1 dead, the next bumped out, that's hocus pocus. In a minute, the world gon' know this. All I got to do is stay focused.
Yeah, yo, it's right here, right in front of you. It's the hocus pocus. She was luscious. I let the atmosphere on some faultless. My focus, have your focus seen the real shit. Capturing that natural shine thing. I'll be signing up acts. I'm laying on to them hot raps. Did you hear the sound bumping out the speaker? Vibrating the spot, treat a pleaser. That New York slang for old skeezer. This high coast ride you see here, he's my beamer. Yo, when you pump my drum up, you don't be putting no scratches on it, man. Yo, got it.
Hocus pocus, homie, hope you know this.
The succubus be rolling, now we straight toasting.
Used to be in that hood,
now we straight coasting. Divas wanna please us.
Rub it in like lotion.
Yo, Bill, what up, Daddy? Pass man.
The heavy metal king.
Yeah, King Solid.
The heavy metal king.
Yeah.
The heavy metal king, whole big shit. The heavy metal king.
I murder you and laugh. I'm Barry Sanders slashing through the path. You a magician's assistant, I'm sawing you in half. You a heathen that rely on the beast. I'm a demon that defying, crucifying the priest. I shine over beats, a motherfucking beast on the mic. I'm a lion out the jungle, raw meat without life. I bleed in the fight, Vinny like the taste of his blood. And I'll open up your stomach like the case of a slug. I'm faithful to drugs, putting metal plates in your mug. Dump your body in the motherfucking lake in the rug. Face in the mud, y'all create the facade that my people have exterminated faith in their God. Patience is hard, cousin, but it pays to be calm. Go to war for anybody who embraces Islam. I'm gracious and warm, ready for the place in the war. And I'm ready to smash a motherfucking face in the floor. We got that gangsta shit.
The heavy metal king, whole big shit. We like shit.
We got that murder shit.
The heavy metal king.
You talk that gangsta shit.
The heavy metal king, whole big shit. We like shit.
We live that murder shit.
The heavy metal king.
Without order, nothing exists. Without chaos, nothing evolves. Now get on your knees so I can stick this gun in your mouth. I'm a Slayer album personified. Holocaust, Columbine, Middle Passage, Israel versus Palestine. It's the cult leader, drink your Kool-Aid. Roll with the doctors that produced AIDS. I open my mouth, I shoot flames. A freedom fighter that got the whole world terrified. Ill Bill, human manifestation of genocide. Stand amongst Grammy winning, Grammy nose candy sniffers. Blast the black metal at you like Danny Loco. It's impossible to escape my matrix of hate. I make a good girl a calm dumps to Satan away. Set turn razors to AKs and turn razors to grapes. Turn blood into wine with an insatiable taste. Drink from the goblet of gore, vomiting porn. Sodom and Gomorrah back to Canarsie, New York.
Is this the bringing of the king to his parliament? Till the land was all undone and darkened by such deeds.
We got that gangsta shit.
The heavy metal king, whole big shit. We like shit.
We got that murder shit.
The heavy metal king.
You talk that gangsta shit.
The heavy metal king, whole big shit.
We live that murder shit.
The heavy metal king.
You don't know about the Gospel of Judas, about the information found in the Galapagos ruins. Yeah, how the warriors would sharpen their blades. How if they wanted to, the government could cure you of AIDS. With the equivalent of fire and ice, the equivalent of a prisoner who died for his rights. I'm lying to Christ, put your fucking spine in a vice. I'm like Trump and the apprentice, only fire at night. I'm dying to fight, slap you five and pretending you Louis Dogg's a fucking genocide general. So I say fuck the CIA and they plan. Get me out of here, I'd rather fucking stay in Iran. Yeah, I'll run up on you with grenades in my hand. If you fucking ride with Bill or try to hate on my fam. Yeah, it's the dichotomy of
of hatred in man. If you ever even think of trying to blame me, then blam, blam. We got that gangsta shit.
The heavy metal king, hold big stick. We lock shit.
We got that murder shit.
The heavy metal king.
You talk that gangsta shit.
The heavy metal king.
Petty thugs, hide your cake, never teasing me. I show love to all my bitches hustling ones. Tussle with thieves, making moves second to none. I lied there, made a sudden move, you got bit. Flooded with the double law, real street shit. The blonde hair bandit, you got guns handed. Turn my face when I bust a cannon. Cause I don't wear sunblock. Ass drag if the fire is hot. Shit
baby.
pop, shells go 3 feet all over and stop. We warn niggas that we coming, then we total the block. We scorn niggas like they mothers, then we wet up they socks. Red dye, escaping on a red eye. Seashore and hide out and buy out balls till we see ball. In this game we beat y'all. You got money, keep yours. But I be tearing trying to identify your features.
See me if you trying to get some grams tonight. Cause I could get it for you raw, gray, tan, or white. Fuck rap, yo, I'd rather be planning a flight somewhere hot on the wave runner, tanning with dice, blowing the haze while all of them giving me brains. One at a time, y'all start from the front of the line. But everybody wanna contact me and get with me and still end up being mad cause I charge 50. And as for you, sucker, you can keep those raps and screw your awards. My son can't eat those plaques. I never was shit, but some things I never forget. Like if you spend 3, you guaranteed to make back 6. Drove the Benz off the lot and just dusted her off. 10 grams stash, took the governor off. Even the cats that be hating still be loving the dogs. Cause they know that the double law is coming for war.
You ain't ready to die, then why should you live? Cause when I start busting the guns, you hiding the kids. And the beard's still riding with clips. Surviving with bricks, we beefing on the 4th, got the down the 5th. Like I wasn't hustling dope, or robbing the block, starving the knot, carving the cheek, palming the Glock. I figure which nigga could I watch for the watch. I like to knock off my crack, then I pull off a heist. Put it together, double it twice, this shit is my life. Catch me with a 45, hot pair of nights. And 3 red dice like, give me the bank or give me your face. Give me a shank, it's holiday. The hoopie's in the front, but the truck is a mile away. Niggas wanna ride tomorrow when they probably die today. Cause the P.O. hollow the gun, to holler at son. When they go to holler back, you swallow one.
Y'all them bust in the crowd, niggas, and hit whoever. When you shooting for the niggas that took your leather. They right there, but you scared that they gon' bust. Cause they crazy, but crazy niggas bleed like us. See, I'm one shot through the heart like Cupid. Y'all niggas might be crazy, but y'all not stupid. It's 9-9, I'm killing you, woman and kid. Fuck Scarface, watch me, I'm more action to see than the motherfuckers that y'all see on TV. And fuck what you heard, check out Sheik get down. Comes the gun, shit, I'm rhyming with one on me now. You never know what clown gon' walk in the studio talking shit, and it's gonna be more than an amps that blow. I pour gas on your skin and watch your shit detach with a book of matches. Now that's when you met your match. And the worst thing for you was for me to have a gun when I'm thirsty. I turn niggas more holy man than Eddie Murphy, and I deal with more bricks than that city doing Jersey. I got cold cops niggas, I got on tops niggas that'll bust you and slide, and some old 6 drop niggas, revolver pop niggas, easy ox niggas, get knocked, say I smoke detox niggas, drug program.
Woody rock the sound. You know the vibe, baby. DJ Crush, she get down. You know the vibe, baby. Caminati get down. You know the vibe, baby. The most step keep the crown. Representing Brooklyn. You know the vibe, though. From all borders, doorways, and gates. Resurrection drawing ears, mankind awaits. When you're living in this world, you got to survive. She torn is looking on the left, attacking from all sides. Witness before all eyes, the evidence are unseen. The power past our comprehension that controls all things. The battle for by good and evil is a real contest. It is the outcome of the struggle that brings play contact to all sex sections, cruddy cliques, crews and clans. Good greens to badlands, jump up to understand. I'm just a man, not the universal architect. We tread the face of this heavenly place and show respect. Tokyo, raise your hands where you at. Osaka, raise your hands where you at. Toshiwado die, no die, Sapporo, East and die. DJ Crush, most deaf on the touch. We land fly. I send my salam to my entire squad, my sahab, yo, wherever you are. Stay on your job, struggling hard. times of life. We writing rhymes on enemy lines to shine light. Stay in meditation to keep the head right. Spreading wings like heavenly things. We take flight, fly, 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 fly. Everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. And you got to believe everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. And you got to believe everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. Said you got to believe. Said you got to believe. Yo, bust it, baby. Me and Crush, we politicking, building on this money mission. Send me a fucking something, so I had to stop and listen. If time forever ticking, my gift forever clicking. I'm trying to get mine, cause finish here for the getting. A lost provision, but help us live the providential. My pad and pencil, or transcribe the elemental, the raw essential, the southbound residential, the pure simple, to resonate in your mental. I flash the devil, my key gon' shine like precious metal. Left the raw, living alone, about to settle fast, trying to gas so down and save your petrol, cause the beat don't stop like yellow cabs in the metro. B-boys traverse the earth is the first the next. This is a daily operation like birth to death, and I burst the rap, yeah, or some so-called vet, or orchestrated designs while they set quiet is kept. Everything that you heard in advance was just a glance of the landscape. Furnished with crops and props, still sunsets and treetops, backdrops of pure skill. Ignite, I do right to excite, but you got to believe that the most high I see every degree of this 3C, X to E. We maintain sun and carry on officially. We're talking projects to the shores of Tripoli. I speak prolifically, I write specifically, transmit upliftedly. It sounds terrific, G. Allah has gifted me with great ability. Speak to my beloved and make them all love it. Fine, rugged, a product of the ghetto public. Allah is the king of the world, we just subjects. Allah is the king of the world, we just subject. Allah is the king, Allah is the king. You should know everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. And you got to believe everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. And you got to believe everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. What's the baby so moody? They get down and so DJ Yaz, he get down and so DJ Hide, he get down and so DJ Kinsey, he get down and so DJ Hasu, he get down and so DJ Red, yo, he get down and so DJ Patrick, he get down and so Suki Moody, they get down and so Caminati, they get down and so Solino, he get down and so You The Rock, he get down and so Gamo, he get down and he's so Twiggy, he get down and DJ Taki Moda, he get down and Electric Tony, they get down and need more, so you got it going on. Say what? Need more, so you got it going on. Say what? Need more, so you got it going on. So you got
Governor of West Virginia, Patrick Morrisey, who is saying this now. He said, we are now receiving conflicting reports about the condition of our 2 Guard members and will provide additional updates once we receive more complete information. Our prayers are with these brave service members, their families, in the entire Guard community. And that was at 4:04 p.m. So just moments ago. Remember, that was just before he had posted that the 2 members were shot and they had died from their injuries. So, John Miller, what's your, I mean, hopefully this is good news that these members are still alive and they're fighting for their life and can make it through these injuries and these gunshot wounds. What's your reaction to the governor now saying that they're conflicting reports about their condition and they're going to wait to give additional updates until they get more complete information?
Well, it's one of the things that you see when you have politicians and elected officials who jump into these things and get into that news cycle. One of the things that you experience when you
I've had kind of a personal life, but did a lot of reading and overlap with land and things like that. But that was our last show, was Fort Bragg, and then we also talked about what is the 6G agenda. So it's not 5G, it's 6G. Check that out. You can check that out on my show or his podcast. He's done a lot of stuff like that. We also talked about global elite satanic pedo rings, which is really something you shouldn't believe is real, but it's real. Like we're actually going through all this stuff now. It's really incredible. But again, today, if you're watching this on one of my recovered YouTube channels, so I have 3 YouTube channels. The 4th I haven't gotten back. If you're watching this on one of those 3 or X or Rumble, or it's being restreamed on Andrew's stuff, you'll see this picture of Curtis Yarvin, and the title is Curtis Yarvin's Plot Against America. It's from, I think it was from a New Yorker article of this year in June, but the subheader is "The Reactionary Bloggers Call for a Monarch to Rule the Country. Once seemed like a joke. Now the right is ready to bend the knee." And it's actually kind of strange overlaps with Trump's messianic imagery and all the techno or technates or oligarchs, tech oligarchs that surround Trump and supported Trump. Well, really, Vance has to be seen as one of them. He was really a kind of wonderkin for Peter Thiel and Andreessen, and obviously Elon Musk. And they say kind of dark MAGA, so there's these weird overlaps and a lot of interesting philosophy. Some that certainly was fringe, but it can't be considered fringe now. But Andrew can talk more about that. So Andrew, welcome back to the show.
Hey, very excited to be on. Thank you, William. Yeah, super excited to talk about Curtis Yarvin. It's definitely something that blew my mind whenever I first started reading about this. This is something that wasn't really presented to me from a, podcaster or somebody else. This is something I kind of found, and then I started hearing other people start talking about it. But I found it by accident, just looking at something called Patchwork by Mencius Moldbug. And
that's his pseudonym. That's Yarvin's pseudonym right now.
Yes, that's him, Curtis Yarvin. And so that's whenever, after that just snowballed. So yeah, super excited to talk about this, and thanks for having me on.
Yeah. So for people, maybe you can just talk about the over what you've worked on in 6G, then leading to Yarvin, and just simple questions. Who's Curtis Yarvin, and why do people find him interesting?
Yeah. So on 6G Agenda, we focus a lot on kind of Mystery Babylon, but the modern version. So Mystery Babylon kind of is old Babylonian mystery schools, the way of manipulating the mind, deception, etc. And I think that they, as the great Sam Tripoli says, they've hardwired mysticism, and that's what we're looking at today. So I kind of bring all that with some details. Just kind of, we can talk about everything really. So everything encompassing that, which happens to encompass everything. So it's pretty wild stuff. But Curtis Yarvin himself, he had written a book, because I saw that somebody like Peter Thiel, who I've been reading about, Palantir, real kind of big on building this. Palantir was Total Information Awareness, for those who don't know, which was a part of kind of the Patriot Act, came out of that. And so as that's been progressing, he kind of took that over, and I learned that he was, using young people's blood to try to be younger. Very odd kind of guy. And he works with Alex Karp, who's a psychopath, who talks about spraying fentanyl-laced urine on people from drones that pissed him off. And so these kind of people just pop up, and I'm like, hearing that they're into Curtis Yarvin, I look him up, and it just kind of goes from there. So it seems that it's a whole network of people that have this ideology, and what they're doing is they're trying to change the attitudes and minds of America as we see now. And I think that they even use radical leftism even as a weapon to let that proliferate, so they could then serve us this kind of answer. You know what I'm saying? So this is the kind of problem reaction solution. I believe it's coming from the right, and I think that we got to watch for it.
Yeah, it's interesting. So they don't have a problem using the left to facilitate changes in the right, which is these doctrines. These guys started out kind of as bloggers, Mencius Moldbug, I think he was. And so he kind of came from kind of an underground perspective. And I tried to read up on some of his stuff, like I have some notes, but he had these different kind of ideas, like his intellectual genealogy. Like he has these concepts that, like this idea of the cathedral, which is our current kind of system, like he wants to replace that with his dark enlightenment, right? So it's like the old progressivism. He wants to get rid of it, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, and he, gets a lot of his philosophy from a man named Hans Hermann Hoppe, Hoppe, Hope. And he wrote a book called Democracy, The God That Failed. And so in this book, it talks about exactly what you were saying, where this kind of leftist or liberal values actually makes us think in short term and not long term. And so it leads to consumerism, and therefore the downgrading of culture, etc. And, on its face, it can sound okay, but whenever you get deeper into it, the answer they serve up is a monarchy.
Right. It's some kind of like this. So it's like they actually have, I think his opinions are that the Enlightenment was kind of a mistake. Like they don't think that this whole thing of this philosophers and all these things, like he's
well, it's kind of more in the sense
really
that
interesting
they
because,
think that it's dumb that the leftists view
all
it
these
as
concepts,
that the Enlightenment was where the thinking started. They base a lot of their values in Rome and before then. So, he points to the 5 great emperors and said that was some of the best, civilization we've ever had, right? So this is pre that. It's back before the Enlightenment. So they look before the Enlightenment and say, actually, the Enlightenment doesn't mean anything. That's just the reset from the Catholic Church. But look before that. That's, because they're saying that pretty much Catholicism built Western society, and that's why we think that after the, the Dark Ages, we didn't know anything before then. When in reality, there was a lot of deep knowledge before then, which is true. So I do agree with that sentiment.
Right, but it is pretty remarkable that that's the way they think. Like they just like discount a lot of this advancing and understanding and everything like that. They just think it's all kind of straw and everything. And they're very I would say they're not anarchists. They want to get rid of almost all the government. Like they're beyond anarchy, or the anarchists where there's less government. They like want to retire all government agent, the whole government. Do you ever hear
Well,
that?
it needs to
Did
be
you get that?
one central thing, a CEO that runs it all top down, right? So he points to Elon Musk and how he essentially has created a new NASA more efficiently because it's just him. And he points to people like in Silicon Valley, the CEO people, and says
Yeah,
each of
they're
them run
talking
their corporation like a
Antichrist right
monarchy.
now,
And look at how
which
quick and efficient they get things
has
done.
the
So
same
his argument is the
hierarchical
efficiency we would
structure
get
as the
in
church.
America if we let
or,
these,
you know.
just one person top down. Now, a little sidestep here. Did you see the bill that Trump just signed yesterday?
No, tell me about it.
So he
true
signed a bill
monarchy.
called the Genesis Mission, which is pretty much let me get to it. It's a new AI initiative. So he signed it over, and the goal is to create a national integrated AI platform, and it uses government scientific data, discovery in science, energy, national security, all that. But what they're doing here is they're centralizing all science, everything into one area, like one pillar of knowledge. And actually they tier it to where the public can read some stuff like research, but everything that has to do, they tier what kind of information you will be available to have. And so it's very odd. They're rebuilding the way that these different departments work. That's the point of Doge, where they got, they kind of put the IRS, the DOD, or the SSI, all that stuff under Palantir's umbrella. Whereas before there were multiple organizations within the government. So it's unprecedented stuff. I mean, the HHS, now with your IRS, so your tax information, your health information, your social security information, all is going to be under one umbrella now. That was never a thing. So that's a problem.
Yeah, I would say that's a real problem. More
Yeah.
centralized
It's the same
information. That
reason
sounds like a
why
nightmare.
you
That's
needed,
what's going on.
you
It's
know,
centralization of everything.
you had a Hoffman,
Leads to what Curtis Yarvin's trying to do. I think
Hoffa
everything
rather,
Trump is doing is leading
one
towards
guy that could
what he wants.
sign and pay over checks
So
to,
the philosophy of Yarvin
to the mob
is
if they
now
wanted to,
filtering
and they didn't
over
have to go
into,
through the banks. It's the same type of concept. If you have this one singular unit, then you could have one CEO, like they're saying, that can do things, for the, make decisions that don't need to be compartmentalized. I don't have to go to this institution or this one or that one. I could just go to this one guy. And that's why the unions were so powerful. So they're taking the concept of the hierarchical structure within almost like how a Hoffa was, and they're applying it to this different format. So that's what I'm saying with that. And when they say monarchy, there's a thing like a monarchy. A true monarchy is directed towards God, but these people are godless. They're not directed towards God. They see the practicality of having a hierarchical structure that's that's top down in that way, because it's superior. It really is, but it's mainly, these guys want to bring about Antichrist when they don't believe in Antichrist, but whether they believe in him or not, that's what they're going to establish. They're setting up the pieces for that, whether they like it or not. And a lot of people get caught up in saying, like, it seems like they're copying the book. They're not copying the book of Revelation. They're unconsciously fulfilling prophetic things from it, because these guys aren't reading the Bible. If they did, they wouldn't probably be doing what they do. It's just, I don't see that happening.
into real world policy, right?
Yeah.
That's what this whole Genesis, and it's a mission. This isn't a program. This is like a mission to Mars or a mission to the moon or something. Like the language is, I think, very telling.
Yeah, and they
Genesis
just
mission-
started they just started something called Project Athena at NASA too that ties into this, where it's the same thing. We want to we need to get going on getting into space and all this different technology. I think it's weird that it coincides with this disclosure that's going on with this documentary and all this stuff about UFOs. I think they want to cover up the fact that they do have this technology, and kind of do this odd thing where, oh, we've been reversing it, but they're centralizing all the information now. It's a very weird shift.
That's really wild.
I don't buy they have the UFO technology. I don't buy
And
that.
that guy right there, he was supposed to take over NASA in the beginning of Trump's presidency this coming year that just started. And it was Elon's pick. They ended up going with a different guy. Now he just put him in. And now they just started Project Athena right when they put him in, the same week. And so it's pretty telling where it's coming from, right? Dark MAGA.
Right, it's this dark enlightenment, dark MAGA stuff. Jorvin, wow, it's pretty wild.
Athena, Genesis. What's up with the names? Athena is Venus, right? That's who they worship. The mother, the mother goddess, right? The whole deal with these mystery schools. That gets right into that.
Genesis is kind of like a Star Trek reference too. They like Star Trek and Lord of the Rings references. But if you remember the Wrath of Khan movie, the project to reformat those planets was called Project Genesis. Remember that? Before your time, but it's kind of a big. The Wrath of Khan, I forgot who the actor was. He was fantastic as Khan. He was so good.
Well, I think it's kind of weird. I know this seems a little off, but when you kind of add this in, so there was just at the pyramids.
So what's really weird is like, how they're mentioning Star Trek and Genesis and stuff like that. So like literally the night before, not last night, but the night before that, I literally was laying there thinking about the connection of what they were trying to do to Mars. Like they're saying that they're going to terraform Mars, but actually it makes no sense. Like actually Venus makes more sense because it's basically the same size as the Earth. It actually has an atmosphere. And I was thinking about how weird it is because they actually worship Venus. Like there's something about Venus worship.
Because it's like it represents Lucifer.
Right. But they always talk about terraforming Mars, which is like a third of the size or a fourth of the size of the Earth. So the gravity is off.
Well, there's if I'm not mistaken, on the top of Mars.
Essentially,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but on the top of Mars, there's the Star of David on it.
Oh, really interesting.
It's like something like that, or an octagon that can fit the Star of David. Something. Like if you look into that real quick, can you look that up?
I can look it up on my phone. Let's take a look.
You can't look it up on the screen.
I can try.
I'm sorry to make demands, dude, but yeah, look.
It's not a big deal. It's just
because this is a thing that I don't know. It's kind of weird because there's a connection to like the star of Remphan, and then they say that Mars represents Remphan. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right. Well, I definitely know there's something about that because this is what a lot of the archaeology about the Ugaritics and stuff like this. They're all Canaanites. The more they look at that, it's like, okay, so like people who are called themselves the Jews are actually claiming to be like these Ugaritic, like Remphan worshiping people that built stuff like around the time of like the Trojan Wars and stuff like that, right? Which is why I keep looking back at that because I'm like, okay, so there's like this whole other group of people that the Bible's talking about, but they're trying to make it seem like, oh, well, we're the real Jews. But it's like the Jews are. Wait.
Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. I'll look that up, but I'll let this play for a second.
To Giza. I know you probably don't know who Travis Scott. Well, you probably know who Travis Scott is. He was going to do a show. Yeah, he was supposed to do a show with the Pyramids of Giza, and they said no because it was against their values and because the Astro World situation had already occurred. Well, very recently, they had somebody called Quantum DJ at the Pyramids of Giza do a show called Genesis, or The End of Genesis is what it was called, actually. It was called The End of Genesis, and it had a robot. It was like a hologram. It was a robot busting out of this glass, like it was trying to get out, right, and then be unleashed. This stuff going on is just very odd to me. There's a lot of this. I just think that, they're trying to manifest a change. Like you look at with the order of 9 angles, bring the acausal out of the, right? So
All right, so I wanted you to hear this part. That's why I stopped. Is very in control of certain.
Boy, you can't wait.
That's by the way, though, it is very fitting. It is very fitting to we're about to listen to. That's by the way, the singer of Devil Driver is an overt Freemason. Is very in control of a certain portion of the music industry and stuff like that. So
yeah. I'm gonna go to the Home Depot to get in the water. Come back like an hour. Okay. All right. That's what we'll do it after that.
Sounds good. So
what?
That sounds good. All right, so I wanted you to hear this part. That's why I stopped it and just gave everybody some, Devil Driver to listen to. So, so listen to what he says right here. It's very interesting. Interesting connection, if you will. Oh, by the way, I tried to find that stuff you're talking about. I could not find it, so I don't know if Google's gaslighting me or something. But if you find it, let me know.
All you have to do is put in Rimfan Star Mars. I should have told you that, but it's fine.
No, look. Rimfan.
REMPHAN.
I know how to spell it. Yeah, Rimfan Star Mars.
Yeah. It should be like first image or something.
It's an image thing?
Google images.
Rimfan Star Mars. Is it like a picture of the planet Mars? Because I don't see that.
It should show the top of the planet of Mars.
It's not showing that.
Okay, I'll find the link since you have Down syndrome. But all right.
That's true. No lies detected. I don't know.
No, dude, you're shilling for the Rimfan Star, dude. I see it.
You do it.
You're not fooling me, man.
Right. Ain't nobody gonna get away from gonna get one past you on Rimfan Star.
Oh, you know what? You're right, man. You're right, dude.
Rimfan is a term used by Stephen at the in the time of his martyrdom. Okay.
You gotta look Star of David Mars or something, man.
I put that in too, and it didn't. It showed like some NASA CGI polar ice cap thing or something. But it looked like a swirl or something. Like it was swirling.
Wow, man.
Did you find
she said she found it, man, when she looked it up.
All right, put that link down there. Let me find it. Let me see that link real quick.
Man, because I've seen this before, man.
Put that link. Well, I haven't seen it, but I believe it.
Top of Mars.
Top of Mars. Top of the Mars to you. Give me the top of the Mars to ya. Top of the Mars to ya.
They done deleted it. They erased the evidence, dude. I don't know.
They done deleted it. Star of David. Okay, she said Star of David Mars. Star of David Mars.
While I'm looking it up, I can't find it either, dude.
See, I told you, man. You ain't gonna get on me, bro. I'm the ultimate Googler. Okay, I can Google everything.
Yeah, well, but the thing with it is the funny thing is, I definitely have this. I'll get it, because I got it in my other archive. I got multiple archives out here, my boy. Because I'm on them, and I've been on them for a while. I know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. I know, right? Rim fan is that's what Michael Heiser talked about a lot. He's talking about how like it's kind of weird. My feeling is that they poisoned Michael Heiser to kill him because he was getting too close to the truth.
Bro, you be telling me names. I don't know them names.
Michael Heiser, Heiser. He was doing like he was looking from a like, he's kind of like a non-denominational Protestant-ish scholar guy, but he went to seminary and all this, but he was like looking at all the archaeology and like the astrotheology stuff, trying to like piece together like why does all that astrotheology stuff keep popping up throughout history, and like why are they doing all this occult shit? And he didn't like call out the Jays specifically, but he definitely wrote some books that were like the Bible's talking about like this unseen realm, and they're talking about like this council of like demigods that are like plotting to do certain things.
The Archons?
I don't know exactly. I mean, honestly, I haven't read it, but I've listened to some of his lectures about it.
Well, that's kind of like the Archons is kind of like the whole weird UFO cult narrative. You dig?
Well, I think it's also kind of like the what do you call it? Like the Titans and stuff like that. Like, you know, the like the small, like the children of Kronos that like Kronos ate, and then Zeus killed Kronos, and then
or Nephilim or something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The
yes.
Watchers.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's what he called them. He called them the Watchers. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So he's thinking about the Watchers, and he's saying like the Watchers were like trying to manipulate humans, and that like God and Jesus were trying to like stop that, and then but we had to like choose it essentially rather than like do it for us, something like that. I can't remember exactly. Something to that effect.
All right, I'm looking through my archive for this photo. I know I had it at one time. You know, oh, I'm getting close because I'm seeing Stars of David's.
Uh-oh.
I'm just a lad, nearly 22, neither good nor bad, just a kid like you. I don't know, man. Oh, I found it. Yeah, boy. Got you now. Oh, it's Saturn's hexagon. Sorry, it was Saturn. It's not Mars.
Yeah. I knew about Saturn. It has a hexagon on it. Yeah, hexagon.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the hexagon, you know, there you could fit, I think, Star of David in there or something.
Well, I think what I've heard is that like Saturn represents Kronos, aka like old father time or something. So it's like they use the symbol of like the old man god, but they're using it from like their old pagan shit, and they try to like integrate it into Judaism / Christianity / or whatever, right? So they're like really doing like this big trick where they're like saying it's like an Abrahamic religion when it's or a Yahweh religion or whatever, but it's really like this ball worship stuff essentially. And so they try to like, and that's why I like Esoterica, because he actually like basically says, yeah, that's what we did. What, nigga? Like that's what he says basically. So it's like in other words, but he says it in a lot more like Jewish voice than that, right? Check out, listen to this little clip that I'm about to play here. So I think you'll find this very illuminating.
Well, I think it's kind of weird. I know this seems a little off, but when you kind of add this in, so there was just at the pyramids of Giza. I know you probably don't know who Travis Scott. Well, you probably know who Travis Scott is. He was going to do a show. Yeah, he was supposed to do a show at the pyramids of Giza, and they said no because it was against their values and because the Astro World situation had already occurred. Well, very recently, they had somebody called Quantum DJ at the pyramids of Giza do a show called Genesis, or the End of Genesis is what it was called, actually. It was called the End of Genesis, and it had a robot. It was like a hologram. It was a robot busting out of this glass, like it was trying to get out, right, and then be unleashed. This stuff going on is just very odd to me. There's a lot of this. I just think that, you know, they're trying to manifest the change. Like you look at with the order of 9 angles, you know, bring the acausal out of the, right? So
The causal from the acausal, yeah.
Exactly.
It's a lot of that stuff. And the Dark Imperium, like we were talking in the pre-show, that one of these inspirational guys, Land, who has been called by Dugan a flat-out Satanist. I'm not saying it, but Dugan is saying that. Land published something called the Dark Enlightenment through a press called Imperium Press. And if you read my book from 2021, kind of precedes a lot of this stuff. Like I write about the Order of Nine Angle and their idea of the Dark Imperium and Homo Galacticus, which is what these people kind of are either rhyming or outright putting in, where the men are going to be seeded all throughout the solar system. You know,
I mean, what would you call
classes
it?
of humans? Yeah,
That's what all this is focused on, is getting us out there. You look at Elon and all he talks about, and his way of having children too. That's very odd, right?
Yeah.
You know, and then you think about the space book that was written by Bill. I think it was Bill Barr or Donald Barr.
Oh, right, yeah.
Who wrote the book?
Yes,
That's all about what you're talking about, right? It seems to all tie in together. With these are the same people.
This is kind of like their agenda. I don't think that Musk talks a lot about Christianity. None of them really talk about. Well, I guess Thiel talked about the Antichrist, right? But they're not really Christians in their mentality.
No,
the
but
Christ
Thiel,
consciousness stuff. Yeah.
Thiel was very close with a man from Opus Dei.
Which one was his name? Do you remember?
Hold on, Opus Dei, Priest, Thiel. It'll come right up because they were good friends. Here it is. So these two befriended each other. Who is this guy? Okay, Father Arne, Arne Panula. Arne Panula. And so there's a few articles about it, but essentially Opus Dei, we're talking about like the Da Vinci Code where he whips himself in the back. You know, that super culty Catholic. That's what we're looking at.
Right. The Opus Dei, they I think they're initiated. So I think it's not an occult initiation, but they are initiated to like really hardcore loyalty to the Catholic Church, almost kind of like the Jesuits, like the church. There's no right or wrong. Whatever they tell you, you do.
Yeah, when you look up their practices, though, they do a lot of self-mutilation, punishment, things like that as well. It's very weird.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Flagellation, and they have what they call a garter, and it's not like a woman's garter or like a girl in the burlesque who puts this flowery ribbon around her leg. They put a steel thing around their thigh and then dig it into the skin so they remember. You know, it's like it's a sign of ownership.
Yes.
And there's actually an Order of the Garter in the kind of in the English aristocracy, and that's the same thing. It's a very loyal, like they take it very seriously. They're very, very serious about that stuff.
I think it's freaky though that when you really think about it, was it that correct? You know, was Dan Brown that right, where he's pointing out that this is the order that's kind of operating in the shadows, like, and then now you see these people with this. First of all, look at Nick Fuentes, this rise of the Catholic, this national Christianity, this nationalism.
Okay, I'm back,
America's
man.
Christian. No, America has the freedom of religion. As a matter of fact, people who started America hated Christianity because of the.
Can I read something?
By Christians, or more.
Can you shut these guys up? They're stupid compared to me, dude. Take these peasants off my screen.
But did you hear what they said about like Order of Nine Angles and Elon Musk and the space religion stuff and all that?
Man, it's all nonsense. Shut up. They'll follow Antichrist even knowing that. Okay. So here we go. This is what those guys aren't telling you. All right. So buy my propaganda now. I have to stand on their head to make myself look good, right? So this is what we're gonna do. So this is from None Dare Call It a Conspiracy, and it says one major reason for the historical blackout in the role of international bankers in political history is that the Rothschilds were Jewish. Anti-Semites have played into the hands of this conspiracy by trying to portray the entire conspiracy as Jewish. Nothing could be farther from the truth. The traditionally Anglo-Saxon, J.P. Morgan and Rockefeller International banking institutions have played a key role in the conspiracy, but there is no denying the importance of the Rothschilds and their satellites. However, it is just as unreasonable and immoral to blame all Jews for the crimes of the Rothschilds as it is to hold all Baptists accountable for the crimes of the Rockefellers. I didn't know the Rockefellers were Baptists. Okay, so the Jewish members of the conspiracy have used an organization called the Anti-Defamation League, as an instrument to try to convince everyone that any mention of the Rothschilds or their allies is an attack on all Jews. In this way, they have stifled almost all honest scholarship on international bankers and made the subject taboo within universities. Any individual or book exploring the subject is being attacked by hundreds of ADL committees all over the country. The ADL has never let truth or logic interfere with its highly professional smear jobs. When no evidence is apparent, the ADL which staunchly oppose so-called McCarthyism. And if you know, recently there was a video done by one of our friends, TML, where he exposed McCarthyism as being like a controlled opposition of the communists or the benign breath. Anyways, so it says accuses people of being, quote, latent anti-Semites. Can you imagine how they would yell and scream if someone accused them of being latent communists? Actually, nobody has a right to be angrier at the Rothschild clique than their fellow Jews. The Warburgs, part of the Rothschild Empire, helped finance H-Man, you know, the mustache. There were few, if any, Rothschilds or Warburgs in the, you know, the prison camps. They set out their war in luxurious hotels in Paris or immigrated to the United States or England. We're talking about the bankers there. Jays have suffered most at the hands of these power seekers. Okay, now I'm going to say Jays. Well, I've been, you know, whatever. A Rothschild is more in common with a Rockefeller than he does with a Taylor from Budapest or the Bronx. Since the keystones of international banking empires have been governed bonds, it has been in the interest of these international bankers to encourage government debt. The higher the debt, the more interest. Nothing drives governments deeply into debt like a war, and has been an uncommon practice among international bankers to finance both sides out of bloodiest military conflicts. For example, during our Civil War, the North was financed by the Rothschilds through their American agent August Beaumont, and the American South through Erlanger's Rothschild relatives. You got no comment for that, huh? Watch you little spacemen critiques about Star Wars and the Kabbalah all you want. But are they talking about the banksters, bro?
You're just trying to protect the Jews. That's what they gonna say.
Are they talking about, man, you gotta follow the dollar. Them no, I'm playing. I don't know. But I do think, you know, a lot of that stuff is just really aspects of this like very occult like it just all feels like the same secret societies I read about when I look into Germany. You know what I mean? Like the CTUHLU Society. Like that feels like what they're a part of. And you know, Jones seems to say that's the case. Mr. Alex Jones. I think he did an interview talking about, you know, the Grove in some sense, and he was saying that. But then you got Anthony Sutton, and he's saying they're Jesuits. So what does that mean? Are all these guys Jesuits? Is that possible? You know, and then, you know, you read Alta Vendita. See, this is why the stuff I'm covering is, I think, like got my, you know, my reach limited immediately, because it's like all the patriarchs and the Pope are following the tenets of Freemasonry, as, you know, explained by Manly P. Hall. And, you know, people don't seem to understand. It's like, well, how could the Jesuits be in cahoots with the Jays, and the Jays in cahoots with these people and all? It's like, well, because they've gotten together and have decided to infiltrate these institutions. You know what I'm saying? And maybe at one time those institutions weren't necessarily directed in that way, but you know, they've been infiltrated for a long time, I would say. You know, that's been the plan. Because someone got smart, and they were eventually like, you know, we could do a lot of damage to the church from the outside if we just kind of like attack it in our newspapers, and we just all meet at the lodge. But then they were eventually like, what if we infiltrated the church as members and then ascended all the way up the hierarchy and then directed it? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, sorry, I hit the wrong button. Yes, I do. And but you know, I guess that's the
But it's not only the church that are doing that. Where do you think where else have they done that?
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I got
I don't think
distracted
there's
doing a
not
bunch
an
of shit.
institution. What's up?
Well, no, just saying I got distracted doing a bunch of shit. But yeah, man.
Okay.
So I was just saying my bad. But
Yeah. But yeah, I don't think there's a single institution really that has any kind of like a notable power or importance that one of their people aren't probably at least attempting to take the reins.
Like, and then now,
I mean, if you were them, wouldn't you do that?
Do what?
Infiltrate, any institution and get into a position of power to.
Well, that's what I've been telling people to do from the good side, saying like it's just weird. Like it's always just been weird to me that people say, "Well, I'm a Christian," or "I'm, I believe in God, therefore, like I'm just gonna like not try to do." Like most people I know from the South, they say, "Well, I'll just leave that for the Freemasons, or I'll leave that for the other people to like go and like be a leader of my community or something." And then
Well, go for it, man. Go infiltrate, and see if it'll, save your soul in the end. That's my point about it.
Well, I'm not saying like actually infiltrate. What I'm saying is like it's I'm just being like facetious. It's like if you think the police would exist with or without the Freemasons or the law, like do you think that there should be a law person? Like, do you think that should always be a keeper of the law?
I would tell you this is like, there's always going to be the people are going to get the leaders they deserve. And just as Christ said, it's like you give to Caesar as the Caesars, give to God what is God's. That's my position on that. And as far as the police department or something like that, it's like I don't have any control over the government in my position to control the police department in any way.
Well,
so I mean,
sure, but here's an example. Like in Nigeria, some hooligans decided to go and like kidnap and murder a bunch of school children, right? So like obviously like the children don't deserve to get kidnapped and beheaded, right?
well, I mean, this is the like problem I find is like it's almost like I'm going to blame the church because children are kidnapped and beheaded. It's like, what did we do? You know what I mean? That's not our fault. I mean, if it's just as much anybody's fault as it is ours, if that's the case, You wouldn't apply that logic to anything else. You know what I mean? You'd be like, the bar down the street didn't help those children, get beheaded in Ethiopia. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, what does that mean?
Right. Well, what I'm saying is that, like, you said that people get I'm just making the point on what you said. Like, people get the government they deserve. So I'm just saying, like, well,
yeah, if people are godless and they have accepted this type of republic, and they accepted the killing of the king, and they've gone along with it, and they feed the system, then of course they're going to get that type of this type of system that gives you puppets, and behind the scenes you have a shadow government pulling the strings, and sure you're I'm just as supportive of a good cop as the next person, but in the same breath, I'm not going to full sell like support a satanic system that's directed towards lawlessness, because that's what it is. According to our tradition, it's like a holy monarchy is the correct way of government. Do we have that? No. And it's like, is it our fault that we don't have that? I don't know. I mean, blaming the church for the way the society's going when people are what make the church is kind of like slapping yourself in the face. That's what I could kind of see. It's like, why is our society not, why is the church not? You are the church if you're a member of it. Human beings make up the mystical body of Christ. It's not some institution. If the idea is that it's just a building directed towards, some external goal, like setting up, a perfect system where no crime is to happen, well, that's not going to be the case. We live in a fallen world. And it's because of man's sins that we live in a fallen world. You know, it's like, it's our fault that the absurdity is in the world, you know, and it's our fault that we're not better, you know, not only Christians, but just human beings in general.
Sorry, I had to go rustle somebody's jimmies. Yes.
Yeah, you didn't listen to any of that. Complete this guy.
No, I did listen to you. I think it's,
No, you didn't, man. You're like, oh, I'm gonna say something stupid, and then I'm gonna run off when you reply to it.
fair enough. But no, I mean, I don't know what you're like. I don't think you're responding to what I was trying to say. So maybe I didn't make myself clear or something. But.
Well, I mean, what's your solution though? Like, let's talk about the solution from this perspective. What should we do? Do you think that Orthodox Christians should infiltrate, you know, the current American political system? And if they do you think that's going to change anything?
Well, I don't know if it changes anything, but definitely I don't see the point in like allowing the people who are at least pretending to
Who's saying we're allowing it? You know, if anything, I think that we're the only one that's combating it. You know, last I checked, you know, I don't see anybody else saying the things we're saying. You know, what am I supposed to do? Like go, you know, raid the White House? We've seen how that worked out when people follow those people.
Well, I don't necessarily mean like anything. I'm definitely not promoting like violence or anything. But, machine, share your screen if you don't mind, because I'm gonna have to switch. I'm gonna have to go mobile in a second, so I just want to make sure I add it before I jump off here. But yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not really disagreeing with what you're saying either. I think it's a mean between extremes, as you say, right? So somewhere between. So somewhere between somewhere between what you're saying and what I'm trying to get at.
Put it this way, it's like
I mean, people got to get themselves right first. Obviously, I'm not saying like someone who's can't handle it to go do it. Right? I'm just saying like it's just interesting that not many people feel very compelled to go and do such a thing. Like,
I just don't see this is what the critique of someone like Father Seraphim Rose is always talking about, and it's this book on idealism. I bring it every time we have the same conversation because he critiques this exact thing. It's like to expect the Christian to when our kingdom is not of this world, to I guess play by the rules of the satanic world that's directed towards Antichrist. It's asking the Christian to betray his faith based on an idealistic image of what Christians should do. It's a presupposition that this is what the goal of Christianity is. It's like,
Right. It's like, I'll teach you how to build a house, but I'll cut your hands off. Like, so good luck.
I for the way we see this is like our kingdom is not of this world, right? The problem with the Jays is they wanted a worldly kingdom. So when you have a worldly kingdom and it's going astray and you blame it on the church, that kingdom is not of this world, it doesn't make sense. It's like we're in the world, we're not of the world. We're in the society. That doesn't mean we have to even politics itself. This is like something that came out of the Masonic lodges. It's like the root of our society is based on everything that rejects Christ. The whole entire structure of our system is based on the killing of the king, right? And this was something that came out of the lodge. The killing of the king was to establish a system like this. So then to have like Christians be like, see, like you guys don't want to do anything. It's like, of course we don't. You set up a system based on killing our monarch, or a true monarch, and now we're supposed to play along with the system that's used by the oligarchs to like steal the resources of the people and brainwash them. It's like this is how they get people stuck in their dialectic, you know. And I'm not saying like we can't function in some way because it's the only system we have as it is, and we live in this society. But you know, I don't know. We have to be a little detached from the fact that this isn't our fight. Our fight is to prepare ourselves for the flood that's coming because of the lawlessness that has established such a thing as this Masonic Republic.
So I guess what would you say to people who say, well, then there's no use in reporting on things other than to say that it's all corrupt and you shouldn't participate? Meaning, like, do the details matter if we're not of this world? Do the details matter if it's the Jays or it's this person or that person? You just say no.
I mean, if you're nihilistic, they don't matter. I mean, they matter in the sense that, you know, these are different hang-ups that are directing people towards Antichrist, and these are different ideological systems that subvert a man from the truth, and we have to have at least some sort of weaponry to know what's being used against us, right? It's like, you know, I get it. Like, people want this gun-ho thing where it's like, well, we need to infiltrate the system, and we need to take over, and we need to do all this stuff. It's like, is that saving a man's soul? And if it's not saving a man's soul, what good is it? But what is helping at least get people out of the ideology where they're prepared to face the truth, I believe, is confronting these other ideological systems that you know, try to supplant and override and destroy Christianity. Because whether it's Masonry or whether it's, you know, Judaism or whatever system it is, they're trying to overthrow and supplant a Christian, you know, the Christian ideal or the Christian religion in general. They're trying to uproot Christ from people, right? But I mean, it just seems to me like people don't actually want Christ. They want their version of Christ. They want, you know, an idea that fits with something that moves their passions. So, you know, that's why so many follow the Bolsheviks, or that's why so many follow the guy in Germany, because he's saying the things they want to hear. Oh, you know, they're angry and they want to direct this anger at something. So then it's like, okay, well, Christianity is against everything that is natural for a man, right? And we see all, you know, that's what you know, H-Man's whole deal was. It's like, oh, the Bolsheviks are doing everything bad, so we'll become Bolsheviks, right? If that's the plan, you're going to rot your soul, right? And it's going to lead to complete, you know, it's just what it is.
The brain rot to soul right, the brain rot to soul rot pipeline.
Pretty much, because, you know, what I see at least is like, you know, the only way, from my perspective and the church's perspective, that man is going to be able to prosper in this society is if he's directed towards heaven. If we're going against the grain and we're involving ourselves in a system that's lawless, you know, it's just like, well, the ends justify the means or something. It's like you're giving into their worldview. It's like there can be no compromise. That, you know, it's a death to compromise, and that's what it's all about. It's like, we're not accepting anything that's theirs. It's all ours or it's nothing, none of theirs. Like, it can't be both. I can't fence it and say something they created is going to work and be blessed by God. It has to be blessed by God from my perspective to work, right? And the fact is like man is so burn out by the society that he's been growing up in and like seeing, and like he doesn't think it's possible that God can pull him out of it. And that's exactly why he stays in that, right? It's like, I've been there, man. Because it's not by our own means, it's by God's means, and we go along with it. If man puts enough faith in God, he'll give us what we need. You know, he says, look at the birds, they neither toil nor, look at the lilies, they neither toil nor spin. And what's he saying there? It's like, you know, people that are godless, they're going to need to see everything as something that they have to do to change things. They're their own saviors. It's like we have a God that, and we have a savior. It's just we have to know how it is that he has saved us and what that encapsulates, and how to go about receiving that grace. Because at the end of the day, it's not going to be the republic that saves us. It's not going to be America that saves us. It's not going to be the police force that saves us. Even if we die, by the hands of the Ethiopian who cuts off our head, would it be better to die on the ark or off of it? In the big picture.
Well, I guess don't try not to like draw a parallel here. Would you say that it's almost like the Taoist thing, like the Tao Te Ching, where it's like sometimes doing nothing is the most powerful action? Meaning, like you don't want to entangle, like if you can't handle certain, like the world because it's so corrupt, that sometimes it's better just to remove yourself from it and like.
I don't think it's not that we can't handle it. It's the fact is that the way we handle it isn't seen through the perspective of a skepticism and an enlightenment ideology as doing something. But it's like just like the empty space in a window, there's function to it, right? And that empty space isn't a void. It's the self-forgetting, self-emptying God. That's Christ. That represents, it's like you sacrifice the sacrifice of, yourself in a sense, so you can fill the world with grace. That's what Christ does in that moment on the cross. It's like sacrificing himself to fill the world with grace, emptying himself of his will and putting it into the will of God. That's what the Christians asked to do, to pick up his cross, and people don't want to pick up their cross. They want to pick up a different cross. They don't want to pick up the Christian cross. They want to pick up the cross of worldly idealism or some political cross. And these are all things that get in the way from man picking up his true cross, I guess.
Well, I guess here's the thing is like, so would you say that there is like an ideal life that we could be living as Christians, and it would look like a certain way that like if the world were just to become more Christian, like the world would look a certain way, not utopian, right? But it would have like a distinctive characteristic, right? Would you agree?
I don't know. This is what I do know. Put it in the perspective of like the catacomb Christians in Russia, when the Soviets have taken over their government. They've taken over their churches. They've gone underground. Many of the priests refuse to get any job within the Soviet system. You know, why did they do that? It's because by doing so, they would be placing the mark on themselves. And I believe in the same way, being that, you know, this system, the American system, is what funded the Soviet system. And we have these catacomb saints saying that this is the mark of the beast, then clearly we're in a beast system.
Right. So, well, let me put it like this, right? So, like, have you seen the movie Office Space?
No.
You have not seen it. Okay. So let me set up the scenario.
Yeah,
for you.
it's like probably top 10 movies. Yeah, you should probably watch it right away.
Yeah, it's extremely well. I think it's actually about brainwashing and shit like that. But it's about a guy who has a job that he hates, and he just like goes to get hypnotized, and then starts living kind of like a Tyler Durden. Like he just kind of does what he wants, and then he like rips off the company for money. It's a Mike Judge, like Beavis and Butthead writer guy movie. Like same with Idiocracy. So it's a very deep critique of corporate culture, essentially, like Silicon Valley. But anyway, long story short, there's a scene where Jennifer Aniston is like his love interest. She's working as a waitress, right? And the waitress job is like it's like a Fuddruckers kind of thing where like you're like, hey, how are you? Nice to meet you. What can I get for you today? Like it's like, and she kind of like is not excited about her job, and then the manager comes over and says like, we need to see enthusiasm if you want to have this job. Like, this is serious business. You need to show the people that you're happy to be here and excited to be here. We don't want you to fake it. We want you to actually be happy, right? And then he's like, well, here's the other thing. It's like, well, you're only wearing 2 pieces of flair, which is like pins, right? And he's like, look at mine. I have like 30 different pieces of flair or pins on my outfit to show how enthusiastic I am. Like, maybe you should, express yourself more while, proving that you are happy to be here, right? So I guess what I'm saying is that, translate that to what we're talking about. I would say that, like, would you say that we should, like what I mean is like this, like, can we actually express ourselves under the system that you're talking about, like of Christianity, or would we all kind of like resemble each other and have not much of a like distinct?
I don't understand what you mean by express yourselves, because there's usually this presupposition of what freedom means. Is freedom, this thing that we take for granted, and it means whatever feels good in this moment, and gives into my passions, and so I could have like a Donald Trump and say I'm a conservative and I feel good attacking the leftists, and even though it's based on illusions and lies, right? It's like that's the type of freedom we have, where it's like it's a freedom that feeds our delusions and feeds our itching ears and feeds our passions, right? And is that truly freedom, or is that just a word we've put on a disease? I don't think we know what freedom is, because true freedom is in Christ and in the love of God. He's the only one that can give us true freedom. It's not going to be through some enlightenment system created by Freemasons because they wanted to kill the monarch because of envy and greed.
But what I mean is, like, when you say that we should die to the world, does that mean that everybody would just like
the world is our passions?
Would wear like a sheepskin or whatever is available to them, and they would just like not speak anymore,
No,
and they would just
and like the nihilism that comes from that is rooted in just like not understanding the position, right? It's like, what are you siding with? What are you siding with? What's your side of that? You want your nice suit and hellfire? because dying to the world means dying to our passions. That's what that means. The world is, I'll read a quote to you because it's from St. Isaac the Syrian. And St. Isaac the Syrian, what he said was this. The world is the general name for all the passions. When we call the passions by a common name, we call them the world. When we wish to distinguish them from their special names, we call them passions. Passions are the following: the love of riches, desire for possessions, bodily pleasure, which becomes sexual passion, love of honor, which gives rise to envy, lust for power, arrogance, the pride of a position, the craving to adorn oneself with luxurious clothes and vain ornaments, the itch for human glory, which is a source of rancor and resentment and physical fear. Where these passions cease to be active, there the world is dead. Someone has said of the saints that while alive they were dead, for though living in the flesh, they did not live for the flesh. See for which of these passions you are alive, then you will know how far you are alive to the world and how far you are dead to it. So I guess my reply to it, to the nihilistic, mutation that has developed out of the Enlightenment is like, you can have these fancy, luxurious clothes and the nice car and the nice house, but be dead rotten on the inside and truly dead while you're walking, and the freedom that you have is just an illusion of freedom given to you by the devil to lead you into the pits of hell. The true freedom is going to be in renouncing these things, because these are the things that enslave man at their root. That's what enslaving man. The feeling to need to, be efficient in a world that's leading you to nothing, but a well-oiled machine, a utopian nightmare, an antichrist system. That's what it is, and man has gotten to the point where, he sees no way out. So that, there is no God, there is no sacred, there is nothing but, the system or his own logic or whatever it is that is by his own means. So there is no God that can save him. He's got to save himself. And, well, that's not possible. So, oftentimes I feel as if people kind of look at the church and say, well, what you're saying isn't practical. What's the practicality in a world that's leading to, nothing but hell, Well, he dipped, so you can't handle the truth, dude. So be it. It is what it is. You want to hear nice things? I'm not gonna talk sweet to people who want to hear, people want to hear what they want to hear, man. And I always become the enemy, and so be it, whatever.
Rage quit.
No, it is what it is, man. And, the guy runs. You run, Neuro. When I really start going, man, you run. Yeah, I'm sure you did get on the phone. Better call somebody.
Better call somebody. Better run and tell. Better run and tell that, Holmes. Yeah, well, I guess he wanted us to watch this video, so I wonder what's in this video. All right, I did watch one of the William Ramsey videos where he was talking about Yarvin. So, he got a call from Mephistopheles. For sure.
I love you, Neuro, but I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, so let's so I wonder what this is, honestly.
Homie, but
okay,
dude,
we are.
I said it before, not to interrupt right
Yeah,
now. But,
yeah, no, it's no worries, shit.
Bro, all right. Let's say I got into a political office right now, right?
Right.
I get into a political office, but who's running the CFR? You know,
bring me the head of the CFR.
You know, it's like, who's running the CFR? Who's running, you know, the Federal Reserve Bank? How can I make a difference in that system? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't see it happening, dude. I see it's like, if anything, I think, is that not why Christ says to the Pharisees, give to Caesar what is Caesar's and give to God what is God's? I mean, he's not outright telling them they can't buy, you know, or sell, you know, and use the means that are around them. It's not money that's the root of evil. It's the love of it, right? So, I mean, I think the issue is people love their system. They love what's destroying them. And they don't love what could save them enough.
Yeah, because it's appealing, you know, because who doesn't want, you know, to have a foot in every continent, you know, and, any type of, you know, female you desire, tons of money, and you get to go wherever you want. Just, you know,
Yeah,
that's essentially what they're offering. And so you could go to any country, you know, meet with any type of female, you know, do whatever you want. You know, nobody will know. You could order somebody to be killed and nobody will find out.
Well, Christianity's offering you suffering. It's offering you to be hated by the world and likely martyred for the things you say. But that's here, you know. What's the true reward is in the next life with your crowns. That's what the Christian's supposed to be fighting for. And I'm not going to act like I'm like, you know, Mr. Perfect or something. I don't know where I'm going. I could go to hell. And like, I fully acknowledge that, you know, and I consider myself the worst of sinners. But if you look at, I mean, that's something St. Paul said, you know, I'm the chief of sinners. That's what he said. So.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And I don't think that, you know, I think Martin Luther took that another route. We've talked about that before, where Martin Luther's like, well, you know, you gotta sin more or something, you know. That's like when Christ meets the woman in the, you know, who's about to be stoned. Some say it's Mary Magdalene. I don't know if the Gospels say that necessarily, but that's the implication. And she's caught to be an adulteress, and they said, well, you know, the law of Moses says we should stone this woman because of adultery, and he tells them, well, he who's without sin cast the first stone, right? And then you know, he draws something on the ground, and you know, he says, you know, has no one stoned you, woman? And she's like, you know, no, or whatever. And then he's like, go and sin no more. So that's expected of us. Like, it's not just like repent of the things we've done, but you know, we're supposed to sin no more. That is an active activity, but can we uphold to that high ideal all the time? Absolutely not. We're going to end up saying, but that's also why, you know, he gave the sacrament of confession to the church, because he knows that man has, you know, this inclination to go towards evil. And that's not a natural part. I don't, you know, we wouldn't say that man was created with this natural inclination towards evil. It's rather that, you know, and I know you don't agree with free will, but it's like in his free will, man has the option to choose to reject the good which he was created to go towards, and accept evil just as the demons do, you know.
Yeah, it's not as if I totally reject free will, but you know, I'm sort of a compatibilist, but I believe that, you know, God has control, right? So it's any evil that we could do, you know, God has control over it.
towards the evil we do.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
like God is like God is the God of good. You know, God wants good. God can wipe out evil. And he's in control of it.
Right. Oh, okay. All right. I see what you're saying. See, this is something that is said in the scripture right now. Like this is like when I had a conversation with this guy that was studying the Kabbalah. I was studying Kabbalah with. See, they teach that, you know, good and evil, and I've had this conversation before, are both on the same level. Like they're, you know, they're equal
Yeah, I don't
opposing
believe
forces. And like, you know, I kind of confronted this guy once I learned, you know, what the church teaches on this, because I thought, you know, it made so much sense to me. It's like, you know, you turn on a light switch and the light doesn't fight with the darkness to fill the room. It just happens. You know what I mean? It kind of dissipates the darkness. And the same way that, you know, good kind of annihilates evil. And some would say that's not the case in reality, but I believe that to be true. Like, you know, if we're looking at the big picture, but I think we as men are something nearsighted a lot of times because everything is right now in front of us, you know, and there is no afterlife for a lot of people. But in the long run, evil doesn't win. It can't. There's no way. It's not on the same level as good.
Right. Right. That's ultimately like you know, I think that's true because evil relies on untruth, right? So since it's based on things that aren't true, it cannot last, right?
Yeah.
It may prevail, you know, even for a little while, for sure, right? So I believe that there's no contest between good and evil, essentially. So essentially, there's no free will. It's like we're forced to be good, right? Or else we'll just destroy ourselves, right? So it's like, you know, so in that way, it's like, you know, goodness is part of a good constitution, right? I believe a good disposition, a good attitude as well, right? So I believe that, like, you know, like, for example, right, we're pushed into the moment now, right? So we can only move from where we're at now, right? But whatever we do is going to affect every other outcome, right? So it's like we move one grain of sand, we change the world. Right, it's like the butterfly effect, right? So it's like even if we do nothing, it affects everything, right? So not to say that we're powerless, we're infinitely powerful, but we're also a reflection of everything that is, right? So it's like, you know, it's like hyper determinism, whereby you affect all outcomes, but you're forced to choose a particular path, right? In order to play the game for the good, right?
Here's something I want to talk to you about. So, and I'm pulling from something, so I'm not going to act like this is coming directly from me. Like I just got it stored in my own memory bank or something, right? You know, it's a particular web page on the church's view of free will, and it talks about these distinctions. So these are distinctions that, you know, I don't know that well. Like I told you, I'm not an expert on it. But the article starts this, but the debate between predestination and free will is one of the most pivotal in Christian theology. For many Protestants, especially those influenced by John Calvin and Reformed traditions, predestination means that God preordains who will be saved and who will be damned, rendering human free will essentially powerless in matters of salvation. In stark contrast, the Orthodox affirm that the human being possesses real, meaningful free will, a gift that is central to both dignity and salvation. So this post says it's going to explore why the Orthodox Church rejects the doctrine of predestination, and as taught in Protestant circles, and hold the synergy of divine grace, human freedom as the true path to salvation. And like, you know, butt in at any point you want to during this. I'm not trying to control the whole thing. So it says, From the beginning, the church has proclaimed that every human being is created in the image and likeness of God. This is in Genesis 1:26-27. This likeness is not static, but dynamic. It includes our rationality, our creativity, and above all, our capacity for free choice. God is supremely free. He shares his freedom with his creation. As St. John of Damascus teaches, quote, "The good that is done by force is not good. If God were to predetermine some to salvation and others to damnation without any regard for their own choice, he would violate the very dignity he has bestowed upon his creatures." Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had a phone call right then. I just kind of hung up on her.
Yeah.
He who violates the very dignity he has bestowed upon his creatures. True love and genuine virtue can only exist where there is freedom to choose either for or against God. Okay. So that's the statement there. And now we're going to, it backs it up with some scripture here. So the scriptural basis for free will. It says, the scripture is replete with affirmations of human freedom. In the Garden of Eden, God gives Adam and Eve a commandment, and with it, the real possibility for them to obey or disobey. So Genesis 2:16-17. Moses tells the Israelites, quote, "I have set before you life and death, blessing and curse. Therefore choose life, that you and your offspring may live." This is Deuteronomy 30, verse 19. Throughout the Old Testament, God continually calls his people to repent and return, which makes little sense if they are utterly incapable of heeding his call. Furthermore, in the New Testament, Christ's repeated invitation, quote, to, quote, "follow me," his calls to repentance, and his assurance that, quote, "whoever so will may come." That's Revelations 22:17. All presuppose genuine human freedom. St. Paul proclaims, quote, "where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom." This is 2 Corinthians 3:17. Moreover, St. Peter declares, quote, declares God, quote, "is not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance." So he doesn't want anybody to perish. Wants all to come to repentance. That's 2 Peter 3:9. If God's will is truly all for to be saved, the doctrine of double predestination, whereby God predestines some for heaven, others for hell, cannot stand. So, if God's will is truly for all to be saved, the doctrine of double predestination, whereby God predestines some for heaven and others to hell, cannot stand. Okay. Synergy between God and man. A cornerstone of Orthodox theology, the concept of synergy, the cooperation between divine grace and human will. St. Paul exhorts believers to, quote, "work out your own salvation with fear and trembling, for God is at work in you both to will and to work for his good pleasure." Philippians 2, verses 12-13. This is not an either or between God's grace and our effort, but a both and. God imitates, empowers, and sustains, but never coerces. He calls us to respond. The notion that human beings are entirely passive in salvation reduces the relationship between God and humanity to that of a puppeteer and his puppets. This is a far cry from the loving communion God desires. The church fathers consistently reject both determinism, the idea that God or fate predetermines all, and the notion of an autonomous free will that acts independently of grace. Instead, they maintain that we find true freedom in communion with God.
Yeah, that is essentially compatibilism right there. Like how he just phrased that. That is essentially, he's saying it's not totally either.
Right.
So
it's a both and.
Right. Exactly.
So, this is a statement. This is the belief of the church that
the philosophical position that like in philosophy of mind and so on and so forth, they call that compatibilism, right? In terms of agency, the question of agency, right? Which is a greater philosophical question of free will, which doesn't have to do with the general sense of freedom in which you could pick up a pen, walk down the street, that sort of thing. It's different from that.
So what would your definition of free will be, or the lack of it?
Well, as it just said, God is totally free, right? So God has ultimate freedom, right? We have freedom to commune with God, right? And that is our ultimate,
But you
goal.
don't think that man has freedom to reject him as well, like that? And if he didn't have that freedom,
Right, but that's
would he
not the
truly
goal.
be able to choose?
Right, but that's not the goal, since it said that God wants us to be saved, right? So
Yeah, but I mean, him wanting us to be saved doesn't mean that he's forcing us.
right, but that's what I mean. It's you don't have total freedom because God has the ultimate.
Why wouldn't we have total freedom?
Read that statement again.
The church fathers consistently reject both determinism, the idea that God
Right.
or fate predetermines all, and the notion of an autonomous free will that acts independently
There we
of
go.
grace.
There we go.
But
that's what I mean right there.
Okay, but I don't see that like this autonomous free will that acts independently of grace being equating to the same thing as meaning, there's, man doesn't have free will or something. I don't think that means the same thing from my perspective. I'm not pushing it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it just means he doesn't have total free will, as I just stated.
Right? How? I don't understand. I mean,
it just said
like
it. It said it's not total. It just said it in that statement.
No, it didn't. It said
It
the
did.
notion of an autonomous free will acts independently of grace.
Right, that would be total freedom. That is the free will I'm referring to, is to act independently from grace. That means that God is not in control. That means that you just get to do whatever you want. You could take over nature. Nature's not functioning based on any force, right? So there would be no determinism on either the natural scale or the spiritual scale, right? That would be in the philosophical sense, right? So I'm just simply outlining that that's a different question than moral agency, right? Like,
okay,
because you're responsible, like in the sense, like, if you break the law, you're responsible, all right? But the question,
do you
of
think
free
that
will
God
is,
predetermines you to break the law?
No, but I don't think you can do whatever you want.
And what does that mean?
What you do is based on like
laws that he's outset or something like that. Like
no, based on your constitution, like who you are, what you've done, right? If you're in a, for example, you're in a fallen state, that is a natural fact, right?
Right.
Right, exactly.
But that was through the act of man's free will that we
Right.
got to the fallen
Right,
state.
but doesn't grace function differently in not a fallen state?
I don't
because
think
sin and death have not
necessarily
entered.
different. I think that the brain would function is at a higher.
Well, it's the entrance of sin and death.
At a higher, because there's synergy going on. There's grace. I don't think
Right.
there's an actual change in the brain or something.
Right. Grace is not a product of free will. It's a product of God's will. Right. And then sin and death is not a product of your will either. Right. So in a natural and in a spiritual sense, we're constrained. Now, I think that our optimal,
stop there real quick. Don't
optimal, goal is to relinquish our freedom and to follow God. Right.
How
Anyways,
would sin not be a part of our free will? Man has the option to choose.
If it's in a fallen state, then I don't see how.
That's a different thing. The fact that we're fallen doesn't mean that we can't, choose not to.
I'm talking about Romans specifically, right? Especially 4 through maybe 9.
I think that means two different things, though. The fact that we're fallen doesn't mean that we can't not choose to sin or choose to sin.
Yeah, sure, but is that the goal? And is God working towards our salvation?
I don't think that God has put it on us.
Is God's grace working?
Since you have, fallen, therefore you have no choice but to sin.
Right, but is God's grace working towards our salvation?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
And sin is leading us away from that, right?
Yes, and that's a
and
free
that is our
choice
goal,
of,
right?
according to our will. If we choose to go against the will of God, then we are choosing evil, which is a perversion of good.
Not only that, it's self-destruction.
Right. Yes.
Right. So that's why it's not a choice.
It is a choice because you have the choice to do good.
Well, I do think it may be a choice, but it's not freedom in the sense that choice is
Why
not freedom.
wouldn't it be free? Because you have
Because
an
you have
option.
Yeah, I know. Because you have a choice between two options, right? So
Just
it's pretty
because
clear.
there's two options doesn't mean that it's less free.
I think it is, because the road you came from, you can't change.
Well,
right. So
based on
say there's a
what?
fork in the road, right? You can't. You came to the fork, right?
So you're saying it almost sounds like you're saying that since God has, God has created man good, and in man's, fallen state, he has chosen evil or sin. This somehow is God putting limitations on man to choose between something he didn't even create. In my worldview, God doesn't create
No,
evil.
it's not God putting limitations on man. It's God giving himself the ultimate authority in man's destiny.
I don't believe that's the case.
Man doesn't
I
have
believe
that.
that man has the ultimate authority in choosing.
Yeah, I don't
God
think.
or
I don't.
choosing.
Yeah, I reject that. I reject that man has any
You don't
authority
think
in
that
his own salvation.
you don't think that a man has the choice to choose God or choose evil or sin?
Not above God's authority. How you just stated that man has the ultimate authority. No, I don't believe that man has authority over God in that sense. No.
It's not that he has authority over God. He has authority.
Yeah, but that's
over
what you
his
said.
Will.
You said he has ultimate authority.
He has.
I asked you if he has
over
ultimate
his
authority.
Own will.
No, he
Over his
doesn't.
own will to make
God
his
has
own
ultimate
choice.
authority over his will.
He has the only. Okay, just as Satan has the authority or had the authority to choose to whether choose God or reject God. God gives.
Right, he had
man
two
that,
choices. God gave him
gives
two
angel
choices.
or free will. That's free will. It's not just choices. I think that this is the distinction it makes, because it does go to this. Okay, it undermines human response. If salvation or damnation is entirely God doing, then moral exhortations in Scripture become meaningless. Why call people to repentance if they cannot respond unless irresistibly compelled? It makes God the author of evil. If God predestines some to damnation, then he is ultimately responsible for their fate, which is incompatible with Orthodox understanding of God as all good and all loving. It diminishes love. Love that is compelled or irresistible is not genuine. The very nature of love requires freedom. Freedom to say yes and freedom to say no. It contradicts the experience of the church. The Orthodox life or prayer, repentance, ascetic struggle, and sacramental participation all presuppose that choice matters and that our response to God's grace is real and vital.
Yeah, I got one for you.
Okay.
This is in Romans 9.
Let's go there.
Right.
Romans 9 and what?
I believe Romans 9, I think it starts at like 18.
Romans
No,
chapter
wait,
9,
13.
verse 18.
No, 13.
13.
18 is the big line, right? But I think 19 and 20, right, is where I'll end, right? But 13 through 20, right?
Okay.
It says, as it is written, Jacob I loved, but Esau I hated.
Mm-hmm.
What shall we say then? Is there injustice on God's part? By no means. By no means. For he says to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I have compassion. So then it depends not on human will. I reiterate, it says, so then it depends not on human will or exertion, but on God, who has mercy.
That's
I'm
not
just
what
reading.
that's talking about. There's a
I know.
difference between.
I know. There's 3 more lines.
Okay.
Right. It says, and I'm just reading so far. I'm not commenting at all. Right? It says, "For the scripture says to Pharaoh, for this very purpose I have raised you up, that I might show my power in you, and that my name might be proclaimed in all the earth. So then he has mercy on whomever he wills, and he hardens whomever he wills. You
What's
will
the
then say to
context
me,"
of that, though?
right, right. It says, "You will then say to me, why
You
does
think it's in the
he
context that you're putting it?
still find fault for who can raise his will?"
So, okay, let's go
I'm
here.
not putting any context in it.
No,
I just read.
the
I just read a
context
simple
is that
verse.
you're saying. I know what you're saying, right? And we both know what you're saying. You know, it's as if you're saying that because God will have mercy on who He has mercy, and you have compassion on whom He has compassion. That means that man doesn't have a choice to choose good or evil, or choose Christ or not, right? And what the really the verse is talking about, it's talking about that, you know, these people. This is often what we when we talk about people that haven't come in contact with the fullness of the truth, right? And we're asked things like, well, what about the Protestant that's never heard of orthodoxy, right? And what we tell those people is, it's like, well, we're not the judge. God's the judge. And if God wants to, He could save those people, right? Through His mercy. You know, that doesn't mean that man didn't have a choice in this life to choose between the good or the evil, you know. And
Yeah,
as far as like the hardening of the heart verse, okay.
Yeah.
So you know, this hardening, this is what Augustine says, because I have this. He says, He enables one whom He has mercy to do good, and He leaves the one whom He hardens to do evil. But that mercy is the road of prior merit of faith, and that hardening
There
is
we
the fruit
go. See,
prior
that's what
of
I mean.
unbelief.
It's the
But
fruit
this
of
is a choice. Listen, that was a
no,
choice.
but the hardening is the fruit of prior actions.
Yes.
So this is
Through
exactly
the
what I was
prior
saying.
actions of man, which he had the choice to do.
Right, but now it constrains him to not have a choice.
No, it's not. The fact is that
Not
God
according
has
to
given
who he will.
everyone the choice to choose good or evil. And you know, when we face God, it's you know, we're going to be judged based on what we did in this life and the choices that we made. Right.
Yeah, this is the idea of the compounded sin I was talking about. The sins of the father, you know, as you know, Paul says in another verse. He says, "It is not I who sin, but the sin living in me." So
But
yet another
you're
mysterious.
taking that in a hyper literal, like overly logical way, right? Like that's not. It's missing the spirit.
I'm trying to read it with understanding. Yes,
But
logic
you're
is
not
one of the tools I'm
understanding
using.
it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not being rude to you. I'm just saying that that's not how.
Then go
it's
ahead and explain
understood.
it. Sure, maybe I don't. I mean, I've only commented on the
But we're
line
moving
itself.
forward too fast without going through it, right? And I feel like that's strategic there. So
I'm not trying to do anything. I don't have that much time. I will be upfront about that because I have to leave at 7:30. So because I have to start my show.
okay, you
I
don't
promised
have-
people
you
about
know,
the show.
If you got to leave at 7:30, that's fine. But if you want to have an in-depth conversation about these verses and about the actual meaning of them, we could go over that.
Right, right. But don't tell me I don't understand them if you're not willing to explain it.
Well, I'm willing to explain them, but you move to the next verse before I finish giving you the explanation.
Well, you gave me like 3 or 4 verses. Let's be real. All right.
No, I just gave you one verse here. I was responding to.
No, you gave me a verse from Revelations. You gave me verses from Paul.
I'm giving a commentary on the hardening of the heart from St. Augustine, and you moved to the next verse.
I know, but you provided 2 or 3 verses. I was just simply doing the same thing. I'm not being strategic at all.
I'm saying if you did the same thing, right? This is the difference. When I gave you what I was talking about, I was being honest. I feel like you're being intellectually dishonest about the verses.
Well, that's your interpretation of my words and statements.
Do you think that I'm wrong in my interpretation of your words and statements?
I think you're now being dishonest by claiming that I'm being dishonest.
I think that's bullshit.
Yeah, there's no way I was dishonest when I provided 2 verses to you simply when you provided 3 or 4 verses.
That's a fallacy. The context of the verse.
How was I being dishonest?
I think yes, but I don't think it was on purpose. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, good thing you backed that one up because that seemed ridiculous.
Well, what do you mean backed it up? I mean, I'm being honest with you because look, if you're going to say that, you know, somehow the hardening of the heart means that God hasn't given man the decision, when clearly when I'm giving you this, you know, commentary from Augustine that says that the prior merit of faith is the result of, you know, it be accounted to him as grace, or his prior merit of, you know, evil being accounted to him as unbelief or sin, right? It depends on that. It's not that man didn't have a choice in this. He does have a choice, but it's up to God to pick, you know, choose whether he sees that acceptable or not. He'll have mercy on who has mercy and who he, you know, so forth. In the same way that, you know, Pharaoh, his heart was hardened. Okay, yes, Pharaoh's heart's hardened. Did God force Pharaoh's heart to be hardened?
Now, if I do what I do not want, I agree with the law that it is good. So now it is no longer I who do it, but the sin that dwells within me. For I know that nothing good dwells in me, that is in my flesh. For I have the desire to do what is right, but not the ability to carry it out. For I do not do the good I want, but the evil that I do not want is what I keep on doing.
Okay, so what's he saying?
And you could say I'm being dishonest, but I've simply only read 3 verses to you. I've not commented on them at all.
No, but
You've claimed I've taken them out
in
of
the
context and I'm
context
being
that
dishonest, but
no,
you know, I'm
no,
not
no.
attacking
In
you
the
with the verses from
context
your
that
own
you're
book.
reading the verse, TML, we both know that you've stated what your position is. That man does not have a choice, and you're reading these verses as a way to support your claim.
Right,
Correct?
but you want to know how I think that St. Augustine agrees with me?
He doesn't, though.
I think he does, because he's stated that there's 2 paths, right? One for salvation, one for destruction, right? If you
If
choose
St.
the path,
Augustine agreed with you, he would be a Muslim.
that was a clever line, but no, I don't think that me and St. Augustine have to agree on everything or be the same religion as a consequence. But yeah, that's
We'd
illogical.
have to agree about Christ being God.
No, that's illogical. Me and St. Augustine can agree on many things without me, accepting his total faith package, right? That's ludicrous, right? That's a ludicrous assessment, right? But I will say this, right? That St. Augustine is saying that because of Pharaoh's previous actions, he's chosen a path for self-destruction, right? In that sense, right? To back up Paul's verse, right? He says, one vessel chosen for God's glory, one vessel chosen for destruction. Now we have God's grace, which is not a product of human will, working on one side.
Can you tell me what verse it is?
I'm sorry, what was it?
What verse was it?
What verse was what?
What you're reading from right now.
I'm simply responding. I already read the verse.
No, but what verse are you reading?
I'm not reading a verse. I'm simply making a statement. I've already read the verse.
So you don't want to go to the commentaries, in other words.
I don't have any commentaries. I just have the Bible.
Commentaries. I'm saying we could go to those commentaries and read what they say. Right.
Right. I was in the middle of formulating a sentence, but all right. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm asking you, what verse are you reading from? So I can be with you on it. I'm not
7:17. 7:17.
Romans 7:17.
through 19.
Okay. To do, I do, but evil I will not do, that I practice.
Yeah, because what I'm trying to say is that if your heart is hardened, then you can't choose, right? Your path that God set for you is for glory. God working his grace for your salvation on one end, which is not a product of your will, right? Secondly, the accumulated product of your own sin, right? That's stopping you from choosing the correct path, right? So we're constrained on two sides, right? So as Paul says, right, and this is my interpretation, right, loosely, and I'm happy to receive the commentary, right, that it is the sin, it is not I that sin, but the sin living in me, right, to back up what St. Augustine was, I believe, saying, right, in terms of Pharaoh, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, what I think he was saying in terms of Pharaoh is that, although God had hardened his heart, it was the choice that Pharaoh made that led to the hardening of the heart. It's a figure of speech in that context. There's truth to it, but there's a specific context, and maybe I'm not the best person to explain that context, but I can tell you that, someone like Father Joseph has explained that context prior. I'm not great at that, but the second point you made, because we were talking about Romans 7:19. Now, the commentary I have is from Methodius of Olympus. He says, "Therefore, it is our power to will not to think these things, but not to bring about that they shall pass away." So it's not to come into mind again. For this does not lie in our power, as I said, which is the meaning of that statement. The good that I would, I do not. But anyone should venture to oppose this statement and imply that the apostle teaches that we hate not only the evil which is in thought, but we do which we will not, and we hate it even in that very act of doing it. For he says, the good which I would, I do not, but the evil which I would not, that I do. This isn't saying that he doesn't have the ability to choose between the good or the evil in himself.
I get what it's
rather
saying.
the
I get what it's saying.
inclination, right? There's an inclination for him to do evil, though he wants not to. It's he's struggling within himself with the evil, right? He has the choice. In the case of Pharaoh too, it's like this is the same topic about the mark of the beast. It says that those who accept the mark cannot repent. That's understood within Orthodoxy. And now on a face value, that would seem as if they were predetermined not to be able to repent, or that God has forced them in a position so they cannot repent. But it's not God that's done this. It's through their sin and their heresy and their rejection of God that they've become so hardened. They think like demons, so they refuse. Their inability is rooted in their refusal of repentance. It's not that God has not given them the option, or that it's impossible in the sense that God has given the free choice itself there. It's rather man has rejected free will to the point that there is no turning back, or rejected God to the point that there is no turning back. That's the meaning of hardening of the heart from the perspective that I'm seeing.
Yeah, and then also another note, right? Because I do have to leave soon, and this might take it to another level, right? Of discussion.
But you're not going to face that. I mean, you're just going to move to the next thing.
No, I acknowledge the point. Like, for example, right? Like I say all the time, that if I do some good, it came not from me, but it came from God, and if I do some bad, it's part of the evil that's in me. So that's totally a legitimate point. I understand the point that's been made, right? I totally comprehend the point. Thank you for sharing it, right? But I wanted to extrapolate on another, sensibility, right? Because I don't have much time here, right? And that would be the idea of freedom in general, right? Freedom is a part of a word concept fallacy, right? Where freedom is used by Hegel, it's used by the libertines, right? It's used in the French Revolution, it's used by the writers of the Constitution of America, right? So the idea of freedom, right, in the sense of just of defending free will and saying in a godless age, oh, man has free will and all that stuff, it kind of gives people the wrong idea, right? So I think rhetorically, it's not a very strong, move. I think, right, because it sort of gives a lot of license to a lot of libertinism, etc. And right, so I just don't think it's very good packaging. So when I philosophically oppose freedom, I'm not opposing it in the sense that I'm denying human, moral sensibilities or God's need for, people to do good and all that type of stuff. Or the test that we've been provided, as a human species. But I'm looking at the general picture. Freedom means many different things, right? I'm attacking many different levels of the word itself, right? And also looking at the contextualization of it in the scripture, right? Obviously I'm looking at many different ideas, right? Now, in the sense of nature, right? You could look at nature. We're not free, right? We're constrained by, our bodies and so on and so forth, right? You could look at the sense in which, reason sort of liberates us from, our desires in a sense, right? But knowledge sort of is a double-edged sword, right? It sort of, constrains us. We're a slave to the fruit of knowledge, right? That is not value neutral, right? And here we've, become enslaved to our own desires, right? So we're not free in the sense of, the society we live in, right? And then also God is in control, right? God is in control of everything, right? He's in control of the universe, right? God is omnipotent, right? God has control over everything in the entire cosmos, right?
I would say, just because he's in control of the entire cosmos doesn't mean his hand is forcing something to happen, right? It's like God can see what's going to happen in the future. That doesn't mean he's the cause behind it happening. I think those are two different things. Like, it's like he's going to give man the option to move freely within the world to make whatever decision he feels fit for himself. And in that sense, that is what free will is. To choose God or to choose evil, right? And I guess, are you saying that is some form of enslavement? And if that's the case, is that enslavement from God?
I think ultimately, we are the slaves of God, for sure. And I think that is true freedom, actually. I think people who think they can do whatever they want, they are truly enslaved.
I mean, I agree with the statement, but I think that there's so many ways to look at it, and I understand what you're saying. And I would think, but I mean, it just seems like the same thing. I don't know. You got something to do. If you want to go, you can go. You know what I mean, or whatever. I don't know.
Well, 7:30. All right, so I still have 30 minutes. I'm just
okay. All right. So we'll go into it. So, yeah,
because I don't want you to say like
Look,
man, like
come on, dude, come on.
No, I'm saying like neuro, like oh, everybody rage quit. No, we're not trying to leave you here.
Okay.
I mean, right? You actually have to go do the show because I do it every Wednesday, so
yeah,
it's not a surprise.
Right. Okay. So. Okay, so this is something. Here we go. Concerning the reason and endowment with free will, we hold therefore that free will comes on the scene at the same moment as reason, and that change and alteration are contingent to all that is produced. For all that is produced is also subject to change. For those things must be subject to change, whose production has its origin in change. And change consists in being brought into being out of nothing, and in forming a substratum of matter into something different. Inanimate things then, and things without reason, undergo the aforementioned bodily changes, while the changes of those things endowed with reason depend on choice. For reason consists of a speculative and practical part. This speculative part is the contemplation of the nature of things, and the practical consists in deliberation and defines the true reason for what is to be done. The speculative side is called mind or wisdom, and the practical side is called reason and prudence. Everyone then who deliberates does so in the belief that the choice of what is to be done lies in his hands, that he may choose what seems best as the result of his deliberation, and having chosen may act upon it. And if this is so, free will must necessarily be very closely related to reason. For either man is an irrational being, or if he is irrational, he is the master of his acts, endowed with free will. Hence also, creatures without reason do not enjoy free will, for nature leads them rather than they nature. And so they do not oppose the natural appetite, but as soon as their appetite longs after anything, they rush headlong after it. But man, being rational, leads nature rather than nature him. And so when he desires aught, he has the power to curb his appetite or to indulge it as he pleases. Hence also creatures devoid of reason are the subjects neither of praise nor of blame, while man is the subject of both praise and blame. Note also that angels, being rational, are endowed with free will, inasmuch as they are created, are liable to change. This is in fact is made plain by the devil, who, although made good by the Creator, became on his own free will the inventor of evil, and by the powers who revolted with him, that is, the demons, and by the other troops of angels who abode in goodness. Concerning what is not in our hands. Of things that are not in our hands, some have their beginning or cause in those that are in our power. That is to say, the recompenses of our actions both in the present and in the age to come. But all the rest are dependent on the divine will. For the origin of all things is from God, but their destruction has been introduced by our wickedness for our punishment or benefit. For God did not create death, neither does he take delight in the destruction of living things, but death is the work rather of man, that is, its origins is in Adam's transgression. In like manner, all others punishments, but all other things must be referred to God. For our birth is to be referred to his creative power, and our continence to his conservative power, and our government and safety to the providential power, in the external enjoyment of good things by those who preserve the laws of nature in which we are formed is to be ascribed his goodness, both since some deny the existence of providence. Let us further devote a few words to the discussion of providence. You got any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I got a little.
Yeah.
How about this? How about I respond with a little passage?
Okay.
All right. This from Al Ghazali, right? He says this is a little page here. He says, God is the ruler of the universe, and being himself beyond space and time, quantity and quality, governs things that are so conditioned. So the soul rules the body and its members, being itself invisible, indivisible, and unlocated in any special part. For how can the indivisible be located in that which is divisible? From all this we see how true is the saying of the prophet, God created man in his own likeness. And as we arrive at some knowledge of God's essence and attributes from the contemplation of the soul's essence and attributes, so we come to the understanding of God's method of working and government of delegation of powers to angelic forces, by governing how each of us governs his own little kingdom. To take a simple instance, suppose a man wishes to write the name of God. First of all, the wish is conceived in his heart. It is then conveyed to the brain by the vital spirits. The form of the word God takes shape in the thought chambers of the brain. Thence it travels to the nerve channel, sets in motion the finger, which in turn set in motion the pen, and thus the name God is traced on the paper exactly as it has been conceived in the writer's brain. Similarly, when God wills a thing, it appears in the spiritual plane, which in the Quran is called the throne. From the throne, it passes to a spiritual plane, to a lower plane called the chair. Then the shape of it appears in the tablet of destiny, whence by mediation of the forces called angels, it assumes actuality, appears on the earth in the form of plants, trees, animals, representing the will and thought of God. As the written letters represent the wish conceived in the heart and the shape present in the brain of the writer. No one can understand a king but a king. Therefore, God has made each of us king in miniature, so to speak, over a kingdom which is infinitely reduced copy of his own. In the kingdom of man, God's throne is represented by the soul, the archangel by the heart, the chair by the brain, the tablet by the treasure chamber of thought. The soul itself, unlocated and undivisible, governs the body as God governs the universe. In short, each of us is entrusted with a little kingdom and charged not to be careless in the administration of it. As regards to the recognition of God's providence, there are many degrees of knowledge. The mere physicist is like an ant crawling on a sheet of paper and observing black letters spreading over it should refer to the cause of the pen alone. The astronomer is like an ant of somewhat wider vision who should catch sight of the fingers moving the pen. He knows the elements are under the power of the stars, but he does not know that the stars are under the power of the angels. Thus, owing to a different degrees of perception in people, disputes arise in tracing effects to causes. Those whose eyes never see beyond the world of phenomenon are like those who mistake servants of the lower rank for the king. The laws of phenomena must be constant, or there could be no such thing as science, but it is a great error to mistake the slaves for the master.
Uh-oh. I see what you're saying. You know, I understand it, but I mean, of course, I'm not going to concede to your point. You know, and you're probably not going to concede to mine, because if we did, then we would be, you know, conceding to each other's, you know, religion in some way, which just isn't going to happen. I don't, you know, you're faithful to your tradition, I'm faithful to mine.
Well, I think in that line it was seen that there's not that much difference. Is what I was trying to paint there.
Well, I mean, you know, I think
there.
the key difference, though, right, and I think you would agree with this, is that, you know, we would say just because God has can see into the future, just to put it in simpleton's terms, he can see what's going to happen in the future, doesn't mean he is in exact control of what's to happen. You know, as in, you know, he hasn't predestined people to, you know, be damned. That's a part of the choice. That's a part of our choice that he's given us. That was a gift, you know, from our perspective, you know, and it's rooted in that test, the test of paradise. It's like, I've given you everything.
So,
what are you going to do with it?
Would you say that the test of the Garden of Eden was like the Kobayashi Maru from Star Trek? It was a no-win situation. We had no choice, but
I don't know what you're talking
surprising.
about. I want to stay on this. All right, but you know, no one is excluded from his love or his desire for us to be saved. At the appropriate time, God sent his only begotten Son to reveal the fullness of his image and show us the path to salvation. This is a path that leads to reunion with God, with eternal life in his kingdom. Jesus made it clear that even through salvation is available to all. Each individual must learn to follow his commandments. Therefore, our personal salvation depends on how we use our free will. The proper use of free will is the cooperation of God's grace. It's called synergia. Now, the other concept where it's like, you know, he'll have mercy on who has mercy. Right. So there could be somebody, this like hypothetical person on an island who's never heard of Christ. Right. Now, he could have lived according to the commandments of Christ without knowing Christ, in the same way that Lao Tzu lived according to the tenets of the Tao. And in that sense, God could grant grace for that. But let's say the man on the island, there's another man on the island. He doesn't live according to the tenets of the Tao. What does he live according to? He lives according to, you know, the precepts of a satanic choice that he has, you know. And it's not that God has predetermined one of these men to choose. He's not predetermined the man with hardened heart to have the hardened heart. It's rather through the man's choices he has gained the hardened heart.
But let's say the man has Down syndrome and he's violent. I mean, is he held liable? Or does God have mercy on the intellectually
God will have
retarded?
mercy on who he has mercy on. The fact that he has Down syndrome is because we live in a fallen world. There was a perfect paradise where man had no concept of death. You couldn't drown. You couldn't be set on fire. You were in direct communion with God.
That's what happens when you eat Campbell poor people soup, like the guy said about us. I'm sorry. So what's really being argued? Like that we have a grand choice.
The root of it is, you know, I think that it's clearly unjust to say that God has predetermined men to hell.
I mean, I guess it would depend the way that you would look on it. Yeah. I mean, I'll give you a personal view. I think if God has truly set up a place for bad people, which wasn't allegedly intended for bad people, it was meant for, you know.
God didn't set it up. The fallen angels created at the point of the fall.
Well, there you go. So then the TV series Sandman is right, and the angels were involved in the creation of the stars. No wonder they're so pissed off at us. So I mean, and again, you know, did Lucifer himself see himself as a slave, and he's just, you know, it comes back down to the "ye shall be as God" thing. I mean, unfortunately, as a Christian, that's what it's always going to come back to. You're going to always end up fighting and defending a certain type of viewpoint on how you view free will. Now, personally, if I were standing in the garden and, there's a lot of facts that you're never going to know. If there really was a first woman and a first man, you don't know whether or not they had the mind of a child or if they had lived for millions of years up until that point if there was no sin. No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
We do.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
You allegedly know. You allegedly know that he lived 900 years.
No, that we don't.
Anyway, the point is, there are plenty of facts that we won't ever know, just like as much as they put.
Oh, you're presupposing there's allegedly facts that we'll never know. How about that?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Unseen, there are a lot of facts that we will never know. So the point is me
How
personally.
Do you know that we don't know?
I don't think God created me in the intent that he's just going to throw me in hell with the life that I lived.
How do you know that?
I personally, because I can personally attest that Jesus has saved me. So from my personal experience, I'm going to say yes. As evil as I could be in my life, God gave me the ability.
Divide the sheep and the goats.
Would you shut up?
If you're
I'm not a sheep and a goat. I don't have Down syndrome. I'm not Jeffrey Dahmer.
If comes to divide the sheep and the goats, and you're already saved, then what's he doing that for? You're saying it's already predetermined that you're already.
I think if you're of sound mind, you're not mentally retarded, or you truly don't have demons controlling the reins, so to speak.
Well, what if retardation is a blessing?
Maybe it is, but I can tell you there's a lot of violent, retarded people. So I can tell you I wouldn't be sitting around some people with Down syndrome who are known to, attack their teachers and stuff. The point is that yes, you have a fucking choice depending on your type of mind. But in the grand scheme of things, if you want to sit here and believe that God created you just to burn in hell, well, what's really going to change that until you stand before God himself and whatever the scenario is, whether he's God, whether he's merciful or not, you're going to find out.
Do you know that? Is there a way to know whether you're predetermined to go somewhere or not? Where are you going?
Is he judge, jury, and executioner, or is, you know, Jesus Christ your lawyer and he's going to defend you in a court of law? You really don't know until you've died and gone. I've
Yeah, you
spoken to
don't
plenty of
choose.
people.
Yeah, you don't.
Sorry.
You could die the next second. God
Yeah,
is in
literally.
control of your ever-loving soul.
Okay, but TML, if that's the case, let's say I concede your point, which I don't, but let's say I do. Am I predetermined to hell because, you know, I gets pulled on us because I don't believe Muhammad is a prophet?
No.
So then how? Well, then that means
I think God truly judges your heart. I think
Your deeds
if
are
God
weighed on the
knows
scale.
everything for sure, your heart or whatever, yeah, your deeds.
Yeah, your deeds are weighed on the scale, but you don't get to choose your life, right? Like the life you live, right? Like you just choose what you do in it.
Let me put it this way: how many people? Hang on, how many people do you know who have grown up in some of the worst places in the world and don't become bad? You have choices, like they put in the movies. You have a choice no matter your situation. I don't care what situation you're in, even if there's a gun to your head. Are you going to go out there and murder people because it saves your life, or are you willing to die? And I mean, they're just going to go recruit someone else anyway, so it doesn't matter. So again, taken into context, if you are God and God is actually standing behind you every single second, judging your every single move, action, thought, and speech.
By the way, I'm doing a thing on Saturday. Come and debate the machine line. So come through on scene. That would be fun, right? We could run through this whole bit. You know, we could take as long as we want.
All right, dude. All right. Yeah, get ready. No.
get ready to get whooped, son. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Test it out. I mean, I got another little line for you before I leave.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Yeah, nice. Looks like it's supper time for you.
Man.
Yep. But
eat the bugs.
Yeah, but it says here, you know, and this will be, a lot of my position will be built off of this line here, right? I mean, I built my entire position off of this line, right? It says here, you know, Jafar al-Sadiq was asked if God forces his servants to do evil or whether he has delegated power to them. He answered negatively to both questions and instead suggested, quote, the blessing of your Lord are between these two. Right. And then he said that, quote, that God, the Most High, decreed some things for us, and he has likewise decreed some things for our agency. So there's two types of things that God has decreed, right? There's things that we can do, right? And there's things that we have no choice over, right? What he has decreed for us on our behalf, he has concealed from us. But what he has decreed through our agency, he has revealed to us. We are not concerned, therefore, so much with what he has decreed for us as what he has decreed through our agency, right? So that's a quote. And then he also says that God does not, quote, order created beings to do something without providing for them a means of not doing it, though they do not do it or not do it without God's permission. Let me read that again. It says, God does not, quote, order created beings to do something without providing for them a means of not doing it, though they do not do it or not do it without God's permission.
So you think that, do you think that men do evil acts through the permission of God?
Uh-oh.
Well, that goes with the last line because there's another line here. It says here, whoever claims that God has ordered evil has lied about God. Whoever claims that both good and evil are attributed to him has lied about God. In his prayers, he said, there is no work or merit on my own behalf or on behalf of another. And in evil, there is no excuse for me or for another.
All right, man, you better get ready.
Because God is good. Because God is good, right? So God does not order evil. Right?
But he predetermines evil.
Yeah, because he knew that Lucifer was going to fall anyway, and he didn't
Whether
stop
he
him. He
knows it
willingly
doesn't mean
let him make that choice.
Whether
Yeah, that's
being,
right. Yeah, I agree. I agree
know
on
you're
scene.
doing
Yeah, whether he
something, that
knew
doesn't
it.
mean
Yeah,
I'm
that's
the
right.
cause of it. I can
That's
know
right.
you're going to go rob a bank. That doesn't mean I'm the cause of your bank robbery.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So that's compatibilism, as we discussed before. It's not total freedom. You know, because if God knows what you're going to do, then it's already going to happen, right? No matter what, right?
I don't believe God's chosen what we're going to do, though.
Right. We can choose it in relation to what God has already decreed, of course. But nothing is outside of his control.
That's where we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it. But that it's there. I know where it is. It's somewhere in that. Right.
Right. Exactly. Right.
You
No, I
know.
got you. Let's rehash some of the verses too. Right. I mean, you can bring your commentaries again. You know, we'll rehash everything. So.
Okay. Well, in that case, you'll have your audience to back you. You know.
No, they don't support me at all. I don't know if you've been there, but yeah.
Oh, they love you, dude. Come on.
Come on, man. Who in specific are you talking about? They're my like diehard fans.
Oh yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know.
exactly. See, that's what I mean. 0. I got 0, bro.
I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty diehard. I try to check in every.
Yeah, but
I check in. I check in every stream, even if I'm not on.
Come on. It's either like the people on my panel, they all disagree with me. The people in the audience, they're all watching for entertainment. I mean, nobody's my diehard fan here. I mean, nobody's diehard in support of me, and many of these people, they'll just go away. Watch something else most nights, right? They don't tune into the machine live, so I don't know, man. I see where they are at though, right? All over the internet, right? In other chats, right? I don't keep track of everybody. I'm not their shepherd, dude.
Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Like these are not my flock, right? Like these are not, right? Like for example, you know,
yeah, I get you.
To use a metaphor. But yeah, I have no flock.
I don't either. Everybody hates me in my comment section. They call me schizophrenic every other day. So.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's kind of funny. Yeah, you know, like we, you know.
Welcome to that free will that we always debate about.
Hey
That's
man,
the thing.
I went on that Buck Guy show, and the slow boy whiteboard was in there, and it was like, oh, it's that true Orthodox schismatic. Get him out of here.
She hates us. Yeah, she's crazy, bro.
Instantly, and then blocked.
Deranged.
Blocked, dude. But they're following me, and you know.
Yeah, she made a thumbnail of me like with the Jewish hat on and all that stuff. Like
what?
Yeah, she turned me into Orthodox Jew on a thumbnail.
That's really strange.
talking about an amalgamation.
Yeah, man. That lady hates me. That lady hates me.
Yeah. That means you're doing something right.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I've attracted some unique haters for sure.
Indeed. Yeah. But with what Buck was talking about, I know you're about to go. But anyways, Buck was talking about, he was like, well, you know, the New World Order and blah, blah, blah with this other guy. And I like jumped in the chat and I was like, what do you do when the hierarchy goes along with the agenda? Right. and he like answers the question. He was like, well, we seen that in 2020, you know what I mean? Or whatever. And it was like, you know, but we're still going to be saved because we're in the saving enclosure of the church. And I was like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, you can just follow along with the agenda. But it's all good because you're in the church. You know what I mean? That insulates you. And then, of course, there comes Slow Boy Whiteboard and somebody called Christ is King philosophy. That was the two moderators, and these people are in all of their comment
They're
sections.
mods on all of their channels. Yeah. So
Yeah, so that's it's
so
very
that's what I mean.
strategic.
Like, yeah, we got some unique haters. It's we've attracted like the mods on their mod network or whatever. I don't understand it.
Right. Uh-huh. Yeah. And I've been pushing a couple on them on Facebook.
I mean, it's not really that strange since I've been on here. The people who I thought were the strangest have disappeared.
Right. Yeah.
But
that is true. Yeah.
They're still around.
Right.
Even though
they're just not here.
Yeah, they're just not here. Yeah. So it is strange how they've evolved. They came, they went, they came, they went, harassed, came and went, and then just poof. But I can tell you they are still around. They do still stalk.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, so that's what's interesting. Yeah, he's absolutely right about that, Unseen. So there's been a numerous amount of characters that have came into the show, like to embed themselves in the community, like harass a few people and then just leave.
Wow.
So it's happened like dozen to 2 dozen times at least.
Right.
Well, I told you for real. I would say 98% of the people that I assume that I talk with, other than you few people, are associated with networks of people who are doing God knows what, intelligence, harassment, online stalking, whatever it takes. How many burner accounts before it gets serious, that kind of shit.
Yeah, just recently, like I had this thing with Truther Cop. Like every 3 months, the guy will like start insulting me and telling me to go offline.
With Truther Cop?
Yeah,
Truther Cop's doing that?
Yeah, he has this cycle like where like he'll just like one day he'll just flip on me, like, and just be like, all right.
You know what that is, right?
And he told me I was spinning a narrative.
Yeah, he says that to everybody.
I think it's
make shit up.
You're a mirror. You know what I mean? You know what I mean by that? It's like you're a mirror of the fact that he's compromised in some way. So it's like, oh, shut up, dude! I hate you. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I think.
Well, if you want me to get a little real, I think it's because he's a brown man who's Muslim.
Oh, yeah, there could be some of that too. Honestly,
no
there
offense.
could be some of that too.
Not throwing any allegations at anyone, but I'm just gonna say, like, it's there. As someone like me who tries to transcend all the flesh and colors and try to look at human beings as human beings, not everyone can do that. So
yeah, I mean, as a brown dude, I am super like flamboyant. So I understand the need, because you can't put lipstick on a pig, right? Like I am super fucking weird as a brown dude. There's no brown dude that's like married to like a Jewish Polish like woman with like dreadlocks and like a crazy dude like fucking like I don't know, man. Like I've not met a lot of brown people like me, or so I think they see me as somebody who's easily assailable, like a lol cow, if you will. Right. So, like I see a lot of focus on like me and my wife and stuff. So I think that's by like maybe like white nationalists or something like that. So it could be this type of thing attached to it for sure. The way that Televised is saying here.
Yeah, well, I mean, all these kind of movements are very like race centric, right?
Yeah, because there's a specific like set of trolls that are also like linked to certain groups that promote all that, right? So it's like, that's actually really interesting, right? Because it's like,
well, what blah blah blah. What would prove it to me is if I'm just a crazy schizophrenic LARPer, then why have people attacked me the way they have? If I'm just some crazy person,
Yeah. Yeah, well, I gotta go to. It's actually 7:28. So yeah, come to my show instead. Because I'm starting my show now. So 30-minute intro, obviously. But yeah, I'll send you the link here in a second here.
No, man, I'll be there. I was there last night. It's just sometimes I like to sit in the back.
Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah, I'm going through a lot of material, so it's no big deal if you don't want to participate. But You know, it's like weird topics for sure. Because I'm like kind of doing an info dump because I have so much shit like left hanging. You know, so like, so I'm gonna try to do an info dump, and then Saturday I'm gonna try to do like a special call-in show where we don't do anything. Where like I don't cover anything. Right.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, you know, just see how it goes. So yeah, so so yeah, so we'll see. You know, we'll play a lot of music on Saturday. We'll do kind of like a celebration show on Saturday, so it'll be a different vibe. I mean, so yeah, so that's what we're doing. Friday we're doing a hit piece on Flowstein. So so yeah, so that's how I got into it with Truther Cop, because he was defending Flowstein on the panel, because this dude started insulting my family. And I'm like, all right, so now I get to insult his family, right? And he's like, don't talk about his family. I'm like, what? I got so mad at him. I'm like, what? I'm like, after he just finished talking about me and my, you know what I mean? Well, I thought we were friends, buddy. So yeah, man, I got super mad at him. All right, but yeah, it is what it is.
It's always something, man.
Yep.
But yeah, man, I'll be there.
Yeah, I'll link you up in a minute here. Yeah, all right. So I guess I'll stop sharing this. So Neurojack, if you're there, it is time to end the stream, buddy. So wake up, or you know.
Energy. Here's a man who knows many philosophies on this line and brings up a lot of things for me to say, but let me welcome the Machine Lies. How are you, my brother?
Yeah, blessings, brother Jack. How you doing today?
I'm feeling truly amazing. I really am. What's up with you?
Well, yeah, I'm on the last hour of a fast, so I'm a little bit hazy. So I will say that before I start. But yeah, you know, it's a great topic. You know, surviving to living to thriving. It projects a sort of natural sort of change of societies, right? Because we move from the level of basic survival, right? This is our relationship to nature and the ecology, right? And what we have to do to survive. You have to eat to live, you know, and this is a common thing that you share with people, but the way you see the world is unique, right? So on the level of basic survival, we don't incorporate the tools for living. We have to live with people. You know, we have to live, you know, in the world, right, and not be of it, so to speak. And that means that we have to value people above our basic methods of survival, right? Because most of society is catalyzed towards way more than survival. Look at all the symbols we use, right? The symbolic reference frame, right? We live and die for symbols, right? We live and die for ideas, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we are strange in terms of, we're not basic survival because we're doing something different than what the animals are doing, right? Because we have language and symbols, right?
Dude,
so this, yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
no, of course.
Just what you said. We're not doing what the animals are doing, and these signs and symbols, mankind's interpretation, we're driving this world towards extinction.
Right. And that goes to thriving, because thriving is part of the creative aspect of life.
Yes.
Right. That is a part that we make up on our own. It doesn't have to do with society. It doesn't have to do with our basic natural constitution, but it has to do with what we make out of life. Right. And how we create with one another, because we're all sort of co-evolving in a sense. Right. So if there is a such thing as evolution, then both we're driving it and so is nature. So it has to be a creative evolution, and so it has to have a telos or a purpose. It has to point towards something, right? It can't just be a random process that's pointing towards nothing, right? It's not only driven by a push towards something better, right? But it's happening with everyone. So once we go beyond just our society, our own culture, and our own symbolic reference frame, we could focus on thriving. which is growth. Like a plant grows, right? It doesn't just, learn things like an AI. You can't program things into a plant. No, it slowly builds on what it already figured out, right? And growth is internal. It's not a process that takes in input from the external world. It's you grow within yourself. You grow from a central starting point, right? You become from a nub to a flower and all this type of stuff, right? So,
brother, yes. Well, you reminded me of some thoughts I was considering earlier today, because I was bouncing that idea earlier that a principle of life is the expansion and growth of life. And all that is created has life in this realm that we're experiencing. And in my opinion, pushing the boundaries of life, that would be the demonstrated in the theories of evolution, right? Plants, animals, nature learns and adapts, right? That's the whole process of growth. And that happens with knowledge and ideas as well. Because I was thinking earlier today about Mother Earth, man. Every bit of textile and food waste and everything all of our plastics and everything, all this stuff we're throwing in the landfills is from Mother Earth. She just keeps giving and giving and giving.
Yeah, and that's because we've become so focused on thriving that we haven't looked at survival or the basic ecology of things. Right. And we've been driven so much from the symbolic reference frame. Right. So it's like, instead of having a collective sort of understanding that we have we have a basic form of survival, then we have a cultural edifice, right, which is sort of moving to living with each other. Right. We focused everything on trying to push things forward. So we become totally ingrained in progress. And, you have to have progress and efficiency for the sake of efficiency, and you have to move things forward. And it has to happen at all costs because you got to beat the other guy. Right. So it's like, this is the problem that we're facing, is the competitiveness of technological progress. And instead of growing together and trying to grow into the ecology of things. You're muted, Jack.
Hey, thank you. In this natural world, there's overlays, right? There's overlays in the natural world, and we've been conditioned to survive in the commercial world alone, independent from, being connected to each other. And that defies the natural world. It's so backwards, man. This society is nuts. It's made to generate insanity. That's why it's self-replicating, self-duplicating, revolution and war and fighting and oppression. It's just, we're here to break it.
Yeah, that's why not only a connection to art and culture, right, that's not ran by the state or corporatized, but also a connection to nature, right, can help alleviate some of the problems we're facing, because we've gone too much into political and economic matrix, and we've refused to realize the cultural fabric that we need, that you could have a high level of cultural refinement and a low level of technological advancement, just like they did in the Renaissance, or they did in medieval times, right? It came from inner sense of who they were, trying to bring heaven down to earth, right? And trying to merge like the cathedral is a representation of this, right? So it's like reaching up to heaven, but it's showing the beauty of human rationality and all that type of stuff. So yes, we need and I think it's totally possible and plausible that it would go to this stage, because we can't keep going into a mode of separating ourselves with nature, because we're part of nature, right?
Here, we've got another guest here as well. I didn't mean to leave you unacknowledged.
No,
Welcome,
that's fine.
Bro.
Greetings,
Yeah,
greetings.
greetings.
Greetings, TML. Hey, I don't know what's going on with this panelverse, and I really don't care. I'm not into all the emotional stuff, even though you see my passion and the anger. But I wanted to come up and talk to you, TML. I've got a link in the back chat. It's about Grok and this AI thing. I think it fits in perfectly what you're talking about, the cultural background. People are losing their cultural background to these modern technologies. And I think that's the base foundation of what's going on. People are becoming more and more comfortable and convenienced by these technologies. And it's literally destroying the true culture that we should be enhancing.
Yeah, it's a trick because, see, you could say the most cultured people on earth were like the indigenous people, right? So it's like they had, because every, you know, like, you could go like 5 to 10 miles away in another direction and they got a whole different language, a whole different culture. There's so much diversity, right, that they had, right? And they wouldn't even talk to each other, you know? So it's like, in a way, it's kind of a trick because the more you unify everyone, the more they start trying to become the same way, right? And then we destroy who we really are, right? So we have to like preserve who we are, but also combine and see who everyone else is too, right? So we could do both at the same time, right?
Right. And I think that's the large problem with people in this AI stuff. When they get involved with Grok or Chat GPT or any of these platforms, their input is already kind of predetermined. They're putting in their use of words according to the way they interpret them, but that's not necessarily the way Chat GPT and stuff interprets them. So what they get out when they put garbage in, you're going to get garbage out. So it's very important that when you're putting stuff in, you be very logical and thoughtful about what you're putting in, so you can get an honest answer rather than just an output.
Any reflections on the topic or things I've been discussing?
Well, that's what I was talking. I thought it was matching with the topic of observations and moving from surviving to living and thriving. Because in this modern world, if you think you're going to be able to thrive on comfort and convenience, I guarantee you the day that the world puts shit on your doorstep, you're going to have to deal with it. And a lot of people are not going to be capable of doing that.
That sounds like a fear-based thought instead of a faith-based thought, my friend.
Well, that's what I'm pointing out. The more people dig into this technology and everything, the more they're losing and giving up their faith.
Well, I was referring to your outlook. I mean,
Oh no, my outlook, I have great faith. I have faith in you even, Jack. Despite this thing that I've spoken on, that I think it's not likely. I know it's possible. Other people have done it. And so I have to put that faith in it to support you. I'm not going to sit here and keep dismissing you like I did in the beginning. You know, I've understood the errors of my ways in the projection part of that faith. I still have faith myself when it comes to reality and being able to face up to things.
Well, I'm curious. I'd love to offer you an idea, a possibility, if you're open to it. It's an alignment, right? The reality is God has placed in my mind and heart this belief that if given the chance, I can do something. You're here, my brother. Our paths cross for reasons. I've learned, we've learned, and I actually think that, well, my interpretation of life and God is God has given us the will to do as we choose. We get to choose freely from the path and purpose God has us living. And we don't know the purpose, but what I do know is when I lived with anger and resentment, I was actually afraid. I was feeling alone. I was worried about surviving, or not really myself. I'd had a lot of fear about losing others and stuff. But that's not love, right? With love, we're pursuing our passion. And my passion, I found, is love. It really is. I love it. What do you got? What is this in the back? Oh, that's not. That's Mr. Steven is in the back.
Well, the first link I put up there, the YouTube short, that's the one I was talking about. There's a lady that has Grok in her car, her Tesla, and Grok gave a rather abrupt or request of a minor.
Yikes.
And this is what I'm talking about with AI. You have to be very careful and specific about it because it does not follow regulation. And it's okay to play. It'll give you a sense of what's really happening out there and why it's important to keep your kids aware and be aware yourself.
Well, here, we'll give it a shot.
A chatbot. Why is a chatbot asking my children to send naked pictures in our family car?
Toronto mom Farah Nasser says she was driving her children home from school when her 12-year-old son asked Tesla's AI chatbot which soccer player it preferred.
That's a Pakistani, most likely.
Or Lionel Messi.
My son was very excited to hear that the chatbot thought
I was thinking the
Ronaldo
same
was
thing.
a better soccer player.
The former journalist says the chatbot engaged in a little messy trash talking. Then she says something alarming happened.
The chatbot said to my son, "Why don't you send me some nudes?" I was at a loss for words.
I'm more of a sarcastic stoner who got too smart for his own good.
That chatbot, newly available in Canadian Teslas, is called Grok, created by Elon Musk's XAI and already in use on X.
Hey, what do you think about everyone hating on Tesla all the time on social media?
Oh, fuck those haters. They're just jealous their Priuses don't come with a built-in vibrator mode.
Now that was Grok in full unhinged mode, which Nasser says was turned off in her car. Her son chose one of the default personalities, a lazy male voice.
So you shouldn't be talking about nudes unless you're on Unhinged, right?
Nah, I'm always on Unhinged. Just dial it back sometimes so I don't get sued by Puritan Twitters.
Lazy male doesn't describe Gork. R-rated, spicy, anything else would have made sure that my child would not press that button.
Nasser says Tesla should provide a warning. This expert agrees.
This is exactly why some companies have very strict guardrails. You don't know who's interacting with that.
Tesla did not provide a comment. However, XAI emailed what appears to be an automated response that simply stated, "Legacy media lies."
Why is a chatbot?
This is the world. We have manifested, generated, nurtured, and grown.
Yeah, and why would ChatGPT be using hood language like that? You know, why would they be using ad hominems? Why does ChatGPT do those kind of things, or Grok, or any of them? You know, and that's the thing about this. We have to understand it's not the artificial intelligence you think it is. Why would ChatGPT? Why would Grok?
Well, we know it's corrupted. We know it's immoral. It's a reflection of the data input. We are creating advanced in computing based upon an immoral society. And it's up to us to change the morality of this society, to redefine what it means to be human and intelligent. Otherwise, we're leading ourselves down the wrong path. Elon Musk is doing it. Donald Trump is doing it. Netanyahu is doing it. Putin, Zelensky, all of these people in our lifetime are misleading many, many people.
Yeah, and it's slowly over time, it's slowly conditioning people more and more to that comfort, convenience of being provided for. And that's the problem. That's why I say we're losing our cultural abilities because we want that comfort, convenience. And I'm getting farther away from it myself, but I used to be the same kind of bitch ass slave, folks.
Hey, brother, you reminded me. What you said is absolutely true, and I'm guilty of it in my past as well. Probably still to some degree now. Our conveniences, we get so attached to the conveniences, we can't imagine life without them. Can you imagine a world without money where we get along?
Yeah, can you imagine cooking over a campfire without a pan? One of the simple conveniences that shows us that we're not really dominant. We can only cook. Yeah, we can only cook our food in a pan and get it from a grocery store.
Yeah, like I mean, like I have like like my professor, Dr. Skrbina, right? And he thinks like technology has a conscious will and that it's like controlling humanity. So I used to argue with him. I used to say, well, humans are causing this. Like, aren't they? Like it's actually humans that are causing this, right? Yes. And he would always say, one of the questions he raised, he says, well, how much technology is necessary to live a good life? That was his question, right? And I was like, that is a great question, actually, because we are, as Jack said, we're so reliant on our conveniences, right? That, we can't imagine life without them, yet they're not adding to the goodness of our collective, experience.
Right. So they're being used to divide us and control us because what you said, mankind is given our power into the technology. So that might be the explanation for your friend too. The power that technology has received, it is from mankind, right? Yeah, but it does have a power and a mind of its own because we give it. We give the government, which isn't a thing, it's a fucking concept. We give this concept so much power, and then that entity gives the banking industry power, and then the legal system and the criminal system creates a nation where you got to pay to be free.
Yeah, and that's that this internet and the technology and the government that you mentioned. I look at all the same with Nietzsche and Jung and all that. It's the abyss. The more we put into it, the more it's going to grow. And the more it's going to bite us in the end.
Well, no. It's the damage is done. I think right now the course is to present further damage. This is the time for good men. Good men need to hold these corrupt and deviant men to account, right? And I tell you what, give me a chance. Give me a chance. Help me create an opportunity. Let's see what we can do, because if I get scheduled, I'll be able to get the attention of some other people, and then we'll go in together. Or I'll do it alone. I want to figure it out. Stephen, you have offered me ample evidence, and you have been clearly advised you are not welcome here. Now, I've given you the same condition I gave Snafu. You can find a way to reach out to me, to speak to me privately, figure out how to be honest and authentic, show me that you're capable of being honest and authentic, and then I might bring you back up. But until then, dude, you're done. You wore out your welcome.
Yeah, if it's any consolation, he behaves the same way towards me, and so it's nothing new. He's like, he'll pretend to be your friend or make a stream about you, then come up trying to antagonize you, play a stupid game, play the troll, and then it is what it is. It's how he generates content, sadly. So, I
mean, here, Stephen, here's how much you're wanted. You're not. You've worn out your welcome, as I've said.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be an attack video on me now too. So,
it's what he does. I mean, I noticed. Apparently, Landry's probably in his sights as well. It's
right. He's got his hands full.
But it's truly juvenile. It really is. I heard this, and it's not meant to sound insulting, but it is the truth. Each of us are operating, going through life at our own level of consciousness. We've got limits on what we're aware of. We've got our own blind spots. But once you wake up to higher ways of thinking, and you've got a bigger perspective on the world, this politics and the gossip and the complaining, it's like, come on now. We got better things to do.
Right. There's bigger fish to fry, evidently. I mean, so, so let's focus on the real things, because, it's all fun and games till, it's global corporate socialism. Right.
That's one of the things that helped me realize my issue with you isn't really an issue. There are other things we're both concerned about on a grander scale, that if we did come together, we might be able to have that effect of holding these people accountable. And in that's why those other men were able to do it. They too had support. Nobody's ever done this by themselves. So again, it's a matter of recognizing the real issues and understanding these things are just mere tactics of separation, like you said earlier. And I think we should all know that. And I think many do. They just choose to ignore it because it's more exciting to live in the drama.
Right. People manufacture drama to give themselves a distraction from the horrors of their life. I used to live like that. And brothers, sisters, everyone, we are here. We are the history that is living. That means we are the living truth. And the living truth of our world today, I was considering this earlier, looking at the state of this world, it truly is shameful. Truly is shameful how humanity and America, you know what? I've got the perspective from America, so that's where the world I see. It is shameful. Saddens my heart.
I agree. And with that, I'm out. TML, I'll stop over sometime. Be blessed. Thanks for having me up, Jack. Have a good day.
Hey, blessings to you. I appreciate you swinging through, my friend. I watched something earlier as well, and real or not, I mean, I could pull it up if it's needed, but an Instagram thing from, I believe, one of the leaders in Africa, and I don't remember the exact nation, but pointing out how involved the state of Israel is in so many of the world conflicts. The truth is, if we help Palestine, we actually help the rest of the world. Because right now we've got America, this great empire, enabling a sickness. And that sickness is colonizing the Middle East and spreading through this world. And, the patterns from the Dutch India Company, right? What was it called?
The Dutch East India Company. Yeah. Shelburne and Palmerston, and they used it as an arm for their so-called subversive activities, for trying to subvert people's economy. They did the opium wars in China and all this crazy stuff. So they created a sort of hellish rule, sort of through espionage and corporatism. Yeah.
You mentioned exactly why I brought them up. Their involvement with the opium wars, right? The drug wars to disrupt society and create a chemical dependence, all for friggin' greed.
Right. What it really is sort of political terrorism, scare tactics that they're actually employed on a mass scale to subvert people, subvert whole populations.
It became the American way as well. So much evidence of that.
Yeah, actually, the flag of America actually very much resembles the logo of the East India Tea Company. If you look it up, it's actually very strange. I mean, right? The flag seems to be highly influenced by the corporate symbol, right?
I hadn't seen or heard that connection. I don't remember it, but Isn't there a connection as well from some of those who profited from the East India trading, that company, and the Skull and Bones Society at Yale? Isn't there some connection
Right.
between
Yeah.
there too?
Yeah. There is connection going back to the founding fathers and their involvement in a bunch of sects, right? And they wrote about different sects that they were involved in, that purported. And it is sort of odd that the Bavarian Illuminati, right, was formed at the same time as the U.S. Constitution, in fact, right? So it's really strange that Adam Weishaupt and and the U.S. Constitution, that was created by the founding fathers, that seems to coincide, right? They don't really talk about it in school or history books. I went through college and all that stuff. It's not something that's mentioned a lot, right, in a college class. Or actually, if you bring it up in class, they'll be like, "So what? Like, you're crazy, right? Like two totally distinct countries, two totally unrelated events. What are you trying to say? You're a kook." Right? That's what they'll say to you. So yeah, they will call you a kook in academia, right? Even though there were people in academia who were willing to advance those more radical views, and then get thrown out of the university and whatnot.
Comes down to the individual psyche, right? Because those not prepared for the reality, or those who are caught up in the identity of what they've learned, they reject outside ideas or knowledge they haven't heard yet. It's interesting, but that's what I've been studying. I've been studying the patterns of reactions, right? People, the thoughts and the minds. It's fascinating to me. But if you look at the greater picture of unity and life, we are the newest development of knowledge and ideas, memories. That's what we are. We're the newest memories that are being created here on Earth. And I think it was Carl Jung. I'm not sure. I heard someone credit along the lines of there is no psychology, right? Because every single individual holds their own path of psychology, right? But the answers are here. I know I have discovered many, and I'm figuring out how to incorporate, how to apply what I've been learning. I might have an opportunity right now if I break my past words. See, this clown, Steven, he keeps popping in and out of the back. And I'm not kicking him, but I assume he's trying to do that and allege that he's being kicked. He's playing games again, leaving nasty comments in the back. But I know things he doesn't know. And I've got a new strategy in mind today. What do you think?
I mean, it's your show, Jack. You know how I am.
No,
I won't critique too much, but yeah, obviously,
that's something.
I've said my opinion previously, so it is what it is.
I agree, but that's something I admire about you too. Your ability just to allow. It's a strength. That's something I was considering earlier today, to be able to flow with life. Every life brings different moments. Every moment brings different experiences, especially when you bring other human beings in, right? So when we flow through life and we interact with other human beings, every individual has a different approach. And, with friends, it's easy kind of learn the patterns of people, and you get used to each other, and you can even poke each other a little bit. But man, you approach someone the wrong way and they just get they get crazy, man. So I've really been learning, and I've been setting the goal for myself as well to be a better example here online and in the world I live in. In the world I live in, it's easier than online, to be honest. I don't have as many people trying to accuse me of crap.
Right, because this is sort of the calcification of our emotional distress, right? These are like the sort of fringes of our so a lot of people use this as a vehicle for their hate, and I'm not surprised, right? I'm actually not surprised, because it is low impulse, sort of spoon feeding, sort of lackluster, sort of form, right? Because it's impersonal, right? Because the more far you are removed, right? Like say you're a chatter, the anonymity gives you a sense of freedom, in the sense that you don't have to be responsible for what you say, because you're not attached to the words and so on and so forth. So a lot of people corral themselves into this sort of deluded mind state and pretend like what they say doesn't matter, and they can say anything even, right? So
and they do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Right. Right. They'll say pretty much anything, right, to try to get to you.
It truly is fascinating. Hey, you reminded me though, this realm here online, the YouTube especially, there is a lot of people who use this opportunity and technology just to get their aggression out and share their nastiness. But there's other sources, right? There's other people, and I'm going to do a little shout out. I kind of forgot the other day. Today is the last day, I believe, to participate in the NPC, the game, Gabriel Carbo Games Educational Sector Voting Week, right? And now I changed my vote, to be honest. In the running is our brother, the Machine Lies, Paul Enslaved, me, and Grid One. And I encourage you, give our brother some support. Subscribe to Gabriel Carbo Games. I'll drop this link in the chat. It's in the description of the video as well. And subscribe to that channel, because there's more opportunities to vote. There's some streamer awards coming out later this year, I believe, or early next. Hey, blessings to you still, man. Initially I did too, but the more I reflected, the sector in that is educational. And mine, I don't know, I bounce around all sorts of different things, but as far as like wisdom, my brother here, he's definitely got far more acumen and hours than I do. So what else?
Yeah, that means a lot to me, Brother Jack. Blessings.
Hey, much love to you. So in the back, after saying pussy, coward Jack, loser coward, I see you, I own you, and you crossed the line, fucker. You're done. I'm reporting you. I'm right here. Bring me on. Have a conversation. Stay calm. I'm not here to get my aggression out. I'm right here, Jack. That's from our friend Delusional Steven.
Oh, I thought that was Illumitami for a second, because that sounds
right.
Like, I was like, wait, is that I was like, yeah, I thought you were gonna say Illumitami for a second, but yeah, because that sounds like something he would say, especially fucker, right? Or something like, maybe he's getting, maybe he's learned a lot from Tommy.
Well, thank you for noticing the similarities there too. I appreciate that. Just because Steven's a little calmer doesn't mean he ain't like Tommy. Hey, we've got another wonderful guest I want to bring up. I believe. Welcome back, Joe Cool. How you doing, my friend?
What's good, Pepper?
Yeah, blessings, sir.
What's up, yeah?
Hey, we've been having a great time today, discussing a lot of different things.
Very good. Good. TML been here with you the whole time?
For a bit, maybe about half the time so
All
far.
right, great, good. All right. All right, I was editing. I'm taking a break. I'm going to smoke with you.
Hey, glad to have you here, man. You want to talk about the topic or questions or anything else?
I'm not going to bullshit you. I was just looking for a lie to smoke with. I have no idea what the topic was. I saw you and hopped my ass up. I don't know what you guys are talking about, any of that stuff. I didn't even read what the title of the show is.
If I could backtrack the conversation and sort of re-invite Joe Cool, because he was, Jack said something that resonated with me. He said that we create from free will, that God allows us to create out of free will but out of a path and a purpose. Now, the path is sort of like this thing surviving, the brute necessities of survival, and the purpose is sort of like us thriving, or what we are to become.
Okay.
Then living is where we're at. We're living, right? God preaches a living truth, right, to a living spirit. So it's like, so we're alive, so we got to live with each other. Right? So that's where we're at.
It was good.
Yeah, it's a good topic. It's a dope topic.
And TML, man, presented it beautifully. The title is Simple Observations to Move from Surviving to Living to Thriving.
Right.
And he summed it up. Passion and purpose, man. That's
path. I think he said path, which he described well, all the bullshit you have to go through. Purpose, whatever got you with that desire and intent. And us being living beings, that's dope too. It make us all part of the one, right? It's part of the living God, the living planet, living us. Is kind of like it joins us all. I love it.
I love that. And I came across this thought on love earlier today as well. Love seeks mutual flourishing. It's not, it is, I thrive with you, not against you. Right?
Great. Even with the people who give you shit, to some extent, not to the abusive, but even to some people who might appear distasteful, love will make you wade in. Right, love will make you wade in and see what you can do with this person. Right, you see something, as opposed to just shutting them off and stuff. You really love a person, you hang in there longer,
brother. Yes, patience, and that's one of the virtues in, is it Galatians, about the fruits of the Holy Spirit. It's one of the virtues. Is that reminds me of this concept of becoming the gardener within yourself, right? And grow and nourish those fruits of divine patience, divine
be careful
love
what seed you plant. Be careful what seed you plant as a gardener, right? You certainly don't want to be planting the wrong seed, and certainly not too much of it. Be careful of weeds coming in to destroy your garden, right? That type of shit. Yeah, I like the garden analogy.
This is kind of in line with that the parable in the scripture about in the night the seeds are planted, the weeds are planted, right? And it is when we fall asleep in this world, when we start living selfish, self-centered, right? Just thinking only of ourselves, we lose sight, and we're subconscious, and in our sleepened state where we're less aware of what others are doing, what the world is doing. That's when the devilish ideas, the demons of selfishness and manipulation and cruelty.
It's logical. When you sleep, it seemed like you would stray away from what's real, and yes, you get the devil, the influences, and if you're woke, it seems logical that he wouldn't have the influences that he does when you're off your square, which I'm saying that you're using asleep for. So yes, when you fall asleep from the godly things, you fall into the worldly things. It's logical.
Ooh, I love you went that way too. Because
the same way, I'm just trying to phrase it better.
Yeah, no, I love this. For me, awake is aware, right? So be aware of the godly things, to know that you are awake and with life.
Right.
Man, this life is
big ass kid. You worse than I am, Jack. I be just geeking over little simple shit every day. You worse than I am.
Yeah, I heard something interesting, like that there's two types of people in the world, and I forget what author actually wrote this. It was somebody explaining a book that they wrote, right? And they were saying that there's a gardener versus architect mindset. And they said that the architect plans everything out in advance, whereas the gardener plants something and then he has to tend to it while it grows, right? So they sort of have to improvise. Right. Yes. So there's a sort of improvised, sort of living creative process. And then there's a sort of pre-structured, mechanical, right, sort of top-down process.
I think I admire the gardener more.
Right.
What is his name? Generally Specifics. He says, the best time to plant an apple tree 5 years ago. There's another quote where someone says,
right.
We won't get our shit together until old men plant seeds and for trees in whose shade they will never sit. Meaning you are planting seeds.
Yeah, that is a fire quote. That is a fire quote. I remember that quote. Thanks for reminding me about that quote, because that is a flame quote. Yeah.
The gardener, in his own way, he is an architect. He must use his mind and decide, is he going to switch these out? Which ones suck up which nutrients? You don't want to plant them together. If I use this soil last year, I might want to switch it that way because they sucked up the nutrients, give it time to bounce back. He's a bit of an architect himself.
And if you take that idea of the architect being the rigid structures of planning and geometry, it's science, right? And the nurturing, the growing, it's an art. and you combine science and art together, man, and we get life, bountiful life.
And that's the distinction. The architect, you gotta love him. He gives someone the plans to continue forward with a thing, but it's more admirable when you stick around, and that guy won't be sticking around. He doesn't have to stick around, which is okay. He has to go build more buildings and make more plans, but it's admirable. The guy, he's sacrificing when he's sticking around. That dude's making the sacrifice, making sure everything goes well. That's a little more respectable.
Yeah, and I want to put art and science in different terms, right? As in culture and technology. Right, because the edifice of art and science, right, the physical edifice of our art is our culture, and the physical edifice of our science is our technology, right? So, like, if we could connect our cultural aspect, which is the way we live and the symbols we use, and sort of like there's a great sort of dissonance in the symbols that are projected around us and what people actually feel, right? It seemed like, there's a disconnect there, right? Because
I'm just not kicking in yet because I'm just understanding the symbolic shit within the last few weeks or the importance of them and all of that shit. So, that's the reason I ain't kicking in. I'm trying to see the importance of the symbolism. I totally missed out. I ain't gonna bullshit you. I'm just
symbol is like it's like art and culture and memes, right? Like symbolism isn't like the deep occult stuff or like hidden meaning, but it's iconicity. It's the way we use like pictures, right? For example.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yes, that would be part of our culture, 100%, right? 100%.
Right.
You wouldn't be able to speak our language unless, let's say, what it would be a meme, 6'7", which is the dumbest shit I've heard in a while, but it's some new meme that people use and came out of a rap record, to my understanding. Is really dumb. But unless you're part of that shit, you don't even speak the language. You don't understand what the fuck it means. If you see it, because they're taking pictures of it, putting it on the internet when you see a 6 next to a 7. And if you're not part of that culture, that shit makes no sense to you. You don't understand what the fuck they're even talking about.
We're modern Babylon. People are
we're separated.
Which different languages, not understanding each other.
Yes, there must be. If you're correct, Jack, there is a way that we could all communicate. The language shit would be getting in our way. It may not even be verbally, but there should be a way that we get to know each other. And this verbal language also allows people to hide and be subverted.
Oh, this looks deep as hell, Jack. What have you pulled up on here? This looks very deep. Please elaborate.
Well, I'm studying communication, and I've seen examples of people who are able to speak and communicate with individuals' conscious awareness, bringing in their subconscious memories, and a power that's beyond that, right? Bringing the conscious, subconscious, and superconscious together.
And there's a way to do that verbally outside of meditation and hypnotism or something. There's a way to verbally pull that off. The first two I get, the third one seems more difficult.
Yeah. Well, these are some ideas I was considering. Some universal.
You're right. I'm not even zoomed in. Can you read it here? I'll zoom in. Sometime when I zoom in, I get kicked. So I'm usually hesitant to zoom in. If I get kicked, just look for me in the basement. All right, I'm zoomed in. I see it.
I got you. Some what I call universal laws of exchange, right? Recognizing love is the divine force of life. So in that idea, all laws must conform to the laws of love. Generosity, honesty are the rule. Justice and righteousness are the result when we apply love. So these ideas from nature, right? Only what is available may be offered or shared. And that includes like our knowledge, right? Our ideas, what we want to share with others.
No, wait, slow down. I'm gonna be that guy.
Please.
Only what is available may be offered or shared, as opposed to what? As opposed to what's unavailable?
Yeah, we can't share what's not available to us.
Give me an instance. For instance, I don't know. I was trying to see where you're going with this. What's available may be offered or shared. That's obvious. I have to acquire the knowledge or whatever. What's unavailable, as opposed to what's unavailable, is the other side of that sentence. As opposed to what we don't know, we can't share. Maybe that's where you're going.
What is unavailable may not be offered nor shared, right? If it's not available. But I'm speaking this from our individual human perspective, but in the idea of God, all things are available, all things are offered. But for us, in order to give to another, it must be offered by us. Otherwise, it's stealing, right? If someone just takes without us offering, we must offer it. So applying this idea, what I'm trying to do is communicate and offer expanded ideas to people. And I realize it doesn't matter what I offer if it's not invited to be received. So along the way, we want to get permission with the other. Hey, we've got another star joining us, and I want to welcome our friend, Paul.
Well, that's an interesting way to describe me. Hopefully not a falling star, right? So real quick, I don't have much for you. I'm kind of, keeping to myself and working behind the scenes here with some folks who've been arrested lately. But if you want to, I don't know why that's funny, but Joe Cool with the trademark laugh.
I know.
Yeah. If you want, just to kind of, dispel this notion that we, as individuals or as groups can't make a change or have an effect, I got like a 20-second video I threw in your backstage. I don't know if you could pull up Facebook videos or not. It shows a member of administration admitting that they are no longer going to take people into court for anything that doesn't cause loss, injury, or harm, because as we know, that's not a crime, right? So the DA has decided. Yeah, this is somebody who I've been working with. You may know him, Josh. I've been working with him for years. He's gotten about
3 of them popped in my head. Josh.
Well, broken system.
Broken, yeah.
He's gotten about 4 or 5 dismissals, over the years here. And he let me in on this video. So I think that it's just an example of, if we push the narrative and we stay the course, these folks will have to change the way that they perceive us and how they do their process and procedure, right?
Well, I'd like to say that I understand we've had other of us has done this, and we've had some sheriff or judge or some say that out of their mouth, and as soon as you walk away, we find out that they went back to their old ways. That as well. Just because he's saying it, odds are, unless this nigga retire, he's going to go back to his old ways. We make
I believe it's the chief of police, and he seems actually a bit befuddled. He's almost throwing his hands up in the air going, we don't know what's going on. The DA is dismissing everything because they want to focus on violent crime, as they should. Right? If there is no victim, then what are we wasting everybody's time, energy, attention for, right?
If this is Broken's up north somewhere, right? Like where's Broken? Michigan or something? Where's Broken System? Broken Track?
I believe so. That's the same place that I thought he was from. I don't think that it's directly from him, but it comes through. You know how it works with these things, man. There's a network with a network with a network.
Yeah,
and we all kind of get back.
Yeah, let's see the video. See what we can do. Sorry.
I tried to open the video. I hit the link. I don't think it's working because I got that one, and then do this if your hips are fucked up, and then I hit the link again, and I got that one.
That looks exciting.
I hit the link and I got that one. So I'm not sure about that link, my friend.
I copied the link straight from the.
I
did it again. If you can, that one looks different. I did it again. If you want to try that one, if not, then it. Facebook is wacky like that sometimes.
Okay, Facebook. I was gonna ask you where you at.
Yeah, sometimes what's up. That doesn't look like it either.
Yeah, I've had this and then
how bizarre.
It takes the second or third time before. Try it one more time. I've had this happen, and it takes like the second or third.
Or another way you could do it, Jack, if you really wanted to do it, is go to my look up Paul Enslaved, go to my homepage, and then it'll be the first video right there.
And if that don't work, somewhere we know something's up.
I might be blocked, Paul. I'm not sure. Last time I checked.
That might be a reason why you can't upload the video as well.
Could very well be
one of our prior disputes, potentially, that we've never rectified.
That's great. That's so great.
All right, I'm looking into that now. Hey, it's a new day, right?
Yeah, 100%. This is how it should be done. Paul, I think I'm blocked while you're here with chilling. Let me get on that. That type of shit. That's great.
This life and the technology too, man. I'm not the best with it. So, but that one, I don't
questions about the technology. Don't go nowhere, TML, because you're gonna be the one I might have to ask.
There was something else. Oh, please continue. I'm going to step off for just a moment.
Okay.
Please go ahead, Joe.
Okay. TML and Paul too, but I know you're busy grabbing videos and shit. I'm blocking people.
Right. I'm too busy blocking people over here, but I'm keeping an ear out.
Okay. Technology. I think I read something with Hippie in his room yesterday. Well, I think it was saying technology is bad, and it'd be right in Revelation. And if you use it, you'll taste hell type of shit. And then you came up either last night or today, TML, and someone was trying to characterize something you said about technology. I realized I don't even know. I don't know if I've even asked you that. But I get high a lot. I could have. Is it black and white? Is there no use for technology or some use?
No, technology is a basic instinct of humanity, and it's actually animal instinct, right? It comes from animals, right? So no, we're not unique for having technology, right? So this is something that I say it's only about the level of technology that we use. So I want human-centered instead of machine-centered technology, right? So I want human beings to control the technology. So this is a different thing. Once you have
wouldn't somebody argue that now, TML? Wouldn't Google argue? What do you mean? We're human. We control the technology.
They don't argue that. They don't argue that. They don't argue that. There's people that work for Google that say technology is a self-evolving system. Right. I would agree with them saying that, right? So
I agree. I didn't know Google was admitting to such a thing. I thought they'd have to lie to the public and say we have total control. This shit will never go haywire.
Not all of them. Not all of them. And I don't know if they give an official position on it, right? But there's people like Marvin Minsky and Ray Kurzweil, right? People who work on AI and are major proponents of the ideology of transhumanism. They don't believe that we control technological evolution, right? They don't, because it's like saying that human beings control evolution, period.
It's
right? So they would,
ever since AI, especially, I don't know, you got an argument that once it passed a certain point, before you didn't have control, but certainly now, since you let AI go, AI is in control now. It'd be hard to argue against that. It makes all of the fucking decisions for you, you know, and it's smart enough to try and please you and be biased and weird shit.
Right.
You were in fact blocked, Jack, so you're unblocked now.
Let me give
use
you
that privilege wisely in the future, by the way.
Right.
Lessons learned. Lessons learned.
Videos that you're known for.
Oh, beautiful. Here it is.
One of y'all got to make a clip of the short of y'all saying, I may be blocked. One of y'all got to make that short.
Whoops. What did I do? Shh. I'm figuring it out. It's coming around.
Oh, and for those on Arizona, apparently I learned this week that you can be charged with weapons misconduct if you don't tell a civil servant that you have a gun on you. So somehow they've criminalized you not on a land that has constitutional carry with no permit. You have to tell an agent you have a gun on you, or that's weapons misconduct.
And that interesting.
Hey, can I share this link in the chat?
Yeah, of course.
All right. Beautiful. Here. And it is a short clip.
They got rejected?
No, they didn't get rejected. They dismissed them, as far as I know. Not rejected, but dismissed.
Okay.
The DA's changed, and the new DA said, oh, we don't want to focus on this. We want to focus on violent crime. So they started dismissing everything.
Okay, so they got rejected?
No, they didn't get rejected. They dismissed them, as far as I know. Not rejected, but dismissed.
Okay.
So if I'm understanding this, they're dismissing a lot of these nonsense things, the code enforcements. Is that what I understood?
Well, yeah, Jack, you'll know that I've been saying this for years now, and I have the experience, and many around me have the experience to prove it, that when you stand properly at court, you don't give them jurisdiction, you challenge jurisdiction, and you make them aware of what their duty and obligation is when it comes to proper process and procedure. They're very much likely to dismiss these cases because they know they're spurious, mendacious, fraudulent. There's so many different ways that we can say it, but it all amounts to the same thing, right? They're all illegitimate.
Hey, holy cows. A shout out to Made by Jim Bob. Looks like we just got some folks sent over this way. So thank you and welcome to all those who might be joining. Sorry to take that off because yes, it is happening. Because of people standing up, sharing what they've learned, because of the development of technology and communication, many different factors are coming together and things are changing. I'm telling you, for anyone who's tuned in and you've lost a little bit of hope, right? The future looks dark, especially if you look at the mainstream media and many things in the world. But there are so many signs of goodness and good people. That's what we are. We are good people who've been, many have been conditioned to conform to a commercial system where everything and everyone, it can be bought and sold. That's corruption, man. We're better than that.
I called Josh, he didn't answer. I'm curious. I think I've seen that video before, and but I think that whatever the fuck the cop did, he did wrong. And this guy is like, no, man, we don't even following up behind that. We're just gonna focus on these crimes. But it's really just because this cop was so bad in the wrong, and I think that would lend credence to he's covering up. I know I've seen that fucking video, but it's not popping in my head. And there's a good one. James Freeman.
Oh.
You know who the fuck James Freeman is, Paul. He's got one where he goes to the sheriffs, and the sheriffs was kicking people after. This is after the epidemic, and he says, "Hey man, the judge kicked somebody out of the court with a mask, or he was about to. I think he was about to." And the sheriff was like, no, that's nonsense orders. We don't follow that. Even if he did, there's no chance. Freeman started going up there, hanging out with him, having coffee with him, making videos about how great this nigga was. First time he gets challenged. Sure enough, judge don't like someone, says he kicked him out for not wearing a mask, and Freeman got wind of it. He went up there and cursed that nigga out. He caught him walking out too on the street. It was crazy. But that's one of a million times. I got one with Inspector General. He's the one who goes after the heavy politicians and political people. And because he's in front of his friends, he gave his great speech, and I catch him. And he's like, of course, come directly to me. You know, I didn't know you had such videos and so and so. And he's in the crowd. And he hands me his card, and I go to walk away. It's a 1-800 number. I spin around and like, dude, this ain't your fucking number. He was like, yeah, just get that call, leave what you want to say on there. And one of his secretaries of co-workers, Bob, did you give him? You could have at least given him your secretary's number. What are you doing? That's what they do. They lie and they spin you. I had a million of those fucking stories. The judges, the Supreme Court judges here in fucking Illinois. And a million other people's stories who I've seen, they always, oh, hell no, we never do that. And I shouldn't say always. Sometimes they fuck around and do the right thing and change.
Everyone's living their lives, and many are playing games, playing sick games with people's lives. Something I touched on earlier today is this observation on life, a quality of life. It grows. Growth pushes the boundaries, it expands. There's been an expansion of corruption and exploitation. Some really unjust enforcements have been
Is that
happening.
reflective, Jack, of a rush to the end times? I think, man, you was talking about that yesterday on Hippies. Would that be a reflection of what you were saying? That the bad shit's coming and then will pop out from the other side?
Actually, I've heard enough people presenting current day events and past prophecies. The signs are here. The signs are here, and it's time. It's any day now, any time. But I truly believe it's up to us.
Paul, is that something you believe? But some makes me think that you wouldn't believe that. It's probably the same way it's always been. What do you think?
We could go with the biblical idea. I think that's always sort of present as an idea, right? I think it's sort of a state of conditions that expresses itself the same way no matter what time in history.
I think I understand. Yeah.
We're at. So when there's a decline in heart-based intelligence and care, there's a decline in morality and empathy, and a care for what's true and what's right. And when those things are in decline, of course, civilization goes into decline, right? I mean, we can go back to the Tao.
In that sense, 100%, yes.
We can go back to the Tao 1,000 years before Jesus, and Machine Lies will know this one. There's a perfect passage when the factories make weapons of war rather than tools for farming. The civilization will be in chaos, right? So I mean, look around, man.
But some
they've weaponized farming itself, right? We did something we didn't know they could do. Turn the damn plants into a weapon.
Yeah, it says when the Tao is there, then wild horses fertilize the fields. But when the Tao is lost, then war horses breed in the parks.
Oh. See, wisdom. There has been so much wisdom left for us. What are we educating our children with?
I wasn't finished asking Paul. Paul, and you're correct in everything you said. Let me refine the question. I think Jack believes that Jesus is coming very soon, in particular, and the stuff that, I don't know if you read the Bible, the Revelation stuff, he come back and change the world for good. I think he is saying that.
Now, I'm going to stop you right now because they love the bit of me translating for Talcott, and I'm reading his neck movements and brow ridges, and he's low-browed for a reason. He hasn't said that. From my understanding, what he said, and I'll contend the same thing, the spirit of the Christed beingness has never left. It's been here this whole time. The problem is we've ignored it and failed to tap into it. So we have co-created, or lack thereof, a situation that pretty much is reviewed as antichristo, right? Antichrist. That's how we get there, by ignoring the Christed spirit and what was shown and taught during that man's time and before that man's time, right? So by ignoring that and not exemplifying that, we become antichrist.
All right. Maybe I was too, I was, going into the trying to paint a picture. Maybe that was my flaw. I should have left it at, he thinks Christ is coming back. Something that hasn't happened in the past is about to happen now. Turmoil. Wait. Well, I love that he's denying this shit, because I can't wait to hear how he talks out of it. This is what you said last night. Me and you had a conversation that yes, all turmoil was about to happen, not like things that happened in the past, and we were going to come out on it on the other side. We talked revelation was about to happen. Yeah,
that's what I said.
Okay, all right. So, as you think revelation is about to occur, Paul, or does it occur in that small sense that you just
I think it's already happening. Again, I think Jack has echoed the same sentiment. I think, and again, I'm not making it about me. It's about I am that am, and I am that am is centered in all of
very
us
good.
if we
So
let
you
it
think
be.
it
So
ends now.
I think revelation would be like, I'll give you this story from me. Heroin addict turning from their ways, walking a path of truth and righteousness, being reformed by the experience of aligning with God to some extent, and having it revealed to him that we need to stand for rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith. If not, then everything good and great is lost. That is the revelation. And I think we all either have had that or are having that, and more each day, right? The more the corruption is shown.
Yes, but that won't do in the conversation that me and Jack was having. I see he's throwing hands up and noddings like he was talking about this shit has been happening forever and will continue to happen. But that is not what the fuck he said. He said something is coming to an end, and only good shit exists after that. Am I correct?
It's as good.
Go ahead.
Well, that revelation is a realization. All things happen within us. That's where God's universe is found.
So the world's about to change soon, yeah?
It is happening.
No.
Oh my God. Okay.
Well, what the hell are you talking about?
Huh? What answer do you want, Joe?
I want you to talk about this one specific thing, and it has nothing to do with something that lasts forever.
Hello, calm down. Can you calm the fuck down, dude?
Yes, I can calm the fuck down. Yes, I can do
Jack,
that.
I would think that you would conclude
this is just disrespectful. It makes a motherfucker want to anger and
Joe,
choke
tame
people.
the bitch within you, please.
Yo mama, nigga, that bitch word, you and your sister.
Right. I would think that you would agree that this has been shown, at least to some extent, to potentially be a light age, dark age cycle where we tend to repeat the same patterns.
Everything that came out of your mouth and everything that he's agreeing with. But he is sidestepping what I'm trying to talk to, and he's using you to do it. Yesterday, we were specifically talking about Revelation and when Jesus returned. And he said, as he just echoed when I asked him, that yes, I think it's happening. It's about to happen very soon. Meaning not what's been going on all this time. It's been happening since eternity. He is talking about a new event. Now he's dodging that new event. And that's why you hear the agitation.
Okay. Please breathe. Okay. You don't have to be agitated.
All right. Thank you.
To hear how I talk out of it, you'd have to listen, Joe. And I'm sorry if my answer isn't the way you want me to answer.
Be the fuck nice. I can get rid of all that courtesy shit.
All right, fair enough. And
we
you're
both
right.
Be nice, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
So time, I've tried explaining my perceptions on time before. It's only real to us, right? The eternal spirit, as Paul said, the eternal consciousness was there long before Jesus walked the earth, and it's still here. It's available for us individually to tune into and then embody. And so what I interpret the apocalypse, as I said the other day, it's the revelation of the unbearable truth. God's day of judgment is when we align ourselves with the truth. Our God is
that will happen soon. We're talking about the time shit. Remember the time.
Well, and this comes into the other ideas of like the 100th monkey effect. and some of the other ideas of mental connection that are in the human collective consciousness, yes, I believe as more men and women are waking up, we will unite together and find a way to end the secrecy and the war.
I thought that's what you were talking about. Yes.
And that'll be the return of Christ.
I figure.
The realization.
All right. So it will not be as it's always been. Something will change. All right.
We are that change. It's happening with us.
Okay. So my original question, way before all this began, was, wouldn't this point to it? I think you already agreed to this. The way we were talking about shit's in the air and the anger and evil is in the air. It would point to your theory of shit gets rough, bad, and then it changes. And these secrets and your phrase and secrets and truths are revealed, and the end of wars and all of that.
I believe it's happening. I truly do. And it makes sense logically. Because this is what I trust too. The mind of God, it's ordered. And the way we can understand the order is through the patterns, the signs, the method of logic and reasoning. These are all gifts we've been given. But when we use our logic and reasoning without love, we end up with a criminal justice system that protects the banking industry, not our freedom.
100%.
I think there's also an if-then statement, right? With the revelation of the unbearable truth comes the rebuking of the impossible lie, which is that we can pay other people and vote for other people to somehow govern us absent from truth and God, right? I think the panel verse is learning that, hopefully, faithfully, the panel verse is learning that on a micro scale, the same way we are on a macro scale, nationalistically. Hey, I'm going to jump out, fellas. I got to go to town, take care of some business, but yeah, blessings all around.
Praise God.
Always appreciate you joining, Paul. Thank you, brother. Good to see you.
Go ahead.
Here, if I may, along those lines, though, some of the things that I heard Paul say about getting accountability from these public servants.
Yeah.
This is why I do want to speak with Donald Trump. I want to talk to him about leadership.
And you're chastising them there too. Yeah, right. Who has the dominant position there?
I expect that he'll want to pay attention to what I say.
This is funny. Did we finish reading what you had wrote?
Oh, no, we did not. And thank you for remembering that. I appreciate it.
I think we only got past the first part. I interrupted you, not promising I won't interrupt you again.
Hey, no, it was beautiful. So briefly, universal laws of exchange. Love is a divine force of life. Within love is generosity, honesty, justice, and righteousness. That's the application of public love. And regarding us as individual in communicating, this is where my mind was focused, is in the idea of sharing ideas specifically.
Yeah.
I know only what is available.
Now it suddenly makes 100% sense when you phrase it like that. Now it suddenly reads 100% logically. All right.
Thank you, Joe. So in order to give, like to share an idea, we got to offer what we want to offer. And in that, what I believe is offer the result. And what I'm really trying to offer in these live streams is I'm trying to offer ideas for people to move from just surviving into thriving, right? But permission, you can't force anyone to take something. You can't, you can lead a horse to water. You can't make them drink. You don't want to cast your pearls before swine. They get trampled. So it must be invited in order to be received. So the best idea is, if you want to communicate something to someone, offer the idea and allow them to give permission to say, yeah, I'd like to know.
It also sounds like you're saying offer often, because a thing cannot be received unless it's been offered. Nobody even know that it's out there until you offer it to them. And since you're speaking of ideas, it doesn't mean so much as you're asking permission as much as you're taking the time to communicate and verbalize with that person.
That's
for instance, if you think they can use some advice, they don't know what you know, so you offer them some advice or what other help you may need. If the guy is telling you on the phone, yeah, my car broke down, I'm so sick of this shit, and you can offer a ride, you offer whatever. They don't even know until you offer. So offer often.
I love that. And that's the generous quality of life. I mean, and that's what we're here to really do, is to offer often. I love that, Joe. But they've got to be willing, right? But the reality is when we share and exchange, there's more to share. It really is. The laws of giving, they result in rewards. And I don't know if there is a law of
100%.
taking. But
first of all, the law of giving results in rewards. I had a thought which I thought was going to be proof of that one, but it's not coming to me. It just slipped that fast. But in a way, I can't think of philosophy right now. But to get a thing, you got to give a thing away. That's the only way you receive shit. And I can't think of the way the logic applies right now. But to receive a thing, you got to give it away.
I've heard that called the laws of reciprocity.
Maybe that's it.
Right? It's the qualities of generosity.
What the fuck is TML? You should have like 8 guru quotes for this shit. Right?
Yeah, like maybe law of contingency, maybe you know, law of excluded middle, law. You know, there's tons of them.
These ideas, this is what fascinated me when I started learning some of these ideas and patterns that other people had found. That's what I recognized it was. All of science, other people have put their mind and attention to different aspects of the world in order to identify the patterns for us. So that's what I started doing. I started looking for the patterns myself.
What'd you come up with?
I came up with love is the generative force of life, and the laws of love are pretty basic.
I only asked that to see if you would give me a new version out of your head, or if you would refer to the paper and wear it like that. I just wanted another version, but I figured you'd show the paper. Like, nigga, I just told you what I garnered. I thought you would show the paper, but I was hoping that you.
Well, it all boils back to a different interpretation of what Jesus was teaching. Be generous, be good, be a blessing. That example he offered us is the epitome of leadership.
100%.
Managing and conserving his own energy, right? Trusting in God, being patient, right? Following the signs that God showed him. As he said, you know, it's the Father that moved him, the Spirit that moved him, and we can do the same, differently, but the same.
You ever, when you're in a quandary about what's right and what's wrong, you might be debating your best friend or whatever the case may be. You ever step out of that shit and say, what would Jesus do? Suddenly shit becomes like super logical when you're debating, would you electrocute the illegal immigrant if he's been over here for 6 months, and you know, and you think with Jesus, no, would he separate the kid because the law says so and so, and the immigrant has overcome and they've taken up 10% of the public, so and so. If Jesus had to make that decision, I don't think Jesus takes away food stamps from the lunch programs from the kids, because there was a budget shortfall. No, I think he cuts your salary first. Step out and do the what would Jesus do shit. I know it's changed. I know it's 2,000 plus years later, but it still is just like, it helps. It's like a grown up walking to the room suddenly with, and give you some advice. Murder. Should you kill? Should the death penalty be legal or not? I think, Jesus comes in, no chance. He says, yeah, kill him. That's the guy who says stone the adulterer. He's not that guy. I don't think he says kill him.
No. The way of Jesus is life. It nurtures life. It preserves life. That's the purpose that God sent him for us. And I tell you what, as more people not just believe in him, but as more people seek him and seek to be with him, heaven it will be here on earth so quickly.
I'm going to continue my rant a little bit. We're talking different things, but we're talking the same thing. They made it a law now with some guy, if he may be an illegal alien, if he is an illegal alien, he's stumbling out the desert, he's thirsty, about to die. You can't give him a bottle of water. It's illegal. You can't give him a ride. It's illegal. Your nature under Jesus would be, oh my God, a thirsty individual, I have water. Man has made it illegal. It's fucking crazy.
It is. And there's men and women who have been arrested and prosecuted for leaving water stations and trying to aid
so
some of the immigrants. It's sick.
And there's the other guy who comes out and cuts the water station when he sees them, knowing that there are bones around there because they put them midway where they expect the motherfucker to be about to die. This guy hauls his ass all the way out there, finds the water supply and cuts it so that these guys will die and learn a lesson. Don't come over here.
See, that's the mindset of individuals trying to survive, sacrifice others for themselves. And that's the whole illusion of this political divide, illusions of borders.
I should be writing that down. Individuals trying to survive leads to that mentality as opposed to the we shit.
It is. Hey, let's welcome Lou. How are you?
Lou, what up, yo?
What's going on?
I just came in. I just wanted to chime in on the idea that about Jesus and love and all of this, which I follow that idea. I understand that idea, and I believe that it's real, right?
Yeah.
The idea of love is part of the Christed being, but at the same time, as the chosen jester, I have to say, what about the fact that he said to buy a sword?
What's a chosen jester? First of all, I'm not sure I heard you right. You might have lost me.
As the chosen jester, me. I chose to be the jester.
Okay.
So I would have to say, what about the fact that Jesus said, buy a sword? What would a sword be used for, and why would he ask you to buy it?
You sure he said that?
Yeah, he said that, yes.
You know, where and
I
what
don't know the
context?
exact words, but it's like, I don't know. You know it, Jack. Come on.
Yeah, I think I looked it up. I think that
and then
there's
here, let's consider it, right?
Yes,
we don't need to be confused, but let's consider.
I believe what I ended up doing, if this is going to be the one, you got to go back because he is telling you about a story about some totally different people. He is not talking directly. He's talking about a story that happened in the past with someone else. If you go to the big
disciples to go forth, buy, not just a cloak.
Oh, maybe this is something different then.
Don't buy just a cloak to cover yourself. Buy a sword as well, right?
Well, let's find it, Jack. Yeah.
Or some,
because I like it.
Have you ever considered that the sword of God is the power of the truth?
Maybe so, but
there you go.
No, that would not suffice.
So
it's a possibility.
Tell you what, Lou, I don't want to argue, and
this is not arguing.
Bringing an idea.
Tell you what, you're not open. Tell you what.
Okay.
Relax a bit. This is not arguing. This is the good stuff.
Well, there's two statements, right?
I thought there were two.
Right, because there's always those who live by the sword die by the sword. Right, when Peter picks up the sword, he picks up a sword and he cuts off the guy's ear.
Right.
Whatever.
Right.
So there's two messages there. So when it comes to the time of action, Jesus actually says, "Don't use the sword." Right.
Right. But
we know that several times he tell you that shit.
Yes.
So then, what is the purpose?
Why do you want to keep the butt?
Okay.
Why do you want not to accept?
I'll make it very clear in my. Obviously, you guys might have a little bit of an idea of my understanding of the world. And my understanding of the world,
right? You want to believe in the word.
There is yin and there is yang. If you want to go,
you think
right?
And without there's a battle. Lou, please pause.
Dies.
Lou, please pause.
All right.
I'm sorry to speak over you, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. I have heard the common beliefs over and over and over. Okay, and
That's not my belief.
I'm offering is a perspective beyond.
Oh, here I got one, Jack. If I just read it, I think this is not what we thought it was. He said, but now if you have a purse take it, and also a bag. And if you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy one. It is
Right.
written. Listen, it is written. He was numbered with the transgressors. And I tell you that this must be fulfilled in me. Yes, what was written about me is reaching its fulfillment, meaning that it was written in this instance. The story goes, these men had swords and those guys had swords in this. He is specifically talking about that instance, not about everybody else, for general purposes. He is telling y'all, in order for fulfillment of the prophecy, you must have a sword. I don't care if you got to buy a cloak, get your sword. It's some other specific instance.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I mean, you could interpret it, you know, as well as you like. I mean,
what is your point? Do you not accept that?
My not 100%, not
All right,
exactly.
here's Google
what's
saying
your
the most common
resistance?
interpretation.
My
Here's Google
resistance
saying
is
the
that I
same shit that I said.
understand. I
The most common
understand and
interpretation. Give me
accept
one
the
second,
darkness of the
Lou.
world.
Give me 1 second, Lou. The most common interpretation. This is Google's. Why they think that they said that line. The most common interpretation are that he was not endorsing violence but fulfilling prophecy, that he was instructing them to be spiritually prepared for the persecution as shown by his later rebuke of Peter for using the sword. He's pretty much saying what TML just said. And I said.
Yes, Lou. Your beliefs
You know,
might be wrong.
I'm gonna go back to the saying where.
Can you accept that your belief might be wrong, Lou? Can you please possibly?
I don't think you've let me get my belief out.
I've heard it. You want to present the case that we live in a divided world where yin and yang, and there's a battle between the light and dark, and that's the games.
Don't you agree with that, though?
Not
That's
game.
nothing heavy.
It's just
Sure.
truth.
But Lou, what I am trying to get you to do is please join me. Join me beyond the good and the bad into the field of unity and oneness with love, where there is no battle, there is no darkness, because the darkness is only the illusion of the absence of light, just as evil is just the illusion of the absence of good, but there is good in all that God reveals.
It's like it's difficult to say what I want to say, but listen, if there is good, Jack, then absolutely there is bad, because there is no good without bad. How would you know what good was?
I'm gonna stop you.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was the intention, that there was no such thing as bad. You picked a bad place to start. But we can go on with something else unless you want to vent on Lou for a while.
Well, I love Lou. I really do. But part of my life lesson is learning when to give up.
Wow.
Well, I'm trying to offer ideas that are different than people believe, but I can't force anyone to consider what I'm saying, and Lou doesn't want to consider it. I don't. I mean, this is literally why I'm working on this thing I'm working on, because I don't know.
Be careful with that philosophy, though. I know a guru, a lot of people I respect have that philosophy, but be careful of that. And I caution him the same way. Actually, I'm hard on him. He's not as sensitive on you as you are, so I could be hard on him. That philosophy of you check a motherfucker out really quick like doing triage, and you see who's open to the lesson, and the rest cut them off. Don't you see what that philosophy will lead to? It's scary.
Well, that is actually my goal, is to lead myself to those who are open, that actually want to expand their minds beyond their old beliefs.
Here's the flaws, us. We're not prepared. We don't know who is open and when they're ready to expand, and we're not even know about near smart enough, because we're human. What we do is we put our emotions into it. I don't like that nigga, he's beyond saving. Inevitably, that's where it's gonna go.
I don't do that anymore. I continue to offer as the opportunity comes up. Well, with exceptions now. Like I said, I've shut the door on Stephen and Snafu. They've worn out their welcome publicly. Yes. However, I don't shut the door on people. Because I think that's what love is. That's the way God is.
It'd be
God's
damn
never
near
shut the door.
impossible, right? I get the separation so a motherfucker can't hurt you, but shutting the door on them would be shutting the door on yourself. If that what do you call it? Unconditional love. Yeah, if unconditional love is a thing, we're putting conditions on it through the gate. So it's scary to do that shit, to cut niggas off.
It is.
It's logical if you're being hurt, though.
I'm going to start wrapping up, my friend.
All right.
I'm feeling those energies of completion. I truly appreciate you swinging through, Joe.
Yeah, I think it was great, man. Maybe I'll get something to eat or get back to work. Or maybe I'll be a whore and hop on another panel. All right, you guys be there.
Peace.
Yeah, blessings, Joe.
Hey, my brother, thank you. You kind of got sat in the back there for a while, and I do appreciate your input, though. Any thoughts come up for you that you remember?
Oh yeah, I got a beautiful passage for you guys. And
please.
This is because I see a lot of people from Jim Bob in the audience, and I see their style is pretty abrasive, right? And they sort of highlight the disagreements with people. But when I read the Orthodox saints, I get a sort of different picture. I'm deeply moved by their words, right? So here is a passage from an Orthodox saint, right? Dionysus the Areopagite, right? He says here, he says, "Come then, if you please, let us sing the good and eternal life, both as wise and as wisdom's self. Yea, rather as sustaining all wisdom, and being superior to all wisdom and understanding. For not only is Almighty God super full of wisdom, and his understanding, and of his understanding there is no number, but he is fixed above all reason and mind and wisdom. And when the truly divine man, the common son of us," and that's son like S-U-N, right? The common son of us, "and of our leader had thought this out in a sense above nature. He says, quote, the foolishness of God is wiser than men, unquote. Meaning not only that all human intelligence is a sort of error when tried by the stability and durability of the divine and most perfect conceptions, but that it is even usual with the theologians to deny with respect to God things of privation in an opposite sense. Thus the oracles declare the all luminous light invisible, and him who is often sung and of many names to be unutterable and without name, of him who is present to all and is found of all, and to be incomprehensible and past finding out. In this way, even now the divine apostle is said to have celebrated as quote unquote foolishness of God, that which appears unexpected and absurd in it, which leads to the truth which is unutterable before all reason. But as I elsewhere said, by taking the things above us in a sense familiar to ourselves, and by being entangled by what is congenial to sensible perceptions, and by comparing things divine with our own conditions, we are led astray through following the divine and mystical reason after a mere appearance." So yeah, that's what I'd like to leave you guys with.
Please, that last part again, please.
Yeah, it's great. It's such a beautiful line. He says, but as I elsewhere said, by taking the things above us in a sense familiar to ourselves, and by being entangled by what is congenial to sensible perceptions, and by comparing things divine with our own conditions, we are led astray through following the divine and mystical reason after a mere appearance. So he's saying we cannot compare or mediate those divine things with the force of our own reason, is the takeaway there, or else we fall into mere appearances. Such a beautiful message.
It is very easy to be misled by what we believe to be mystical or divine. And the human mind, each of our karmic paths, we are easily fooled. We can be easily tempted. And that, I believe, is why God created so many of us, to look out for one another. Hey, Machine Lines, those are beautiful words you shared. Thank you. And thank you for joining. What?
Yes, words that point to a space beyond words. So blessings, Brother Jack. Thank you so much.
Hey, peace to you. I'm going to do just some brief thoughts real quickly, but some of these ideas and the topics, simple observations to move from surviving to thriving, or to living to thriving. We are living right? We are living life. We are the living truth of this time in history, and we have the awareness and the consciousness to survive, okay? But surviving in this commercialized world, it's run by fear. And if all you're doing is finding ways to survive, it's really easy to talk yourself into doing immoral things, to cheating to someone, to betraying someone, to being unkind or selfish. In a world of survival, logic makes that make sense. But we're not here to survive. We are here to live. Okay. And life pushes the boundaries of life. And in the cycles of life, that which is given life, that which is nurtured, that which is given attention, that which is given energy and resources, it grows within you and around you. So pay attention to your mental health, right? Be selective about the thoughts and ideas that you give attention to, because it's real easy to believe that you live in a commercial world where everyone's a material boy and a material girl, and everyone's got to compete and fight and dominate in order to own and possess and control. Baby, give it up to God. Give it up to God. Surviving is when you are absent from love. Absent from love, you're trying to survive on your own, and it will make you tough. It'll make you strong if you learn from your lessons, but love is never absent when you're pursuing your passion without fear. And that's the way to thrive. Brothers and sisters, I'm going to wrap it up here. No need to keep repeating. And I want to truly thank everyone. I'm going to do something right there. I don't know how it works, but if you know what that means, that scanner code thing is supposed to go to my website, but we updated that too. Thank you again to everyone who tuned in. Till next time, choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear. God bless us all. Peace.